This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Shiryu woke up, he found himself sitting on a waiting chair in the hospital outpatient hall. The dizziness of waking up caused a strong discomfort in his stomach. Shiryu rushed to the wall and retched at the trash can. He had some hypoglycemia. He had been working overtime to follow up on the company's new projects during this period. He often forgot to eat and had stomach problems again. Although Shiryu had some minor problems, he didn't like to go to the hospital, didn't like injections, and didn't like to take medicine. Why was he in the hospital? Shiryu looked around. The waiting area was on his left. In front of the self-service registration machine opposite, an accompanying doctor was helping the elderly to register. In front of the elevator, a pregnant mother was holding a bag in one hand and holding her son in the other hand waiting for the elevator. A young girl next to her was pushing her father in a wheelchair. The nurse at the consultation desk smiled brightly. Medical staff and patients' families shuttled in the hall, and the incandescent lights made the marble floor white and bright. Shiryu retracted his gaze and inadvertently fell on his hand. This finger was thin and slender, and the skin on the back of the hand was slightly white and sickly, with only a faint red at the joints. Because of the dry heat just now, his right hand was still on the black stone pillar next to the trash can, so the loose sleeves slipped down a little, revealing the beautiful wrist bones. The sleeves were blue and white stripes, the fabric was inferior, the workmanship was rough, and the size of the clothes was obviously not suitable. He was wearing a hospital gown. Shiryu, He would not wear a hospital gown for no reason. He didn't have this habit. Why was he in the hospital? Why was he wearing a hospital gown? Shiryu was going to call his secretary to ask. However, he searched all his pockets, but couldn't find his cell phone, and his other belongings were also missing. However, Shiryu found something else in the chest pocket of his hospital gown. This was a rectangular black magnetic card, about the same size as a hotel door card, but as thick as a 1 yuan coin. There were no words on the magnetic card, only some incomprehensible patterns printed on it. Before Shiryu could study the magnetic card carefully, a voice interrupted his thoughts. I told you not to run around. The nurse ran over angrily, pointing at Shiryu. What's wrong with you? Why are you running around in your hospital gown? Come back to me. The nurse was originally full of impatience, but her tone suddenly softened when she approached Shiryu. She blinked at Shiryu. Are you bored in the ward so you come out to relax? It's okay to relax, but you have to follow the doctor's unified arrangement. The doctor is very anxious when he can't find anyone, you know? Don't run out casually in the future. The nurse's tone was like coaxing a kindergarten child. Shiryu didn't know what to say for a while, so he nodded. Okay. The nurse showed a relieved smile on her face, and her tone became gentler. Then come back to the ward with me now? Shiryu, yes. Shiryu followed the nurse for a few steps, and he politely said, Excuse me, can you lend me your mobile phone? I want to make a call. The nurse hesitated for a moment, and seemed to be a little embarrassed about this request, but finally handed the phone over. Shiryu called the secretary, and a mechanical female voice sounded without emotion. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. Please check and redial again. The phone was a little loud, and the nurse standing next to him heard it and asked, Did you dial the wrong number? Shiryu glanced at the number on his phone. The number was correct. He didn't show any emotion, just said him vaguely, walked a few steps to the side without leaving any trace, and called again. Half a minute later, Shiryu returned the phone. Thank you. Shiryu smiled at the nurse, and his smile disappeared after the nurse turned around. The second call he made was to his father's private number that would never be suspended or cancelled. It was still an empty number. Game Hall Frequency Division Appearance Zone. Mu Shua, who has been the top of the list for many years, suddenly dropped to second place, and the public channel was filled with questioning comments. How did my brother Mu Shua, the top-ranked god in the 9 regions, get squeezed out? What's going on? Shiryu? Who is this? Did he recharge? He is a new anchor, he should not have recharged. The system ranking is objective and fair. The fact that he can squeeze out Mu Shua shows that his appearance may really be good. Wait for me to go and see. I went to see it. Oh my god. This guy is more than good looking. He is so handsome. This new anchor is a bit interesting. He actually asked the NPC to borrow a phone? I am impressed. The NPC actually lent him a phone. I am even more impressed. I also asked this NPC to borrow a phone, but he ignored me. I am not bad looking. It turns out that being good looking is really useful. Of course, if you think it is useless, it may be that you are not good looking enough. After realizing the weirdness of the environment, Sure, you deliberately lagged behind the nurse by 2 steps, observing while walking. The ward mentioned by the nurse is not in this building. After leaving the outpatient building, the nurse took him to the building on the right. The building is very tall, with more than 30 floors. The sign on the roof reads Inpatient Building Number 1. Sure, you noticed that there was a similar building on the left, with the words Inpatient Building Number 2 written on it. The podium between the 2 inpatient buildings was the outpatient building. There was a fountain in front of the outpatient building, and in front of the fountain was the hospital gate. The security guard was sitting in front of the guardhouse basking in the sun. The sun was high in the distance. It was afternoon. Sure, Yu's ward was on the 30th floor of Inpatient Building Number 1, room 305. When he was in the outpatient building and outside the building, sure, you could still see the activities of doctors, patients and their families. But after entering the inpatient building, he did not see any patients or doctors, patients and their families, and even nurses were rarely seen. The doors of every ward here were closed. Sure, you did not know about other wards, but Ward 305 was very large. The ward was a rectangle with 6 beds placed in parallel inside, and a bathroom near the door. Ward 305 already had 4 patients, 2 men and 2 women, each sitting on their own beds. When Shiryu entered, they looked up at Shiryu. Apart from necessary socializing, Shiryu didn't like to talk much. He didn't say hello to anyone, and went straight to bed number 5, and sat down. The 4 patients just habitually looked at the new patient. And then each of them was in a daze, no one spoke. The ward was quiet. Shiryu sat on the bed and began to recall. He remembered that he went to Lianhua Lake to meet Shinsu today. After meeting, he returned the things and Shinsu took the things. Neither of them said much nonsense, and the 2 of them were very efficient. After returning the things, Shiryu was ready to leave. He took 2 steps and heard Shinsu say behind him, "Sorry for the trouble. Don't contact me if there is nothing to do in the future. Even more if there is something to do." In fact, this was unnecessary. Shiryu would not have any contact with Shinsu. The Shur family and the Shin family are old friends. The old houses of the 2 families are in the same villa area. Shiryu and Shinsu were born in the same year and went to the same kindergarten. It sounds like a script of childhood sweethearts. In fact, they disliked each other since kindergarten, and their relationship did not improve as they grew older. On the surface, they are brothers and sisters, but they ignore each other in private. If it weren't for the relationship between the 2 old friends, Shiryu would not have come out today. He didn't want to talk too much with Shinsu. But Shinsu said so, and he seemed very rude if he didn't say something in return. So Shiryu turned back and blocked Shinsu's WeChat and mobile phone number in front of Shinsu. Before, for some unavoidable reasons, he added Shinsu's contact information. Now he cut off all ties in front of Shinsu, which also reflects his determination. The behavior may be a bit childish, but over the years, they have done even the most childish things to disgust each other. This time, Shinsu seemed a little unhappy, but it is understandable. Shinsu has always been vindictive, and he will pay back for any slight loss he suffers. They have been like this for so many years. You mess with me today, I mess with you tomorrow, back and forth. And this time, Shinsu may not have thought of a way to fight back for a while, so it is normal for him to be in a bad mood. He seemed to have fainted when he left. Otherwise, he could not explain why he had no memory of the rest. But it is not reasonable to say that he fainted and was sent to the hospital by a kind person. The kind person who sent him to the hospital would not have taken his mobile phone? And he was kind enough to help him arrange for hospitalization? Moreover, this hospital was full of weirdness. In an instant, many words that would only appear in social news emerged in his mind. Before Shiryu could think clearly, the door of the ward opened again. "Bed 6, your bed." The nurse stood at the door and spoke to the person behind her. "Go in and change your clothes first." The lights in the corridor were a little dim. A tall figure appeared at the door of the ward. This was a young man about 25 years old, tall and long-legged, with superior facial features, neat black short hair, wearing a light brown knee-length windbreaker, and a hospital gown on his arm. The door of the ward was a little low, and he lowered his head when he came in. He raised his eyes, and his eyes just collided with Shiryu. "Shiryu, eh?" The person who had just decided not to interact with each other for the rest of his life was now standing a few meters away from Shiryu. The moment Shinsu appeared, the ranking of the appearance area in the game hall changed again. Why is there another new guy rushing up to suppress my Mushua? How did Mushua become the 3rd? I am the most handsome guy in the 9 regions. Don't I have any face? Are the new guys so good looking now? The second guy is also so handsome. One is so good looking. Handsome. The most important thing is that these two are in the same dungeon. I won't say anything more, I'm going to rush. Although I'm afraid of hospital-themed dungeons, I really like the looks of these two guys. Mujwa, I'm sorry, I'm going to climb the wall. The door of the ward was closed. Shiryu looked away, pretending not to know this person. Hi. This hi was of course not a greeting to Shiryu. The following words were not to Shiryu either. Hello everyone. Shinsu waved to everyone, with a bright smile on his face, and his voice was as clear and sunny as his smile. My name is Shinsu, the Su of staying out. The girl in bed number 4 raised her hand and responded, Hello, hello. My name is Xiao Wanwan. I don't know what happened. I woke up and found myself here, but I didn't remember coming to the hospital, and I didn't feel unwell. Shinsu walked to his bed and sat down, putting on the hospital gown and said. After changing into the hospital gown, he raised his eyes, and showed everyone a helpless and innocent smile. The nurse forced me to be hospitalized. I don't know what to do. Shinsu has good facial features since he was a child, and he has not grown ugly when he grows up. His eyebrows and eyes are deep, his nose is high, his jawline is clear, and his skin is a cold white. He originally had a cold look, but because Shinsu loves to laugh, his eyes are curved when he laughs, and 2 small canine teeth are exposed at the corners of his lips. His smile neutralizes the coldness and shows a bit of youthfulness. Shinsu is very likable in terms of appearance. Especially the elders. Sure, you remembered that when Shinsu came to his house when he was a child, his mother would make all kinds of desserts for Shinsu, and pack a lot for him to take back when he left. And later told Shiryu to learn more from others, smile more, talk more, and not be depressed all day long. Look how likable Xiaosu is. From childhood to adulthood, the elders like Shinsu's sweet mouth and cleverness, and outsiders also like Shinsu's sunshine and vigor. Everyone who has come into contact with Shinsu will think that Shinsu is a sincere, enthusiastic, kind, and friendly person. Only Shiryu knows the hypocrisy, indifference, selfishness, and self-interest under this perfect mask. This is also the reason why the two have never liked each other for more than 20 years. However, the 4 people here do not know Shinsu's true face. At this moment, Shinsu is like a simple male college student who has not been beaten by society and is easy to deceive, which makes it easy for people to relax their vigilance. Shinsu started talking about himself. It turned out that the 4 of them were from Ungshi and had fainted inexplicably by the Lotus Lake. After waking up, they came here. With the fellow villager relationship, everyone started talking more. From everyone's chat, Shiryu learned that the middle-aged man Chung Jianshu in bed number 1 and Lin Yaring in bed number 2 were a couple, both of whom were employees in the system. Lu Yang in bed number 3 and Xiao Wanwan in bed number 4 were a couple, and they were juniors. He in bed number 5, and Shinsu in bed number 6. Why do they feel weird? This weird feeling had not yet dispelled from Shiryu's heart, and Shinsu spoke again. We were also at Lotus Lake before we came here. Shinsu peeled a lollipop and put it in his mouth without knowing when. His cheeks bulged as he spoke. It seems that the criminals arrested people according to the location. We. Xiao Wanwan keenly caught the key words, and couldn't help but said, Lotus Lake is the famous lovers' lake in city. Couples can row a boat to the center of the lake to make a wish. My boyfriend and I went there for this reason. So you went to Lotus Lake? Sure, you, passing by? Shinsu, passing by. The two said in unison. You? Xiao Wanwan hesitated and asked, do you know each other? No. No. Said in unison again. Even more neatly than before. Xiao Wanwan, Okay, Oklahoma. Sure, you didn't know that Lotus Lake was Lover's Lake, and didn't know if Shinsu knew it? And the reason they chose to meet at Lotus Lake was because this place was about the same distance from their current address. Yes, their relationship was so bad that neither of them wanted to suffer any more losses. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Lin Yaring broke the silence and asked, My husband Chung and I woke up and our phones were missing. Do you still have your phones? Are we kidnapped? Lu Yang shook his head and said, Our phones are also missing, but it shouldn't be kidnapping. We seem to have entered some kind of real-life adventure game. Look around and see if you all have a black card? Shiryu's right hand in his pocket was playing with the black magnetic card. He didn't know where he touched the card, and suddenly a translucent blue display screen appeared in front of him. Words were scrolling in the middle of the screen. The anchor signed the contract successfully, and the game began. Chapter 2. How did he become a live streamer? And he signed the contract successfully. How come he didn't know that he signed the contract successfully? The display screen did not answer Shiryu's question, and the words continued to scroll on it. Game copy. Xincheng Hospital. Game time. 7 days. Exploration degree, 0. Game background introduction. Xincheng Hospital is a comprehensive hospital with comprehensive medical technology. Xincheng Hospital has an excellent medical team and logistics department, and absorbs thousands of college graduates every year. In the past 10 years, Xincheng Hospital has the lowest employee turnover rate among its peers. Doctors from various departments of Xincheng Hospital take turns to see patients 24 hours a day, and do not rest on holidays to fully guarantee people's medical needs. It has won the title of the most satisfactory hospital for the masses. Game tips. You can pass the game after the exploration degree reaches 100. Note: a new anchor only needs 80 exploration points to pass the game for the first time. Have fun anchoring. Look carefully. There is a square protrusion in the middle of the card. Press it once and a holographic display will pop up. Press it twice and the display will disappear. Lu Yang held a magnetic card and explained, there are game instructions, personal interface, and live broadcast room on the display. You can click in to study, but it seems that this display can only see your own. After the game introduction subtitles scrolled, the interface automatically jumped to the personal interface mentioned by Lu Yang, and sure you saw his own information. Anchor name, sure you. Number of completed copies, 0. Anchor level, 0. Fans, 10,567. Sure you saw my live broadcast room button in the upper left corner, and he clicked it. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter your own live broadcast room in the game. You can replay after the game ends. Sure you stared at his number of fans for a while. Logically, a newcomer should not have so many fans. He casually asked, does this game give away fans? Huh? Lu Yang looked up with a confused look on his face, glanced at Sure Yu, then looked down at his personal interface and said, maybe, I have 2 fans. I clicked to follow one myself, and the other one was probably given by the system. Sure Yu glanced at Lu Yang. Lu Yang should be a sports student, tall, dark-skinned and muscular, but his appearance is relatively ordinary, and he shaved his head, so he looks even more ordinary. Lin Yaring and Cheng Jianshu also said their number of fans, both in the early 100s. Then the system should give me more fans. I have more than 900. Wow, it has increased to 1,000 now. But it may not be given. Maybe someone is really watching our live broadcast? Xiao Wanwan ran to Lu Yang's bed and sat down. She supported Lu Yang with her arm and laughed, but you only have 2 fans. Isn't it too exaggerated? 1. Lu Yang corrected, the other one I ordered myself. Xiao Wanwan pouted, ha ha ha. Ha ha, don't worry, it will increase, ha ha ha. Xiao Wanwan ineffectively comforted her boyfriend and asked Sure Yu, what about you? How many fans do you have? Sure Yu, a little over 10,000. Xiao Wanwan's laughter stopped. The air in the ward also stopped flowing. Almost. Shinsu sat cross-legged on the bed, chewed the lollipop in his mouth twice, and said to ease the atmosphere, the system also gave me more than 8,000 fans. The atmosphere was completely relaxed. No one spoke. Sure Yu smelled a faint sweet orange scent, which came from the lollipop of someone in the next bed. He moved to the other side of the bed without leaving a trace. All his belongings were gone. I wonder how Shinsu sneaked the lollipop in. Sure Yu read the rules of the game again. The information obtained so far is as follows. 1. Xincheng Hospital is a comprehensive hospital with doctors in various departments sitting in for 24 hours, which is very satisfactory to the public, and has a very low turnover rate among its peers. 2. The game time is 7 days. 3. The exploration degree is 100 to pass the level, and 80 for newcomers. The exploration degree is related to passing the game. But sure you didn't quite understand what the exploration degree meant. If just walking around the entire hospital is considered exploration, it is not difficult, but judging from the performance of the nurse, who just caught him back to the ward, patients like them cannot leave the ward at will, and naturally they cannot wander around. It can be seen from this that this exploration should not be a simple tour of the hospital. Everyone studied the game display screen for a while, and the ward door was knocked twice. The nurse pushed the door open and said to them, "Get ready, follow me to the rehabilitation center for rehabilitation treatment in 10 minutes. Remember to bring your own medical list." Rehabilitation treatment? Can I go out? If I can go out, I can find clues. Sure Yu put the magnetic card into his pocket, and stood up quickly. Just as he stood up, Shinsu beside him also jumped off the bed, and the two stood up almost at the same time. Their eyes met. And at the same time, they looked away as if nothing had happened. Sure Yu, By the way, the medical list seems to be the one on the bedside, with a personal symptom on it. Lu Yang reminded everyone, and then curiously asked, I have anxiety, my girlfriend has depression, what diseases do you have? Everyone took up the list and looked at it. Lin Yaring has heart disease, Chung Jianshu has diabetes. Shiryu has a bad stomach and a little hypoglycemia. Lack of sleep recently has caused neurasthenia. He thought it was just these few diseases, but when he unfolded the list he saw homosexuality. Shiryu, Shinsu is new. His medical list is in his pocket. He also showed the list. The symptoms are exactly the same as Shiryu's. Shinsu, Since the two newcomers landed and squeezed Mujwa to become the first and second in the appearance area, the barrage of discussions about Shiryu and Shinsu in the game live broadcast room has never stopped. The first and second on the list definitely know each other. Don't ask, it's just a woman's intuition. These two look like they know each other, but their relationship should not be very good. After all, they haven't communicated with each other since the start of the game. To be honest, the fact that both of them passed by the Lover's Lake is very intriguing, and the phrase I don't know you is also very obvious. Didn't you notice that this dungeon pulls people in pairs? A young couple, a middle-aged couple, so I have a bold idea. Don't have any ideas, just watch the live broadcast carefully. The pass rate of this dungeon is only 17%. These people are all newcomers, I'm afraid they will be wiped out. Whoa, no! The first brother is too handsome. I don't want him to die, I want to give him money. The first brother is good-looking, but his personality is too cold, and he doesn't talk much. I still like the sunny handsome guy like the second brother. Woo-woo, his little tiger teeth are so cute. Finally, it's the rehabilitation treatment part I've been looking forward to. Ha ha ha, homosexuality is so funny. Is the system really not pushing CP? Seeing that his disease is homosexuality, Shiryu is very speechless, and seeing that Shinsu's disease is also homosexuality, Shiryu is even more speechless. Shiryu is not gay. When he was in the first year of high school, he had a crush on a girl in front of him. Unfortunately, the school was strict about early love at that time, and he was not talkative. In addition, the class was divided into arts and sciences soon, and he and the girl went to different classes, so the secret love ended in vain. Later, in college and work, he met all kinds of people. He saw the people around him swearing love to their girlfriends one moment, and hugging their lovers to go to the hotel the next moment. On the surface, they were model couples who loved each other very much, but privately they had their own families. The forever sworn in front of the priest seemed like a joke, and the only did not exist. Love seemed to be just like that, nothing worth experiencing, and his interest in dating became weaker. However, his sexual orientation was female, and it had never changed. Shinsu was not gay either, because Shinsu had a girlfriend when he was a senior. The two families had similar family backgrounds, and were said to get married after graduation, but somehow, they broke up before graduation. Of course, this information was obtained by Shiryu when he heard his parents chatting, and he was not sure whether the specific situation was true or not. One thing he could be sure of was that Shinsu's sexual orientation was absolutely fine. However, it seemed that everyone's symptoms were wrong. Am I depressed? Xiao Wanwan poked the muscles on her boyfriend's arm and said, I think even if I have a disease, it should be mania. What do you think, dear? Lu Yong pressed Xiao Wanwan's moving hands down and said, You should have ADHD. Then he said to everyone, I don't have any anxiety disorder, I am very healthy both physically and mentally. Lin Yaring nodded and said, This disease should be randomly assigned, not defined according to the actual physical condition of an individual. My husband Chung and I have a regular schedule, eat healthily, and have physical examinations on time every year, and we don't have these problems. After the four people finished their conversation, they all looked at Shiryu and Shinsu. My sexual orientation is female. Shiryu spoke quickly. This put pressure on Shinsu. Sure enough. Xiao Wanwan concluded, the system is messing around. However, Xiao Wanwan drew the conclusion too early. Shinsu said in a brisk tone, I used to be a girl. The word used to be was used very spiritually. What's more spiritual is that Shinsu looked at Shiryu very deliberately when he said this. This look was so deliberate that everyone turned their eyes to Shiryu. Shiryu, Chapter 3. There was a strange silence in the ward. Shinsu's words could easily make people think too much, but others might think too much, but Shiryu wouldn't. In fact, Shinsu used to do this often, deliberately saying some very suggestive words to make others think that they have a good relationship. I'm sorry, I have an appointment. Who? Of course not someone else. I only have one best brother. Yesterday was an ordinary family dinner. Not only our family, but also Uncle Shir's family. Well, The relationship between our two elders has always been very good. And so on. Shinsu's behavior once caused a lot of trouble for Shiryu, including but not limited to asking Shiryu to help pass on love letters, breakfast, handmade gifts, or asking for contact information, inquiring about love status. Shiryu felt strange at that time, because compared to his cold personality, Shinsu, who was obviously sunny and enthusiastic, seemed easier to approach. Why did many of Shinsu's secret admirers take a detour to inquire about Shinsu through him? This question has not been answered until now. At that time, Shiryu classified Shinsu's behavior as deliberately causing trouble for him. Of course, this kind of trouble is mutual. There are also many people who asked Shinsu to pass on love letters to Shiryu, but none of those love letters reached Shiryu, and it is unknown how Shinsu dealt with them. Just when the atmosphere was extremely awkward, the nurse came to call them. The rehabilitation center is in the medical technology building, which is directly behind the number 1 inpatient building, but there is a garden between the two buildings. There are evergreen trees and roses in the garden. The roses are not blooming in this season. The green plants on both sides of the bluestone path are neatly trimmed, and a landscaping worker is watering the lawn. Shiryu felt cold while walking in the garden. He didn't know if it was because the lawn was wet, but the sun was shining brightly above his head. The nurse led them through the garden, and soon came to the rehabilitation department on the 2nd floor of the medical technology building. Generally speaking, rehabilitation treatment is generally for neurological diseases, such as stroke, hemiplegia, etc., or orthopedic diseases, fractures, joint movement disorders, etc. Do the diseases of the 6 of them also need rehabilitation treatment? Shiryu was very curious. Moreover, they even had the wrong symptoms, so how could rehabilitation treatment be used? Could it be that they really prescribed medicine and drips for them? However, the facts prove that the hospital in the game world is indeed different from the real one. There are 3 rooms in the rehabilitation department on the 2nd floor, which are marked Rehabilitation Room 1, Rehabilitation Room 2, and Rehabilitation Room 3. Only one patient can enter a rehabilitation room at a time, and the 6 of them need to be divided into 2 groups. Chung Jianshu, Lu Yang, and Xiao Wanwan went in the first group. The sound insulation of the rehabilitation room was very good, and no sound inside could be heard at all. About 30 minutes later, Chung Jianshu came out. The respectable middle-aged man was a little embarrassed at the moment. There were obvious stains on his clean clothes. Lin Yering went forward to ask, and Chung Jianshu was about to speak when he suddenly rushed to the trash can and vomited violently. Soon Li Yang also came out. His fingers were bleeding, which was caused by tearing the barbs on his fingers. His nails were also bitten and uneven, but he was conscious. He told everyone, "I don't have anxiety disorder," and the doctor inside said that he was doing psychological counseling for me, but in fact he was always making me anxious. I don't have any psychological problems at all. Chung Jianshu was exhausted from vomiting. He sat on a bench by the corridor to rest for a long time before telling everyone that he was forced to eat a 6-inch cream cake in one breath after entering. He usually eats less salt and sugar, and can't stand taking so much sugar at once. Xiao Wanwan was the last one to come out. After coming out, she became emo, didn't say a word, and was in a low mood, like a real depressed patient. Next came Lin Yering, Shiryu, and Shinsu. Lin Yering went to the number 1 rehabilitation room. Shiryu and Shinsu each chose a rehabilitation room and were about to go in, but were stopped by the nurse. "You two have the same symptoms, both go to number 2. Shiryu and Shinsu? ? The two looked at each other. Then, they looked away with great disgust. Chung Jianshu had diabetes, but was forced to eat high-sugar cakes. Lu Yang had anxiety, but the doctor's treatment method was to create anxiety for him. Xiao Wanwan, a cheerful and outgoing girl without depression, became emo after coming out. Sure, you probably guessed what kind of treatment would be used for his and Shinsu's symptoms. Sure enough, the middle-aged male doctor at the examination table read their medical records and pointed to the 2 electrotherapy beds in the compartment. Lie down on them. The first treatment will take a little longer, and the treatment will be adjusted according to your condition later. Shinsu did not resist at all, stretched his limbs, and went to the outer bed to lie down. Shiryu also went over and lay down on another electrotherapy bed. 2 nurses came in and fixed their limbs to the bed with straps, unbuttoned their hospital gowns, and put electrodes on their bodies. There was a TV right in front of the electrotherapy bed. While the nurses were doing this, the doctor told them the precautions. I will show you some videos during the treatment. The electrotherapy equipment is connected to the monitor next to it. The monitor will monitor your body's various indexes throughout the process. Once the parameters exceed the rated value, the instrument will release current through the electrodes to correct you. But don't worry, the current is very small, and will not cause permanent damage to your body. It should be noted that you are not allowed to close your eyes or look away during the treatment, otherwise the treatment will start again. After the doctor finished speaking, the TV started playing a movie. It was the kind of movie that gay men would watch. Shinsu laughed a short and ambiguous laugh. The doctor asked him, "Are there any problems?" "No." Shinsu smiled sweetly at the doctor with his lips bent. "Uncle, I will cooperate with the treatment and strive to recover as soon as possible." The middle-aged male doctor was very pleased with this, nodded, and signaled the nurse to start. The whole treatment lasted for an hour. Shiryu had a blank expression on his face throughout the whole process, while Shinsu watched with great interest and made a few comments from time to time. The doctor was very dissatisfied with Shinsu's behavior of nagging from time to time. But Shinsu stared at the TV throughout the whole process and did not violate the rules. The rules did not say that talking during the treatment was not allowed. Although the doctor felt uncomfortable, he could only hold it in. What made the doctor even more uncomfortable was that during the whole treatment, none of the data on the two monitors at the bedside exceeded the rated value, and there was even little fluctuation. The doctor checked the equipment and the monitors, and his face became even uglier after he found that there was no problem. There has never been a homosexual lying here for treatment without any reaction. The bandages were untied, and Shiryu sat up, and was about to tear off the electrodes on his body when he was stopped by the doctor. "Wait." The doctor, who suffered the first setback in his career, said gloomily, "Your situation is special, and you need to be given an extra treatment." Shiryu and Shinsu both got off the bed, but the electrodes were still on their bodies. The doctor stood between the two and said, "Come here, both of you. Take 2 steps forward. Turn around and look at each other. Come closer, yes." Shinsu was an obedient patient. He did whatever the doctor told him to do, and didn't mind that the person next to him was his mortal enemy. Although Shiryu didn't like being so close to Shinsu, and didn't want to see Shinsu's annoying face. But he didn't want to offend the NPC on the first day of the game, so he did it. When the two were only an arm's length away from each other, the doctor suddenly raised his hand and pressed hard on the back of their heads. Their lips touched unexpectedly. The live broadcast room exploded. "Oh my god! Oh my god!" I shouted, "Oh my god! Is this something I can see? Is this something I can see without paying? Ah. This doctor did what I wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Really? Press your head and count out a CP." Shiryu pushed Shinsu away with astonishment. It is hard to imagine that a doctor would do such a thing in broad daylight, but then think about it, this is not the real world, the doctor inside is an NPC, of course anything can happen. After thinking it through, Shiryu felt a little better. But the kiss with Shinsu still made him feel uncomfortable. He turned away and wiped his lips hard. Shinsu did not expect that extra treatment was such a treatment method. After being pushed away by Shiryu, he was stunned for a few seconds, then he casually wiped his lips with his index finger, and then the tip of his tongue touched the corner of his lips that was hurt by his teeth. Shiryu and Shinsu walked out of the number 2 recovery room one after another. Finally out. "Are you okay?" The 3 people outside the clinic heard the noise and surrounded them. Xiao Wanwan, who was emo just now, recovered under the comfort of her boyfriend. When she asked, her eyes drifted back and forth between Shiryu and Shinsu. The 2 people felt a little strange after they came out, but they couldn't tell what was strange. Xiao Wanwan asked, "Why did you stay in there for so long? What did they do to you?" Shiryu wore his hospital gown properly, with the buttons buttoned correctly. He was in good spirits, but his expression was a little ugly. He glanced behind him. "Ask him." He naturally refers to Shinsu. Shinsu is a very easy-to-talk person, and he was not unhappy at all when he was called out. He took 2 steps forward. 1 second, he seemed to be immersed in a certain scene, and could not get out of it. The next second, he pulled himself out of the scene, and returned to reality. He seamlessly switched, and showed a bright smile. He said in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing. They just gave us electrotherapy. Don't worry." Xiao Wanwan took a breath. "I have heard of some gay correction schools. It is said that the people there will also give students electrotherapy correction. Is electrotherapy painful?" "Well." Shinsu lowered his eyelashes, and thought for 2 seconds. His fingers touched his lips, intentionally, or unintentionally. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Shiryu tilted his head, and glanced at Shinsu. Although they were tied to the electrotherapy bed, they were obviously not electroshocked. "I don't understand why this person lied." But Shiryu was too lazy to correct him. Xiao Wanwan's eyes followed Shinsu's movements, and fell on Shinsu's lips. It seemed that Shinsu had this movement when he just left the clinic. Why touch his lips? Xiao Wanwan looked at Shiryu fiercely. She now knew what was strange. The two had red lips after they came out. Ever since the first and second on the list were kissed by the doctor, the live broadcast room started to go crazy, and it was not until this moment that the content of the barrage gradually returned to normal. Miss Xiao Wanwan seems to have discovered a blind spot. Miss Xiao's expression at this moment is the same as mine 10 minutes ago. Although they were not electrocuted, why did Shinsu lie? I am not sisterly. Perhaps Shinsu is not a sunny and cheerful neighbor brother at all. He may also be a white cut black. Maybe Shinsu didn't lie? Did no one really notice the fluctuation of the monitor when their lips touched that 1 second? Chapter 4. Lin Yuren came out after the two of them. She was in good spirits except that her face was a little pale. She said that the people inside showed her a horror movie, and did not allow her to close her eyes the whole time. Now everyone knows that the treatment here is a method of fighting poison with poison. It is not surprising that horror movies are shown to heart patients. After the treatment of the 6 people, the nurse took them back to the ward. On the way back, they still had to pass through the small garden. The sun above their heads had moved to the western hilltop. The landscaping workers, who watered the landscaping, were gone. The wet soil was dried by the sun, but Shiryu still felt cold. This kind of cold is not the coldness of the skin being blown by the wind, but the coldness that penetrates into the bones. After returning to the ward, Xiao Wanwan asked, "Did you feel cold when you passed the small garden?" Shiryu looked at Xiao Wanwan. It turned out that he was not the only one who felt this way. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought it was my illusion. When I walked into the small garden, I felt the surroundings were cool, as if there were several air conditioners blowing towards me. Lu Yang said. Lin Yuren and Cheng Jianshu also said that they felt the same way. Shiryu also said, "It is indeed a bit cold in this small garden." Cold? Shinsu tilted his head and recalled, and said honestly, "I didn't feel anything. Maybe I didn't notice it." Everyone went to the rehabilitation center in hospital gowns. Only Shinsu wore a windbreaker over his hospital gown. This windbreaker is very long and loose, and can wrap the whole person. There is fluff inside, which looks very warm. Everyone, Okay. No one went deeper into this topic. When the clock on the wall showed 1800 hours, the nurse brought dinner, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, which was nutritionally balanced and looked good, and there was fruit after the meal. Shinsu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a lollipop in his mouth, tapping his fingers in the air, obviously studying the game panel. 6 hospital meals were placed on the table, and no one touched them. Who knows what will happen if you eat the things in the game? Everyone has been brought to this place for most of the day, and they are all hungry now, but compared to the food that looks delicious but comes from unknown sources, Shinsu's candy is obviously much safer. Xiao Wanwan swallowed her saliva again, and finally couldn't help asking Shinsu, "Do you have any more candy?" Shinsu paused for a moment. He blinked at Xiao Wanwan, and said gently, "No more. You can give." Xiao Wanwan's eyes lit up, then dimmed. Oh. It turns out that one candy can't satisfy the stomach of an adult man. After Shinsu finished eating the lollipop, he picked up a box of lunch and opened it to eat. "Aren't you afraid of poison?" Xiao Wanwan asked. Shinsu had already started eating. Judging from his appearance, the food should taste good. He swallowed the food slowly and said, "If a game relies on NPCs to poison the food to kill the players, don't you think this game design is too low?" Shinsu's words make sense, and it's impossible to not eat for 7 days of game time. "I think." Lu Yang nodded, and went to get the lunch box. Before he finished thinking, Xiao Wanwan said again, "But what if this game is so low?" Shinsu, Lu Yang, Doesn't the system have any face? Xiao Wanwan wanted to say something, but she saw the beautiful young man in the bed next to Shinsu also opened a lunch box. His white and beautiful fingers opened the disposable chopsticks, pulled the broccoli and the stir-fried broccoli aside, and took a bite of the carrot slices as a side dish. Xiao Wanwan, Lin Yuren and Cheng Jianshu and his wife also took a lunch box each. Lu Yang opened Xiao Wanwan's lunch box, and placed it in front of Xiao Wanwan before opening his own. He took a bite of chicken, and told Xiao Wanwan in surprise, "The taste of the braised chicken is very similar to the one at the entrance of our school." Half a minute later, Xiao Wanwan gave up struggling. After eating and drinking, everyone took turns to take a shower. At 21:50, the nurse came to remind them to turn off the lights and go to bed in 10 minutes, and reiterated that they must not leave the ward at night. At 2200 hours, the ward fell into darkness. Shiryu lay on the bed with his clothes on, and recalled what he had experienced today, including the scenes and conversations, and extracted the information he thought was useful in his mind, and then gradually fell asleep. Midnight. Ding dong. A sound. It was like the sound of some kind of ancient clock telling the time at the hour. Shiryu woke up when this sound rang in his mind. The ward was dark. The luminous clock on the wall showed the time, 2 o'clock. The door of the ward was wide open. Everyone else in the ward was gone. Shiryu sat up and looked at the empty ward and the darkness at the door. Where did the others go? Were they taken away by the NPC? Shiryu quickly rejected this idea. He didn't know about others, but Shinsu seemed to be obedient to the NPC, but if it came to personal safety, he would never surrender. If the NPC took them away by force, Shinsu would make a noise, and Shiryu's sleep was very light, so it was impossible for him to wake up. In addition, Shiryu noticed that the quilts on the other 5 beds were neatly folded and placed at the head of the bed. If they were taken away by the NPC, there would be no time to fold the quilts. Or, is he actually dreaming? Shiryu took out a black magnetic card from his pocket and tapped it twice. A blue display screen immediately popped up and floated in front of him. He clicked the My Live Room button on the interface. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter your own live room in the game. Still in the game, so he is not dreaming. Shiryu came to a conclusion in his heart. At this moment, the live room barrage was boiling. Wow, Yu is so smart. This is probably the fastest way to verify that it is not a dream. This? Why didn't I think of it? No. Has no one discovered such a big system bug before? Shinsu just clicked this button. Is this telepathy? Miss Xiao Wanwan is so brave. She actually walked out like this. Li Yang also went out. Aunt Lin, Uncle Chung and others also went out. High energy barrage protection ahead. Don't shout barrage protection. Go to Shiryu's live room. His live room is very safe. Yes, Shinsu's live broadcast room is also safe. It seems that neither of them intends to go out. One is looking for clues in the ward, and the other is sleeping. Xiao Wanwan's place is already haunted, and the other 3 are almost the same. It turns out that it is wise not to go out. Sometimes you have to listen to NPCs. Shiryu found the light switch and pressed it. The room was still dark. It should be that the main power switch was turned off. He searched the ward in the dark. There was nothing on the bedside table for 6 people. The drawer was empty, and even the trash can in the ward was empty. Except for his bed, the other beds had no signs of use, or there were no signs of use in this ward. Shiryu had a guess. Could it be that he was the only one who was moved to another ward by the NPC? He stood up and prepared to go to the door of the ward to check the room number, and suddenly he felt sleepy halfway. Shiryu fell asleep. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on bed number 5, and everyone else in the ward was sleeping in their own beds. Except Shinsu. Shinsu woke up, sat cross-legged on the bed, supported his chin with one hand, and tilted his head, thinking about something interesting. He glanced at Shiryu after hearing the noise. Shiryu ignored Shinsu. He sat up by himself. Of course Shinsu didn't say hello to him, and after glancing at him, he turned his head and was in a daze. After a while, the other 4 people slowly woke up, and they were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Did you, Drew, dreaming last night? Xiao Wanwan asked tentatively. Everyone looked at her suddenly. Everyone's reaction had already told her the answer. Xiao Wanwan swallowed and asked again, did you dream that you were the only one in the ward after waking up? No one spoke. The temperature around became very low at this moment. I heard a bell. Lin Yering broke the silence and took the initiative to share her dream information. I opened my eyes and found that I was the only one in the ward. The door was open. I wanted to find you, so I went out. There was no one outside, and no doctors or nurses. I walked to the elevator entrance. I didn't press the button, but the elevator door stopped at my floor, and then the door opened. Lu Yang swallowed and asked tremblingly, what's inside? There's nothing inside. Lu Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but before he could finish his breath, he heard Lin Yering's next words. But when I turned around, there was a girl in a red skirt standing behind me. Lu Yang, Lu Yang almost couldn't breathe. He didn't dare to ask what the girl in the red skirt was. Fortunately, it was a dream. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Lu Yang patted his chest to comfort himself. After all, the hospital is a place with a heavy energy, so it's normal to have such a dream. It was already dawn outside the window, and everyone was no longer sleepy. Lin Yering suggested, let's all talk about the details of the dream and see if we can get some clues from it. Everyone nodded in agreement and pulled chairs to sit together. Chung Jianshu took out his reading glasses from his pocket and put them on, and then took out a palm-sized notebook and a pen, saying, I record it. Everyone's dreams were similar. They all opened their eyes, and found that there was no one in the ward, and then encountered ghosts when they went out. The scenes of encountering ghosts were also similar. Lin Yering encountered a ghost at the elevator entrance, Xiao Wanwan encountered a ghost in front of the mirror, but Xiao Wanwan only saw a shadow in her peripheral vision and ran away without daring to look closely. Lu Yong and Chung Jianshu encountered a ghost in the bathroom. They did not see a ghost, but the water in the faucet turned into blood. These are all common ghost encounters in ghost movies. As for whether they are scary or not, it depends on personal preference. Where are Xiaoshan and Xiaoshi? Lin Yering asked. Sure, you said. I didn't know I was dreaming at first. I searched the ward and there was nothing inside. Your quilts were all folded. I suspected that I was moved to a new ward. I was about to check the room number, but I felt sleepy halfway, and then I lost consciousness. I woke up again, and found myself back in this ward, and then I realized that I was dreaming. Sure, you did not tell the story of him clicking the My Live Room button in his dream to verify the dream. He was not sure if this was a dream or not, because it is not impossible to present these details in a dream. Yes. After hearing this, Xiao Wanlan slapped Lu Yang's thigh, annoyed. I should have checked the ward number. It might not be our ward. Why didn't I think of it? Although it was a dream, I could get some clues. Where is Shinsu? Shinsu. I opened my eyes, and found that there was no one in the ward. I was a little scared and closed my eyes, and fell asleep again. Okay. After talking about the dream, everyone talked about their respective game tasks. It turned out that everyone received the same task, 7 days of game time, 100 exploration points to complete the game, 80 exploration points to complete the game for new anchors, and even the copywriting was exactly the same. 1 day of game time has passed, and everyone's exploration level is still 0, which makes people anxious, so everyone discussed the exploration level. Lin Yering said, the exploration degree may not be a simple exploration map. We went to the rehabilitation center yesterday, but the exploration degree was still 0, which means that the exploration map is not considered exploration. Lu Yang added, going to the rehabilitation center is what the NPC asked us to do. Rehabilitation treatment is considered a task, but our exploration degree did not increase after we did this task, which means that the tasks arranged by the system are not included in the exploration degree. We may have to understand medicine more deeply. The voice stopped abruptly, because at this time, everyone's display screen suddenly popped up without warning. A new task was issued above. Team matching. Matching successful. Hello, player number 5, your teammate is player number 6. The next task requires you to work with your teammates to complete it. At the same time, a flashing white number appeared above everyone's head, and the player number corresponded to each person's bed number. Shiryu's teammate, player number 6, is Shinsu. The system popped up another warm reminder, now go and say hello to your teammate Shiryu. Chapter 5. Time passed by minute, and 10 minutes had passed since the system issued the team formation task. The 6 people who had just sat together and discussed heatedly were now divided into 3 camps. No, to be precise, 4 camps. Lu Yang and Xiao Wanwan were together, Chung Jianshu and Lin Yering were together, Shiryu and Shinsu sat on their own beds, 1 person in each camp. The ward was so quiet for a while, that only the sound of the air conditioner was heard. Chung Jianshu was player number 1, Lin Yering was player number 2, and the 2 were divided into a group. Player number 3 Lu Yang and player number 4 Xiao Wanwan also successfully formed a team. Should we say that the system is still humane? It didn't break up couples. Sure, you thought? But the system probably has some serious problems. Do he and Shinsu look like a couple? Shiryu leaned against the head of the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. Shinsu took out 3 lollipops from somewhere, threw them into the air and caught them in turn, and had a lot of fun. When Xiao Wanwan asked him for candy yesterday, he said he had none left. Lu Yang and Xiao Wanwan huddled together at the head of the bed, and began to communicate in a low voice. Lin Yering and Chung Jianshu also exchanged questions, and chatted by writing on their notebooks. Shiryu and Shinsu had no intention of communicating. It was obvious that they did not take the system's friendly reminder seriously. They were not in a hurry, but the comments in the live broadcast room were anxious for them. Have you read the team formation information? Such a big team formation information. You should have read it, right? The first step is to form an alliance. What are these 2 doing? You say the system is humane. He issued a team formation task when everyone was ready to unite. You say the system is inhumane. He arranged all the couples together. Ha ha ha, the system knows how to sow discord. Couples are arranged together. I love to hear this, so if you can say it, please say more. Those of you who are still in the mood to buy CPs probably forgot that this dungeon has a 17% clearance rate. You guys should communicate. Share clues. The other two teams are already discussing solutions. Shinsu, you are still playing acrobatics. What the hell? Your CPs don't look very familiar. This dungeon is really a test of tacit understanding. I'm afraid it will fail. Shiryu closed his eyes, thinking quickly. What is the intention of the system's force team division? To let players compete with each other? Subsequent tasks must be completed in a team? Can't one person do it? Can he change teammates? However, this idea is unlikely to work. Not to mention whether the system allows it. Even if the system allows it, the four people in front of them are both husband and wife and lovers. They will definitely not agree to change. At 8 o'clock, the nurse brought breakfast, simple eggs and white porridge. Everyone had no problem with last night's meal, so everyone ate breakfast this morning without any precautions. After breakfast, the nurse took them out for a walk, and the place for the walk was in the small garden they passed by yesterday when they went to the rehabilitation center. This walking should also be one of the system tasks, and the exploration degree did not increase. With the experience of the small garden is a bit cold yesterday, everyone put on a coat over the hospital gown. The nurse took everyone to the garden and said, 1 hour of walking time, everyone can move freely in the garden. The red sun hung in the east, and the golden red sunlight sprinkled on the treetops, giving the lush leaves a golden halo. The greening worker who watered the plants was not there, and there were no other patients or staff here. There were only the 6 of them, and the nurse, who brought them here in the whole small garden. The nurse was an elderly woman. Lin Yering seemed to want to get some useful information from the nurse, and she chatted with the nurse about children. Chung Jianshu sat on a bench under the tree opposite, writing and drawing on his notebook with his head down. Xiao Wanwan took Lu Yang's arm and strolled in the garden. It seemed like they were strolling, but they were actually looking for clues. Shiryu was also strolling in the garden. He walked along a bluestone path, and when he reached the end of the bluestone path, the edge of the garden, he found that he couldn't get out. It wasn't that there was an obstacle in front of him, but that he couldn't move his feet any further after walking here. He could only lift his feet if he turned around. It seemed to be some kind of mechanism in the game. Since the let out the wind plot, they have been confined to this small garden. It's still cold here. Even if Shiryu wore an extra coat. Shiryu stood there for a while. He suddenly remembered that when the nurse found him in the outpatient hall yesterday, she said to him, "Why are you running around in a hospital gown?" Last night, the nurse reminded them not to leave the ward at night. In the dream, he and Shinsu did not leave the ward and nothing happened, but the other 4 people ran into ghosts when they went out. This shows that what the NPC said makes sense. At least under the rules of the game, it is not wrong to listen to the NPC. You can't run around in a hospital gown. So what if he doesn't wear a hospital gown? Shiryu wanted to verify his guess. He took off his coat and put it on his arm and began to unbutton the hospital gown. His skin is very white, with a transparent texture under the sunlight. The exposed neck is slender. I don't know if it's because his skin is too tender or the fabric of the hospital gown is too rough, and the skin on the back of his neck is rubbed red. One can't help but wonder, if you hold hands, will fingerprints be easily left? Are you hot? The sudden voice above his head made Shiryu stop. Shinsu came behind Shiryu without knowing when. Shiryu and Shinsu were born in the same year. Shiryu was 1 month older than Shinsu. From kindergarten to elementary school, Shiryu was 2 centimeters taller than Shinsu. In junior high school, both of them started to grow rapidly. However, no matter how much they grew, Shiryu was always half a head shorter than Shinsu. Shiryu's net height is 179 centimeters, and Shinsu is over 1.9 meters tall. It's not obvious from a distance, but if you stand close, it will give people a sense of oppression, which makes Shiryu very uncomfortable. He stepped aside and felt that Shinsu might have some problems. Are they on good terms? Just come to talk? No. Shiryu's tone was cold. He buttoned his clothes back and turned to walk to the other side of the bluestone path. After walking for a while, Shiryu looked back and found that Shinsu had not followed him. He stood where he had been standing, looking at the green bushes beside him. What was he thinking? Shiryu walked to the other side of the garden and prepared to take off his hospital gown to try it out. However, the time for airing was over and the nurse called everyone to gather back to the ward, so he had to give up. When leaving, a leaf was blown into Shiryu's palm by the wind. The leaf was emerald green in color, with clear veins and very symmetrical, suitable for making bookmarks. Shiryu took the leaf back to the ward. After lunch, it was time for rehabilitation treatment. The process was the same as yesterday, but there were also some differences. In order to avoid the recurrence of yesterday's incident, Shiryu insisted on having one rehabilitation room for one person. With yesterday's experience, they easily coped with the treatment. Every day, they could only go out during the morning airing time and the noon rehabilitation treatment time. The rest of the time, they could only stay in the ward. Shiryu was bored and opened the game panel to see that there was a new system prompt. From 6 hours ago, when they returned to the ward after their walk. Exploration degree +2, explanation. A leaf. Leaves can increase exploration degree. Shiryu took out the leaf from his pocket and looked at it. If he plucked all the leaves from a tree, would his exploration degree be maxed out? Of course, Shiryu was just thinking about it, and it was naturally impossible to be that simple. But this leaf also shows that the small garden is an important place. The lights are still turned off at 2200 hours at night. Ding dong. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Shiryu opened his eyes. As expected, he was the only one in the ward. The nurse did not tell them tonight that you can't leave the ward at night, so Shiryu got out of bed, put on his coat, and walked out of the ward. The lights were on in the corridor, and nurses on duty walked by from time to time. The duty room at the end was also brightly lit. The two nurses inside were reading the medical records under the light, and there were security guards patrolling at the stairs. Shiryu walked around this floor and prepared to go down to the first floor to take a look. When turning around, he bumped into a man by accident. The man's pen fell to the ground. He bent down to pick up the pen and returned it. This was a man in his 30s, wearing a white coat and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his nose. He was handsome and elegant. After taking the pen, he smiled at him gently. "Thank you." Shiryu said, "You're welcome." He didn't think the people here were people. But the doctor's hands were warm. Shiryu saw the doctor again at the door of the emergency room. At that time, an unconscious patient was pushed down from the ambulance. Several nurses and doctors pushed the bed and trotted to the emergency room. This male doctor was one of them. He looked anxious but calm. He seemed to say, "I be the surgeon." The nurses beside him opened their eyes wide and looked worried. The doctor whispered something again, and the nurses calmed down instantly. A group of people pushed the patient past Shiryu. Shiryu noticed that there was a very young man lying on the bed. Everything was too normal here. No supernatural events happened. The doctors and nurses performed their duties, and it was normal, and no different from any hospital in reality. After waking up, Shiryu returned to the original ward, and the other 5 people were there. Shiryu received a system prompt, exploration degree +10, explanation, trigger key person. Key person? Is it the male doctor? Everyone communicated with their teammates as soon as they woke up. Only Shiryu and Shinsu were still playing their own games and ignored each other. Xiao Wanwan and Lu Yang talked for a while, and Xiao Wanwan said, "Did everyone sleep well last night? When I woke up last night and saw that there was no one in the ward, I knew I was dreaming again. I learned from brother Shinsu and closed my eyes and fell asleep again, so I slept well last night." Although the system assigned them teams and interrupted the original cooperation, information that did not involve interests could be exchanged. Lin Yering said, "My husband and I did not leave the ward. I also searched the ward and there was nothing inside, but there was no ghost." Lu Yang, "It seems that we still have to listen to the NPC. If the NPC does not allow us to go out, we should not go out. It's just that the exploration degree has not increased at all." Xiao Wanwan, "It didn't increase, at least it wasn't haunted." Lu Yang, "That's right. I did go out last night." The 4 of them were chatting well, and Shinsu suddenly said this, which made the 4 of them silent. "Did you encounter a ghost?" After a while, Xiao Wanwan asked. Shinsu, "No." Shinsu, "The exploration level has increased by 10. The 4 of them became even more silent. Chapter 6. I also left the ward last night. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Shiryu spoke to ease the atmosphere. It also increased 10 points of exploration. Shiryu did not say where the exploration points came from. Shiryu also did not say the 2 points of exploration points of the leaf. Seeing that everyone was still silent, Shiryu explained, "I don't know if you still remember that the nurse came to the ward before going to bed on the first night, and said that you can't leave the ward at night, but she didn't say it last night." Everyone was enlightened by Shiryu's words. The nurse reminded them not to leave the ward on the first night, but the 4 of them didn't listen and went out, so they encountered ghosts. Shiryu and Shinsu didn't go out obediently, so they didn't encounter ghosts. The nurse didn't say this on the second night, and the 2 of them went out. Not only did they not encounter ghosts, but they also earned exploration points. The 4 of them didn't pay attention to the questions and missed 10 points of exploration in vain. The 4 people who understood were a little autistic. The atmosphere in the ward fell into a strange silence again. In the live broadcast room that they can't see, the atmosphere was relaxed very well. Don't relax it next time. On the first night, others went out but they didn't. On the second night, others didn't go out but they did. What is this called? Tell me. What is this called? Of course, it's the difference between a top student and a poor student. I thought you were going to say that they were telepathic. I took off my pants and you showed me this? During today's wind down time, Shiryu concentrated on picking up leaves in the small garden. Not only did he pick up leaves, he also picked up branches, flower buds that fell on the ground, petals that were dried by the wind, grass. He even dug a pile of mud. However, the exploration degree did not increase. This means that the same item will only trigger a reward once. The game lasts for 7 days, and today is the 3rd day. Except for Shiryu and Shinsu, the exploration level of the other 4 people is still 0. They are all anxious. They sit on the bench in the small garden to discuss every minute during the time of playing, so they don't pay attention to Shiryu who is picking up leaves everywhere. Shinsu may have noticed him, or maybe not, or maybe he noticed him, but was too lazy to care. Shiryu's current exploration level is 12 points. Although it is higher than others, it is still far from the 80 points of exploration required to complete the game. The rehabilitation treatment at noon every day will not increase the exploration level. At present, we can only pin our hopes on the dream at night. In fact, Shiryu still has doubts about whether this is a dream. If it is a dream, the system should not be used in the dream, but he can open the game system in the dream, and the system prompt that pops up when clicking my live room is even the same as the pop-up when pressing this button in reality. But if it is not a dream, he doesn't know how to explain the scene that appears in the dream, and is very different from the scene after waking up. However, judging from the message you cannot enter your own live broadcast room in the game that popped up in the system, this dream is part of the game, so he and Shinsu can gain exploration points from the dream. In fact, in this situation, if you can share dream information with your teammates, it will be very helpful for passing the game, but when you think that his teammate is a certain Shin, Shiryu doesn't want to speak. Shiryu opened the game panel to find a breakthrough from it, and suddenly a pop-up box popped up in the center of the screen. Player number 6 applied to add you as a friend, and applied for a message, none. Shiryu's first reaction was, Shinsu wanted to add him as a friend? Is he crazy? The second reaction was, can this game add friends? Before entering the game, he deleted all of Shinsu's contact information in front of Shinsu at the Lotus Lake. Shinsu also said that there would be no need to contact him in the future. Therefore, this is not a question of whether to press this button or not, but a question of a man's dignity. Shiryu was hesitating. To others, he looked at the void in a daze. Shinsu probably found that he was looking at the game panel. Soon, another system message popped up here. Player number 6 applied to add you as a friend and applied to leave a message. I suspect that we were not dreaming at night. I have a way to verify it. Facts have proved that Shinsu's brain is not broken. Shinsu and Shiryu thought of the same thing. They both doubted the reality of this dream. When Shinsu said this, Shiryu immediately realized what the verification method was. Since the game system can be opened in the dream, the best way to prove whether this game system is a dream setting is to add friends and chat in the dream. If they can chat, it can prove that this is not a dream, at least not a standalone, but a dream that can be connected to the internet. In order to verify the dream, Shiryu temporarily put aside past grudges and clicked agree. A My Friends list immediately appeared in the lower right corner of the game screen, and there was only one friend in it, player number 6. The nurse did not say anything before turning off the lights tonight, so when the bell rang at 2 a.m., the 6 people who woke up in the ward walked out of the ward. Xiao Wanwan encountered a ghost in the mirror last time, so this time she walked carefully and avoided places with glass reflections. The walls in the elevator would reflect people, so she didn't even dare to take the elevator. Of course, I didn't dare to walk the stairs of the safety passage alone, and I only dared to wander around on this floor. Unlike the last dream, this time it was not pitch black outside the ward, nor was there anyone. There were nurses at the nurse station, security guards at the elevator entrance, and nurses on duty passed by from time to time in the corridor. Xiao Wanwan chatted with the security uncle very familiarly, and then went to the nurse station to ask for hot water to drink, and talked to the nurse about skin care and makeup. As they chatted, they naturally turned the topic to the hospital. When Lu Yong left the ward, he saw the nurse on duty outside with a face that was scarier than seeing a ghost. The nurse asked him considerately if he couldn't find the ward and whether he wanted to be sent back. Liu Yang had goosebumps all over his body, and hurriedly waved his hand, and said no. Even his voice was trembling. The truly scary ghosts are not those with green faces and fangs, and bleeding from all 7 orifices, but those that are no different from ordinary people. That is the real horror. He would rather run into a ghost than walk with a person who looks normal. Liu Yang pressed the down button of the elevator, hoping to find a place without people to calm down. As soon as he entered the elevator, 5 or 6 people squeezed into the elevator, and he almost died on the spot. Lin Yering woke up and first observed the ward. She was still in the ward number 1, 30th floor, number 305, and she was lying on bed number 2. The remaining 5 beds had no signs of use, which was similar to the situation on the first day. The difference was that there were nurses and security guards on duty in the dream tonight, and no supernatural events occurred. After Lin Yering walked around this floor, she took the same method as Xiao Wanwan to get words from the nurses and security guards. Zheng Jianshu explored this inpatient building as quickly as possible, and then explored other buildings, drawing maps on his notebook as he walked. Shiryu opened his eyes at 2 a.m. He immediately clicked into the system interface, and was about to send a message to Shinsu to see if the other party could receive it. Shinsu had already sent it first, and the time was 5 seconds ago, with a question mark. Shiryu replied with a period. The system showed that the message was sent successfully, which meant that this was not just a dream. After sending these 2 punctuation marks, the 2 of them explored their own and ignored each other, as if they added friends just to verify whether messages could be sent here. This time, Shiryu went to the outpatient hall, which is the place with the most daily traffic. Hospitals usually design hospital corporate culture propaganda walls, medical culture walls, and expert team image walls in conspicuous places in the outpatient hall. These information will help him understand the hospital. Shiryu entered from the back door of the outpatient building, where the lights were dim. There were nurses on duty in the outpatient hall in front, and people who came to see the doctor were sitting in the rest area in groups of 3 or 2. Shiryu did not spend much effort to find the photo wall. A tightly wrapped man also stood in front of the photo wall. He was dressed in black, wearing a cap, a mask, and a scarf. His face could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were fixed on a single photo pasted on the far left of the wall. His shoulder blades trembled slightly, and his hands hanging by his side were also wearing black gloves. This man was a bit strange. Shiryu stood on the other side of the escalator, and did not go over for the time being. Shinsu sent him a few messages. I bumped into a doctor in the elevator. He was different from other template-like NPC nurses. He seemed to have his own ideas. I saw him again in the emergency hall. He followed a group of doctors, and pushed a patient to the emergency room. Shiryu suppressed his shock and asked in a typing voice, "Is that doctor about 30 years old? Wearing a white coat, silver-rimmed glasses, elegant temperament, and a royal blue fountain pen on his chest. Shinsu? Question mark. Shinsu, how do you know? Shiryu, because this was my dream last night." Shinsu didn't reply for a long time, probably because he was also shocked. The strange man left, and Shiryu walked to the photo wall. His eyes fell on the first photo on the far left, which was pasted separately, and it was also the photo that the strange man stared at for a long time. Lin Qinghe, chief physician, academician of the National Academy of Engineering, and current director of Xinqing Hospital. The man in the photo has the same face as the doctor in a white coat that Shiryu bumped into at the elevator entrance last night. In other words, the doctor he bumped into last night was Lin Qinghe, director of Xinqing Hospital. Why did that person look at the photo of the director of Xinqing Hospital? Know him? Or seek revenge? Shiryu told Shinsu about the strange man he saw tonight. The director on the photo wall, the male doctor he met at the elevator entrance, was the director, and the strange man staring at the director's photo. While editing the information, he followed the strange man in the direction he left. Outside the back door of the outpatient building was a bluestone path, with dim street lights on both sides. The strange man did not go far, and Shiryu walked towards that direction with light steps pretending to take a walk. After reading the message he sent, Shinsu said, "The person you described, I happened to see him sneaking into the director's office last night." The strange man stood in the shadow of the tree without moving. Shiryu was about to brush shoulders with him, when the man suddenly spoke. "It was you that day?" The voice was very low, and the tone was unfriendly. "What?" Shiryu stopped, with a look of confusion in his eyes. In fact, he was also puzzled by this question. "Hello, what did you just say?" The man did not answer. His eyes under the shadow of the brim of his hat stared at him for a few seconds, then he laughed strangely and turned away. Soon the figure disappeared into the darkness. Shiryu did not follow him. He lowered his head and replied to the message. It was not a coincidence. You were following him last night, right? Chapter 7. Shinsu asked back, so, are you following him now? Shiryu, The game settings allow only one person to see his own game panel, but the audience in the live broadcast room outside the game can see the chat between the two clearly. I just want to know how Shiryu came to the conclusion that Shinsu was following the guy last night. Through one sentence? I also want to know how Shinsu came to the conclusion that Shiryu was doing this through Shiryu's counter-question. What's more amazing is that their conclusions are all correct. He understands him so well. Shiryu ignored this question and explained. He asked me if it was you that day, so I guess he should have discovered you, but he probably didn't see you clearly because he mistook me for you. He mistook me for you. Highlight the key point. Other sentences contain uncertain adverbs such as should. Yes, but this sentence is affirmative. They are obviously different in height. So why is Yu so confident that the other party can recognize him as Shinsu? Thank you, I'm touched. Shinsu threw out another question. So he found you too? Shiryu, We couldn't continue chatting today. Shiryu typed with a cold face. I walked over openly. I didn't follow him. There is no such thing as whether I found him or not. This message was sent for 2 minutes before Shinsu replied. Only 3 words. Angry? I saw a sense of doting in these 3 words. What's going on? Yu's words are not convincing, not rational enough. Although he has no expression, I can see his emotional fluctuations. Are they really on bad terms? I feel they are weird. Don't ask, just ask that he is easy to understand. Shiryu didn't know that the audience in the live broadcast room had already started to pair him with Shinsu. He didn't want to say too many irrelevant words to Shinsu, so he changed the subject and said, It is now known that what we think of as dreams every night are not actually dreams, but scenes from a certain period of time in the hospital in the past. The characters in the scene can see us, and we can also talk to them. The game mechanism should be to tell us some information through these scenes and characters, and we can get exploration rewards after triggering the key characters. Every night at 2 a.m., we all wake up in Ward 305, but everyone enters a different scene every night, so we can't see each other, but we can chat through the game system, which we discovered tonight. As for how to trigger the key character, I helped the dean pick up the pen last night, but I'm not sure whether the specific triggering condition is through talking to the character, physical contact, or other. The man I saw tonight is probably one of the key characters in the game copy, but I'm just guessing whether he will know until he wakes up tomorrow. The exploration will be settled when you wake up the next day. Shiryu finished his thoughts and asked, What about you? What did you find? Shinsu sent a voice message. Shiryu actually doesn't like to send voice messages when chatting with people on WeChat, nor does he like others to send voice messages. Typing can be clear at a glance, and sending voice messages takes a long time to listen. Usually WeChat chats are not particularly important. If there is an emergency, it is more convenient to call directly. However, Shinsu's voice message is only 7 seconds, which is not too challenging to his patience. Shiryu clicked the play button, and Shinsu's voice sounded directly in his ears, as if he was wearing a Bluetooth headset. So many words suddenly. Shinsu's tone was lazy, and the tail tone was deliberately stretched and raised, like a small hook. Are you deliberately changing the subject? Shiryu almost couldn't breathe. Did he say all those words to the dog? Soon, the familiar sleepiness came over him. When he woke up again, Shiryu returned to the ward, and the other 5 people were there. Shinsu woke up before Shiryu, and now he was leaning against the bed with his hands supporting his head and looking at the game panel. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and greeted Shiryu. Good morning, did you sleep well last night? The other people in the ward also woke up, and they looked at them with surprise when they saw that the 2 people who had never actively communicated in the past few days were actually chatting this morning. Shiryu didn't want to be seen as an impolite image in everyone's eyes, so he said, I slept well thanks to you. Shinsu seemed not to hear the sarcasm in his last sentence, showing 2 small tiger teeth and smiling at him. That's good. Shiryu ignored Shinsu. He opened the game panel. There were 2 new system messages on it. Exploration degree plus 10, description, trigger key characters, exploration degree. Add 5, explanation. From Shinsu, the first message was expected, but the explanation of the second message puzzled Shiryu. Why did it say from Shinsu? Shiryu glanced at Shinsu in the bed next to him. He didn't want to talk, so he opened a friend chat box and typed, You gave me exploration points? Shinsu seemed to be used to Shiryu's behavior of chatting with him, while sitting face to face. He replied immediately, This should be assist points. I also have 5 exploration points from you. Assist points? Although this description is also fine, what did they do last night? They didn't meet last night, but just shared information. Can sharing information get assist points? If this premise is true, then wouldn't the assist points be higher if the 6 of them cooperated? As soon as Shiryu had this idea, Shinsu had already started to implement it. I met the dean in the hospital last night, and my exploration increased by 10 points. He said that I triggered a key figure. In the next half an hour, Shinsu generously shared his experiences last night and the night before with everyone, including the 2 key figures that were triggered, the function of adding friends in the game, his communication with Shiryu in the game last night, and both of them received an additional 5 points of exploration assist points, and the conclusion he and Shiryu came to that the dream was not a dream, but a scene that happened in the hospital at a certain time in the past. He even helped to tell Shiryu's experience, but he did not reveal a word about the content of their chat. Xiao Wanwan was a little excited after hearing this. According to what you said, sharing information can earn assist points, so if we all share our experiences at night, won't we be able to quickly fill up the exploration level? That's what I guessed. Shinsu looked at Xiao Wanwan with approval, and then sighed, but it hasn't been verified yet. Then let's verify it now. Xiao Wanwan took the initiative to say, I was afraid of encountering ghosts again last night, so I didn't dare to go anywhere else. I just wandered around on this floor, and I got some information about the dean from the nurse. The dean's name is Lin Qinghe, Qing for clean and honest, and he for Y. He is the dream lover of all the girls in the hospital. This Dean Lin is awesome. Not to mention that he is handsome. He went to college at the age of 14, obtained a doctorate at the age of 26, and at the age of 36, he is already the youngest academician of the Academy of Engineering and the dean of Xincheng Hospital. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius. Of course, he is not only a genius, but also a compassionate doctor. The Xincheng Hospital founded by Dean Lin is based on the purpose of serving the people. Every month, it goes out to various communities to provide free medical services for the elderly, provide free medical care for the disabled, and provide relief for patients with family difficulties. In short, not only the nurses in the hospital like him, but the people around him also respect and love him. Xiao Wanwan said a lot, and the summary is, Dean Lin is awesome, handsome, kind, and a good person. The background introduction of the hospital at the beginning of the game said that Xincheng Hospital once won the title of the most satisfactory hospital for the masses. Dean Lin has such a good reputation, it is not surprising that the hospital can win this title. But what Lin Yaring said later was somewhat inconsistent with the background introduction of the hospital. Lin Yaring learned from the security guard that the hospital exploited employees, did not buy insurance for them, violated the labor contract, worked 12 hours a day, did not receive overtime subsidies, and did not give rest on holidays. But the game copy also said that Xincheng Hospital has the lowest employee turnover rate among its peers in the past 10 years. Of course, there's another possibility that the security guards are outsourced and naturally cannot enjoy the hospital benefits, and the number of people who resign is not included in the hospital statistics. Cheng Jianchu and Lu Yang also briefly talked about their experiences. The former spent the whole night drawing maps and had no special experience, while the latter's experience was of little reference value. Through everyone's information sharing, the 6 people came to a conclusion. The scenes that everyone encounters every night are random. Not everyone is so lucky to encounter scenes with key figures, and not everyone can trigger key figures. Both nights were randomly visited by key scenes, and key characters were triggered. Only Shiryu and Shinsu were able to get exploration points. Xiao Wanwan and Lin Yaring obtained 8 and 7 exploration points respectively by tricking nurses and security guards. Cheng Jianchu ran through 3 buildings and drew 3 maps, but the maps could not be brought out in the scenes, which was equivalent to working in vain. However, he still got 2 exploration points, probably due to the hard work given by the system. Lu Yang did not encounter anything, and his exploration point is 0 so far. The original intention of sharing information with each other was to get assist points, but after everyone shared the information, an hour later, the exploration point remained unchanged. Lin Yaring guessed, will it be useful to share information in random scenes at night? To share information, we must first have a group. Xiao Wanwan said, since the game can add friends, can we start a group chat? Everyone looked down and found that there was indeed a button to start a group chat. Xiao Wanwan added everyone as friends, and then created a small group of 6 people, named Xincheng Hospital Exploration Team. Sharing information can earn assist points. This conclusion was drawn based on Shiryu and Shinsu's experience the night before. No one knows whether it can be applied to 6 people. We will have to wait until tonight to find out. The audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. Add friends, start a group chat, and there is such a function? You guys are playing horror games as online games? You can add friends in the dungeon? Why don't I remember this function? Is there something wrong with my memory? Your village was not connected to the internet a few years ago, but it was available later. The game will also be upgraded with the trend of the times, otherwise how can it retain players? Start a group chat to get assist points? Will this work? The facts prove that it really works. At 2 o'clock that night, everyone woke up in a familiar empty ward. It was probably this small group of 6 people who gave them courage, and everyone went out to explore boldly. Before that, Shinsu summarized several locations where key figures might appear: the elevator entrance of their inpatient building, the ambulance outside the emergency building, the photo wall in the lobby on the first floor of the outpatient building, and the dean's office on the second floor of the medical technology building. Shinsu also planned a detailed exploration route for everyone. When you wake up, go to the elevator entrance to meet the dean. You can bump into him and help him pick up the pen. Then go to the front of the emergency building to see if there is an unconscious young man being pushed down from the ambulance. The operation on this patient was performed by the dean himself. He is very likely to be a key figure. Although you can't talk to him, you can go nearby to get experience. If you don't meet the dean at the elevator entrance, it means that you haven't randomly encountered this scene. So hurry up and go to the photo wall in the lobby on the first floor of the outpatient building to meet the second key figure, a man dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask. This man doesn't look like a good person. It's risky to follow him, so just find a way to talk to him. As for the dean's office on the second floor of the medical technology building, Shinsu does not recommend that you go there because your life may be in danger. If you do not encounter key figures in these locations, it means that you may not have randomly encountered a scene with key figures, or it may be that you have randomly encountered it, but he ensure you have not experienced it. Then you can explore freely. Whether you can encounter key figures depends on your luck. The most important point: everyone needs to share what they see and hear in the group while exploring. Everyone explored in an orderly manner under Shinsu's arrangement. At the end of this night, in addition to the basic points of personal exploration, each of the 6 people received the following system information: Exploration degree +6, note. From Shiryu, Exploration degree +8, note. From Shinsu, Exploration degree +3, note. From Xiao Wanwan, Exploration degree +4, note. From Lin Yering, Exploration degree +5, note. From Lu Yang, Exploration degree +3, note. From Cheng Jianshu. This night was very fruitful. Everyone explored some information to some extent, got basic points, and also got assist points from the other 5 people. This assist point is half of the basic point of the person. For example, if Shiryu's basic point is 12, then the other 5 people can get 6 assist points from Shiryu. At the end of this night, everyone's exploration points accumulated were: Shiryu, 62. Shinsu, 62. Xiao Wanwan, 40. Lu Yang, 34. Lin Yering, 40. Cheng Jianshu, 34. Everyone was very happy to earn so much exploration points in one night. Today is the 5th day of the game. Lin Yering encouraged everyone: we have to keep working hard. Xiao Wanwan said while drinking soy milk, "Don't worry, Sister Lin, at this rate, we can reach the exploration level tonight and tomorrow night." Shinsu smiled and said, "Yes, Sister Lin, if we perform exceptionally well, we can reach 80 exploration levels tonight." Lu Yang took the fried dough sticks left by Xiao Wanwan and ate them, and said to Shinsu, "Even if we don't perform exceptionally well, Shinsu and Shiryu, you two have already reached such a high exploration level. Even if you just brush it casually tonight, you can pass the game tomorrow morning." "Where does Sister Lin live? Is it also near Lotus Lake?" Shinsu smiled. Yin said, "My home is also near Lotus Lake. Can I go out and play with Sister Lin?" Shinsu called Lin Yering Sister Lin all the time. Cheng Jianshu couldn't stand it anymore. He held his wife's hand and said seriously, "What, Sister Lin? My wife and I should be about the same age as your parents." "Really?" Shinsu showed a surprised expression. He glanced at Cheng Jianshu and then looked at Lin Yering seriously. "But Sister Lin looks about the same age as my sister." A few seconds later, he added, "But Uncle Cheng, you can see that she is about the same age as my father." Xiao Wanwan, puff! Shiryu's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Shinsu and then retracted his eyes. This man is really sweet and really likes elders, but this elder may be limited to middle-aged women, because middle-aged men may want to beat him to death. Lin Yering covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her shoulders were shaking. While laughing, she held Cheng Jianshu's hand tightly and told him not to bully the children anymore. She also told Shinsu to come to her house for dinner when he was free after going out, because her husband was a good cook. Chung Jianchu, Chung Jianchu felt wronged. Who bullied whom? Everyone shared what they saw and heard last night in the group in real time, so no one talked about the game last night this morning. Everyone was talking about where to eat and drink after going out, and where to relax and have fun. The atmosphere in the ward was relaxed. Shiryu was not affected by the relaxed atmosphere. There was still a string in his brain that was tense. They got the exploration degree too easily. I always feel that the next game will not be easy. Chapter 8. After breakfast, it was the daily task of going out for a walk. After playing games for a few days, everyone knew that going out for a walk in the small garden would not increase their exploration points, so they simply stopped exploring. Lu Yong brought a deck of cards from the ward, and the 5 of them played landlord on the stone table in the small garden. Shiryu did not join. But everyone was used to Shiryu's unsociability and solitary nature, and no one cared about him. The red sun was hanging in the east, there was no wind, and the leaves were still, but Shiryu could still feel the cold rising from the soles of his feet. He walked along a bluestone path to the edge of the small garden. He couldn't lift his steps the last time he walked here, and this time was the same. He raised his hand and touched the air in front of him. There was no obstacle, but he couldn't lift his feet when he wanted to move forward. He looked back at the stone table under the shade of the tree in the distance. Shinsu was sitting with his back to him, with a lot of cards in his hand. This round was played by Shinsu, Lu Yang and Lin Yering, and the other 2 were watching the cards. No one paid attention to this side. Shiryu took off his hospital gown and found that his feet could move. He took a step forward, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. It was not a complete change, but it became vivid. Several medical staff were walking in the corridor of the hospital building, which was originally empty. There was a man smoking in front of the hospital fence. The security guard was walking over to persuade him to stop smoking. There were 2 cars parked in the parking space next to it. In the distance, there were 2 elderly people walking with crutches. These scenes were not seen in the small garden. It was as if the small garden was set up with a barrier. During the 1-hour mission of letting out wind, he looked out of the barrier and saw no one outside and could not walk out. But he could walk out after taking off his hospital gown and see everything outside was operating normally. Shiryu tried again. He stepped back. The medical staff, security guards, smoking men, and elderly people walking in front of him all disappeared. He put on his hospital gown and tried to move forward again, but he still couldn't move forward. He took off his hospital gown and moved forward again. The mysterious force blocking him disappeared, and the people he had just seen appeared in front of him again. The hospital gown is probably a prop with a limited effect in this game copy. But why is it designed like this? Shiryu was worried that someone would notice something strange and didn't stay here for too long. He put on his hospital gown and walked back as if nothing had happened, and came behind the people playing cards to look at the cards. Shinsu was also looking at the cards at this moment. Seeing him approaching and leaning over slightly, he said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you?" Shiryu, This person was clearly playing cards with his back to him just now. I don't know if he had eyes on the back of his head and noticed that he was not there. Shiryu glanced at Shinsu and said in a low voice, "You are quite nosy. After all, we are teammates now." This sentence sounded more human, but Shinsu said something else. "You didn't go to find clues without telling me, did you? And then abandon me to complete the game alone?" Shiryu, Although he did think so. But there is really no need to use the word abandon. Shinsu is tall and his frame is bigger than Shiryu's. The 2 of them are close to each other, and Shiryu feels like he is being enveloped. He moved half a step to the side and said calmly, "No, I was watching ants moving. Maybe I was blocked by the bushes when I was squatting just now." Shinsu hummed, not knowing whether he believed it or not. In fact, Shiryu hesitated whether to share his discovery with Shinsu. But he thought that if everything went as expected, they would all be able to clear the level tonight or tomorrow night, so it didn't matter whether he told Shinsu about it or not. Shiryu didn't want to talk to Shinsu now, so he chose not to say anything. Today's rehabilitation treatment was a little different from usual. A few days ago, when they entered the rehabilitation room, the doctor took a look at the symptoms and directly treated them, but today, when they went to the rehabilitation room, the doctor gave them a physical examination before the treatment, and then said, "Your condition is a bit recurrent, and I will increase your dosage from today." The 6 people got the same diagnosis. Why did they get this diagnosis? How did the condition recur? They didn't know, and they didn't dare to ask. The treatment method is still based on the individual's symptoms, but the dosage has indeed been increased. Chung Jianchu is diabetic and is usually forced to eat a high-sugar cake. Today, he ate 3. Lin Yering, who has heart disease, was thrown into a haunted space. Although Lin Yering is not afraid of ghosts, this personal experience is still a bit scary. She was very pale when she came out. Lu Yang was given a 3-on-1 psychological counseling by 3 doctors. After coming out, a person with normal psychology became anxious and worried that he could not give Xiao Wanwan a future. When Xiao Wanwan heard the word future, she felt so sad that she felt like she could jump off the building in the next second. Lin Yering comforted her for a long time before she gave up the idea of suicide. Yu and Shinsu's original treatment method was to tie people to the electrotherapy bed and show them small movies. But today, the NPC doctor found a few muscular men to perform live. Today's treatment is still Yu and Shinsu each in a recovery room. To be honest, watching the live 18+ is quite exciting for a straight man. Especially these muscular men are quite good at playing, some of which Yu has never seen in small movies. These 3 hours are really an eye-opener for Yu. Fortunately, Yu is a straight man. Although watching the live small movie is exciting, he has no waves in his heart after watching the whole process. The monitor at the head of the bed has no fluctuations throughout the whole process, and the electric shock device has been running for 3 hours. Today's increased dose treatment is over, but the doctor did not push Yu down from the electrotherapy bed immediately. The NPC doctor pointed at a muscular man casually, looked at Yu on the electrotherapy bed, and ordered the muscular man, "You go and make him hard." Hearing this, Yu froze. However, this was not the time for him to be stunned. Yu tried his best to maintain his calmness and said, "Doctor, this should not be within the scope of treatment, right? Besides, today's 3-hour treatment time has expired." The doctor walked towards him with a gloomy face. "I have the final say on your treatment plan. If I say it is not enough, it is not enough. I have been here for so many years, and no one has not reacted to me. I don't believe it." The doctor's eyes darkened, and he directed several other muscular men to come over, go and assist him. The muscular man was getting closer and closer to him, and Yu began to struggle. The restraints were tightly tightened around his wrists and ankles. The more he struggled, the tighter the restraints were. I don't know if Yu's emotions fluctuated too much at this moment. The monitor at the head of the bed responded, and the electrotherapy bed activated its function for Yu for the first time. On the first day of the game, the doctor said that the current of the electrotherapy bed was very small. Now Yu felt that the doctor was completely talking nonsense. This current was not small at all. It only took him a second to lose all his strength and watch the muscular man get closer and closer to him. The soundproofing effect of the recovery room is very good, and NPCs have absolute authority here. His companions can't save him, and people outside won't know what happened to him. Yu never thought that this would happen. On the first day, he was pressed on the head by the doctor and kissed Shinsu, which made him feel uncomfortable for a long time. He couldn't accept skin-to-skin contact with people, let alone with NPCs in the game. If this really happened, he didn't know what he would do. "Go away." Yu struggled, trembled, and gasped, "Stay away from me. Go away. Go away." Just as a hand was about to touch his face, the door of the recovery room was knocked open. "It's time for the patient to return to the ward." The doctor's face was originally distorted, but when he saw that it was a nurse coming outside, his expression eased. He glanced at the wall clock and nodded reluctantly. "Yes, the time is indeed up. You can take the patient away." Yu tilted his head to look at the door. The lights in the corridor were brighter than in the room, and it was a bit dazzling at first glance. He blinked his eyes and adjusted to the light. He saw that there was still a person standing behind the nurse. The person was very tall, and the light was against him, so he couldn't see his face clearly, but judging from his figure, it should be Shinsu. Yu didn't know if Shinsu was looking at him. Yu breathed a sigh of relief when the restraints on his body were untied. Fortunately, the nurse came in time. Fortunately, the nurse strictly followed the planned schedule. Today's treatment was too much, and everyone's appetite was not very good at night. But when they thought that they could leave the game and go home in 2 nights, everyone's mood improved again. After dinner, everyone played cards in the ward for a while, and then went to bed. At 2 a.m., the bell rang. The first thing everyone did when they opened their eyes was to open the group chat in the game panel. However, they found that the game panel could not be opened. No matter how they hit the black magnetic card, the game panel did not pop up. Some people thought that there was a problem with the magnetic card, and some people thought that there was a problem with the game system. Only the audience in the live broadcast room knew what was going on. I said, brushing dozens of exploration points in one night. Let them see how awesome they are. How can a copy with a clearance rate of only 17% be so simple? Although the game will be updated, it is impossible to give you cheats, so this is undoubtedly a bug. I seem to see the programmer fixing the bug overnight. I understand the reason. So why did Shinsu ask the nurse to knock on the door? I understand the reason. So why did Shinsu ask the nurse to knock on the door? Yes, why did Shinsu ask the nurse to knock on the door? Chapter 9. Since the game panel cannot be opened, the group chat cannot be used. Xiao Wanwan immediately accepted the reality after panicking. If the group chat cannot be used, it means no assist points. She can only rely on herself tonight. The best exploration route formulated by Shinsu has been imprinted in Xiao Wanwan's mind. After Xiao Wanwan left the ward, she went to the elevator entrance to meet Dean Lin. After waiting for a few minutes, she did not see anyone. Excluding this scene, she quickly took the elevator to the first floor and prepared to meet the second key person in front of the photo wall of the outpatient building. After leaving the inpatient building, Xiao Wanwan suddenly stopped. It was bright outside. It was actually daytime. You know, the scenes they randomly encountered in the previous few nights were all night. However, I suddenly couldn't open the system and couldn't use the group chat when I opened my eyes. This incident has already stimulated Xiao Wanwan, so the scene is daytime. Xiao Wanwan accepted it well. She has even replanned the exploration route in her mind. Since it was daytime, it meant that the scene she randomly encountered tonight was not any scene with key figures that Shinsu and his friends had experienced. But Xiao Wanwan didn't know whether there were key figures in this scene. Xiao Wanwan was going to go to the outpatient building first. After all, she was here, and there was a large flow of people here. As soon as she thought about it, her eyes were attracted by a white phaeton that slowly drove in. There were 2 exclusive parking spaces marked by the fence of the hospital diagonally opposite the gate of the outpatient building. The white phaeton stopped in one of the parking spaces, turned off the engine, opened the driver's door, and a thin man got out. White coat, silver-rimmed glasses, elegant temperament, in his 30s. Xiao Wanwan had never seen Dean Lin, but looking at this dress, combined with Shinsu's description, this person is Dean Lin for sure. Although she couldn't use group chat, it was a blessing in disguise. She met a key character in the game. Xiao Wanwan could hardly suppress her excitement. According to everyone's previous experience, you need to talk to the NPC to explore. Xiao Wanwan took the initiative to talk to him. Hello, where is the hospital building? I walked around and couldn't find the way. Dean Lin has a pair of very clean and gentle eyes. His polite smile does not make people feel cold, but makes people feel warm, like bathing in the warm sun and wind. Our hospital has number 1 and number 2 hospital buildings. Which one do you want to go to? I can't remember. I only remember that I was in Ward 305. Xiao Wanwan glanced at Dean Lin and lowered her head. Facing Dean Lin's sincere eyes, Xiao Wanwan felt guilty about the lie. Lynching a smile gently, it's okay, I take you to consult the nurse. Lu Yang also accepted the situation of no group chat and no assist points in this game at the first time. He went to the elevator with a clear goal. He didn't see the key person, so he was ready to go to the outpatient clinic again. Lu Yang was stunned when he saw that it was daytime outside. Then, Lu Yang saw a man in his 30s wearing a white coat and silver-rimmed glasses not far away. Isn't this Dean Lin? Before he went to find him, the key person came to his door. Excuse me, how do I get to the number 1 inpatient building? Lu Yang walked over to ask the other party. He was not good at chatting with people, let alone chatting with men. For a while, he could only think of asking for directions. I don't know why. Lu Yang felt that Dean Lin looked at him as if he was a mentally retarded person. After a moment, Dean Lin pointed behind him, and Lu Yang turned his head to look. Inpatient building number 1 appeared in front of him. Lu Yang, well, he is indeed mentally retarded. He forgot that he had just come out of inpatient building number 1. Dean Lin, why are you here today? A nurse ran over and asked, isn't it the weekend today? Something happened. Lin Qinghe lowered his voice and said to the nurse, don't let anyone enter my office today. Okay, Dean Lin. The two walked away while talking. But these words still reached Lu Yang's ears. The scene that Lin Yering randomly came to was also during the day, but it was close to dusk. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a man in black was shuttling between the medical technology building and the inpatient building. This man wore a hat and a mask, and his whole body was covered tightly. His behavior was strange, very much like the second key person, who was staring at the photo of the dean in front of the photo wall of the outpatient building, as Shinsu said. Lin Yering tried to follow him, but he was very alert and suddenly turned around. Lin Yering could only pretend to take a walk and walked forward as if nothing had happened. The man came over here, and Lin Yering's heart beat very fast. Fortunately, the man did not notice her. When they passed by, Lin Yering heard the man lower his voice, as if he was talking on the phone. "Things, are you ready?" "Is the thing ready? What?" Although Lin Yering had doubts in her heart, she did not dare to look back or follow him again. Shinsu said that this person looked unkind. In fact, the moment she passed by this person, Lin Yering felt nervous and scared. This is a warning signal that the brain subconsciously sends out before a person encounters danger. Chung Jianshu had visited the hospital's outpatient building, emergency building, medical technology building, 2 inpatient buildings, and various podium buildings in the random scenes of the previous few nights, and drew a map, and memorized the general structure in his mind. He had only not visited the underground first floor, and the underground second floor. He originally planned to explore these 2 places tonight, so it didn't affect him if he couldn't open the game panel. The underground first floor, and the underground second floor are both parking lots. The only difference is that there are more vehicles parked on the underground first floor, and there is an additional morgue on the underground second floor. Chung Jianshu wanted to go to the morgue to take a look. He was not a superstitious person, and didn't believe in ghosts and gods. He just thought that other companions would not dare to go to this place. Halfway through the walk, Chung Jianshu noticed a van parked in the corner. The lighting in that place was broken, and it was very dark, but he could vaguely see a few people standing there smoking. One of the fat men threw a cigarette, but to the side, and was exposed to the light for a moment. Chung Jianshu saw his flower arm. Chung Jianshu hid in the corner between the small house in the morgue duty room and the pillar next to it. There was no light here, so the people on the opposite side could not see him. He hid in the dark and secretly observed the people getting on and off the van. After they finished smoking, they opened the trunk of the van to get some water. There were several large fiber bags and some tools inside, but Chung Jianshu had not seen what the tools were before the trunk door was closed again. People were exposed to the light one after another. Chung Jianshu noticed that these people had tattoos on their bodies and looked unfriendly. They did not look like they were here to see a doctor, nor did they look like the family members of the patient. Ding-ling-ling. The flower-armed man's phone rang. He picked up the phone and listened for a few seconds. He spoke in a somewhat cautious tone. "Well, everything is ready. The car is parked in a blind spot of the surveillance. There will be no problem." Okay, I understand." Whether it is the behavior of these people or the content of the call, it gives people a feeling that something is going to happen. Chung Jianshu immediately took out a pen and paper and drew the appearance of these people in the notebook. Sure, you had already expected that the next game would not be easy, so he was not surprised when he opened his eyes and found that he could not open the system. The place he was going to tonight was the small garden. The temperature in the small garden was different from other places. A leaf he picked up casually increased his exploration point by 2 points. The barrier he could not explain during the wind-down period. All signs indicate that the small garden is definitely a key location, but it has been ignored by them before. The hospital tonight is very quiet. There are no patients, no doctors and nurses, no security guards, no one on the road inside the hospital, and even the horns of cars on the road outside the hospital can't be heard. The moon peeked out from the heavy clouds. In the moonlight, sure you saw several tall shadows under the shade of the tree, waving hoes and shovels, digging the ground one by one. There were several tightly tied bags at their feet, and the bags were bulging. I don't know what they were filled with. They were digging holes to bury these things. Shinsu originally wanted to go to the small garden, but halfway through the walk, he suddenly thought of something, and he turned and ran to the dean's office on the second floor of the medical technology building. After all, he wasted a little time and missed some content, but he still heard part of the conversation. "I have been trying my best to make up for you, all these years, you know." This is a very gentle and somewhat weak male voice, coming from the crack of the door. Another man spoke, his voice with undisguised hatred and paranoia. "Yes, you are making up for it, you are making up for it, so I want to thank you. Thank my dear brother, thank you for sending me abroad, thank you for giving me the opportunity to study. Otherwise..." The man's tone suddenly became gentle, but it seemed creepy. "How can I replace you?" Chapter 10. After this night, everyone gained 10 points of exploration. However, these 10 points of exploration were far from enough for the other 4 people except Shiryu and Shinsu, not to mention that there were only 2 days left in the game. The barrage began to analyze for them. The dean came to the hospital on his day off and did not allow anyone to enter the office. The content of the dean's conversation with the second key person the van and the tattooed man on the second floor below ground, and the digging of pits in the small garden late at night. If these information are integrated, a story can basically be restored. If I remember correctly, the story of Dean Lin and his brother is worth a full 50 points of exploration. They exchanged information, and the exploration points were enough to pass the level. That's what I said, but how could the system let them pass the level so easily? Suddenly giving them so much information, I also feel that it won't be so easy later. The audience's intuition is accurate. When everyone woke up and prepared to share information, a row of bright red words appeared on everyone's game screen. Warning: you can only share information with your teammates. Malicious information leakage will reset the exploration points to 0. Sure enough, the game won't let them pass the level so easily. What? They're going to pass the level? System: it doesn't matter, I helped JPG soon. A few more lines of text popped up on the screen. If you want to exchange information with non-teammates, you need to pay a certain amount of exploration points. Enter the information into the chat box below, and the system will evaluate the value of the information. After the evaluation, players can trade information. Evaluation? Information trading? What the hell? There wasn't this function before. Not before, there wasn't this function yesterday either, it should have been added overnight. Programmer. The 6th day of the game, early morning. Patient number 305. Everyone turned pale when they saw the bright red warning on the game screen. Except for Shiryu and Shinsu. Shiryu and Shinsu have accumulated 62 exploration points in the past few days. With the 10 points last night, they now have 72 exploration points. They can reach 80 points to pass the game easily. Naturally, there is no need to worry. But the 4 of them are different. So far, Xiao Wanwan, who has the highest exploration point among the 4 of them, has only 50 exploration points. Even if they are asked to explore non-stop in the past 2 days, it is difficult to guarantee that they can reach 80 exploration points before the end of the game time. The condition for passing the game is to have 80 exploration points. The information obtained by exploring the dungeon can increase the exploration point, but now they are asked to use the exploration points to buy information? What is the difference between this and cutting the meat on your thigh to make up for the meat on your arm? After the game was updated, the interface had more information evaluation and information trading buttons, but none of the 4 clicked them. Everyone looked at their own game panels. The atmosphere in the ward was unusually silent. Xiao Wanwan. Suddenly being called, Xiao Wanwan straightened her back reflexively and turned her head to look at the source of the voice. Shiryu leaned against the water dispenser by the window, holding a disposable paper cup in his hand, and tapped the wall of the cup twice with his slender white index finger, saying, I want to buy information from you, and we will trade now. Xiao Wanwan was stunned. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened. Xiao Wanwan didn't move. Do you know how to trade? Shiryu patiently instructed. There is an information evaluation button in the lower left corner of the game panel. Enter the information, click trade after evaluation, and then choose me. I know. Xiao Wanwan seemed to have just come to her senses. After yelling this sentence, her voice became weaker again, and her expression was full of confusion. I know, but why? Obviously, everyone's exploration points are not enough to pass the level. Then let's start. Shiryu knew what Xiao Wanwan was going to ask, and did not explain much, just gave a comforting look. Xiao Wanwan was comforted, lowered her head, and wrote down every detail of her experience last night. The information was evaluated as 12 points of exploration points. After clicking on the transaction, Shiryu's exploration points dropped to 60 points, and Xiao Wanwan's exploration points increased to 62 points. Although it only increased by 12 points, Xiao Wanwan was very satisfied. After all, she didn't find any particularly useful information last night, and she was only 12 points away from 80. She will try harder. Xiao Wanwan was about to close the game panel when she heard Shiryu say again, continue. Xiao Wanwan, other information you know. Shiryu's tone didn't sound like a joke. I want to buy more. Xiao Wanwan thought about it, and she wrote down some details that she had missed when she shared with everyone before, evaluated, and traded. Her exploration degree increased again. Shiryu lowered his head and drank a sip of water. Continue. In order not to let Shiryu suffer, Xiao Wanwan tried her best to make the transaction information more useful. However, she racked her brains and couldn't think of anything in the end. She even wrote down her speculations based on the existing information, and wrote a full 500 words. Information evaluation, 1 point of exploration. Xiao Wanwan, Xiao Wanwan felt a little reluctant. To be honest, this information is useless to Shiryu, but the degree of exploration is real. She hesitated and said, "Well, I have traded all the slightly useful information I know to you. Now I don't have any useful information anymore." "It doesn't matter." Shiryu smiled. He looked very beautiful when he smiled, like the melting of ice and snow and the return of spring. Xiao Wanwan was stunned for a moment. As long as the exploration degree can be evaluated, it will be fine. It can be evaluated. Even if the evaluation results are 1 point of exploration, there are even 0.5 points of exploration. In this way, the two traded more than a dozen times. Xiao Wanwan was shocked to find that her exploration degree was 80. She can pass the level. "Lu Yang, I will buy information for you," Shiryu said again. Now everyone understood what was going on. Lu Yang hadn't recovered from the shock yet. When he heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. "No, no, no. You have already given so much exploration points to my girlfriend for free. You don't have much exploration points left now. I can't take yours anymore." Shiryu took a glass of water and returned to his bed. He put the glass on the bedside table and folded his hands in front of his knees. He asked, "Do you think you can earn 80 exploration points in the last 2 days?" Lu Yang was silent. Lu Yang didn't think he could earn enough. Lu Yang finally took it. Shinsu followed suit. He gave all the exploration points to Lin Yering and Cheng Jianshu. At first, both of them were determined not to take it, but they couldn't resist Shinsu's words. "Sister Lin, don't worry. Since we dare to do this, it means we have other ways to pass the level." "What way?" "Ah, it seems that this cannot be said, but please believe us, Sister Lin, we will go to Sister Lin's house for dinner after we get out. Sister Lin, do you know? The first time I saw you, I felt that you were very kind, just like seeing my own sister. Sister Lin didn't dislike me and treated me as her own brother. Isn't it natural for a brother to give her something? Sister Lin, don't be polite to me. Oh, by the way, I may have said something that offended Uncle Cheng before. I hope Uncle Cheng will be generous. When I go to Sister Lin's house for dinner in the future, Uncle Cheng, please don't put too much salt in my soup." Cheng Jianshu, who was called Uncle all the time, couldn't get angry at the moment. "No, you are welcome to visit my home." After the transaction, the exploration degree of the 6 people is Shiryu, 6. Shinsu, 6. Xiao Wanwan, 80. Lu Yang, 80. Lin Yering, 80. Cheng Jianshu, 80. Shinsu is trying to win over everyone. Shiryu's game panel stopped at information evaluation. The first thing he did when he woke up was that he had exchanged information with Shinsu last night, and vaguely came to a truth, but it was not certain yet. Shiryu entered lynching his younger brother sent people to dig a pit in the small garden late at night. Information evaluation. 2 exploration. Shiryu added 2 words lynching his younger brother sent people to dig a pit in the small garden late at night to bury the body. Information evaluation. 8 exploration. Shiryu entered his, and Shinsu's guessed that Xinqiang Hospital director Lin Qinghe was killed by his twin brother. His body was buried in the hospital's small garden, and his younger brother took over as the director of Xinqiang Hospital. Information evaluation. 40 exploration. It seems to be true. The closer the information is to the truth, the higher the evaluation value. This function is not useless. Shiryu continued to enter some true or false information for evaluation. I don't know how many times he tried. Just when Shiryu entered the words "the copy boss is Lin Qinghe's younger brother," the system issued a warning. Only 20 information evaluations are allowed per day, Shiryu. Okay. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by Shiryu's operation. Oh my god, it can be like this? Use the information evaluation function to judge the authenticity of information. Why didn't I think of it? Yu is so smart. So what is he going to do? Is he going to fight the boss alone? Chapter 11. Shiryu really wanted to fight the boss alone. Generally speaking, the experience gained from simple tasks in large-scale online games is always less than that from difficult tasks, and the pre-tasks of the dungeon are far less than the rewards for killing the dungeon boss. Since the world they are in is a game dungeon, these should be similar. Of course, high returns also come with high risks. The exploration points they have obtained in the past few days are all small amounts, so there is relatively no danger. If he wants to fight the boss alone, he will have to take certain risks. This risk may include never being able to leave the game, death, and so on. Shiryu was a little hesitant at first, but was provoked by someone. 45 minutes ago, Shiryu and Shinsu shared information with each other using the game friend function. At the end of the chat, Shinsu asked him, "It's too boring to end the game like this. Do you dare to do something big?" Saying that he didn't dare made him seem too cowardly. Of course, He couldn't be cowardly in front of his mortal enemy since childhood. Shiryu's reply was, "Let's do it." So they traded all their exploration points. No way out for yourself. Do something big. The game rules say that new anchors can clear the level with 80 exploration points. Xiao Wanwan and the other 4 have reached 80 exploration points, but the system has not prompted them to clear the level. Xiao Wanwan asked the game elf and got the answer. The game dungeon time is 7 days. You need to wait until the dungeon time is up before the system calculates the exploration points. Players cannot clear the level in advance. Oh! Got it. So now they just need to lie down and wait. The 4 of them knew that they only needed to lie down and wait for the next 2 days to pass the level, but no one of them laid down. They didn't play cards or chat, but tried every way to earn exploration points. They were even more serious than when they earned their own exploration points a few days ago. Compared with the 4 people's enthusiasm, Shiryu seemed very passive. Except for 3 meals a day, the relaxation and rehabilitation time of daily tasks, Shiryu slept all the other time. Yes, sleeping. There were only 2 days left in the game. No, there was only 1.5 days left now. He, a person with only 6 exploration points, was actually sleeping? He dared to sleep. Did he still want to pass the level? Xiao Wanwan hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to wake Shiryu up, but was stopped by Shinsu halfway. Shinsu raised his index finger to her, and said in a low voice, "It's okay, let him sleep for a while." Xiao Wanwan retracted her outstretched foot. Although I don't know whether what these 2 people said about other ways to pass the level is true or false, but she seems to have hit it. When Shiryu was sleeping, Shinsu was exploring with everyone. They couldn't leave the ward, so they explored the ward. In addition to the bed where Shiryu slept, there were 5 other beds, 6 bedside tables, a public wardrobe, a water dispenser. Even the shower head in the bathroom was disassembled and reassembled by them. During the time of taking a walk and rehabilitation treatment, they could leave the ward. The 4 of them seized every opportunity to look for clues, and did not miss any opportunity to chat with NPCs. Although the key information was not explored, it was not without gain. Exploration degree, add 1, add 0.5, add 0.2. The 4 people used the same method to trade the earned exploration points to Shiryu and Shinsu. At the end of the day, the exploration points of the 2 people increased to 13 and 12 respectively. Although this exploration point is better than nothing for the 2 people. But it is more thoughtful. Chung Jianshu gave the entire map of the hospital he drew to Shiryu and Shinsu. After dinner, the 4 of them took a shower and went to bed. They were full of energy and prepared to earn more exploration points for Shiryu and Shinsu tonight. At 22 o'clock, the lights in the hospital were turned off on time, and the ward fell into darkness. Shiryu opened his eyes in the dark. The luminous clock on the wall was faintly lit, and the light green second hand moved once a second, making a very light ticking sound. The air conditioner above was blowing warm air, and the temperature in the ward was suitable. Everyone else fell into a deep sleep. Shiryu watched the clock quietly. He had made up enough sleep during the day, and now he had no sleepiness, so it was okay to stay up all night. In fact, he was indeed prepared to stay up all night. From 10 p.m. to 1:50 a.m., the ward was safe and sound, the air conditioner was still blowing warm air, the temperature in the ward was suitable, and the other 5 people were still sleeping soundly. Until the clock reached 2 a.m. The door was pushed open with a creak. The 5 people in the ward did not wake up. The hospital's ward doors were all equipped with silent strips, so there should be no sound of wooden boards rubbing against each other, but Shiryu heard this sound. The game mechanism, except for rehabilitation treatment and air time, they could not leave the ward at other times every day, and the door could not be opened from the inside, and could only be opened from the outside by the nurse. But the person who came in at this moment was not a nurse. The moonlight shining in from the window diluted the darkness in the room. In the dim light, Shiryu saw a white shadow walking in from the door. The reason why it is called a white shadow is that it is a translucent object, with the height of a human and the shape of a human, and the reason why it is called walking is that it does have 2 legs, and it even wears a hospital gown. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. The heating seemed to be emptied in an instant, and the person was thrown from the warm room into the ice and snow. This object pushed the door open, walked in, closed the door, walked and stopped, walked slowly to bed number 1, took off the hospital gown, pulled open the quilt, lay on the bed, covered with the quilt. A series of actions were very natural and skillful. If it were not for its different shape, if it had not lay on Chung Jianshu after lying down, its behavior would be no different from any patient who went back to his own ward to sleep. However, it did not lie completely on Chung Jianshu. because its entire person passed through Chung Jianchu. Chung Jianchu was still sleeping soundly, breathing evenly, with a light snoring sound. This thing could not sense Chung Jianchu, and Chung Jianchu could not sense it either. The two of them lay on a single bed, not disturbing each other, and went to sleep. After a while, the door of the ward creaked open again. Another white shadow came in, and laid down on the second bed. Then, the third, the fourth, until the sixth. The second hand of the luminous clock was still moving, the air conditioner was no longer blowing warm air, and the ward was as cold as an ice cellar. Sure, you got out of bed, and stepped aside. Make way for these people, so that they can sleep in their own beds. In fact, he didn't need to make way, because these people couldn't see him. Even if they came in front of him, they would just pass through him. Shiryu was not superstitious, and didn't believe in ghosts in the world. He had never seen one before. Even if he saw it with his own eyes now, he didn't feel that scared. But when he thought that he had been sleeping in the same bed with these people for the past few nights, he felt a chill. Goosebumps all over his body. A new prompt popped up on the game panel at this time. Congratulations on triggering the Hidden Branch quest Inverted Xincheng Hospital. Do you want to start the branch quest? Chapter 12. Hidden Branch. Ah, the upside-down Xincheng Hospital. After 5 years, someone finally triggered this quest again. Come from the lobby. Is this little brother a newcomer? Is he the one who triggered the branch? He looks so good. The one who pushed Mujua down on the list of looks, the one officially recognized as the top in looks. I originally came to see the hidden plot, but I still don't know what the plot is. I was just busy looking at the little brother's looks. The clearance rate of the Xincheng Hospital dungeon is 17%, but the clearance rate of the hidden dungeon is 0. The 4 players who triggered the side quest 5 years ago are all dead. The class representative summarizes, Shiryu, a new anchor, the first dungeon, triggered a hidden branch with a clearance rate of 0. Although his looks are really good, there is a high probability that he will be in trouble. Don't join the pit if you haven't joined yet. Wow, I can't bear to see this pretty little brother die. I quit first. Does this mean I have to get such bad news when I follow a streamer for the first time? I have also quit. Friends who have seen the ending, please tell me if he was in pain when he left. Sure, you didn't know that everyone in the live broadcast room had already started discussing whether he would die or not. Sure, you looked at the system pop-up box floating in front of him and fell into thought. Xincheng Hospital in an upside-down state? Based on the existing information, Sure, you and Shinsu's guess is this. The strange man in black is Dean Lin's younger brother, who hates Dean Lin but envies Dean Lin's achievements and reputation. This can be seen from the conversation that Shinsu heard outside the dean's office, and the fact that Shiryu saw his younger brother standing in front of the photo wall and staring at Dean Lin's photo. Every time the younger brother appears, he wraps himself in black and hides his face completely with a cap and a mask. It can be seen that he is an extremely insecure person. The reason why he covers his face may also be that he has a face exactly like Dean Lin, which also explains why he can replace him without being discovered in the end. He may have an unhappy childhood, or he may have suffered some trauma, and he may not have done much when he grows up, so he will have an inferiority complex when standing with his elder brother, who is the pride of heaven. Inferiority complex makes people negative and depressed. Over time, the mentality becomes dark, which leads to his final blackening and killing his brother to replace him. Sure, you and Shinsu originally came up with such a story. But now it seems that the story of this copy is far more than that. Sure, you temporarily ignored the message pop-up box, and he clicked on the personal homepage in the lower right corner to take a look. Exploration degree, 13. He will definitely not be able to pass the level when the settlement is settled tomorrow. Hidden branch? The exploration degree should be very high, right? In other words, the branch task does not require exploration at all. Sure, you glanced again, and this time, he saw the number of fans. Then he found that he was losing fans? On the first day of entering the game, Sure, you had 10,000 fans, and he was gaining fans every day afterwards, and the speed of increase was not slow. As of yesterday, he had 150,000 fans. But now the number of fans is decreasing. 151903, 151865, 151798. But Sure, you didn't think much about it. Everyone has the right to like him, and also the right to dislike him. Maybe you like him 1 second, and dislike him the next second. Maybe you are a passerby 1 second, and a fan the next second. It's hard to say. Therefore, it is normal for fans to increase and decrease. Sure, you took a glance and then retracted it, pressing the yes button. Then he found that his fans were dropping even faster. It dropped to 140,000 in 1 minute at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye, and it was still dropping. Sure you? Question mark. At the same time, a few lines of words popped up on the game panel. Congratulations on opening the hidden side quest. Inverted Shinshin Hospital. Game time extended to 10 days. Clearance condition. Survive until the dungeon time ends. Good luck. Survive until the dungeon time ends? Is this hidden side quest very difficult? Have you triggered the hidden side quest? A voice sounded in the dark. In the middle of the night in a quiet and dim space full of people, such a voice suddenly sounded, and ordinary people would probably be startled. But Shiryu was not scared at all, and there was not even a trace of surprise on his face. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at Shinsu, who jumped off the bed, teasing, "Are you not pretending to sleep?" Shinsu tilted his head and looked at Shiryu for 2 seconds, snorting and showing 2 small canine teeth. "I've been discovered. I thought you liked sleeping with this sister." Shiryu glanced at bed number 6, and then looked at Shinsu meaningfully. "That sister. She was a sissy who wore a flowery skirt, walked with a twist, and slept with her fingers raised." Shinsu was not angry, and glanced at the sister and then looked away. "No, you are wrong. I prefer to sleep with handsome guys. Especially." In the dark, Shinsu's eyes were fixed on Shiryu, and his words were clear and slow. "A beautiful little brother, who doesn't like to laugh and has a bad temper. Shiryu, eh? Shinsu is a shameless person. But Shiryu has dignity, and he can't get the upper hand by discussing such a topic with a shameless person, so Shiryu chooses to change the subject. You just mentioned the hidden branch? Did you trigger it too?" "Yes." Shinsu's tone became serious in a second. "It's called the Inverted Shinshin Hospital. You triggered this too, right?" "That's right." Shiryu nodded and asked again, "What do you think?" "Shinsu, what about you? Shouldn't you tell me your thoughts before you ask me?" "Shiryu, eh? This person really can't stand any loss. But now is not the time to worry about this." Shiryu walked past Shinsu and came to the window, looking at the night outside the window, and said, "Our thinking is limited. The condition for passing the game is to reach 80 exploration points, so we have been thinking about how to brush the exploration points. After falling asleep every night, we can brush a lot of exploration points when we enter a certain scene, so we all focus on the random scenes every night and don't think about other aspects. I don't know if you have noticed that we sleep very soundly every night. Basically, we don't wake up until it's time to get up. Before entering the game, my sleep was not good, but I slept very soundly every night in the past few days. Why is this?" Shiryu was immersed in his own thoughts. "I didn't sleep tonight, just to know if I would be forced to sleep by the system mechanism. It turned out that I didn't, but triggered the hidden." "Why do you sleep badly?" Shiryu's voice was interrupted. "I don't know." When Shinsu walked to his side, and when he asked this question, his eyes looked straight at him, without any jokes or ridicule. "Shiryu, eh?" Shiryu held back for 2 seconds, but still couldn't help it. "Is this the point? The moon is very bright tonight." Shinsu looked away and looked out the window, looking like he was admiring the moon. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Although the topic was changed abruptly. "But Shiryu just had this idea." Shinsu added, "There are ghosts in our ward, and there should be ghosts outside. I think we should go out and take a look. Maybe we can get more clues." "Okay." Shiryu nodded, and his eyes swept over the 4 people who were sleeping in the ward with the ghosts. "Do you want to wake them up?" Shinsu touched his chin. "Okay, but I think it's highly unlikely that I can wake them up." The 2 tried it, and found that they really couldn't wake them up. Combined with the fact that they slept well these few nights, it can be understood that this is also a certain mechanism of the game. If they can't wake them up, I won't play with them. Shinsu went forward to open the door of the ward, but found that it couldn't be opened. This is normal, because they can't open the door normally, only the nurse can open it. Shinsu took 2 steps back, and just as he was about to break the door violently, he heard Shiryu say, "Take off your clothes." "What?" Shinsu suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Shiryu, I told you to take off your clothes." Shinsu stopped and turned around. His expression changed from puzzlement to astonishment, and then to shock. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and looked at Shiryu with a look of re-examining a person. "I don't know why." Shinsu saw a stronger disgust than usual from Shiryu's expression when he looked at him. Shiryu took off his hospital gown and put it on the bedside, put on a coat and came to the door, put his hand on the door handle, twisted it, and the door opened. Shinsu? Question mark. Shinsu? Question mark. Chapter 13. I accidentally discovered that the hospital gown will restrict us to a certain space, but we can walk out after taking off the hospital gown. This should also be a certain setting of the game. Shiryu explained briefly. After that, he pushed open the door and walked out of the ward. Shinsu followed up. So you were sneaking around in this small garden several times before to study this? Sure you, Although he had guessed that Shinsu had guessed what he was doing at that time. But he did not agree with the word sneaking, so he ignored Shinsu. Shinsu didn't care about it, and said as he walked, I also found that we couldn't leave the small garden during the 1 hour of the wind. So do you think it's the problem of the hospital gown? Have you tried to take off your clothes? You really tried it. Shinsu showed a slightly exaggerated surprised expression, and said, in public, there are still viewers watching in the live broadcast room. Do you want to pay attention to your image? Sure you, He really thinks that some people are too nosy. But because he knew that there were viewers watching, sure you didn't give Shinsu the cold shoulder as usual. I don't think we are at the right time to discuss this. Sure Yu's expression and tone were very calm, but every word he said sounded cold to Shinsu. What do you think, Mr. Shin? He also had a weird tone. Who did he learn this from? If Sure Yu opened his game panel at this moment, he would find that, although he was losing fans, the number of people in his live broadcast room was soaring. I came here because of your reputation. Are these two handsome guys a couple? They are really a perfect match. No dear, although this copy is a pair of people, they are indeed not a couple. Not only are they not a couple, but their relationship is also very bad. Mr. Shin, how sweet are those 3 words? Is this called a bad relationship? You may have a misunderstanding of the word sweet. If you must give an adjective to the tone of the 3 words, Mr. Shin, it must be yin and yang. But they seem to talk more recently? They communicate more. I wonder if it's because they are forced to form a team. And why do I feel that Shinsu seems to like to tease him? And Shinsu is completely different in front of others and in front of Shiryu. Yes, Shiryu is also different in front of Shinsu and in front of others. But it's obvious that Shiryu hates Shinsu. Outside the ward is a long corridor. The corridor is lit, and the snow-white floor is brightly reflected by the light. From time to time, nurses on duty walk by, and the floor can't reflect the shadows of the nurses on duty. This floor is full of wards. Some wards have their doors open, and some don't. In the wards with open doors, you can clearly see patients moving around inside, and occasionally patients will walk out of the ward to the corridor. When Shiryu and Shinsu took the elevator downstairs, they happened to enter the same elevator with several nurses pushing hospital beds, and there were 5 or 6 family members of patients. The elevator was crowded, but they were not squeezed. When they arrived at the first floor of the inpatient building, there were more people. Some were patients and their families waiting for hospitalization procedures, and some were doctors and nurses walking in a hurry. Of course, the place with the largest flow of people in any hospital is the outpatient department. The waiting chairs in the outpatient hall were full of people, and there was a long queue at the number-taking area. When the escalator was always busy, there were 3 or 4 family members of patients standing in front of the hospital photo wall. In front of the fountain, outside the hall, was the main gate of the hospital, and people who came to see the doctor were coming here one after another. If we ignore that these people are not people, then this is a very normal hospital in operation. No, it is not particularly normal. The moon hangs in the dark sky. It is still late at night, but these people do not think so. But perhaps it is normal for them to move around in the dark. Just like the 6 ghosts in Ward 305, the ghosts they met along the way could not see them or sense them. Ghosts live in their world, so they get along well with Shiryu and Shinsu. The day is the world of people, and the night is the world of ghosts. Shinsu seemed to be talking to you at the same time, or to himself. So, the upside-down Xinqiang Hospital, is this what it means? Maybe. There was no one else here who could hear Shinsu talking, so Shiryu responded, as if Shinsu was talking to him, and he continued, according to superstition, if a person's obsessions or resentments are not eliminated after death, they will repeat their behaviors in their lifetime after becoming ghosts. But judging from the behavior of these ghosts, they have no malice or obsession. They just look like they don't know they are dead. If it is 1 or 2 ghosts, it can be explained by them not knowing they are dead, but now the whole hospital is full of ghosts. Shiryu shook his head, his expression serious. This is not normal. Unless it is a major accident, such as a fire, earthquake, or other disasters, which killed all the doctors, nurses, and patients in the hospital. At this point, you looked at Shinsu. We need to investigate whether there has been a large-scale accident in the hospital with multiple deaths. Shinsu thought, I was thinking, the clearance condition of this hidden branch is to survive until the dungeon time is over. Survive until the dungeon time is over? It doesn't need to explore, so the difficulty of this dungeon should be very high, but now it seems that there is no danger here? No danger now does not mean no danger later. Sure, you said? Well, you are right. Shinsu put away his thoughtful expression and smiled. Ghosts can't see us, so, do you want to find some excitement? Sure you, Shinsu is quite normal in front of others. Sure you doesn't understand why Shinsu can only be serious for 5 seconds in front of him. Could it be that he knows that he hates people who are not serious and deliberately makes things difficult for him? However, Shinsu saw the good in the good, and the next sentence was normal again. Go to the dean's office? I think there will be what you want there. It happens that I also want to go into the dean's office to take a look. Now that no ghosts can see them, they are like wearing a layer of invisibility cloak, which allows them to pass through the entire hospital unimpeded. It is a good idea to go to the dean's office to check information at this moment. Sure you did not object. The second floor of the medical technology building is the hospital's office area. Every office on this floor looks the same. The dean's office is the one on the far left of the corridor. From the outside, it looks no different from other offices. Along the way, they can also see people working in the office. The two stopped in front of the closed door. Although the ghost can't see them, Shinsu is a polite person, so he knocked on the door before entering. Just as Shinsu was about to push the door open. Come in. A refined and magnetic male voice came from inside. Can this ghost hear the sound of them knocking on the door? Shinsu and Shiryu looked at each other. Their faces were a little pale. Chapter 14. Shiryu looked back and confirmed that there was no one outside the door except him and Shinsu. This please come in, was addressed to them. The two hesitated at the door for a while, and a voice came from inside again. Please come in. It was still a refined and magnetic male voice. Even the same tone. Can this ghost urge people? According to the two's previous speculation that Lin Qinghe was killed by his brother and his body was dismembered and buried in the small garden, according to the normal timeline, Lin Qinghe is now dead, but according to the setting of the Ghosts at Night branch of inverted Xinqing Hospital, Lin Qinghe's ghost should also be in the hospital. The person sitting inside may be Lin Qinghe's ghost. This please come in. Sounds like Lin Qinghe's voice. But why can't other ghosts see them all the way they are walking, but Dean Lin's ghost can sense them through a door? The two pushed the door open with extremely complicated feelings. The office was empty. No one. No ghosts either. Come in. Another voice. The tone is exactly the same as before, as if it was recorded in advance. It turns out to be true. There is a mobile phone on the red solid wood desk. The screen is on, and it is playing a recording at the moment. After a few seconds, another come in is heard. It seems that someone is expected to come, and a mobile phone is placed here in advance to entertain. I just don't know if this is a system setting? Or is it man-made? Ghosts or phantoms? But this phone is real. Shinsu walked over and picked up the phone to study it. Sure you observed the office. This office is about the same size as other offices on this floor, but there is an extra balcony in this structure. The furnishings inside were also very simple, with a desk and a swivel chair. On the balcony were a set of sofas and coffee tables for entertaining. There was a painting hanging on the wall, and another wall was made into a bookcase, which was filled with professional books and a few ancient and modern Chinese and foreign masterpieces. It seemed that there was no place to hide people or ghosts. After confirming that there were no other people or ghosts inside, Shiryu began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Of course, he didn't mess up the things when he said he was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets. He put them back in place after rummaging through them. Shinsu quickly checked the phone and said, the phone is new, there is no card, only a few built-in software, and nothing except this recording. Shiryu said see if there are any other clues in the office. Then the two began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. In the following time, they searched all the cabinets and drawers in the office, including the bookcase on that wall, and found no useful clues. In the end, only one safe was left unsearched. It's called a safe, but it's actually a locked wooden box. The lock is the most old-fashioned padlock, and there's a little rust on the surface. Shinsu was about to find a tool to break it open violently, when he saw Shiryu open the lock with a piece of wire. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Shinsu was stunned for 2 seconds, and said what was in his heart. I didn't know you had this skill. This was the real truth. Shinsu understood Shiryu, just as Shiryu understood Shinsu. If Shinsu had been pretending to be innocent, since he was a child, then Shiryu was innocent in his bones. No matter how cold he looked on the surface, his heart was soft and kind. Therefore, Shinsu could not imagine that such a thing as picking a lock would happen to Shiryu. Shiryu half crouched on the ground and fiddled with the box, without even looking at him. Shinsu also felt that what he said was not good. He praised again, you are very fast and skilled. Shiryu looked up and glanced at him. That glance made Shinsu's back a little cold. Shinsu, It's better not to praise. Shiryu has opened the wooden box. No one would have thought that the only locked box in the dean's office actually contained only a photo. This is a very old photo. The photo has not been laminated. The edges have turned yellow, and you can see that it is a bit old. The photo shows two little boys of 5 or 6 years old, with a background of blue sky, sea and beach. The two little boys look exactly the same, and wear the same clothes, light yellow t-shirts with dark blue overalls. Anyone who sees the photo can tell that they are twins. They sit on the beach shoulder to shoulder, making scissors hands towards the camera, with a pile of colorful toys at their feet. There are a few words written crookedly on the back of the photo, which are obviously written by a child. My brother and I. Although no other clues have been found for the time being, this photo verifies the fact that Lin Qinghe has a younger brother, and the two are twins. Judging from the 4 words on the back of the photo, the younger brother should have liked Lin Qinghe as his brother when he was young, but I don't know why they turned against each other later. Shiryu wanted to search again, and then the game panel popped up. The sky will be bright. Please return to the ward immediately. Shinsu's actions also stopped at the same time, and it seems that he received the system information like him. Before leaving, Shiryu looked back at the office for the last time, and his sight just happened to touch the calligraphy on the wall. This is a piece of calligraphy. The handwriting is a little sloppy, but the strokes are vigorous and powerful. There is a poem written on it. What a cool night with a white moon and a cool breeze. When the two returned to Ward 305, it was already dawn. Xiao Wanwan and the other 4 were still sleeping soundly, and the 6 ghosts were also sleeping soundly. That night, the 4 people and 6 ghosts got along very harmoniously. As the sky outside gradually brightened, the 6 ghosts on the bed gradually became transparent. When the sun showed a corner from the east, the 6 ghosts completely disappeared. Xiao Wanwan slept very well that night. I don't know if it's because of the exploration degree. She didn't dream last night, didn't enter the random scene of the dungeon, and slept until dawn. Xiao Wanwan, who slept well, thought that she should be the first to wake up this morning. As a result, she opened her eyes, and found that the bed next to her was empty. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Bed number 5 was still empty. Not only was bed number 5 empty, but bed number 6, where Shinsu slept, was also empty. Why did these two get up so early? Then Xiao Wanwan found that the two of them were sitting on a chair against the wall, each covered with their own coats, with their eyes closed, seemingly dozing off. Why don't they sleep in a good bed? Getting up so early just to doze off on a chair? What's the point? Xiao Wanwan didn't understand. The morning light sprinkled through the glass window onto the wooden floor of the ward. The 3 people on the beds woke up, and the 2 people who were dozing off against the wall also woke up. Xiao Wanwan asked them, "Why don't you sleep in the bed?" Good question. Shinsu suddenly became energetic. Shiryu was still hesitating whether to tell everyone about his discovery last night, but Shinsu spoke first. "We didn't sleep last night." Shinsu stood up and stretched his muscles. His tone was lazy. When he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the bed in the ward. Then, "I found something." Xiao Wanwan followed his gaze. What's wrong with the bed? Why was he looking at the bed? She was curious. What? Shinsu retracted his gaze and looked over, hesitant to say, "I better not tell you, or you will be scared." Very good. He is very good at keeping people's appetite. The more Shinsu said this, the more Xiao Wanwan wanted to hear. "I received a system message when I woke up this morning, saying that the settlement will be at 12 noon today, and we can go out after the settlement," she said with some excitement. "Anyway, we are all going out. You tell me, I'm not afraid." "What's in this ward? Is there a ghost?" "There really is a ghost in the ward. And there is more than one." So Shinsu vividly described his experience of encountering a ghost last night. Of course, he didn't say anything about triggering the hidden branch. Perhaps it was because Xiao Wanwan and the others were about to complete the game, so the system did not stop Shinsu from sharing information. After Shinsu finished speaking, not only Xiao Wanwan, but the other 3 people all looked a little pale. Then there was no one on the bed. Everyone would rather sit on the windowsill, the bedside table, the floor, than on the bed. After Shinsu finished talking about last night's experience, Lu Yang and the other 4 also said that they did not enter the random scene last night. They did not enter the scene, and naturally did not gain exploration points. Shiryu and Shinsu's current exploration points are still 13 and 12, but they don't need exploration points now, because the condition for completing the hidden side quest is survive until the dungeon time ends. After they opened the hidden side quest, the game dungeon time was extended by 3 days. They only need to survive the next 3 days. Probably because they were about to be separated, The ward was unusually silent this morning. This silence continued until the main quest time ended. Chapter 15. 12 noon. A ding-dong sounded in everyone's mind. Game time ends here. Exploration is being calculated. Congratulations to the player for clearing the rookie dungeon Xincheng Hospital. As the game was cleared, Xiao Wanwan's eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, Xiao Wanwan found herself standing by the Lotus Lake. It was evening, and the Lotus Lake was still the same Lotus Lake. There were people walking in pairs by the lake. Everything was the same as before she entered the game. If it weren't for the semi-transparent game panel floating in front of her, she would have thought she was dreaming. The game panel was scrolling with words. You have gained 37,976 fans in the game dungeon Xincheng Hospital, and the highest popularity peak in the live broadcast room is. In summary, you have obtained a total of 125 game coins in the dungeon Xincheng Hospital, and the game coins can be exchanged for the currency of the player's world at a rate of 1:100. At the bottom, there was a bright red warning. Players cannot leak any game-related information in any form in the player's world. She came out. She finally came out of the game. She finished the game. There are rewards. The rewards can be exchanged for money. However, the excitement was only for a moment. After calming down, Xiao Wanwan looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly couldn't laugh. Lu Yan was beside her, looking a little confused. Not far away, Lin Yering and Cheng Jianshu noticed them. Lin Yering waved to her, and they came over. The sunset was reflected on the lake, and the green lotus leaves in the middle of the lake were connected into one piece. The four of them came out. But only the four of them came out. Shi Yu and Shinsu, who were remembered by Xiao Wanwan, were very happy in the game. Because the system was calculating and suddenly got stuck. Exploration is being calculated. Exploration is being calculated. It is detected that the player Shi Yu's exploration is less than 80, so the penalty. Sizzle. Penalty. Sizzle. After about 10 seconds of sizzling, the system was normal. The system detected that the player Shi Yu had accepted the hidden branch task inverted Xincheng Hospital of Xincheng Hospital, so no penalty was given for the time being. If the player successfully completes the hidden branch task, the penalty will be exempted and the reward will be doubled. Good luck to you. After reading the system information, Shi Yu looked up and his eyes just bumped into Shinsu, who probably just finished reading the information. Since there were only two of them in the ward, neither of them felt embarrassed. After staring at each other for about 5 seconds, they spoke at the same time. Are you going to the small garden tonight? I'm going to the small garden tonight. About 2 seconds passed. The two of them looked away at the same time and did their own things. The live broadcast room was full of question marks. So? Then? Why did you go to the small garden? Why don't you say anything? Speak out and let us hear it. Can you understand the conversation between the big guys? Don't they have a bad relationship? Their bad relationship has something to do with their tacit understanding and direct relationship? No. Just like I know they are going to die soon, but does it affect my CP? No. Shi Yu's idea is that since they saw the ghost in the ward and triggered the hidden branch, it means that this game needs props to trigger some tasks. They have not found the key clues in so many days since they entered the game. Could it be that they have been looking in the wrong direction? All they found in the hospital were Lin Qinghe's personal belongings. If you want to know Lin Qinghe's story, maybe you should go find him in person. Of course, you can't find him in person, you can only find his ghost. Lin Qinghe's ghost is not in the office, so it may be in the place where the body is buried. The nurse only brought 2 meals at noon today, and said to Shi Yu and Shinsu, the 4 of them have recovered and been discharged from the hospital, and your condition has also improved. You don't need to undergo daily rehabilitation treatment. Observe for another 3 days, and you can be discharged if you are fine. Xiao Wanwan and the other 4 people passed the game and left the game. In the nurse's mouth, they became recovered and discharged. The 2 of them took the side quest and extended the game time by 3 days, which became another 3 days of observation. Well, not bad, very rigorous, these NPCs are trained. The nurse was stopped by Shinsu when she left. Miss. Shinsu's eyes curved, and the corners of his lips curled up to reveal 2 small canine teeth. Since our condition has improved, we want to go out for some sun and a walk. Is that okay? The nurse thought for a few seconds and said yes, but you can't go out for too long, and you need to pay more attention to rest. Shinsu nodded and said yes, and thanked her again, looking very obedient. The ward door can be entered and exited freely, and they seem to have fewer restrictions, but the clearance conditions still puzzle them. Survive until the dungeon time is over. At present, it seems that there is no danger in the hospital, and it is not difficult to survive until the dungeon time is over, but judging from the exemption of punishment and double rewards, this side quest will not be easy. So the two did not relax their vigilance. Although they don't need to explore, they still want to figure out some things. After lunch, the two left the ward. Their plan today is to go to the small garden at night to encounter Linchingha's ghost, and go to the dean's office during the day to try their luck, and see if they can meet the current Dean Lin. I thought it would be difficult to meet the dean, but when I got to the dean's office, he was there. The man in a white coat and silver-rimmed glasses sat behind a red solid-wood desk, with a gentle and elegant temperament. He was holding a royal blue pen in his right hand and signing some documents. He looked up and smiled at them after hearing the noise. "Hello, what do you want to talk to me about?" Shinsu was better at chatting, so the chat with Dean Lin was left to Shinsu, and Shiryu listened in. Their identities at the moment were patients, and Shinsu asked Linchingha some questions about their condition. Linchingha also answered them one by one, and his answers were flawless. And during the period, whether it was the smile on his face, the tone of his voice, or his behavior, this Linchingha was almost the same as the Dean Linchingha that Shiryu had met before. I have to say that he acted very similarly. The temperament was well controlled. When leaving, Shiryu pretended to see the calligraphy and paintings on the wall inadvertently. The moon is white, the wind is clear, and the night is cool? Shiryu chanted the poem softly and asked casually, "Did Dean Lin write this calligraphy himself?" Linchingha shook his head, still with a gentle but not alienated smile on his face. "No, this is written by my father." The answer originally ended here, but for some reason he added, "For me and my brother." The speed of this sentence was a bit fast, and the expression of Linchingha also changed slightly at that moment, but soon he showed a perfect smile on his face again. The change just now seemed like an illusion. Shiryu and Shinsu did not expect that this Linchingha would take the initiative to talk about his family. Shinsu followed his words and asked, "Does Dean Lin have a younger brother?" "Well, this poem contains my and my brother's names. My name is Linchingha, and his name is Lin Fobai." "Shingha? Fobai? What great names! Dean Lin is such an outstanding person, so his brother will certainly not be bad." Shinsu admired him and nodded, while speaking naturally. "I wonder what Dean Lin's brother does. He is abroad, just casually." He got stuck here, and Lin Fongbai's expression changed slightly again. The next sentence he spoke faster, as if someone was urging him. "He is also a doctor." "Both the brother and the brother are doctors?" Shinsu suddenly realized and envied. "That's great, it's good to be a doctor." Dean Lin looks young, and the two of them are really young and promising. Dean Lin's family must be very happy. Lin Fongbai's expression relaxed. He put down the pen, crossed his hands, and slowly smiled, as if he was pleased by a certain sentence. "Yeah, very happy." After the chat, Shiryu and Shinsu said goodbye to Lin Fengbai. After returning to Ward 305, Shiryu said, "He gave me a strange feeling." Shinsu took 2 cups of water in a disposable paper cup and handed one to Shiryu. "What do you mean?" Shiryu took the water and took a sip. He played the role of Dean Linchingha very well, and during the chat just now, he also gave me a sense of disharmony. Shiryu took another sip of water and realized that the water was not cold, but warm. Shinsu started to maintain health at a young age. He glanced at Shinsu and continued, "Of course, this is understandable. After all, no one can really become another person. Even if the appearance is exactly the same, even if the behavior and temperament are imitated, you can still get a glimpse of clues from some minor details. This also proves that this Linchingha is indeed Lin Fengbai in disguise. What I find strange is, Shiryu usually doesn't talk much, and only talks a little more when analyzing. Shinsu, who usually talks a lot, sits on a chair by the window and listens to him quietly. The sunlight outlines a silhouette on the wooden floor. I can't understand some of his actions. He killed his own brother and took his place to prevent the truth from being revealed. He probably hoped that his original identity and his family would never be mentioned, but he took the initiative to talk about it, and even deliberately led the topic to the younger brother, an identity that is no longer useful and is very easy to reveal. When asked what his younger brother does, he seemed reluctant to say it at first, but I don't know why he suddenly changed his mind. Lin Fengbai is also a doctor, and his profession can also be better disguised. Isn't this equivalent to revealing information to us? What's even more weird is the last sentence. A pair of twins, who have turned against each other, say that their family is very happy. Isn't this very strange? Shinsu nodded after listening. I feel the same way. But Shiryu had already said what he wanted to say, so he changed his angle. What do you think? Could it be a game setting? No matter how crazy Lin Fengbai is, He is also an NPC in the game and must listen to the system, and the system gives us some hints through the NPC's words. Shiryu suddenly opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly, with a dull expression. Shinsu stopped drinking water and fixed his eyes on Shiryu's face. However, this expression only lasted for a second. Your angle is very novel. Shiryu returned to his normal expression and nodded in praise. Indeed, we are in the game, and sometimes we have to put aside some logic. The barrage was full of question marks again, this time with a prefix. Game planning group. Question mark. Game planning group, what did you say? Say it again? Although they didn't say anything, the game planning group felt like they were being scolded. I'm happy that the planning group was scolded. So prosperous and dazed, ha ha ha. At night, two figures came out of the number 1 inpatient building and walked towards the small garden. The hospital was brightly lit at night, and there were many ghosts. However, the ghosts still couldn't see them, so Shiryu and Shinsu had a smooth journey. Before going to the small garden, they went to the tool room, took a hoe, shovel and flashlight, and they were able to find the tool room smoothly thanks to the hospital map drawn by Chung Jianshu. The small garden at night was more gloomy than during the day, and the cold air was pressing on the forehead. But this also explained why they felt cold here when they went to the small garden to take a walk during the day. How could it not be cold and gloomy when there were bodies buried there? They did not dig aimlessly. The dug land was different from the surrounding land. The soil would be softer, and the color would be different from the untouched soil. They used the hoe to dig out a leg bone in the soft soil. The flesh had rotted, leaving only the white bones. The bones were not complete, but were chopped off. The cross-sections were not even, which showed that the chopping skills of the people were not very good. The two dug separately and dug out more than a dozen pits. They found 20 hand bones, 12 leg bones, a pile of chopped ribs and 2 incomplete skulls. And they had only dug less than half of the small garden. There was more than one person buried here. Chapter 16. 3 hours later, the two of them gasped as they looked at the pile of bones in front of them. Judging from the number of skulls, there are 5 people buried here, and they didn't miss any. I think we should call the police, Shinsu said seriously. Shiryu glanced at Shinsu and said expressionlessly, yes, this matter should be handed over to the police. The police will bring the bad guys to justice, and let them receive the punishment they deserve. Shinsu was stunned at first, and then chuckled. I didn't know you could tell jokes. Shiryu ignored him after telling a joke. Shinsu lowered his head slightly, and looked at Shiryu's beautiful face under the street light. After a while, he asked, are you angry? There was less frivolity in his tone. Shiryu still ignored him. You're in a bad mood, so I liven up the atmosphere. Shinsu sighed helplessly, but this behavior was actually very annoying. Of course, I know there can't be a police station in the game. If there is, wouldn't it be cheating for us? Besides, we don't have mobile phones on us, and we don't know the police phone number here, right? Shiryu ignored him completely. He would rather squat and communicate with the corpse than with Shinsu. Lynching his ghost hasn't appeared yet. Does it want us to piece his body together before he appears? Shinsu squatted down as he spoke, and the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder looking at the pile of corpses in front of them. I'm not saying that the corpse is broken into this state. It's really difficult to piece it together. And we can't do a DNA test. There are more than 5 brothers here. How do we know which ones belong to Dean Lynching? What if we make a mistake? Will he blame us? Shinsu was still nagging, and Shiryu had already started to piece together the body parts. However, he was piecing together the skull, which was not so broken, and was indeed easier to piece together than other parts. When Shiryu put the first skull on the ground, they both received a system prompt message at the same time. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the item Butler's Diary at the same time. A somewhat old notebook appeared next to the skull. The two looked at each other and saw 4 words in each other's eyes. Can it be like this? Butler's Diary? This means that this skull belongs to the butler. Lin Fengbai was so cruel that he even killed the butler? Or did the butler know something important and was silenced? The answer may be in the notebook. Shiryu picked up the notebook and flipped through it. Shinsu leaned his head over, and the two read it together. March 7th, sunny. Mr. Lin and his wife quarreled again. I can't remember how many times this happened. The noise was a bit loud, and I could hear it faintly through the bedroom door. I took the 2 young masters out, using the excuse of buying them toys. In fact, I have used this excuse many times, but the 2 young masters did not expose me, and still went out with me. They didn't say a word on the way. Maybe they knew something. March 12th, heavy rain. It was raining outside, and the thunder was loud, drowning out the noise of the quarrel. I didn't take the two young masters out today. It's not safe to go out on rainy days. March 16th, cloudy. The two young masters had to do their homework, so I didn't take them to buy toys today, but went to the bookstore. When I came back, I bought them candied haws. Usually, my wife doesn't let the two young masters eat food outside, saying it's not clean, but today my wife didn't notice that the two young masters were holding candied haws in their hands when they came in. April 2nd, sunny. The two young masters went to school, so there is no need to find an excuse to take them out today. Actually, I don't understand. Mr. Lin and his wife were classmates in middle school. At that time, Mr. Lin wrote many love letters to his wife. In order to please his wife, he also did many childish things. In the end, the two of them got married and gave birth to a pair of lovely twins. The couple has been very loving for 6 years after marriage, but in the past year, they quarreled almost every time they were at home. They quarreled after a few words, and sometimes they would suddenly quarrel while eating. Fortunately, they would avoid the two young masters when they quarreled. May 22nd, cloudy. Today, I vaguely heard the content of the quarrel, which mentioned something about investment and debt. It seems that there is something wrong with Mr. Lin's company. June 14th, cloudy. Mr. Lin's secretary accidentally revealed a few words. It turned out that the quarrel between his wife and Mr. Lin was because of the company. It seems that Mr. Lin did not listen to his wife's advice and made some decisions, which led to serious consequences, but I don't know the details. December 31st, sunny. The last day of this year. Mr. Lin's company went bankrupt, and he divorced his wife. I will also be fired. After all, the villa will be reclaimed. Mr. Lin and his wife divorced by agreement. The eldest son followed his wife, and the second son followed Mr. Lin. They quarreled fiercely, so the divorce was decent, but it was a pity that the two teenagers had to be separated at such a young age. January 1st, cloudy. On New Year's Day, I said goodbye to Mr. Lin, his wife, and the two sons. Mr. Lin paid me half a year's salary, and his wife gave me a big red envelope, and also wished me to find a better employer. In fact, it doesn't matter to me whether I can find a better employer or not. I have saved a lot of money over the years, and it is enough for me to live a lifetime without working. I just feel sorry for the two young masters. They are only 8 years old. They have to experience a huge change in their family at such a young age. One lives with his mother, and the other lives with his father. Will they have completely different lives in the future? There is a large blank space at the back of the notebook. After turning the page, the diary reappears, but the handwriting is obviously different from before, as if the person who wrote it was not focused enough. July 5th, sunny. My wife is sick and hospitalized. After 20 years, I saw the eldest young master again. This child has a promising future. He is now a doctor in Xincheng Hospital. By the way, this child still remembers me. He stayed with us in the ward for a long time, asked us if we were doing well these years, bought a lot of nutritional supplements for my wife, and introduced us to a better attending doctor. Mr. Lin is a big boss, and his wife is a university professor. I knew that their child must be extraordinary. Sure enough, the eldest young master became a doctor. It's good to be a doctor, saving lives and accumulating merits. I just don't know how the second young master has been doing these years, alas. July 11th, sunny. My wife was discharged from the hospital today. When we went to pay, we found out that someone had already paid. It was the eldest son who paid for us. I am old and confused. I didn't realize that the eldest son was not only a doctor, but also the director of Xincheng Hospital. My wife and I invited the eldest son to dinner. During the meal, the eldest son talked about the second son. It turned out that the eldest son contacted the second son after returning from abroad. However, the second son didn't seem to study hard. He dropped out of college before finishing college. However, he was sent abroad by the eldest son to study medicine. Everything is getting better slowly. August 14th, light rain. The eldest son invited us to dinner, and today I finally met the second son, but the second son has completely changed. The boy who loved bright colors when he was young now wrapped himself in black, and the whole person was gloomy, not smiling, and not talking. When we met, there were bruises on his chin and cracks at the corners of his mouth, as if he had just had a fight with someone. I heard that Mr. Ling gave up on himself after his company went bankrupt, and he has not been able to make a comeback in these years. The second son followed him, and must have suffered a lot in these years, but fortunately there is the eldest son. However, the second son seems to have a gap with his brother, and his attitude is also very cold. It may be because they have been separated for too long, but the eldest son has been trying to maintain their relationship. I believe that in time, the two brothers will definitely recover as before. After all, they are brothers. The diary ends here. Through the fragmentary records in the housekeeper's diary, a story has taken shape. The twins Lin Qinghe and Lin Fengbai were born in a wealthy family. Their father is a big boss, and their mother is a university professor. They lived in a big villa since they were young. They had a housekeeper and a nanny at home and lived a happy life. But the good times did not last long. Their parents had different opinions and began to quarrel endlessly every day. The peaceful life of the twins was disturbed, and the waves became bigger and bigger until a huge wave was set off. The company went bankrupt, the parents divorced, and the two brothers were forced to separate. One followed his father, and the other followed his mother, resulting in completely different lives for the twins. Lin Qinghe became the director of Xincheng Hospital, who was loved by the people, and saved the dying and the wounded, while Lin Fengbai achieved nothing. He envied his brother. This jealousy turned into resentment, which eventually led him astray. It was almost the same as they guessed. This diary was probably a prop randomly generated by the system. The notebook disappeared after they finished reading it. The two put together 4 other heads, but none of them dropped props. Do you think it will happen? When Shiryu stood up, he felt dizzy. He had been staying up too late these days, and his hypoglycemia had recurred. He leaned on the tree trunk next to him to relax before he finished speaking. There is actually no body of Lin Qinghe here? After a long while without getting a response, Shiryu turned around and saw Shinsu squatting on the ground washing his hands with a fire hose. He washed very seriously, rubbing his fingers one by one, until his fingertips turned red. After washing his hands, Shinsu took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him. By the way, what did you just say? Chapter 17. Shiryu squatted down and washed his hands, then stood up and took the lollipop. Thank you. Orange flavor, the same flavor he had seen Shinsu eat the last few times. Shinsu seemed to particularly like orange flavor. If it were normal, Shiryu would not accept Shinsu's things, but his physical condition did not allow it now. Shiryu did not eat the whole lollipop. He broke the lollipop through the candy wrapper, picked up a small piece of the broken candy, and put it in his mouth, and still wrapped the rest in the candy wrapper. After doing all this, he said to Shinsu, "It's getting late, are you going home?" Shinsu was half a head taller than Shiryu. Shiryu had to slightly raise his head when talking to Shinsu. The soft street lights enveloped Shiryu, and his frosty face showed a bit of softness, and even the indifference in his eyes faded a bit. Shinsu looked at Shiryu for about 5 seconds, then looked away. Okay. The two walked back side by side in silence. When they walked out of the small garden, they stopped at the same time and said almost in unison, "Should we bury the bodies?" So they turned back again. This time, they found that the pile of bodies had disappeared. The pit they dug was filled up. The light of the street lamps passed through the treetops and fell on the bluestone path, leaving tiny shadows. The neatly trimmed green belt extended to the distance. The places where the light could not reach were dark. The whole small garden was no different from when they came. This small garden also has a one-key restore function. The facts prove that it was true. But it also saved them from doing it themselves. After a series of small episodes, after the two returned to Ward 305, Shiryu completely forgot what he was going to say just now. Shinsu forgot even more completely. At this moment, it was 8:15, and it was not yet dawn. The two leaned on the chairs and squinted for a while. Since they knew that ghosts would come to sleep in their beds at night, they could no longer convince themselves to sleep in the beds. At this moment, 6 ghosts were still sleeping neatly on the 6 beds in the ward. Today, the system did not urge them to return to the ward. In fact, they might go to other places to spend the night, but there might be more ghosts in other places. Shiryu slept very tiredly. He felt that he had slept for a long time. It should be dawn now, but when he woke up, he found that it was still dark outside the window. Shinsu woke up earlier than him, and was also looking out the window at this moment. After hearing the movement, he turned back to look at him, and his voice was a little deep. Awake? People who just woke up were a little lazy. Shiryu was too lazy to look back at the clock on the wall. Shinsu took the initiative to talk to him, so he simply asked Shinsu, "How long have I slept?" Shinsu, 2 hours. Shiryu slowly stopped rubbing his eyes. 2 hours? Then it's 8:15 now. It's past 8 o'clock. Why is it still dark? It's usually bright at 7 o'clock. The nurse usually comes to deliver breakfast at 8 o'clock every day, but she didn't come today. The 6 ghosts on the bed have already gotten up and moved around. The ghosts in beds 3 and 2 are chatting. From their dancing and gesticulating movements, it can be seen that they are chatting happily. They can't hear the ghosts chatting, and the ghosts can't see them. The two ghosts get along harmoniously in Ward 305. If you ignore the fact that it's still dark at 8 o'clock. Neither Shiryu nor Shinsu spoke. They looked out the window in silence. There was no moon or stars. The whole sky was as dark as the middle of the night. Even in the east, there was no sign of the sun rising. Until 10 o'clock in the morning, the night faded, and the sun rose from the east. After dawn, everything in the hospital returned to normal. The 6 ghosts disappeared when the sun showed an edge. After it was completely bright, the nurse knocked on the door to bring them food. Before leaving, she told them, "You went out for a walk yesterday and got a cold. Your condition has worsened. Don't go out today. Stay in the ward and rest well. Although I don't know why the disease of homosexuality gets worse when the wind blows. But the NPC's words are also the rules of the game to some extent." The nurse asked them not to go out today, which means that going out today may be dangerous. So the two of them obeyed and did not go out. It was not only that the sun rose late, but today the sun also moved faster than usual. It was in the west in the blink of an eye, and it was completely dark at 1600 hours in the afternoon. The nurse did not come to deliver dinner today. After nightfall, Shiryu was a little hungry. There was nothing else to eat in the room, only a water dispenser and half a bucket of water. Shiryu took a cup to drink water, reached into the water dispenser cabinet, but did not get a cup. He reached in again, but still did not touch the paper cup. Could it be that the paper cups were used up? He looked down. There was still half a bag of disposable paper cups left, occupying most of the cabinet. There were obviously more. He reached out again, this time his eyes were on the paper cup, and then he saw his palm pass through the paper cup. Yes, through. There was nothing wrong with the paper cup or the bag of disposable paper cups. It was his palm that became translucent, just like the 6 ghosts in the ward and all the ghosts outside at night. Shiryu looked at his other palm. Both palms became translucent, and could pass through all the objects in the ward. The wrist and the part above the wrist were still normal. Shinsu also discovered this problem, but Shinsu's hand was fine. Shinsu came in front of him, bent down, and pulled up his trouser legs. The part below the ankle was translucent, and the part above the ankle was still normal. He started from the hand, and Shinsu started from the foot. They were being assimilated by the ghosts. It turns out that the difficulty of this hidden branch is not the danger brought by ghosts or dungeon bosses, but that they will be assimilated by ghosts. When they turn into ghosts, they no longer exist as people, and they are not considered alive. So the clearance condition is, survive until the dungeon time ends. The assimilation speed is very fast. When Shiryu looked at his hand again, he found that the transparent position had spread to the wrist bone. It has only been a few minutes. After the branch dungeon was opened, the game time increased by 3 days, and this is only the first day of the 3 days. At this speed, in less than 3 days, they will be completely assimilated. Why are they assimilated by ghosts? What will happen to them after complete assimilation? Is there any way to prevent or delay assimilation? Shiryu's mind was full of questions. Suddenly, a paper cup filled with water was handed to his lips, and Shinsu said, "Open your mouth." Shiryu frowned and took a step back. I don't understand why this guy still wants to tease him at this time. Don't you want to drink water? Shinsu looked at him for a moment, and said again. Shiryu was stunned. He forgot that his hands could not hold anything now, so naturally he couldn't drink water from a paper cup. Shiryu let Shinsu feed him most of the cup of water, and thanked him. Seeing Shinsu take another cup of water, as if he was going to drink it himself, Shiryu was about to remind Shinsu that he had used this cup, when he suddenly heard the sound of chattering in the ward, from the ghosts in the ward. They could hear the voices of ghosts. Shiryu came to his senses, and found that Shinsu had finished a cup of water. Chapter 18 to explain to those who haven't seen the Hidden Branch quest. When the player turns into a transparent ghost, he can no longer leave the game, which is equivalent to the person dying in the original world, and the original world will also erase the person's existence. Fortunately, this assimilation process is very fast, usually no more than 48 hours, and there is no pain. Compared with the bloody death in other games, it can be said to be very happy. I don't know whether it is lucky or unlucky, the player will be left in this world and become an NPC after being assimilated. How to crack it? Sorry, there is no way at present, because the only 4 players who have triggered the Hidden Branch quest of Xinqiang Hospital are dead. Am I the only one who noticed that they just kissed indirectly? It was still Shinju who took the initiative. Shiryu didn't stop it. The style of the live broadcast room that was originally discussing the plot suddenly changed, and it was out of control. The CPI supported kissed indirectly. Okay, I can rest in peace. Don't rest in peace, dear. Even if they become NPCs, we can continue to support them when other players enter this copy. The chance of triggering the hidden branch is so low, how long do we have to wait? Isn't that good? Maybe by then, their baby will be old enough to help with cooking, and maybe they'd be pregnant with their second child. Ward 305. The ghost in bed 3 and the ghost in bed 2 were sitting by their respective beds, chatting across a narrow corridor. And there were 2 more people squeezed into that narrow corridor. If these 2 ghosts could see, they would find that there were 2 men standing between them and eavesdropping on their conversation. There was no way, Shiryu and Shinsu didn't want to. The main reason was that although they could hear the ghosts chatting, the voices were too low, and they had to get close to hear clearly. Before, they could only see a semi-transparent figure of these ghosts, and vaguely see the clothes, but not the face. I don't know if it was because they were being assimilated by the ghosts. Now they can see the faces of these ghosts clearly. The ghosts of beds 2 and 3 were 2 ants, and they were also chatting about family matters and daily trivialities. Hey, what kind of internship is this? Tell your niece not to come. My cousin is a security guard here. He doesn't buy insurance. He works 12 hours a day. Many people quit, and they can't recruit people. Let my cousin and the remaining few people take over. After the night shift, he sleeps in the dormitory for 2 hours, and then has to come to work again. He hasn't been home for a long time, and his wife wants to divorce him. The ant in bed 2 gestured as she spoke, and the whole ghost was very vivid. The ant in bed number 3 interrupted with a somewhat proud tone. Sister, your cousin works for a security company that is contracted out, and is not directly under the hospital. My niece wants to pass the exam to become a formal employee of the hospital, sign a labor contract, and buy 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. This is different. She paused and asked, by the way, security is so difficult. Why doesn't your cousin quit? He signed a 400-year contract. If he quits, he will have to pay a penalty. Who has the money to pay him? 400-year contract. Shinsu sighed twice and said lightly, awesome. Shiryu glanced at Shinsu. He always couldn't stand this man's dishonesty, but this time he didn't refute. Hey, which ward are you from? You 2 are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? The 2 ants suddenly spoke to them. They were both stunned. Can ghosts see them? Shiryu looked down at his hand, and the translucency had spread to his entire arm. Shinsu's legs also became completely translucent, but he didn't seem to care. He sat down and chatted with the 2 ants in a very familiar manner. Ant, I just heard you talking about the hospital recruitment. In fact, I also want to work here. The 2 ants immediately became excited when they heard it, and helped and guided him with the attitude of an elder. What's your major, young man? Which department do you want to apply for? My niece is a nursing major. I can give you my niece's contact information. Then you can make an appointment to take the exam together. You can also chat together at ordinary times. You are the same age, and have more topics to talk about. Shinsu politely declined the ant, and then asked another ant, Ant, can you give me your cousin's contact information? The ant was puzzled. Why do you want his contact information? Shinsu said solemnly, I want to be a security guard. The 2 ants, Shiryu's mouth twitched. The awkward atmosphere was interrupted by a burst of off-tune singing. A fat boy in flowery clothes and shorts came in humming a little tune. When he saw Shiryu and Shinsu, he said yo in a shrill voice and raised his orchid finger and said, the nurse said that there will be new patients admitted today. Are you the ones? At this moment, the situation in Ward 305 was like this. Bed number 6 was occupied by the fat boy in flowery shorts, beds number 2 and number 3 were occupied by these 2 ants, and the ghost in bed number 5 was sleeping, with a quilt pulled up high to cover his entire face, and it was unknown whether it was a man or a woman. The ghosts in beds 1 and 4 were discharged from the hospital at some point, and now they were vacant. Shiryu walked up to see that his and Shinsu's names were written on the diagnosis sheets posted on the heads of the 2 beds at some point. Shinsu was in bed 1, and he was in bed 4. The 2 looked at each other, their expressions a little solemn. It was not a good thing to be transferred from a human ward to a ghost ward. The 2 ants were very enthusiastic about them when they learned that they were new patients, and they persuaded Shinsu about what he had just said. It's a pity for a young man to be a security guard. If you don't take the exam, you can also find an office job? Another ant agreed, that's right. A handsome guy like you can be a model or a salesperson, and you are very popular. Why do you have to do the job of a security guard, which is an old man's job? No. Shinsu smiled politely. Anyway, I will be a security guard in the end, so I will save myself decades of detours. The two ants looked at each other. I couldn't find any words to refute. Shinsu was a hopeless case, so the two ants turned to Shiryu. What about this young man? You look young. Have you graduated from college? Do you want to take the civil service exam? Take the civil service exam? Shiryu thought about it seriously and nodded. I have considered it. Oh, it's a good idea for the young man. It's better to take the civil service exam, which is stable. The ants were very pleased, but before they could say anything, they heard Shiryu's next words. But my family asked me to manage the branch recently, so I'm a bit busy. Ah. Oh. So. The ant paused for a few seconds, then quickly recovered. Still enthusiastic, the young man is a rich second generation. He is the company's boss at such a young age. So amazing. Does the young man have a girlfriend? I give you my niece's contact information, you can chat. Ant's niece is very beautiful and outgoing. You will definitely get along well. Thank you, Ant. Shiryu nodded and smiled, but my family has already found a partner for me, and we will get engaged after the new year. The two ants were completely speechless. Shiryu put away his smile, raised his eyes, and met Shinsu's gaze. That gaze was straight. I don't know how long he looked at him. After being discovered, Shinsu put away his gaze, and returned to his casual appearance, raising his eyebrows at Shiryu. You are really good at talking. Shiryu looked over silently. Aren't you the same? Chapter 19. The two ants were very talkative, and turned to chat with Shinsu again. They advised Shinsu not to degenerate at such a young age, learn more, and take a few exams. His future was bright, so why would he be a security guard? They also said that if Shinsu decided to take the exam, the ant would give him her niece's contact information. The fat boy in bed number 6 also came over, and said that his family had an ancestral mansion, and a piece of land with hundreds of sheep. He was the only child in the family, and he would inherit all of them in the future. He asked the ant if she could give him her niece's contact information as well. The ant asked where the fat boy lived. The fat boy said in the suburbs. The ant said that her niece's home was in the city. The two families were too far apart, and a long-distance relationship would not work out. Then the topic turned to the ghost in bed number 5. There's something wrong with this person. The ant pointed to her head. Shiryu looked over along the ant's line of sight. Probably because of turning over, the quilt that originally covered the whole face slid down a little, revealing the short black hair on the snow-white pillow and a small piece of pale forehead skin. This should be a man, and judging from the body shape under the quilt, he is still a somewhat thin man. He was hospitalized when we moved in, and he has been there for a long time. He has not recovered after 3 treatments a day. He usually doesn't talk to us, ignores everyone, and sleeps after treatment, and sometimes doesn't eat. We have lived together for so long, and no one has seen him speak. If he is not mute, then there must be something wrong here, right? The ant spoke loudly, and she didn't seem to be shy at all. But while the ant was talking, Shiryu noticed a pale hand with joints stretched out from the quilt of bed number 5, pulled up the quilt that had slipped down, and covered the whole head again. The ghost woke up, but he didn't say anything to refute. Instead, he hid himself in a thick cocoon, as if to completely isolate himself from the outside world. This is an insecure person. No, it's an insecure ghost. A figure suddenly appeared in Shiryu's mind. All black, a baseball cap, a mask, insecure. No, he must have thought too much. Shiryu didn't think about it anymore. He opened the game panel. Although his hand became translucent, he could still click on the game panel. The game functions were all normal. The system did not issue any new tasks, and the system did not explain the changes in their bodies. His exploration level remained at 13, but the exploration level was useless now. The My Live Room interface still could not be entered, showing you are not allowed to enter your own live room in the game, and the number of his fans on his personal homepage. Since he took on the hidden side quest, he started to lose fans, and now only 100,000 are left. If only Xiao Wanwan was here. Can you ask her, under what circumstances would people unfollow a streamer? However, since Xiao Wanwan and the other 4 cleared the game and left, their names disappeared from Shiryu's game friend list. But maybe you can ask Shinsu. Since the ghost can hear them talking now, it is inconvenient to chat directly, so Shiryu sent a message to Shinsu in the game to tell him about losing fans. It turns out that Shinsu is in the same situation as him. He also started to lose fans crazily after accepting the side quest, and Shinsu is worse than him. Now he only has 70,000 fans. Don't fans want us to accept this task? Shiryu asked, or did our performance disappoint the fans? Shinsu, I think the fans can't bear to see us die. Shiryu, ? Shinsu, if I'm not mistaken, The clearance rate of this hidden branch is very low, so low that old players may have to work hard to pass it, and the probability of us two new players getting out alive can be imagined. If I learned that a character I like very much is about to die while watching a movie, I might not be able to bear to watch it. Sure you, that makes sense. The ants are all asleep. Are you going to sleep? Shinsu, go to sleep. The nurse came to change the sheets and quilts, so you can sleep in the bed tonight, and no one else will come to squeeze with us. Because they have become the person who squeezes other people's beds. Sure you, okay. So the two went back to their beds to sleep. The ward was quiet, and the live broadcast room could not be quiet because of their conversation. Shinsu is right. I don't want to see you die, so I unfollowed you. But he is also wrong. The clearance rate is not very low, it is directly 0. Old players have to lose a layer of skin to clear the level? No, they just died. So they all know they are dying soon. Why are they still so calm? Sleep? Can they sleep? In fact, sure you woke up not long after sleeping. He glanced at bed number 1. Shinsu was sleeping soundly. He got out of bed very quietly, and came to the window, staring blankly at the deep night outside that was no different from the real world. Shinsu's translucent state has spread to his waist, and except for his 2 arms, which are completely translucent, his 2 legs have also begun to become translucent. Assimilation allows ghosts to see them. They can talk to ghosts. Their names are moved from the wards of the human world to the wards of the ghost world. Will there be no dawn tomorrow? Are you wondering if there will be dawn tomorrow? A strange male voice sounded from behind. Sure you turned around and found that it was the ghost in bed number 5. As he guessed, this was a thin young man wearing a hospital gown, with a pretty face, taller than Shiryu, but not as tall as Shinsu. In the mouths of the 2 ants, this was a weirdo who never talked to anyone. But this person came to talk to him actively at this moment. How do you know what I'm thinking? Shiryu asked. The young man did not answer the question directly, but said something that was hard to tell whether it was true or false. At most tomorrow noon, you will become exactly the same as us. Are you the former player? Shiryu asked again. The young man still did not answer, and turned back to his bed. It seemed that the young man got up in the middle of the night, just to tell him that you will die tomorrow. Shiryu also went back to his bed to sleep. That night, he had a dream. A true dream. He knew clearly in his dream that he was dreaming. He dreamed that he was doing homework in a narrow and stuffy room. In the living room across the door, there were crackling sounds of things being smashed and a man scolding. He was still doing his homework, without even the tip of his pen shaking. The oscillating fan in the room was humming. The noise outside was getting louder and louder. With a clang, the door of the room was kicked open, and he stopped writing. The oscillating fan was kicked and stopped turning. He was dragged out by the back of his collar, and thrown on the floor of the living room. His body fell into a pile of beer bottle fragments, and his palms were covered in blood. He just sat up with his elbows on the floor, and was kicked to the ground again. The man punched and kicked him while cursing. The sound of the curse seemed to be through a layer of glass, and it was not clear, but the beating was real, and even the pain was very real. When Shiryu woke up, he seemed to still smell the disgusting smell of blood mixed with alcohol, and the man's sweat fermented in the sultry summer. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark outside. This dream was strange. Shiryu had never been beaten in his life, and the narrow room in the dream was also unfamiliar to him. Shiryu looked at the young man in bed number 5. The young man who had been sleeping in the quilt got up from the bed. The hospital gown was buttoned to the top button, wearing a white baseball cap and a mask, wrapping himself tightly, revealing only a pair of black eyes, and then the nurse, who came to call him, went out for treatment. Chapter 20. Shiryu walked to bed number 5, and glanced at the bedside sheet. Name, Hee-yuan. Age, 24. Disease, homosexuality. In the snow-white corridor, Hee-yuan followed the nurse obediently. The nurse walked a few steps and looked back at him, walked a few steps and looked at him again, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, the nurse couldn't help but speak. Admit your mistakes later, don't be stubborn, don't be angry. Don't you know how much suffering you have brought to yourself with your stubborn temper? Hee-yuan asked back. Isn't it he who brought me these sufferings? Nurse, I couldn't refute it. The nurse ignored him, and walked forward quickly. But after walking a distance, she stopped and waited for him. The nurse took Hee-yuan into the rehabilitation center, but not to the rehabilitation room for ordinary patients, but took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and went to the private rehabilitation room. Shiryu looked at the hospital still shrouded in the night outside the window, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Although the situation was already very bad, he still felt vaguely uneasy. Last night, Yuan got up in the middle of the night and told him that they would become the same as them at the latest tomorrow noon. At this moment, the degree of translucency of him and Shinsu's assimilation had spread to their chests. At this rate, he and Shinsu might not even be assimilated into ghosts by noon. What would happen to them by then? Would they be left in the game forever? Or would they disappear directly? None of this was known. Yuan in bed number 5 was called away by the nurse, and the 2 aunts and the fat kid in bed number 6 also went out to move around. At this moment, only Shiryu and Shinsu were left in the ward. Shiryu didn't know what would happen next, and he had no idea of a way to solve or delay assimilation. Shinsu leaned against the bedside, half closed his eyes, and rested, looking indifferent to the changes in his body. I wonder if he has already found a solution in his mind. Or is he really indifferent to life and death? However, based on Shiryu's understanding of Shinsu, he thinks the second possibility is more likely. Shinsu. Shiryu sat down beside Shinsu's bed. On the 9th day of entering the game, Shiryu took the initiative to talk to Shinsu for the first time. No, it should be said that in the 25 years of knowing each other, this was the first time he took the initiative to start a conversation between the two. Shinsu opened his eyes and looked at him. Shinsu's eyes were black and brown, and they would appear a very beautiful amber color under the sunlight, clear and transparent. Under the light, the dim light, and the shadow cast by the eyelashes in the eyes made these eyes dark and deep, making Shiryu unable to guess what he was thinking for a while. Shiryu organized the sentence order. Something happened to me last night. I want to tell you, and there are other things I want you to know too. The condition for passing the hidden branch of the game is to survive until the end of the dungeon time. There are only 2 days left in the dungeon time, but their bodies can't wait for 2 days. At this assimilation speed, they may not even survive until noon today. Shiryu doesn't know what will happen to them after being assimilated. Maybe they will die, maybe they will disappear, maybe they will stay in the game forever. It's just that at this moment, Shiryu wants to share all the clues he knows about the game with Shinsu. This may be helpful to Shinsu, or it may not, but he has no other way. Shiryu told Shinsu what Yuan said to him in the middle of the night last night, the dream he had last night, and all the details. He also told Shinsu about some things he had encountered before, and some information that he had not told Shinsu. More than half an hour had passed since this conversation. Shiryu was so thirsty that his mouth was dry. Shinsu still had one hand left in normal condition. He took a glass of water and fed it to Shiryu while speaking naturally. If we can get out, will you stop hating me? Shiryu almost spit out a mouthful of water. If it wasn't difficult to drink water now, he would have to ask for help. Shiryu swallowed the water in his mouth with difficulty and said, I have never hated you. I just can't stand you. Oh! Shinsu raised his eyebrows, half lowered his head, and fed the cup of water to Shiryu's lips. What can't you stand about me? Shiryu slowly drank the remaining half cup of water from Shinsu's hand, and then said, a lot. Such as you are one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, 100 minds at a young age. Such as you are rebellious, but pretend to be well-behaved and harmless. Such as sometimes you are unhappy, but force yourself to smile. Of course, what I can't stand the most is. Shiryu raised his eyelids, and his cold eyes looked straight into those dark and deep eyes. His voice was very soft, but every word was very clear. You don't take your life seriously. Shinsu's eyes were confused for a few seconds. I admit the rest, but why don't you take your life seriously? After expressing his deep confusion, he snorted and refuted, I have always cherished my life. Do you have any misunderstandings? Shiryu looked at Shinsu for a few seconds. That summer vacation at the beach, have you forgotten? The smile on Shinsu's lips gradually disappeared. When he looked at Shiryu again, his eyes seemed to penetrate people with a sense of scrutiny. After a long time, he moved his lips and said in a low and hoarse voice, That person is you? Shiryu did not answer. He stood up and went back to his bed and lay down, closing his eyes. Call me when it's dawn. Shinsu stared at his hand in the air in a daze. When Shiryu stood up, he subconsciously wanted to grab Shiryu's wrist, and he did so, but he watched Shiryu's translucent hand pass through his hand. When he entered this game, he originally had an indifferent attitude. It didn't matter if he passed the level or not. It didn't matter if he was assimilated into a ghost. It didn't matter if he couldn't leave the game. And it didn't matter if he died in the game. But now, he suddenly hated this state very much. Shiryu let himself fall into a deep sleep. Sure enough, he dreamed again. Still in that narrow and stuffy room, he sat at the shabby desk and did his homework. The sound of smashing things outside the door was still clear. The only difference was that the oscillating fan in the room stopped turning. He had no control over his body in the dream. The protagonist in the dream was doing homework, and he could only do homework. He focused on the homework book and noticed that it was a high school math problem. The protagonist in the dream was doing the questions very quickly. Only when he encountered the questions with asterisks did he take longer to think, but he was able to solve them in the end. When he looked up, sure you saw a math test paper with full marks. Sure you often got full marks in high school, so he didn't think it was a big deal. But when his eyes fell on the name column, he was stunned. Sure you woke up naturally. Shinsu didn't call him, which meant that it was still dark. At this moment, the time was already 12 noon. The door of the ward was pushed open with a creak, and Hee-Yuan came back. The treatment today seemed to be very intense, because Hee-Yuan walked very slowly and took small steps. He took off his hat and mask. His hair was a little messy, the collar of his hospital gown was a little wrinkled, and a button near his neck was broken, revealing a section of overly pale neck skin. Although ghosts should not have good or bad complexions, Hee-Yuan was in a sluggish state. Sure you sat at the end of the bed, and when Hee-Yuan passed by him, he called out softly, "Lin Fengbai." Hee-Yuan stopped. After a few seconds, he turned his head stiffly and looked at him. The game panel popped up at this time. Congratulations to the player for triggering the plot twins. Due to the gameplay setting, you and Shinsu will terminate your teammate relationship, and you will belong to 2 camps respectively and enter the confrontation mode. You belong to Lin Fengbai's camp, and need to help Lin Fengbai fulfill his wish. If you fail, you will face a death penalty. The game time is extended to 15 days. Good luck. At the same time, Shinsu also received the same system message. The only difference is that Shinsu belongs to Lynching his camp. The live broadcast room exploded. Twins? 2 camps? Confrontation mode? Exciting. Why didn't I know that this dungeon had this plot before? Because before this, only 4 players opened the hidden branch line, and the 4 players who opened the branch line did not recognize that Hee-Yuan was Lin Fengbai, and died soon after. Is this considered a branch line in the branch line? So what I watched before was incomplete. I also paid for a membership. The game operator refunded me. What does it have to do with the game operator? It's obviously the previous anchor who is not good. Am I the only one who noticed that the 2 of them just reconciled? Finally someone discovered the blind spot. They really know each other in real life. And their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Wait, they just reconciled, and let them fight. People can do things? People can't do this, but the system can do this. Chapter 21. Although Hee-Yuan did not speak, the system pop-up triggering plot prompt has already explained that this Hee-Yuan is Lin Fengbai. After so many years, you are the first one to recognize me. After saying this, Lin Fengbai changed completely. His appearance changed, his height increased, and his translucent body gradually solidified. Finally, Lin Fengbai changed from a ghost to a human. And with the change of Lin Fengbai, almost in an instant, the darkness outside dissipated, the sun rose, and the golden sunlight covered the earth. Sure you and Shinsu's bodies also returned from translucent forms to entities. These seem to be inexplicable in reality, but they are now in a horror game, so anything is possible. Lin Fengbai has a face exactly like Lin Qinghe, the director of Xinqing Hospital. It's just that Lin Qinghe gives people a gentle feeling like a spring breeze, while Lin Fengbai gives people a feeling like a wind blowing in the face in the cold winter, chilly. At dawn, the ghosts disappeared, and they returned from the ghost world to the human world. The names of the 2 ghost ants in beds 2 and 3, and the fat boy in bed 6 also disappeared. There were no new names written on them, which meant that no new people had moved in yet. The nurse who pushed the door in also had a human-like entity. She said to the ward, "Shinsu in bed 1, pack up your things, I change your ward for you." Sure you looked up at Shinsu, and Shinsu also looked down at him. The 2 looked at each other for a few seconds across the 2 beds. Shinsu looked away, tilted his head and smiled at the nurse, revealing 2 small canine teeth that gave people a feeling that he was very sincere. "No thank you, nurse sister, I'm used to living here, no need to change." The nurse's face darkened. "This is the dean's order, please don't make it difficult for me." Shinsu and Sure you were both stunned. The dean's order? Yes, they belong to different camps now, and the system naturally cannot let them live together. Shinsu followed the nurse and left. Sure you opened the game panel, and tried to chat with Shinsu online, but the friend chat function in the game panel was unavailable. It was also at this time that Sure you found that his fans had increased back to 150,000. No, more than 150,000, now almost 160,000. His fans are not increasing, they are increasing wildly. Shinsu was taken to a ward on the top floor by the nurse. This is a single ward with a living room, balcony, open kitchen, independent bathroom in the bedroom, and even a small conference room. Except for the configuration of medical equipment, this ward is designed exactly like a business hotel suite. This room looks really good. Shinsu sighed casually. Of course. The nurse said, you are an important guest of our dean. The dean has instructed us to provide you with the most thoughtful service and make you feel at home. This ward is the most fully equipped in the entire hospital. You don't even need to go to the rehabilitation center. You can get rehabilitation treatment here. The nurse said as she pushed open the door of the small conference room. A complete set of electrotherapy equipment in the center of the room came into view. Oh! It turned out that this was not a conference room. Thank your dean for me. Your dean is such a good person. Shinsu said. Of course. The nurse raised her head and said proudly, our dean allocates special funds for free medical care every year, provides exemptions for patients with difficult families, and patients with difficult and complicated diseases can get treatment here for free. He even goes to the surrounding villages to provide free medical treatment for the elderly who can't afford medical treatment. The people nearby love and respect him very much. The good deeds of lynching him mentioned by the nurse are the same as the information Xiao Wanwan had found out before. In summary, Dean Lin is a kind, just, friendly and humble person. He has a gentle and elegant image, a gentleman, and a heart to save the world. He knows the suffering of the people, and he is approachable despite his high position, without any airs, and is deeply loved by the people. But people who are sanctimonious also have these characteristics. Your Dean Lin is such a nice guy. I almost admire him after hearing what he said. Shinsu said expressionlessly. The nurse nodded desperately. Shinsu changed the subject and said, by the way, this ward is so big. Why not add a bed and transfer your dean's brother to this ward? He has the same symptoms as me, and we can treat him together. The nurse's face turned red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple. Finally, she said dryly, the dean said that children should not be spoiled. Let him experience the people's livelihood. Shinsu said him and said, but I think children should be spoiled, otherwise someone will lure him away with a piece of candy in the future. Ward 305. There are 6 beds, 4 of which are empty. Now only Shiryu and Lin Fengbai live in this ward. The nurse will not come to deliver meals after dark. Since his body was assimilated yesterday, Shiryu has not eaten. But perhaps because of assimilation, Shiryu had never felt hungry before. Now that his body has recovered, his stomach has begun to feel hungry. There was no other food in the ward, only a bucket of drinking water. Shiryu took out a candy from his pocket. It was the lollipop that Shinsu had given him before, which he had broken into pieces and wrapped in candy paper. So far, only a small piece of the candy had been eaten, and there was still a lot left. Shiryu unfolded the candy wrapper in his palm and handed it to Lin Fengbai. The light orange candy shone brightly in the sunlight. He asked, do you want to eat it? Lin Fengbai's eyes moved from Shiryu's face to Shiryu's hand, and then to the candy. He hesitated for a long time, and finally stretched out 2 fingers, grabbed a small piece of candy from Shiryu's palm, and put it in his mouth. After a long time, the small piece of candy probably melted on the tip of his tongue, and he whispered thank you. Shiryu thought of the housekeeper's diary. The housekeeper said in the diary that after Mr. Lin divorced his wife, Lin Qinghe followed his mother, and Lin Fengbai followed his father. It was obvious that Lin Fengbai had not had a good life with his father. He was often beaten and kicked by his alcoholic father, and he didn't even have a quiet environment to do his homework. The housekeeper said that the second young master didn't study hard and dropped out of college before finishing college. But this is clearly a boy who can get full marks on math tests. The housekeeper also said that Lin Fengbai had changed, becoming gloomy, not smiling and not talking. But when Lin Fengbai put the broken candy into his mouth just now, his black eyes were as innocent as some kind of small animal. Shiryu wanted to use the candy to relieve his hunger, but in the end, he didn't eat a single bite. He wrapped the remaining broken candy in candy paper and handed it to Lin Fengbai. Lin Fengbai looked at Shiryu, then at the candy in Shiryu's palm, as if he had weighed it. This small bag of broken candy was not a valuable thing, and it was not that he couldn't pay it back. Finally, Lin Fengbai accepted it. Thank you. Shiryu said, you're welcome. Lin Fengbai opened the candy paper, took another small piece of broken candy, and put it in his mouth, and wrapped the candy paper again. He folded it several times, making sure it was tightly wrapped, before putting it in his pocket. Then he said to Shiryu, now we belong to the same camp. According to the requirements, I need to transmit all the plots to you. Sure you, yes. That? Lin Fengbai hesitated. It may take a while. Why don't you lie down on the bed? Okay. Sure you accepted the suggestion and laid down on the bed. As Lin Fengbai's story came into his mind, all their previous speculations about Lin Qinghe and Lin Fengbai were overturned. Lin Fengbai and Lin Qinghe were born in a wealthy family, but their parents were not loving. Outsiders only saw one side of the story. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin got married for a business marriage. Mr. Lin's pursuit of Mrs. Lin in college was just a process. The housekeeper's diary wrote Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin are very loving, which was just what the two deliberately did for the outside world to see. But the quarrel was real. Lin's bankruptcy was real. The subsequent divorce was also real. Two people who don't love each other naturally don't love their children much, so the relationship between the two brothers is better than that between their parents. However, what sure you didn't expect was that when he was a child, Lin Fengbai would be so attached to his brother. He would go to kindergarten with his brother, come back together after school, do homework in the same room, pester his brother to tell him bedtime stories at night, sleep in the same bed with his brother on rainy nights. He followed Lin Qinghe all day long, calling him brother, like a little tail. When he was a child, Lin Qinghe gave Lin Fengbai whatever he wanted and met any request he made. He was very tolerant of Lin Fengbai, even indulgent. If Lin had not gone bankrupt, if the Lins had not divorced, if the couple had not separated the two brothers after the divorce, their future lives might not have become what they are now. At least, it would be better than it is now. Before the age of 8, Lin Fengbai was a carefree young master who was loved by his brother. After the age of 8, Lin Fengbai's life went from heaven to hell. The year when Lin Fengbai's parents divorced, he and his brother Lin Qinghe had just turned 8 years old and were in the 2nd grade of elementary school. The villa was particularly quiet that morning. Little Lin Fengbai and his brother washed up, carried their school bags, and went downstairs to eat breakfast and prepare to go to school. Lin's mother sat on the sofa in the living room, looking tired, and said to them, "Teacher Zhang and I have asked for leave. You don't have to go to school today." Little Lin Fengbai looked up at his brother with a confused look. The sound of a car engine came from the yard. It was Lin's father who came back. Lin's mother stuffed a plate of dumplings into Lin Qinghe's hand and said, "Take your brother upstairs to eat." Little Lin Qinghe took the plate, nodded, and took Lin Fengbai's hand. Little Lin Fengbai didn't understand why his mother asked for leave for them. Why did she let them go back to the room to eat dumplings? But he listened to his brother, so his brother took his hand upstairs, and he followed his brother upstairs. His brother asked him to eat dumplings, and he ate dumplings quietly. The dumplings didn't taste good. It didn't taste like the ones made by the aunt at home. In fact, several aunts at home had already left, the driver had also left, and the housekeeper was the last to leave. Before leaving, he solemnly said goodbye to Lin's father and mother. After breakfast, Lin Fengbai was not as clingy as usual. He sat alone on a chair, playing with his chubby fingers, and asked in a baby voice, "Brother, will Mom and Dad abandon us?" "No." "Then will brother abandon me?" "No." "We will not separate." Lin Qinghe emphasized. His childish voice was strong and powerful. Lin Fengbai was relieved. He ran over and clingy with his brother again. The child's oath was sincere and passionate. However, children do not have the right to make their own decisions on many things. Lin's father and mother divorced, and Lin's mother took away the sensible brother, and left the clingy and naughty little Lin Fengbai to Lin's father. Lin Qinghe followed Lin's mother to the capital, attended the best elementary school, junior high school, and high school, and then went abroad, with a bright future. And Lin Fengbai followed Lin's father to a remote small city. The two have since gone to completely different destinations. Chapter 22. The city that Lin's father took little Lin Fengbai to was called Hua Town. Hua Town is a place surrounded by mountains and rivers, with little pollution and good air. From the perspective of health preservation, it is very good. However, there is only one primary school and one middle school with junior and senior high schools, and the school's enrollment rate is not comparable to that of schools in big cities. Little Lin Fengbai transferred to Hua Town Primary School. A few years later, he entered Hua Town Middle School. From junior high school to high school, his grades have always been the first in the grade. During the city joint examination, he even defeated the top students of many key schools, and won the first place in the city joint examination. The teacher said that as long as he performed stably in the college entrance examination, he could definitely be admitted to the Imperial Capital University with his grades. If he performed better, he could even win the city champion. Imperial Capital. When he thought of the Imperial Capital, Lin Fengbai couldn't help but smile. His brother is in the Imperial Capital. When he passes the exam to the imperial capital, he can go to find his brother. He will give his brother a surprise, and his brother will definitely praise him at that time. His parents' divorce and separation from his brother made his life dark, but now a beam of light has appeared in this darkness. But Lin Fengbai failed to take the college entrance examination in the end, because he was beaten into the ICU by his biological father the night before the college entrance examination. Lin's father is a businessman. He is always busy and rarely goes home. He is not close to his two sons, but he has not shown domestic violence in the past 10 years. After bankruptcy and divorce, Lin's father was depressed and developed bad habits in Watown: smoking, drinking, playing mahjong, gambling. Although the company went bankrupt, the Lin family still has some assets, which is enough for the father and son to spend most of their lives. But because of Lin's father's gambling habit, the family fortune was soon lost. After sobering up, Lin's father came to his senses. He went around looking for friends to borrow money, hoping to make a comeback. He failed once, twice, and tried again and again, and was finally crushed by debt. During the most difficult period, Lin's father worked 3 jobs to pay off his debts. He went out before dawn and came back late at night. Sometimes he didn't go home all day. Lin Fengbai, who was left at home, bought the cheapest white steamed buns, broke a steamed bun in half, mixed it with water, and ate it as 2 meals. When he was hungry, he did homework to divert his attention. However, the huge debt could not be paid off by Lin's father working 3 jobs. Lin's mother didn't know where she got the news. Perhaps because of the relationship between husband and wife, Lin's mother helped to pay off the huge debt. Lin's mother's help did not win Lin's father's gratitude, but instead aroused Lin's father's unnecessary male chauvinism. He felt that Lin's mother looked down on him and gave him alms, like a beggar. One night, Lin's father came home drunk. He sat in the living room and looked at the closed bedroom door of Lin Fengbai across from him. His son, the child born by that woman, never got close to him. He never greeted him when he came home. He was his father, but he didn't even talk to him. That woman looked down on him, and the child born by that woman also looked down on him. That night, Lin Fengbai was doing homework in his room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Before he could turn around, he was dragged out of the bedroom by a strong force. This scene was repeated later. "You look down on me? How dare you look down on me? I'm your father. How dare you look down on your father? Who am I working so hard for? Isn't it for you? You can't look down on me. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. Your mother wants your brother. Your brother doesn't want you anymore either. We are both abandoned. No one should look down on each other. My brother didn't abandon me. He will come to find me." Shaolin Fengbai retorted and was slapped. His face was slapped to one side. Half of his face was swollen. He turned his head and said unwillingly, "My brother will come back to find me one day." Then, he was beaten even worse. "My brother will come back to find me one day." Shaolin Fengbai firmly believed this. But later, when this long-cherished wish came true, he would rather lynching had didn't come back to find him. The night before the college entrance examination, Lin Fengbai went to bed early to have enough energy to cope with the exam the next day. In the middle of the night, the bedroom door was suddenly knocked open, and he was half asleep and half awake when he was pulled out of the quilt by a strong force and thrown to the ground. The alcoholic father Lin repeated a sentence with red eyes. "Do you look down on me?" Lin Fengbai was annoyed by the question. He had to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, and had no time to spend with this crazy man. He said, "Yes, I looked down on you. But I didn't look down on you for being poor, for failing in business, or for doing the dirtiest and most tiring work to pay off debts. I looked down on your self-degradation." But Lin Fengbai couldn't say the rest. After he finished the first sentence, he was kicked away, and his head hit the corner of the wall. He smelled a strong smell of blood, and his vision began to blur, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying in the ICU, and a week had passed. The doctor said that if he had been a few minutes later, he would not have been able to be saved. However, Lin Fengbai did not care about this. What he cared about was that he had missed the college entrance examination. He originally planned to repeat his studies, but his eyesight suddenly became problematic. At the worst, he could not see anything, so he had to temporarily stop studying to treat his eyes. The reason for his vision problems was the fatal injury to the back of his head. Lin's father felt guilty and annoyed, and could not sleep at night. He lent money to his son to treat his eyes. He humbled himself and found connections to contact a good domestic university that was exempt from examinations for Lin Fengbai. He handled the admission procedures for him without Lin Fengbai's knowledge, in order to make up for his uneasy conscience. But that was not Lin Fengbai's dream, so he did not go to school. After his eyes recovered, Lin Fengbai left Hua Town and went to a second-tier city with less competition and more job opportunities, and entered the society to work in advance. 2 years later, Lin Fengbai received a call from the landlord, saying that his father had died of cerebral hemorrhage in the rental house. Lin Fengbai returned to Hua Town and calmly handled the funeral. A few days later, the landlord called again. A man wearing a mask claims to be your brother and wants your phone number. Will you give it to him? Lin Fengbai slid out from under the car. The midday sun was dazzling. He squinted his eyes, lowered his head to wipe the oil off his hands on his dark work clothes, and changed his hand to hold the phone. He said, "I don't have a brother." He must be a liar. Many times, the more you want to see someone, the less likely you are to see him. When you don't want to see him anymore, that person appears again. Lin Fengbai finally met his brother at the auto repair shop where he worked. He recognized his brother at first sight, because they have the same face, whether they were children or now. But now, because of long-term inadequate nutrition, he is a few centimeters shorter than Lin Qinghe, and his frame is also smaller than Lin Qinghe. He looks very thin and listless. When they first met, Lin Qinghe was wearing a white shirt and suit pants of good quality, a gray suit jacket on his arm, and a pair of expensive silver-rimmed glasses on his nose, as if he had just left a banquet. Lin Fengbai was wearing the uniform gray work clothes of the auto repair shop, which were stained with large and small stains. He also had motor oil on his hands, and he was covered in dust. They were like people from two different worlds. He didn't want his brother to see him like this, but he was still seen. "Go back to school." The first words Lin Qinghe said. He said, "No." Lin Qinghe stepped forward, his eyes seemed to burn a hole in him. "Go back and repeat the year, then take the college entrance examination again, or go abroad to study, you choose one." "I don't choose." After that, Lin Qinghe came every day, and didn't say anything extra, just asked him to go back to study. He refused, and then the two of them were deadlocked, and the owner of the auto repair shop and other employees had opinions about him over time. Lin Fengbai didn't know that his brother, who was so gentle and accommodating to him in the past, would become so strong. In the end, he agreed to study abroad. But on the day of leaving, he broke the appointment and fled to another city by long-distance bus. He didn't want his brother's money, and he didn't want to meet his brother again. Lin Fengbai went to a remote small city and gave himself a fake name Yuan. He worked in the auto repair shop during the day and worked as a waiter in KTV at night. He was saving money, and he wanted to save money to study abroad. He didn't want his brother's money, he wanted to study abroad by his own efforts. He was sad that he inherited his father's unnecessary male self-esteem, and he was also glad that he didn't degenerate. Such days are fulfilling and busy. Until Lin Qinghe appeared again. "Come home with me." The tone was a negotiating tone, but the behavior was not negotiable. Lin Fengbai was packed and taken home by Lin Qinghe with his gifts. Home, really home. Because the property certificate was written with his and his brother's names, it was their home. This is a very beautiful villa, with a yard, a garden, a rockery, a fish pond, and a swimming pool. It is bigger than the villa they lived in before, and there are servants and bodyguards in it, as if these people exist to monitor him. Lin Qinghe didn't let him go out. Lin Qinghe still doted on him and treated him with connivance. He could ask for anything and do anything he wanted at home, but he was not allowed to go out. Sometimes he wondered if his brother was angry because he left without saying goodbye. But it had been so long, the anger should have subsided. Sometimes he felt that. He seemed to be under house arrest by his brother. Lin Fengbai didn't like this, no matter what his brother's purpose was. He proposed to leave here and expressed his determination. It was the first time in more than 20 years that he saw his brother, who had always been gentle and refined, go crazy. "Leave? Where to?" "This is our home. I am your only relative in the world. Where are you going?" I said, "We will not separate. I won't let you leave me. We will be together for the rest of our lives. Don't even think about going anywhere." He was held by the back of his neck and pressed against the door panel, and could only utter intermittent sobs. "Brother, I promise you. I promise you to study abroad. I won't run away. Don't do this." Lin Qinghe said to his ear, "It's too late. I don't want to let you go now." That was Lin Fengbai's lifelong nightmare. He was 24 years old that year. He cut his wrists, and the water in the entire bathtub was dyed red. After being rescued, Lin Qinghe finally compromised and sent him abroad to continue his studies. He studied clinical medicine, 4 years for undergraduate studies, 5 years for master's and doctoral studies, and he stayed abroad for a total of 9 years. During these 9 years, Lin Qinghe often visited him abroad, and the two restored a normal brotherly relationship. Lin Fengbai thought his brother would not go crazy again, so he could treat the incident a long time ago as if it had never happened. However, when he graduated and returned to China, he found that Lin Qinghe was even crazier than before. He was crazy in private before, but now he is crazy in public. Not only Lin Fengbai thinks he is crazy, but all the relatives of the Lin family, including the former housekeeper of the Lin family, think he is a lunatic. Why should we care about other people's eyes? What does other people's thoughts have to do with us? Mom and that man are dead. Who can take care of us? Relatives? What are they? Housekeeper? He is buried underground. I have dealt with them. No one will dare to gossip about us. If there is, I will make them speechless. The lunatic who imprisoned him is the elegant and noble director of Xincheng Hospital. He studied medicine for 9 years and got a doctorate, but in the end, he failed to become a doctor. This person is no longer his brother. This person is a madman who destroyed his life dream. One morning when he was washing his face, Lin Fengbai looked at himself in the mirror and made a decision. When he walked into the dean's office with a scalpel, he had a dark thought. He looked exactly like this person. He could kill this person and replace him. Then he could be free and realize his medical ambition. However, this person had already understood what he was thinking. Lin Qinghe had dismissed everyone in the hospital and gave him this opportunity. He didn't even resist and let the sharp knife pierce into his abdomen. I may not have done the right thing, and you should hate me. But I have been trying my best to make it up to you, all these years, you know. Yes. Lin Fengbai said bitterly, you are making it up. You are making it up. So I want to thank you. Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you for sending me abroad. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to study. Otherwise, he leaned close to Lin Qinghe's ear, trying to suppress the trembling, making himself look at ease. How can I replace you? So that's it. Lin Qinghe suddenly smiled. He gently stroked Lin Fengbai's pale cheek and said in a gentle tone, so you want to be the dean? You may not be incapable of it. I will give it to you. Everything I have is yours. Don't cry. The ambulance arrived in time, and the knife did not injure the key parts, so Lin Qinghe was not in danger of life, but just stayed in the hospital for a week. A week later, Lin Qinghe was discharged from the hospital. He returned to his office and saw Lin Fengbai lying on his desk, with a pale arm hanging on the edge of the desk and several empty medicine bottles at his feet. He was already dead. Lin Fengbai thought he would be free if he died. Unexpectedly, his ghost was trapped in the hospital. He didn't dare to go out during the day and only dared to move around in the hospital at night. He saw Lin Qinghe was depressed for a while, but it was only for a while. Lin Qinghe recovered, and he was still the noble director of Xincheng Hospital. His death didn't have much impact on Lin Qinghe. Lin Fengbai felt fortunate, but also a little uncomfortable. Slowly, Lin Fengbai found that there were a few more ghosts in the hospital, and Lin Qinghe stayed in the hospital longer and longer. Then, he found that Lin Qinghe seemed to be able to see him. Soon he found that it was not seeming. Lin Qinghe really could see him. There are more and more ghosts in the hospital. Lin Qinghe turned the hospital into an amusement park. In this playground, he said to Lin Fengbai, no one can separate us, we will always be together. After reading the whole story in his mind, Shiryu sat up from the bed and pressed his temple. The story is too long, more tiring than watching a movie. Putting aside the logic, this is a good melodramatic story. This Dean Lin is really crazy. He didn't let his brother go even if he died. He and Shinsu had always guessed that Lin Qinghe was killed by his crazy brother, but they didn't expect that the real crazy brother was Lin Qinghe, and the villain brother they thought was actually a little pitiful. Shiryu tilted his head to look at Lin Fengbai on the side, and his beautiful lips opened slightly. So your wish is freedom? Chapter 23. The sky had darkened without anyone noticing. When the last ray of sunset light fell from the west, the hospital was shrouded in endless darkness. Yes. Lin Fengbai walked to the window and looked at the dark night outside. His voice was blown away by the night wind and sounded like a sigh. When I was alive, I wanted freedom, and I thought I could achieve it after I died. I didn't expect that I would still want freedom after I died. Isn't it sad? As the night fell, Lin Fengbai's body returned to a translucent ghost. The same was true for Shiryu's body. At first, this assimilation was only to the chest, but now it has spread to the whole body. Shiryu walked to Lin Fengbai's side and looked at the vast night outside the window with Lin Fengbai. He said, don't think like that. There is nothing sad or not sad. It's the fault of the perpetrator. Thank you for comforting me. Lin Fengbai glanced at Shiryu and said, you helped me realize my wish, and I will return you a wish. Don't worry about your body, it will recover after leaving here. Sure you said yes and said, I have a few questions to ask you. He has finished reading Lin Fingbai's story, but this is from Lin Fingbai's perspective. In the past few days since entering the game, he has also seen and encountered some things, and he wants to do some verification. Lin Fengbai said, You ask? Was the housekeeper harmed by lynching her? Sure you got straight to the point. Lin Fengbai was silent for a while before speaking. Yes, because Uncle Chen helped me escape. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his eyes were red, full of pain and self-blame, and his voice was trembling. Uncle Chen was so good to us when we were young, and treated us as his own children, but just because of this, that man is a lunatic. In addition to the housekeeper, there are several other people, some of whom offended him with their words, and some of whom even said the wrong thing accidentally, without any intention, but were all. Lin Fengbai couldn't continue with the rest of the words, and sure you also understood. They were all dismembered and buried in this small garden of the hospital, right? Yes. Sure you took a deep breath and asked a somewhat naive question. Do you have police in this world? Yes. Lin Fengbai turned his head and smiled. Assure you miserably, he created the rules of this world, and all the people and ghosts in this world were also created by him. After a pause, Lin Fengbai said softly, Police too. Sure you was silent. After a long silence, sure you spoke again. You once wanted to kill him, and you did, but you didn't succeed. If you are given another chance now, and you can guarantee 100% success, will you do it? The plot twins they triggered this time requires him to help Lin Fengbai realize his wish. So Shinsu's task should be to help Lin Qinghe realize his wish. Lin Fengbai and Lin Qinghe are two opposing camps. Lin Fengbai's wish is freedom, so Lin Qinghe's wish is very likely to be Lin Fengbai. Therefore, if Lin Qinghe is alive, Lin Fengbai will not be able to gain freedom. Sure you asked this just to know Lin Fengbai's determination. If he could think of other ways, he would not want to do things so extreme. Obviously Lin Fengbai also knew this. Lin Fengbai thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. I don't know. But if there is a third way, on the premise of being able to gain freedom, there are other choices. I still hope he is well. After all, he was a really good brother when we were young. Perhaps because the memories were too bitter, Lin Fengbai took out the candy that Shiryu gave him, picked up a small piece of broken candy, and put it in his mouth. Lin Fengbai's body became translucent, and the candy in his hand also became translucent. Sweetness melted on the tip of his tongue. Lin Fengbai said, Since I became a ghost, I have no taste for anything I eat, but it's amazing that I can taste the sweetness of the candy you gave me, the taste of orange. Lin Fengbai couldn't bear to finish it all in one go, so he wrapped the candy paper and put it back in his pocket, and asked Shiryu, Do you like candy? Generally. Shiryu told the truth, I have a little hypoglycemia. Lin Fengbai nodded to show his understanding, and then said, So do you carry candy with you? No, this is given by others. Others? Your companion? He should care about you very much and carry candy with you for you. Is the topic of preparing candy not be passed? Shiryu said speechlessly, He didn't prepare candy for me, he likes to eat it himself, but I don't have a good relationship with him. Oh! The audience in the live broadcast room was as enthusiastic as usual. I heard deep suspicion from this. Oh! If we can go out, please stop hating me, okay? I never hated you. I just couldn't stand you. Oh, so you guys don't have a good relationship. I can't stand you not taking your life seriously. That summer vacation at the beach, have you forgotten? I see, you guys don't have a good relationship. You did it on purpose, right? How can you dig up someone's dark history like this? Don't they have any face? To this, I just want to say Jime, well done. Please continue. I'm the only one curious about what happened to them at the beach that summer vacation. I carry candy with me for you. I never thought of this point before. I didn't expect that brother Lin Fengbai is also a fellow traveler. I remember that Miss Xiao Wanwan asked Shinsu for candy, but Shinsu said he didn't have any. Later, when Shiryu had low blood sugar, he had candy again. This is really double standard. He even washed his hands before handing the candy to Shiryu. He didn't wash them, he rubbed them. And he rubbed them very clean. While Shiryu and Lin Fengbai were communicating, two people from another camp in a VIP single room in the hospital were also communicating. But the atmosphere was far less harmonious than here. After the nurse left, Shinsu leaned on the sofa and took a nap for a while, and then he heard a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. 3 knocks, neither loud nor soft, evenly spaced. After about a minute, the person inside did not respond, and the person knocking on the door came in without being invited. Hello, I'm Lin Qinghe. The man was wearing a white coat, silver-rimmed glasses, and a royal blue fountain pen on his chest. He had an elegant and mature temperament, and a gentle smile on his face. "Sorry, I thought you were asleep just now." Lin Qinghe nodded and apologized slightly. "I did fall asleep." Shinsu sat up straight from the sofa, stretched slowly, and grinned at Lin Qinghe. "Just woke up." He stood up and shook hands with Lin Qinghe, his eyes bright and compelling. "Thank you, Dean Lin, for changing me to a single ward." "You're welcome." Lin Qinghe's smile was very standard, not cold, and with a sense of distance, "It's more convenient for us to chat." The greetings ended here. "As required, I need to play the story plot for you." While speaking, Lin Qinghe's face still had a faint smile, and his tone of voice did not fluctuate much. "I don't think it's necessary." Shinsu also had a smile on his face. Lin Qinghe was slightly startled, but soon returned to his normal expression. Lin Qinghe was very tolerant of the guests and politeness, and humbly asked the reason. "Why?" "Shinsu, because I don't believe a word you say." Lin Qinghe smiled, a little bigger than the standard smile just now, and said, "What a coincidence, I don't quite believe that you will really help me." "Be more confident, remove the word too." Shinsu continued, "I am an egoist, I only care about myself. I really don't want to help you, but I have no choice now, right? I must help you, and I have to make you successful." Shinsu put away his smile and asked, "Your wish is Lin Fengbai? Can you be more specific?" "No." Lin Qinghe shook his head slowly. "My wish is that the world I created can run smoothly. My brother's wish is freedom. As long as this world exists, he will never be free. And if this world wants to run smoothly, I need you to help me eliminate hidden dangers. At present, the biggest hidden danger is your companion." Lin Qinghe looked at Shinsu with interest, and spoke slowly. "Are you willing to let your companion die?" "What else? If he doesn't die, I have to die. I don't think this death penalty is aimed at you." Lin Qinghe looked at Shinsu for a long time, as if he wanted to see something he wanted to see from Shinsu's expression, but he didn't get what he wanted. I wonder if Shinsu disguised himself too well, or Shinsu really doesn't have that kind of thing. "I like your personality, you are ruthless enough." After observing to no avail, Lin Qinghe praised generously. "Thank you, but I don't like you." Shinsu thanked politely. Chapter 24. Lin Fengbai said, "Oh." After that, he asked again, "Why do you have a bad relationship with him?" "Sure you, eh?" "Why do he have a bad relationship with Shinsu?" "There are too many reasons, and a considerable part of them are shameful reasons." "What should he say?" "Mr. Lin." Sure you sighed lightly, with a helpless tone. "Are you so curious?" "Not really." Lin Fengbai shook his head, lowered his eyelashes, and remained silent for a few seconds, then raised his eyes, and looked at Shiryu, saying in a very serious tone, "It's just that you know all about me, and I also want to know something about you. This is fair, isn't it?" "That's the reason." Shiryu had no reason to say no again. "I know all your experiences from childhood to adulthood, so I will also tell you about my experiences from childhood to adulthood." Lin Fengbai nodded, his black eyes full of expectation. In the next half an hour, Shiryu used the simplest words to give a simple summary of his 25 years of life, including the names of every school he attended from kindergarten to graduate school, the mathematical Olympiads he participated in, and the awards he won in high school, the topics he researched in college, and the papers he published, the name of the company he joined after joining the work, and the outstanding contributions he made to the company by leading the team after becoming a senior executive, etc. After Shiryu finished speaking, Lin Fengbai was numb and said expressionlessly, "You are not telling a story, you are reciting your resume, right?" Shiryu smiled helplessly. "I may not be born with the talent for storytelling." Lin Fengbai didn't want to talk anymore. "You know Lin Qinghe's wish, right?" Shiryu changed the subject at the right time. "I know." Just as Lin Qinghe knew that Lin Fengbai's wish was freedom, Lin Fengbai also knew Lin Qinghe's wish. He said, "It's probably that I will never leave him." As expected. One is freedom, and the other is confinement. Lin Qinghe and Lin Fengbai's wishes are contradictory, and his mission with Shinsu is also contradictory. Failure will result in a death penalty. This death penalty is only for players. This mission clearly tells them that only one of him and Shinsu can survive. He will tell your companions some stories about him, just like I tell you my stories, but what he tells your companions may not be true stories. It may be that he made them up to achieve his goal. Here Lin Fengbai stopped talking. His eyes fell on Shiryu's face. He looked at it for a second, and then moved away. When he spoke again, his voice was a little low. "Do you believe the stories I transmitted to you?" "Believe," Shiryu said. Lin Fengbai's eyelashes trembled slightly. He suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes full of surprise. Why? Sure, you looked at Lin Fengbai quietly for a few seconds, and he said, eyes don't lie. Lin Fengbai was stunned for a long time. He had seen many people, good people, bad people, men, women, all kinds of people. Sure, you was different from anyone. Sure, you was the first person who made him feel kindness from his eyes. Although Sure Yu's expression was still cold when he said this. Your companion. Through Sure Yu's frosty appearance, Lin Fengbai could even see Sure Yu's soft heart. Will you believe what he said? No. Sure Yu said affirmatively. Lin Fengbai guessed. Is it because he can tell whether the story is true or false? No. Sure Yu shook his head. It has nothing to do with the content of the story, nor with the person he is talking to. He doesn't trust anyone. The tone of the statement was like narrating a fact. Lin Fengbai said, even if your companion doesn't believe him, he will do his best to help him. I have a question for you. Asked. Lin Fengbai hesitated, and finally asked, who is more powerful, you or your companion? Sure Yu, Maybe Sure Yu hesitated for too long, or maybe Sure Yu's expression was too hard to describe. Lin Fengbai said, forget it, I won't ask. Sure Yu didn't talk about this issue anymore, he said. I want to see Shinsu. Do you have a way? The friend chat function in the game panel still cannot be used. Shinsu was taken away by the nurse, and no one knows where he was taken. It's not difficult for you to see him. You can find out where he lives by just asking any nurse. Lin Qinghe won't stop you from meeting, but... After a 2-second pause, Lin Fengbai continued, his tone a little heavy. He knows all your conversations, and he can see everything that happens in the hospital, including the content of our conversation at this moment. He also knows. Sure Yu was silent for a moment. That's a bit unfair. Although what Lin Fengbai said was a big shock, Sure Yu didn't stay depressed for too long. His brain was spinning quickly, and he quickly found his own rhythm. He asked Lin Fengbai, is there any place here that he doesn't let you go? Or, is there any place in this hospital that you haven't been to? No matter how powerful the boss is in the game, he will have weaknesses. What he needs to do now is to find Lin Qinghe's weakness. Lin Fengbai thought about it seriously and said, there is one place. Where? The morgue. The morgue? In the VIP single ward. After hearing Lin Qinghe's answer, Shinsu chuckled. Since you are so open with me, I will tell you a secret. In fact, Sure Yu and I know each other. It was the afternoon of the 10th day of the game. The weather was very clear. Shinsu half sank into the long sofa, one leg resting on the other, playing with an unlit cigar from Lin Qinghe in his hand, and the golden sunlight danced on his fingertips. Not only do we know each other, we are also good friends who grew up together. He deliberately emphasized the word good friends. Lin Qinghe sat on the single sofa on his left, and cast an interested look at him. Our two families have also had a lot of cooperation in the business world. Where there is cooperation, there is competition. There are no permanent partners in the business world, only permanent interests. Shinsu did not say the rest of the words. They are all smart people, and they all understand the implication. Since he gradually took over the family business, he has given me a lot of surprises intermittently. Shinsu lit a cigar and blew out the smoke forcefully, as if he was venting his anger because of something unhappy, but soon he smiled again, and the smile became bigger and bigger. Of course, I will give him some surprises from time to time. The two little canine teeth at this moment did not reveal innocence and naturalness, but a kind of complacency after a child's successful prank. The handsome face also showed malice for a moment. Although it only lasted for half a second, Lin Qinghe still caught it. After all, he was young. There are always times when emotions can't be controlled. He's going to the morgue now. Lin Qinghe revealed a message to Shinsu, and showed that he understood Shinsu very well. You can give him another surprise. Shinsu's eyes lit up, but it was only for a moment, and he quickly restrained his emotions. He asked Lin Qinghe, do you have a sack? Lin Qinghe shook his head, no. Just kidding. Shinsu laughed again, and the malice in his eyes was not even hidden at this time. There is no need for a sack at this time. Lin Qinghe still maintained a gentle and graceful smile on his face, but sneered in his heart. Help him with something that hasn't even grown all its hair. Joke, he doesn't need help. Any outsider will be cleaned up by him. However, before that, he will not refuse to watch a good show. The temperature in the morgue is very low. The entire morgue is very large, like a huge factory building. At a glance, there are endless morgue beds covered with white cloth, and corpses lying under the white cloth. The morgue at night is too creepy, so Sure Yu chose to go during the day. At this moment, his body is solid, and the corpses on the morgue beds are also solid. It seems that there is nothing here except corpses. Sure Yu casually lifted a piece of white cloth, and he was stunned when he saw the face of the corpse inside. Then, he quickly lifted more than a dozen white cloths along this side. After the shock, he calmed down and his brain resumed thinking. Every corpse here has a face of Lin Fengbai. Or, it can be said that it is the face of Lin Qinghe. Why? The morgue is white everywhere, the ceiling is white, the walls are white, the floor is white, and the endless morgue bed is also white. Therefore, the black door at the end is very obvious. The secret seems to be behind the door. Sure Yu walked towards the door step by step. Just when he was less than a meter away from the door, he was pushed against the wall next to him by a strong force. The wall was cold, but the body pressing on him was warm. This situation was unfamiliar, but the breath of the person behind him was familiar. Sure Yu was not sure what he could find in the morgue, but now that he saw Shinsu appearing here, he was sure that there was something behind the door. It was just that Shinsu was a little strange at the moment. He had never seen such an aggressive Shinsu before. His wrist was held behind his back, and the action was even a little rude, pinching his wrist painfully. Sure Yu wanted to pull his hand back, but was held tighter. Fingers squeezed into his fingers one by one, and the fingertips gently tapped the back of his hand. I don't know why Sure Yu's first thought was that this hand was very hot. The palm was broad but a little rough, and the fingertips were still calloused. It didn't look like the hand of a young master. The second thought was, Shinsu was typing Morse code. Chapter 25. The temperature in the morgue is below zero all year round, and a thin layer of ice has formed on the wall. Sure Yu was held back and pressed against the wall. His cheeks, neck, shoulders and chest were pressed against the wall, and the front of his hospital gown was slightly wet by the ice on the wall. When he came out, he had a coat on his shoulders, and now the coat was pulled off by Shinsu, and he tied his wrists with it, and then Shinsu pushed him to the ground. Shinsu turned around and walked a few steps, and seemed to think of something and turned back, looking down at the person, who fell to the ground in a mess. After a while, he squatted down, held Sure Yu's chin with one hand and raised his face, and patted the back of his other hand on the white and beautiful face. Be obedient, good boy. The tone was intimate. The behavior was frivolous. After doing this, Shinsu turned around and walked into the door. This is a single door about 2 meters high. The whole door is black like ink. There is no pattern decoration on it, and there is no door handle. It is impossible to tell whether it is opened by pushing or sliding left and right. Sure Yu did not find the door switch around it. Soon Shinsu answered his question with action. This door is automatically sensed. When Shinsu walked over, the door opened automatically. After Shinsu entered, the door closed automatically. Sure Yu could only see a white area inside, as if it was filled with thick fog. Sure Yu slowly sat up with the strength of his waist and legs, and then got up and found a corner to sit down. His expression was cold from beginning to end. He did not react to Shinsu's behavior and what happened. People who watched the show had different reactions. In Ward 305, an elegant man in a white coat and silver-rimmed glasses sat beside Lin Fengbai's bed, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. A translucent display screen was suspended in front of the two of them, and the scene inside was the morgue. The action was too rude. It was fine to stop people from entering, but they also tied them up? Lin Qinghe had commented while peeling the apple. He shook his head slightly, and his tone was deeply disapproving. Not a gentleman at all. After all, they are young people, and they can't hold their temper. Lin Qinghe sighed. People who have been doing surgery for many years use knives very well. The apple skin is peeled very thin, and the whole apple is peeled without breaking the apple skin. Lin Qinghe held up the peeled, sweet and plump apple, and asked Lin Fengbai on a whim, "Don't you think it would be better if they went in together?" Lin Fengbai leaned against the head of the bed without saying anything, but his face turned very pale, and his fingers under the quilt clenched the corners of his clothes. Lin Qinghe chuckled, and did not force Lin Fengbai to speak. He said to himself, "Speaking of which, he listens to you quite a bit. You said morgue, and he came to the morgue. If he keeps listening, then it is not impossible to let him live a few more days. But you are not allowed to smile at him again." With this sentence, the smile on Lin Qinghe's face disappeared, and there was an abyss in his eyes. Lin Fengbai lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled. Lin Qinghe found a bone china plate, cut the apple into pieces, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and fed it to Lin Fengbai's lips. Lin Fengbai turned his face away. "Don't want to eat apples." Lin Qinghe slowly approached him. His voice was very low, and there was a dangerous breath in his tone, which almost sprayed into Lin Fengbai's ears. Only the two of them could hear the last sentence, and only the two of them could understand the meaning. "Do you want to eat something else?" Lin Fengbai's whole body trembled. He bit the apple with stiff lips, chewed it, swallowed it, and there was no taste in his mouth. As the god's perspective of the god's perspective, the audience in the live broadcast room saw everything clearly. Although it was a show for lynching her, I still seriously suspect that someone was taking advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him. Is covering his hands, with a code taking the opportunity to hold hands? Is it true? Is it true? He donged my wife against the wall. He touched my wife's hand. He pinched my wife's chin. He also patted my wife's face. Ah, Shinsu, this dog. But to be honest, I also want to touch my wife's face. What's inside that door? Why don't you show it? Lynching himself doesn't even look at it. Maybe the scene inside is too bloody? Shinsu's live broadcast room is currently dark, and the person may be gone. Is the system there? Turn on the camera inside the door. Hi? Hello? Lin Fengbai obediently accepted the apple feeding, then lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and said he was going to sleep. Lin Qinghe did not leave, as usual after seeing him fall asleep. In fact, Lin Fengbai was not asleep either. With this person beside him, he could not fall asleep no matter what. He could even feel this person's eyes inspecting his body inch by inch, inspecting every inch of his skin. The breath was getting closer and closer. Lin Fengbai tried to suppress the trembling of his body. He tried to pretend to be asleep, even though he knew that the other party had already seen through his poor acting skills. You are so good today. A hand gently stroked the broken hair on his forehead. Lynching his voice could be said to be very pleasant, and the tone was tender and gentle. But Lin Fengbai only felt scared when he heard it. What bad idea are you thinking of? No. Lin Fengbai's voice was hoarse, and he still closed his eyes, as if he didn't have to face something terrible if he didn't open his eyes. Don't dream that anyone can save you. A very low and deep voice came down from above his head, with a faint warning in his tone. No one can save you. Lin Fengbai's eyelashes trembled, and he still closed his eyes tightly, and didn't want to look at the person in front of him. I know. Be good. The hair on his forehead was gently touched again. The temperature beside him disappeared, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Qinghe left. A few minutes later, Lin Fengbai jumped off the bed and ran out. The morgue. Sure Yu sat quietly against the corner of the wall, and he could see the black door close at hand when he raised his eyes. His two wrists were still tied behind his back. Although they looked very tightly tied, he could actually break free with just a little force, but judging from his current situation, it didn't make much difference whether he broke free or not. Shinsu had been in there for half an hour. Sure Yu looked calm, but his heart was actually beating very fast. He was angry. Just now, Shinsu pushed him against the wall, covered their hands with his coat, and tapped Morse code on the back of his hand. He thought Shinsu was going to pass on some important information to him, so he quickly calmed down and waited with bated breath after being surprised. As a result, Shinsu only passed on 2 sentences, both of which were not very pleasant to the ear. Can you treat me to a meal after you go out? I'm not picky, the braised noodles you made for Xiao Yuan last time will do. Sure you wanted to punch Shinsu at that time. However, Shinsu had expected it, and of course, he might be more self-aware, so he tied his wrists before him. The temperature in the morgue was very low, and the temperature of the floor and walls was even higher. The melted ice water soaked most of Yu's hospital gown, and the cold penetrated into his body little by little. Yu didn't feel cold. The cold environment helped him think and calm down. He was a normal person. When a normal person encounters a problem, he will analyze the problem as soon as possible and find a way to solve it. If he can't solve it, he will think of other ways. Normal people will be afraid when they encounter danger, let alone life-threatening things. He is also an ordinary person. An ordinary person who has only lived for 25 years. He is still young and doesn't want to end his life inexplicably in this way. Of course, he doesn't want Shinsu to die. So sure you can't understand Shinsu's thinking. Can't understand why Shinsu can still joke with him at this time. Can't understand why Shinsu made such a big scene, but didn't talk to him about serious matters. Can't understand Shinsu's indifference to everything, including his own life. Sure you didn't waste too much time trying to figure out Shinsu's thoughts. The most important thing now is to complete the task, and then leave the game. Lin Fengbai said that Lin Qinghe could see everything that happened in the hospital. So Lin Qinghe knew about his conversation with Lin Fengbai, and is going to the morgue. He came to the morgue just now, and Shinsu followed him. He didn't think it was a coincidence. So was Shinsu guided to the morgue by Lin Qinghe? Or instigated? This is uncertain. But one thing is certain, the morgue is a key location. This can be seen from the corpses that look exactly the same. Then the question arises again, why do these corpses have the same face? Does this face belong to Lin Fengbai? Or Lin Qinghe? What does Lin Qinghe want to do with these corpses? Shensu had the same idea as him, that is, to enter that door. What is inside the door? What is Shensu going to do inside? Shensu and Lin Qinghe are currently teammates. Didn't Lin Qinghe tell Shensu what is inside the door? Of course, there is one more thing. Shensu didn't seem to want him to enter this door. So Shiryu was waiting for Shensu to come out. Maybe Shensu after coming out could answer some questions for him. Time passed little by little, and Shiryu didn't wait for Shensu to come out, but Lin Fengbai rushed in first. Lin Fengbai ran very fast, and was still a little out of breath. He rushed over and quickly untied Shiryu's wrist, and then unfolded his coat to put on him. The coat was half wet, and there was no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. Lin Fengbai didn't seem to pay attention to this detail, and he gathered his collar for him, and helped him to leave here, as if something terrible would happen if he stayed here for one more second. Shiryu stood still. Lin Fengbai looked up at him in confusion. Shiryu stared at the black door that was so close. After a long time, he looked back and asked Lin Fengbai, "What's inside?" "I don't know." Lin Fengbai answered quickly. His eyes dodged. He didn't dare to look directly into Shiryu's eyes, and also avoided his eyes from touching the door, and urged, "Let's go out first. It's too cold here." "I want to go in." Shiryu's eyes were fixed on the door. "I want to go in and see what's inside." After saying that, Shiryu walked towards the door step by step. When he was about to get close to the door, his arm was pulled hard by Lin Fengbai. Shiryu found that Lin Fengbai's hands were shaking a little, and his expression was trying to stay calm, but still showed panic. "Don't look, it won't be a good place. Let's go back and make a long-term plan." "What's inside?" Shiryu interrupted, his tone a little more serious than before. His gaze fell on Lin Fengbai with a light look, as if it was real, making people feel like they were being seen through from the inside out. Lin Fengbai lowered his eyes, and after a while, he gave up and told the truth. "Do you see these corpses here? I don't know what's inside that door. I haven't been in there, and he won't let me in. But I know that people who go in will become like this when they come out." Lin Fengbai casually lifted a piece of white cloth on the moored bed nearby, revealing a face that looked exactly like him. He continued, "After I died, my soul couldn't leave this hospital. I wandered aimlessly in the hospital until I found that he could see me. Only then did I realize that he had imprisoned my soul. But his purpose was more than that. Gradually, he was no longer satisfied with imprisoning my soul, no longer satisfied with just seeing me." Speaking of this, Lin Fengbai took a breath lightly, his lips trembling a little. "He wants to revive me." Shiryu's heartbeat suddenly slowed down, and he couldn't help but gasp. But how can something like resurrection be successful when it goes against the will of heaven? Lin Fengbai tilted his head and smiled at Shiryu, but it was a self-deprecating smile. "I didn't think he would succeed, but he really succeeded, but he used an unorthodox method. Unorthodox methods have side effects. My original body is no longer usable, and using someone else's body consumes it very quickly. Basically, I have to change a body every day." These? Lin Fengbai's eyes swept across the endless moored beds and the corpses on them. His eyes were a little sad. "They are all carriers selected by Lin Qinghe for me, carriers whose thoughts have been eliminated." Looking at the corpses on the moored bed again, Shiryu no longer felt scared, but only felt sad. These were all living people, but after being thrown into that door and coming out, they became thoughtless. Carriers? Changing a body a day is equivalent to killing a person a day. The corpses here seem endless, but in fact they are just the tip of the iceberg. This is just a game world for Shiryu, but for the people here, this is everything for them. They all have thoughts, independent personalities, relatives and friends, and their own lives. They are living people. What is human life to Lin Qinghe? In fact, Lin Qinghe and I are not brothers. Lin Fengbai suddenly spoke. Shiryu was stunned. "We are not twins. We are not related by blood." Lin Fengbai lowered his head. His voice was a little low, but his words were very clear. "I am his clone." The words were already out, so he just said it in one go. Lin Fengbai sat cross-legged on the floor and began to tell his story. The Lin family had a shady business in the early years and made many enemies. They were worried that their enemies would retaliate against their son in the future, so they came into contact with the secret experiment of human cloning. They wanted a clone of Lin Qinghe, firstly to reduce the risk of Lin Qinghe being kidnapped, and secondly, in an emergency, this clone could also serve as Lin Qinghe's living blood bag. This experiment is illegal. The Lin couple did not dare to make this matter public, so they forged my identity to be Lin Qinghe's twin brother. The clone looks exactly like the original person, and the growth cycle is exactly the same. The lie of twins can be said to be flawless. Only the Lins and the people who participated in the experiment knew about this. I found out after I died. Lin Fingbai's voice was a little bitter. I used to be confused for a long time. Why did my father beat me like an animal? Why did my mother want my brother instead of me after they divorced? Is it really because my brother is excellent and I am ignorant? When I learned that I was a clone, I understood that I was not the biological child of the Lins. I can't even be considered a person. Why should I ask them to be good to me? The reason why Lin Qinghe can imprison my soul after my death is because I am his clone and have a certain genetic bond with him. Lin Fengbai raised his head slightly. His eyes fell on a face that looked exactly like him on the morgue bed in front of him. He said, "And my soul can adapt to other people's bodies and achieve a certain sense of resurrection. This is also the reason." After saying so much, Lin Fengbai felt a little tired. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In fact, many times I think that he killed people, but he used me. Am I an accomplice? Have you refused? Sure, you asked. Can I refuse? Lin Fengbai smiled miserably. I can't even control my own life and death. I don't know if you are an accomplice. Sure, you answered his question in a calm tone, but since you are a clone, human laws should be useless to you. Lin Fengbai was amused. Thank you for comforting me. Sure, you said again. I will try my best to help you, but I may not be able to really help you realize your wish in the end. He sat down beside Lin Fengbai, his expression still cold. His tone was indifferent. After all, I am just an ordinary person, not a savior. I know. Lin Fengbai nodded. His tone was neither happy nor sad. Lin Qinghe always said not to dream of anyone who can save you. No one can save you. He knew better than anyone, and he had long stopped expecting anyone to save him. He knew that there was no judge or savior in this world. He only wanted a moment of peace. You care about him a lot. The two sat quietly for a while, and Lin Fengbai blurted out this sentence without any context. No. Sure, you quickly realized who this he was referring to. He answered very straightforwardly, and his speed was faster than usual. Perhaps he himself did not realize that there was a sense of guilt in his words. We came in together, and I don't want to be the only one to go out in the end. Lin Fengbai did not expose him. He changed the subject. What is your world like? Can you tell me about it? Sure, you was stunned for a moment. He was not a talkative person, but he could not say no at this moment. He asked, what do you want to hear about? Lin Fengbai thought for a while. Well, I don't want to hear about the big things. Just tell me about the scenic spots near your home, preferably places with flowers. I like lotus, but unfortunately there is no pond in the hospital, and it is not suitable for cultivating lotus. There is a lotus lake near my home, and the lotus in the lake is white. Sure, you said. Really? I like white lotus the most. Lin Fengbai's eyes flashed with expectation. Is it beautiful when it blooms? It's beautiful, very beautiful, and it's even been on the Natural Scenery channel on TV. Sure, you had a very faint smile on his face. In July and August, the lotus flowers bloom, and the green leaves are covered with snow white, which is very beautiful. Many young people wear hanfu and take boats to the center of the lake to take pictures. Some cruise shooting costume dramas also like to go there to shoot. It is a relatively famous scenic spot. There is a small island in the center of the lake, on which there is a very tall laurel tree. Under the tree is a very shallow fish pond with a very large turtle. It is said that lovers make wishes under the laurel tree. It is said that it is very effective. Therefore, in addition to seeing the lotus flowers, some young couples who go to the lotus lake to play also go to the center of the lake to make wishes. Sure, you touched his pocket and took out a piece of paper. It was a hand-drawn hospital map left by Cheng Jianshu. The map was already printed in Sure Yu's mind, and the paper was of no use. Sure, you asked Lin Fengbai for a pen. He drew a sketch of the lotus in full bloom on the back of the paper, and then he gave the picture to Lin Fengbai. I'm usually busy with work and rarely have time to go out and play. In fact, I haven't really seen the beauty of lotus blossoms. This is what I saw on TV. It is said that this is the best time for lotus blossoms. Lin Fengbai took the sketch and held it in his hands and looked at it for a long time. He looked up at Sure Yu and smiled widely, and even his eyebrows showed joy. Although it's just a black and white sketch, I can already imagine how beautiful it is. Thank you. Sure Yu smiled back at him. You're welcome. You still have the mind to paint? A voice suddenly sounded in the quiet and empty morgue. Lin Fengbai quickly lowered his head and folded the sketch and put it in his pocket in a panic and looked forward nervously. At the entrance of the morgue, a tall figure walked towards this side. Lin Qinghe still had a refined and elegant image in his white coat and silver-rimmed glasses, but at this moment, His eyes behind the lenses swept over the two people sitting on the ground with a bit of coldness. Finally, his eyes stopped at Shiryu, and he said sarcastically, "It seems that you don't care about the life and death of your companions." Shiryu stood up from the ground and stretched out a hand to pull Lin Fengbai up. He looked at Lin Qinghe calmly, without the slightest sign of being angry, and said, as if stating the fact, "If I didn't care about his life and death, I wouldn't be waiting for him to come out here." Lin Qinghe's eyes stayed on the hands of the two people who touched each other for a second. The coldness in his eyes in that second was almost killing people, but soon the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and the corners of his lips raised a standard arc. He turned back into the gentle Dean Lin. "He's in there. Do you want to go in and find him?" Lin Qinghe's voice was gentle, like an elder giving a junior sound advice, and like he was guiding Shiryu into a trap. "Why should I go in and find him?" Shiryu threw the question back. "I can wait for him here for a while, but I can't go in and accompany him. It's dangerous in there, isn't it?" He spoke slowly and clearly. His words were sharp, but his expression revealed a kind of innocence that was ignorant of the world. Lin Qinghe slowly narrowed his eyes. "I thought you had a good relationship." After saying this, Lin Qinghe added, "I mean, you know what I mean by good." Shiryu understood, and he didn't play dumb. He answered the question in a very serious tone. "Well, Shinsu sometimes does things that are easy to be misunderstood, and people who don't know the truth will indeed." He paused, as if to make himself appear more sincere. Shiryu took the initiative to step forward a few steps to Lin Qinghe. He looked into Lin Qinghe's eyes, his expression full of apology. "Dean Lin, I can only say sorry, the CP you are supporting is fake." There was a strange silence. Lin Qinghe's face was very ugly. It sounded like Shiryu was apologizing to him, and he also used the popular words on the internet in a playful way. In fact, he was secretly mocking him for staring at other people's every move like a voyeur all day long. Lin Fengbai didn't understand this meaning, and even felt that although Shiryu looked depressed, he had an interesting soul, and smiled at Shiryu. This made Lin Qinghe even more angry. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like pigs. Red and hot, dazed, "The CP you are supporting is fake." Lin Qinghe's expression made me very happy. He actually knows the term CP? How can my wife be so cute? The CP you are supporting is fake. It's officially confirmed. Wake up! After laughing for a long time, I was the clown. Just kidding. Before Lin Qinghe had completely changed his face, Shiryu said just kidding, and lightly eased the atmosphere. The faint smile on his face was also impeccable. They are all internet terms. I think a busy person like Dean Lin would not waste time on the internet. It was my negligence, but the relationship between Shinsu and I is indeed not what Dean Lin thought. It doesn't matter, I thought too much. Lin Qinghe smiled and acted very generous, but he was not in a good mood. Lin Qinghe didn't seem to want to talk, so Shiryu took the initiative to start the conversation. "What's the matter with Dean Lin coming here?" His tone was natural, like a normal chat between friends. "Why don't you let me guess?" Lin Qinghe didn't comment, and Shiryu continued to talk. "Dean Lin can see everything that happens in the hospital. I'm sure Dean Lin didn't miss the chat between Lin Fengbai and me. I came to the morgue, and Shinsu also came. The time was just right. I know there are many coincidences in the world, but I don't think there is no connection between the two." Lin Qinghe had a perfect smile on his face, which belonged to a listener, neither refuting nor agreeing. Maybe he thought that what Shiryu said was nonsense, or maybe he thought it was not worth mentioning. "When Shinsu entered the door, you didn't react. When Lin Fengbai came to find me, you didn't react. When Lin Fengbai accompanied me and others, you didn't react either. It wasn't until I gave Lin Fengbai a sketch that you showed up. What are you worried about?" Shiryu looked into Lin Qinghe's eyes, slowed down his speech, and asked in a very good manner, "We just chatted." The sketch was drawn casually. The paper was torn from a notebook. It's not a valuable gift at all. "Are you afraid that he will be kidnapped by me?" "I am indeed afraid." Lin Qinghe nodded and admitted frankly, "After all, he is my weakness. My only weakness," he emphasized. This made Shiryu not know how to respond. "But I'm here for more than just this reason." Lin Qinghe looked into Shiryu's eyes, and said, "I'm here to discuss cooperation with you." "Oh!" Shiryu became interested. "Cooperation? I can take you out." Lin Qinghe spoke directly. Perhaps he was not expecting this answer. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. Lin Qinghe continued, "Don't you think there is something wrong with the game mechanism? Let you assist us. If you succeed, the benefits are ours. If you fail, the punishment is yours. It's so unfair. Why do you have to listen to it obediently? Although you and Shinsu don't have such a good relationship, it's not to the point where you have to fight to the death, right? So there's no need to make both sides lose." Lin Qinghe first considered them from Shiryu's perspective. Seeing that Shiryu didn't react, he continued to throw chips. Since you know that I can see everything that happens here, you should understand that I have great authority here. You can skip the system and cooperate with me directly. I promise to let you leave here safely. After listening, Shiryu thought for a while, and seemed to be a little shaken in his heart. He asked, what is the specific cooperation method? The system gives you 5 days, right? Lin Qinghe got straight to the point. It's very simple. You don't have to do anything. Stay here quietly for 5 days. When the time is up, I will send you away. This means that Shiryu should give up the task completely. If he does nothing in these 5 days, he will not be able to help Lin Fengbai realize his wish, and he will not be able to complete his task. Lin Qinghe's words may not be credible, but it is an indisputable fact that Lin Qinghe is the beneficiary of this incident. And I will send you out safely. It's just like a big pie painted by the boss to the employees. There is no free lunch in the world. Shiryu said. Lin Qinghe said, you get along well with my brother. He is very happy to chat with you. You also gave him a gift. Just think of it as a thank you from me as a brother. President Lin is such a good man. Shiryu explained sincerely. Lin Qinghe was about to show his signature smile, but when he heard Shiryu's last words, his smile froze on the corner of his lips. But to be honest, I don't really believe what you said. Shiryu said. The audience in the live broadcast room also sighed sincerely. This scene is so familiar. Oh. Once upon a time, someone said something similar. What a coincidence, they are talking to the same person. I'm new here. Should I just follow the procedure or just laugh? Huh? Shiryu didn't care how wonderful Lin Qinghe's expression was. He walked past Lin Qinghe and walked to the door. You said you wanted to cooperate with me. Cooperation requires sincerity, but the sincerity I saw was that you tricked your teammates into joining. Maybe it wasn't tricking, maybe he wanted to join, but there might be some instigation from you. How can I trust you if you treat your teammates like this? Lin Qinghe's expression changed little by little, and there was a bit more scrutiny in his eyes when he looked at Shiryu. Shiryu continued, Lin Fengbai considers me as a teammate, but you may not consider Shinsu as a teammate. You may even think that we are overestimating our abilities, and are not worthy of being your teammates, let alone your opponents. You simply disdain to cooperate with us. Although the rules define Shinsu and I as your assistants, for you, Shinsu and I are outsiders in this world. Regardless of our good intentions or bad intentions, we are aliens after all. We are not of our kind, and our hearts must be different. Shiryu looked at Lin Qinghe from a few meters away. He said something calmly that made people feel excited. In fact, you want to eliminate both Shinsu and me, right? Lin Qinghe's expression changed completely. You have so much power here. Why do you need to propose cooperation with me? Isn't it as easy to kill us as to kill an ant? Having said this, Lin Qinghe no longer pretended, and stared coldly at Shiryu behind the lens. So let me guess again. Shiryu met this cold gaze, and even smiled. From what you just said, you can see that your dissatisfaction with the system is far greater than mine. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess that we need to abide by the rules of the game, and you are also bound by a set of rules. I underestimated you. Lin Qinghe suddenly took a step toward Shiryu. He looked normal, and his tone did not fluctuate much, but there was a vortex brewing in the dark eyes behind the lens. Lin Fengbai, who was not far away, trembled when he touched this look, and his footsteps took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Shiryu looked at the person who was getting faster and faster away from him, without moving his feet, and still kept a smile on his face. At first, I felt it was unfair to know that you could see and hear everything in the hospital, but soon I found that the system was actually fair. Although you have great power, there are some things you can't do within the rules, so you propose cooperation. Shiryu's eyes fell on the black door in front of him, and he said meaningfully, so, you want to use something to eliminate me and Shinsu? Lin Qinghe had come to Shiryu and stopped in front of this door, less than half a meter away from Shiryu. Shiryu looked at Lin Qinghe, and he said with a smile on his face, do you still think Shinsu is too ignorant? Why did he tie me up? Should I go in together? Lin Qinghe cast a dark gaze on Shiryu, speaking in a deep voice and slowly, you are right, at least 90% of what you said is right. I did deliberately trick Shinsu into going in, and I am indeed somewhat dissatisfied with what he did just now. So? Shiryu stood still. No one noticed that the black door in the narration opened automatically at this time. So I have to do it myself. As Lin Qinghe's sinister voice fell, a strong force attacked Shiryu. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamation marks because of this unexpected scene. Dean Lin has no martial ethics, damn. The duel I imagined, Verbal sparring, scheming, deception, and strategizing, the actual duel. Go ahead. JPG. Dean Lin, we are gentlemen, can we not fight? So what is inside the black door? Is my CP going to be broken? Wait, why is this trend different from what I imagined? Fuck Lin Fengbai. Lin Fengbai you? Lin Fengbai's operation has made me lose it. I just want to say well done. This trend is not only confusing for Dean Lin, but also for me. The incident happened at a critical moment. Lin Qinghe came over not to chat at a close distance, but to push Shiryu into the door. Just before Lin Qinghe took action, Shiryu rushed over and strangled him tightly. Although the two people had different plans in their minds, the direction of their body force was the same, so the two rolled in smoothly. But in the end, only Lin Qinghe fell in. Because Lin Fengbai rushed over and grabbed Shiryu's hand in time. Yes! Lin Fengbai grabbed Shiryu's hand. In Lin Qinghe's eyes full of shock and disbelief, Lin Fengbai pulled Shiryu out. Lin Qinghe came to his senses and wanted to turn back, but the door closed automatically at this time. Very sensible. Lin Fengbai's move was not only unexpected by the audience in the live broadcast room, but also by Shiryu. In terms of the position where Lin Fengbai was just now, he was actually closer to Lin Qinghe. If he wanted to save someone, it would be easier to save Lin Qinghe, but he grabbed Shiryu's hand. When he realized this fact, Shiryu felt very complicated. After a long while, Shiryu calmed down. He asked Lin Fengbai, "You saved me but not him? He should be fine." Lin Fengbai half knelt on the ground, still supporting Shiryu. He glanced at the closed black door, then looked back at Shiryu and said objectively, "If someone can be killed inside the door, then I can be free, but if he is fine, then your companion will probably be fine too." Shiryu thought the same way. Pushing Lin Qinghe in would verify these two things. What he said just now was not entirely true, half of it was speculation, and he could not guarantee that Lin Qinghe would be fooled, and he kept mentioning the door in his words, with the purpose of luring Lin Qinghe over. With Shiryu's strength, he couldn't actually push Lin Qinghe in, and he didn't even know how to open the door, but fortunately Lin Qinghe thought the same as him, so he helped him. In fact, at that moment, Shiryu was ready to fall in with Lin Qinghe. Lin Fengbai's move was completely unexpected. Lin Fengbai did not save Lin Qinghe but saved him, which was even more incredible. I wanted to give up. Shiryu's knee was a little scratched and his wrist was red. Lin Fengbai helped Shiryu to the wall, and Shiryu leaned against the wall and said this. Huh? Lin Fengbai probably didn't understand the meaning of this online term. He half knelt down beside Shiryu, tilted his head, and uttered a single syllable. Shiryu smiled at Lin Fengbai and sighed softly, "But now we could only go all out." Ah? Lin Fengbai opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were stunned. He still didn't understand. Shiryu didn't explain. He opened the game panel and waited quietly for the system prompt. His mission was to help Lin Fengbai get free. Get free could mean that Lin Fengbai left here completely, or that the person who detained Lin Fengbai was gone. If the system sends a message that his mission has been completed, it means that Lin Qinghe died inside. If there is no system message, it means that Lin Qinghe is fine, which means that it is not necessarily possible to kill people inside the door. Lin Qinghe is dead. Shinsu is also in danger. But Lin Qinghe is fine. Shinsu may not be fine. This door may only target players, and have no effect on NPCs. In other words, there is another possibility. The worst possibility is that Lin Qinghe is fine, but Shinsu is dead. Although Shiryu has disliked Shinsu for so many years, he has not cursed him to death. If Shinsu died here, he thought, he might be a little sad. Chapter 26. The moment the door closed, Lin Qinghe had only one thought in his mind. He wanted these two people to die. Originally, he thought these two people had good qualifications, and could be made into carriers, making full use of them, and not wasting them. But now Lin Qinghe didn't think so. He wanted these two people to disappear, their bodies and consciousness, completely disappearing. Lin Qinghe had done a lot of such things, and was already very good at it, but it was the first time he stepped into this door. The world here was constructed by him, and every flower and grass was designed by him, but the space in this door was not. This was obtained by him from the system in a transaction, and it was used to help him erase people's consciousness. The inside of the door was not a good place, so he always threw others in. He had never been in himself, so he only knew that it could erase people's consciousness, but he didn't know how it was done. Now it seems that there is nothing big in here. The surroundings were filled with thick fog that could not be dissolved, and you couldn't see your fingers when you stretched out your hand. The sky and the earth were all white. The temperature was also very low, with tiny water droplets floating in the air, and a breath of cold air went straight to the stomach. But that was it. It seemed that there was no other danger here at the moment. So how did people's consciousness disappear here? Lin Qinghe was puzzled, but soon an idea came to his mind, and his eyes lit up immediately, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but raise an arc. Could it be that this place didn't work for him? It made sense when he thought about it. He had a deal with the system, and the system couldn't cheat him? He was now curious about this place. Would Shinsu be in front? What did he look like now? Was he fighting in a very embarrassed way? Or had he finished the fight and turned into a carrier? Lin Qinghe was almost eager to move forward with excitement. As soon as he took a step, he was tripped by something. Looking down, Lin Qinghe was stunned. The thick white fog dissipated a little, and the nearby scenery gradually revealed its outline. He saw a black head, with soft hair sticking to the forehead and temples, and a thin and pale neck between the hair tail and the collar of the hospital gown, and then an overly thin young man's body. Lin Qinghe pulled up the person, who fell, and sat beside his legs. Lin Fingbai's nose tip was red from the cold, but his face and lips were pale without a trace of blood. Lin Qinghe took off his white coat and put it on his arm, and then took off the inner coat and put it on Lin Fengbai, and then said, "Why are you here?" Lin Fengbai looked up at him, lowered his head again, and said nothing. "Did he push you in?" The tone of this sentence was as cold as ice. "No." Lin Fengbai denied hastily, "I came in by myself." Lin Qinghe was even more annoyed by his eagerness to clear himself for others, but Lin Qinghe at this moment was different from usual. He did not approach Lin Fengbai, nor did he force him. He put on Lin Fengbai's coat and ignored him, standing at an arm's length away from Lin Fengbai. His eyes fell on Lin Fengbai from top to bottom, like interrogating a prisoner. "Do you want to commit suicide?" In a moment, Lin Qinghe threw out these 4 words. Lin Fengbai's body trembled violently, but he quickly calmed down and said, "This place can eliminate people's consciousness, but I am no longer a human being. This place may not be useful to me. I'm just trying. I'm just trying," he repeated. It seems that saying this can reduce the mistakes he made and get a lighter punishment. Lin Qinghe did not punish him. He suddenly grabbed Lin Fengbai's wrist and pulled him to the door. "Let's talk about it after we get out." At this moment, Lin Qinghe didn't want to care whether Shinsu was dead or not, nor did he want to care what Lin Fengbai was thinking. He just wanted to take Lin Fengbai out as soon as possible. This place didn't work for him. What if it worked for Lin Fengbai? However, the door they came from couldn't be opened. This door had always been controlled by Lin Qinghe's thoughts, but at this moment, there was no reaction. Lin Fengbai suddenly pushed him away with great force. His pupils dilated. He looked at Lin Qinghe, and then looked in another direction. "You? Him? You guys?" "Him?" Lin Qinghe looked in the direction of Lin Fengbai's sight. The whiteness there dissipated, empty, nothing. "Who are you?" Lin Fengbai looked at it straight as if there was someone standing there. His fingers were trembling. After asking, he looked at Lin Qinghe again. His eyes lit up as if he had found a life-saving straw. "Are you real?" Now Lin Qinghe understood that this space was to eliminate people's consciousness by making them hallucinate. Lin Fengbai fell into an illusion. He saw another him in the illusion. Lin Qinghe nodded, "Yes, I." Just as Lin Qinghe moved forward, Lin Fengbai retreated as if frightened. His body was also trembling. He staggered back and shook his head. "No. No, no. You are all fake. The longer you are in the illusion, the harder it is to wake up." Lin Qinghe strode forward to control Lin Fengbai. He first calmed him down, and then whispered something in Lin Fengbai's ear that only the two of them knew. He asked softly, "Do you know he is fake now?" Lin Fengbai calmed down and let Lin Qinghe hold him. After a while, he buried his head in Lin Qinghe's neck and called softly, "Brother." Lin Qinghe froze. But it was only for a moment, and soon he recovered as usual. He patted Lin Fengbai's back gently and coaxed, "Okay, brother will take you out." I don't know when a dagger with a cold glow appeared in his other hand. The dagger pierced Lin Fengbai's back, and Lin Fengbai widened his eyes in disbelief. "You?" He looked down at his hospital gown soaked in blood on his chest, tears streaming down his face. He asked Lin Qinghe with difficulty, "Brother." "Why? Why do you want to kill me?" "Because he won't call me brother." Lin Qinghe pulled back the dagger, letting Lin Fengbai slide to the ground, and said coldly, "He hasn't called me brother for a long time." Lin Fengbai fell to the ground, and then disappeared, along with the bloodstains. Lin Qinghe sneered. He thought the system wouldn't cheat him, but it really did. Probably because the people in the illusion died, the illusion was automatically shattered. When he walked towards the door again, the door opened. The scene outside was no different from when he came in. Lin Fengbai ensured you were still there. When Lin Fengbai saw him, he was stunned for a moment, and then stood up suddenly. He thought Lin Fengbai wanted to escape, but Lin Fengbai took 2 steps forward and looked at him straight in the eyes. You came out? After asking this question, Lin Fengbai seemed to regret it and took 2 steps back, no longer looking at him. Lin Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. He was sure that this was the real Lin Fengbai. Lin Qinghe walked over here, and the dagger killed Shiryu cleanly and neatly. He knocked him unconscious and carried him away from the morgue while Lin Fengbai was shocked. At this moment, Lin Qinghe didn't care about the rules. Besides, it was the system that didn't follow the rules to cheat him. The things traded to him turned around and attacked him, so why couldn't he do it to the players? It was sunny outside, and the sun shone through the treetops, leaving spots on the bluestone path. Medical staff and patients shuttled between the buildings, just like every sunny afternoon. Lin Qinghe carried Lin Fengbai back to the bed in his office cubicle, wrung out a wet towel to wipe the blood splashed on his face, and then sat aside and watched his sleeping face quietly. After Lin Fengbai woke up, he had a temper with him for a while. Although Lin Qinghe was very unhappy that Lin Fengbai had a temper with him because of an outsider, he calmed down when he thought that the person was dead and patiently coaxed him. Life must go on after all. They resumed their peaceful life. Everything was the same as before. Although Lin Fengbai was sometimes unwilling, he had to accept it. However, Lin Qinghe would coax him more patiently afterwards. I want to go out for a walk. One day, Lin Fengbai made this request. Lin Qinghe said, okay. He dug a pond in the back garden of the hospital and planted white lotus in it. The lotus bloomed at this time of year, so it was just right to take Lin Fengbai to see it. Lin Fengbai looked at the lotus in the pond and was stunned. He didn't know whether it was a surprise or a shock. Do you like it? He tilted his head and asked Lin Fengbai. Lin Fengbai didn't respond, but just stared at the closest lotus that was in the best bloom. Lin Qinghe bent down and wanted to pick this lotus and give it to Lin Fengbai. Just when his fingers touched the lotus root, Lin Qinghe froze, and then his brain hurt. No! No, 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 he had never planted a lotus, never. These were all illusions, and he hadn't walked out of them yet. He wanted to wake up. He wanted to wake up. Lin Fengbai squatted down beside him, stretched out one hand to touch the beautifully blooming lotus, and the other hand reached into his palm, moving very slowly, tentatively holding his hand. Thank you, I like it very much. He suddenly didn't want to wake up again. The first thing Shensu saw when he walked into the door was a white mist, which gradually dissipated, and a long corridor that could not be seen at a glance appeared in front of him. The game panel popped up. Perhaps worried that the fog would affect his viewing of the screen, the system directly read aloud. The voice was that of a child, crisp and loud with a bit of jumping and liveliness. Congratulations to the player for clearing the game ahead of schedule. The end of the corridor is the exit of the game. Shensu stood still. He looked around. Except for the endless corridor, other places were still filled with thick white fog. He asked, then what? System, ? The system thought Shensu didn't understand, and patiently explained, player, you have cleared the game, the end of the corridor is the exit of the game, there you can leave the game. Shensu, so? System, ? This person has a nose and eyes, and he doesn't look like a retard. So the player, you walk along the corridor, keep walking, and when you reach the end, you can go out. The system's voice was a bit weird at the end. Do you need me to explain it in more detail, dear player? I don't believe it. Shensu seemed like a straight man with no emotional intelligence, and he didn't understand the impatience in other people's words at all, unless you let you come over. System, Well, this person is not mentally retarded, he is just playing with it. System, hello, player, the game mechanism stipulates that only one of you can pass this level. Does it mean that I passed it? System, It means that all his previous words were in vain. Only one can pass the level, right? Shensu sat down cross-legged on the spot. Then let you pass the level, I want to play for a while longer. The system was speechless. The system continued to tempt, but Shensu was not tempted. Finally, the system had no choice but to take a step back and said, okay, I call him over, and you take him with me. Didn't you say that only one of us can pass the level, and now you want me to take him away? Are your systems always so fickle? Or are you lying to me? Shensu looked at the long corridor in front of him and raised his eyebrows. You don't want to make a fake one for me to take away, do you? The system whose thoughts were exposed, Why don't you talk? Where is the person? Are you there? Honey? Hi? Hello? The system was tired. The system didn't want to talk. Shiryu and Lin Fengbai were still guarding the morgue, but they were waiting for different people. Shiryu stared at the game panel for a long time. There was no system information or clearance prompts on it, which meant that Lin Qinghe was fine inside the door. Lin Qinghe was safe and sound, and Shinsu was probably fine too. No, it should be said that Shinsu was definitely fine. In fact, if you think about it calmly, although Shinsu's way of thinking and behavior logic are different from ordinary people, Shinsu will not do anything he is not sure of. He walked into that door, which means he is fully sure of what he is going to do. Shinsu is not the kind of person who would put his safety in the hands of others. He is a person with a strong desire for control in his bones. Although he is indifferent to his own life most of the time, as if it doesn't matter if he dies tomorrow, it doesn't mean that he can tolerate others killing him. Lin Fengbai left for a while, and when he came back, he was wrapped in a quilt and holding another one in his arms. He handed the quilt in his arms to Shiryu, indicating that Shiryu should wrap it like him. Shiryu is a person who pays more attention to his appearance, and he can't accept the behavior of wrapping a quilt. Especially at this moment, it is still live, and I don't know how many people are watching. Thank you. Shiryu took the quilt from Lin Fengbai and thanked him politely, but didn't cover it. He put the quilt in front of him, covering only his abdomen and legs. Lin Fengbai sat cross-legged beside him, pulled up the quilt, and wrapped himself up with only his head exposed. He leaned on Shiryu with his elbow under the quilt. You should do like me, otherwise you will be cold. Shiryu sat upright with his back straight. I am not cold. The audience in the live broadcast room could not see the scene inside the door. Since Shinsu entered the room, the live broadcast room was dark, and Lin Qinghe could not see anyone after entering the room, so everyone was squatting in Shiryu's live broadcast room watching Shiryu and Lin Fengbai. Wrapping up the quilt to go out is something I have always wanted to do, but have never done. Little angel Lin Fengbai is a little cute. Yu's wife is so cute when she sits upright. Does he know that he is always live broadcasting? So he refuses to put on the quilt. Is he worried that he will look ugly on camera? How can my wife be ugly? My wife is beautiful even when she is wearing a sack. To be honest, my wife's manners are really good. But will she really not be cold like this? I want to go in and cover my wife with a quilt. Is there any quota for airborne guests in this copy? It doesn't matter whether it's worth money or not. I just want to go in and experience the atmosphere of the morgue. The people in front, I can hear your calculations through the screen. I don't know how long it took. The black door opened from the inside, and a man's hand covered with blood supported the door frame. Lin Qinghe walked out. Dean Lin, who always had a gentle image, looked like he had been through a fight. He was in a mess. His white coat was covered with large blood stains, some fresh and some dried. There was also some blood splashed on his glasses and face. His right hand hanging by his side was holding a dagger, and blood was dripping from the tip of the knife. The thick white mist behind him seemed to be stained with blood, turning from pure white to a light pink. This scene was too horrifying. Shiryu and Lin Fengbai stood up vigilantly. Lin Qinghe's condition was not right. His eyes behind the glasses were full of red bloodshot, and he looked straight at this side like a demon. That look did not look like he was looking at a living person. Shiryu knew that Lin Qinghe wanted to kill him, so it was better to take the initiative than to wait for death. He noticed from the corner of his eye that there was a steel pipe under the morgue bed behind Lin Qinghe to the left. He went up to him and prepared to use a fake move to deceive Lin Qinghe, and then go to get the steel pipe. But soon Shiryu found out that Lin Qinghe's target was not him, but Lin Fengbai. Tick. Blood dripped down the tip of the knife onto his cheek, sticky and wet. Lin Fengbai held his breath, but still couldn't stop the strong smell of blood from invading his nose. He closed his eyes. He really thought he would die on the spot. But he didn't. There was only a muffled sound, followed by the sound of a steel pipe falling to the ground. Lin Fengbai suddenly opened his eyes. The muffled sound was the sound of the steel pipe hitting a human arm. Shiryu was standing not far away, and his right hand was still throwing. The collision caused Lin Qinghe's hand to move sideways, and the dagger that was supposed to be inserted into his throat was inserted into the wall behind him, so he escaped. Lin Fengbai, who had escaped death, was still in a trance when Shiryu grabbed his arm and ran forward. Before Shiryu pulled Lin Fengbai to run, he threw a quilt at his feet to Lin Qinghe. Although it could not stop Lin Qinghe's speed, it successfully directed Lin Qinghe's hatred from Lin Fengbai to him. Shiryu pushed Lin Fengbai behind him and concentrated on fighting with Lin Qinghe. Shiryu had learned self-defense skills, although he was not proficient, but he could barely fight Lin Qinghe to a draw. In simple terms, Lin Qinghe could not kill him, and he could not get away. After a few rounds, Sure you had some bruises on his face. Because Lin Qinghe had too many bruises on his body, these bruises could be ignored. Lin Qinghe suddenly stopped moving, and looked at Shiryu with his eyes under the lenses, with a bit of confusion on his face, and said to himself, "Why can't you die? It's still so difficult." Shiryu's eyebrows jumped. What does death never ends mean? Shiryu looked at the door. The black door had closed automatically when Lin Qinghe came out, and the mist inside did not see through it all. Shiryu sorted out his thoughts from the beginning. After Lin Qinghe came out of the door, he did not recognize him or Lin Fengbai, and even wanted to kill Lin Fengbai. It was impossible for Lin Qinghe to do such a thing when he was awake. In other words, Lin Qinghe's consciousness was disordered now. Why was his consciousness disordered? Did the things in the door have an effect on him? Lin Qinghe's blood and bleeding daggers showed that he had killed people in there. He said to Shiryu, "How can death never end?" Which meant that he had killed Shiryu in the door, and perhaps also killed Lin Fengbai, and more than once. Lin Qinghe did not seem to know that he had walked out of the illusion. In his eyes, Shiryu and Lin Fengbai were both hallucinations, so he wanted to kill them. A confused person is obviously easier to deal with than a clear-headed person who will use tricks. For a moment, Shiryu had a dark idea in his heart. But it was only a moment, and soon this idea was shattered by Lin Fengbai's voice. Lin Fengbai came to his senses and ran over to block the two of them. He faced Lin Qinghe with a calm look and a calm tone. He asked, "Lin Qinghe, are you going to kill me?" Lin Qinghe's expression did not change much. The way he looked at Lin Fengbai was no different from the way he looked at the flowers and plants on the roadside. He evaluated Lin Fengbai as if he were evaluating a flower and plant. This imitation is pretty good. What? Lin Fengbai was stunned. The door gave him hallucinations. Shiryu stepped forward and whispered to Lin Fengbai, "He probably killed countless of us in the door. He still thinks he is in an illusion, and you and I are fake." Lin Fengbai was completely stunned. Now he understood why Lin Qinghe wanted to kill him after he came out. Lin Qinghe's eyes slowly gathered. He stared at the two illusions in front of him. The 5 fingers of his right hand hanging by his side slowly closed, and clenched the dagger. He didn't want to waste any more time. Just before he took action, Shiryu interrupted. "Dean Lin, we are real." Shiryu said again, "You have walked out of the illusion." Lin Qinghe paused. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't expect this illusion to say such a thing. The illusions he had seen before were not so smart. This also made Lin Qinghe hesitate a little. Could he really have walked out? "Why should I believe you?" Lin Qinghe did not take action for the time being. "Because you almost killed Lin Fengbai." Shiryu handed a tissue to Lin Fengbai, motioning him to wipe the blood off his face, and then looked at Lin Qinghe. His tone was very light, but when it fell, it hit Lin Qinghe's heart like a hammer, and I saved him. Lin Qinghe's body stiffened, and his face turned pale instantly. "I didn't have to tell you the truth, which would be more advantageous for me, wouldn't it?" Shiryu added, "But I don't want to win unfairly." "Win unfairly?" Lin Qinghe's expression had returned to normal. He sneered, "Are you kidding?" Shiryu nodded, did not refute, nor was he angry, and even smiled lightly. "Just treat it as a joke. Dean Lin has a lot of connections here. I think it's still difficult to win." He added, "Since I am like an ant in Dean Lin's place, what's the harm in letting me live a little longer? Dean Lin, believe me once, if you find out later that it's an illusion, we are all fake, it won't be too late to kill us. But if you kill us now, when you find out that it's not an illusion, and Lin Fengbai has been killed by you, it will be too late for you to regret it, right?" Lin Qinghe pondered for a moment. Probably thinking that Shiryu was right, he put down the dagger. "I believe you for now." Shiryu said again, "I told Dean Lin about this, so can Dean Lin tell me how Shinsu is doing?" Lin Qinghe seemed to have regained his sanity. He took off his blood-stained white coat, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped the blood off his face and hands. He cleaned himself up to be presentable, and then slowly said, "The door will dig out the things that a person wants most in his heart, and use this to create beautiful dreams for people, so that people can immerse themselves in illusions and cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood, and eventually their consciousness will be swallowed up forever. You also saw that I had to work so hard to get out." Lin Qinghe stopped talking here, and everyone knew what he said next. Shinsu was definitely a badass. Seeing Shiryu staring at the door in a trance, Lin Qinghe gave a sincere suggestion. "Why don't you go in and commit suicide for him?" Shiryu retracted his gaze. "Dean Lin, you are joking. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. Let's just commit suicide for him." "Really?" Lin Qinghe stared at him behind the lens. His tone was normal, but Shiryu felt a chill climbing up his spine. "But I still think it's better for you to die. What you said just now makes sense. If he is real, I will definitely regret killing him, so I won't touch him. But it doesn't matter to you. Lin Qinghe stared at Shiryu, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not even hidden. He walked toward Shiryu step by step. Real, fake, all must die. Finally, Lin Qinghe stopped in front of Shiryu, and the black door opened at this time. Lin Qinghe turned his back to the black door and asked Shiryu, "Do you want to go in by yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Shiryu stared at the black door in a daze, as if he was scared silly. Sure enough, even the calmest people would be afraid in front of death. Shiryu didn't answer for a long time. Just as Lin Qinghe was about to repeat himself, he heard a voice behind him. "Why don't I help you, Dean Lin?" Lin Qinghe was shocked. He turned around in disbelief. A tall figure in a light brown windbreaker broke through the thick white mist and walked out of the door. Shinsu's clothes were clean and tidy, without a single stain, and even his hair was not messy. When his eyes met the dazed man, he smiled brightly, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. "I heard that someone wants to die for me." Chapter 27. Compared to the blood-stained Lin Qinghe, Shinsu, who was actually fine, was more frightening. The marks of fighting on his body at least showed that Lin Qinghe was the real Lin Qinghe. Who could prove that the Shinsu in front of him was the real Shinsu? Lin Fengbai tugged at Shiryu's sleeve, pulled him back a few steps, and whispered, "It's impossible to go in and out of the door without any injuries. This could be fake." Shiryu slightly turned his head to listen to Lin Fengbai's words, raised his eyes, and looked at Shinsu again. The man who was smiling just now had a cold face, and his eyes fell on his side. This change of face was too fast. Although Shinsu liked to disguise himself, his temper was still okay, and he was not a moody person. What Lin Fengbai said was not unreasonable. "We suspect you are fake." Shiryu looked at Shinsu from head to toe, checked the code. Shinsu's face looked even uglier, but he did not refuse this request. Shiryu asked Shinsu to tell him the code before entering. "Who knew?" Shinsu said. "The little girl who played Snow White with you in kindergarten didn't give you free candy to ask for a bigger gift in return. Your candy gift bag later caused her to have cavities. During the summer vacation of my freshman year in high school, our 2 families went to a mountain villa to escape the summer heat. The daughter of the villa owner asked you to tutor her. You gave her a test paper and made her cry. On Christmas Eve of my sophomore year, the sports student asked you to meet him at the school gate after school to confess his love to you. As a result, you thought he was going to challenge you to a fight, and he slipped out of the back door of the school. He stood in the cold wind holding an apple wrapped in 999 layers of apple paper, and waited for you for 5 hours. Shinsu talked without stopping, as if he was going to dig up all the dirt on Shiryu. Last year. That's enough. Shiryu interrupted, frowning deeply. Can you stop talking about these things? No one wants these old things to be exposed, not to mention that they are still live streaming. And Shiryu doesn't remember many details. Why can Shinsu remember them so clearly? Otherwise. Shinsu curled up the corners of his lips, his smile still cold. How can I prove that I'm real? Shiryu exhaled softly. Okay, I believe you're real. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room will certainly not forget to eat sugar. Click to see the smile gradually disappear. I reasonably suspect that someone is jealous. Hey, didn't he just pull his sleeves? Didn't he just hold his hands? Did he whisper something? His eyes seemed to stab our little angel Lin Fengbai. How could he be so stingy? He knows him so well. He knows so much. It turns out that they not only know each other, but are also childhood sweethearts. I'm so happy. No, in fact, their relationship is not good at all. If you don't believe me, you can watch the replay, watch the beginning. Their relationship is really bad. Childhood sweethearts, but they don't have a good relationship? Ah, it feels even better. Lin Qinghe was very puzzled by Shinsu coming out in one piece. After Shiryu proved that Shinsu was real, Lin Qinghe asked Shinsu, how did you get out? Shinsu, I saw the door open, so I walked out. Lin Qinghe, Shinsu said again, didn't you open the door? You asked me? Lin Qinghe, Ha ha ha, Shinsu understands nonsense literature. Lin Qinghe, so angry, so angry, so angry. There is nothing wrong with Shinsu's answer. Lin Qinghe patiently changed his question. What did you experience in there? Oh, you mean the illusion inside. Shinsu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Lin Qinghe realized that he had been tricked. He suppressed his anger and listened to Shinsu's words. This should be to dig out the strongest desires in the depths of people's hearts, and weave illusions for people, right? But the voice inside told me that there are too many and too chaotic desires in my heart, and it doesn't know how to choose? So in the end it selected the thing that I want most at this stage. The voice told me that I had passed the game, and asked me to walk along the corridor that appeared in front of me, and I could get out at the end. What I want to do most at the moment is to leave the game. I am very happy to hear that I have passed the game. Shinsu's tone was excited and his expression was excited, not like fake. I am so happy. I almost rushed out immediately. Then why don't you go out? Lin Qinghe asked. Because I want to take my companion with me. Shinsu glanced at Shiryu and said, as a matter of course, we came here together, and of course we have to leave together. How can I leave him alone? So I didn't leave. The voice was quite interesting, so I chatted with it for a while. It knew a lot. We were going to have a long talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly the door opened, so I had to come out. Lin Qinghe was skeptical about Shinsu's words at first, but when he heard this, he realized that he had been fooled again, and he could no longer suppress his anger. Are you kidding me? Shinsu smiled. President Lin, you are joking. Haven't you been playing tricks on us? Lin Qinghe laughed out loud in anger, so it was my negligence. I shouldn't have led you into the door. After all, the scene inside the door doesn't work on you, right? But just because the door doesn't work on you doesn't mean other things don't work on you. You've been here for too long. It's about time to let this world return to peace. Lin Qinghe's eyes suddenly swept to Lin standing beside Shiryu. Feng Bai ordered, come here. Lin Fengbai's body trembled, but he moved forward obediently. But he did not walk towards Lin Qinghe, but took a few steps forward to block Shiryu. He said to Lin Qinghe, send them out. If you want the world to be peaceful again, just send them out. Lin Qinghe seemed not to hear this, and said coldly, I say it again, come here. Lin Fengbei wanted to say something, but he was pulled by the collar, and thrown into Lin Qinghe's arms. Lin Fengbei was stunned. Lin Qinghe reacted in time and caught him. If you want to do it, just do it directly. No need to say the prelude. Shinsu threw Lin Fengbei away, and took off his windbreaker to wrap Shiryu in one go. Finally, his eyes fell on Shiryu's chin, and his eyes were a little colder. There was a bloodstain of nearly 2 centimeters close to the jawline, which was obviously scratched by a sharp weapon. Although the wound is not deep, it is very glaring. Shiryu comes from a typical family, with a strict father, and a kind mother. Although Uncle Shir is strict with him, his aunt sometimes spoils him, and there is also Grandpa Shir who loves him very much. Shiryu has been well bred since childhood. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is spoiled. If he is not careful, red marks will be left on his fair skin. Therefore, the horse riding teacher and the self-defense teacher will pay special attention to him. Shiryu has never been injured since he was a child, let alone on his face. This face is so beautiful, what if it leaves a scar? Be careful. Lin Qinghe came over here, with a dagger in his hand. Shinsu was still in a daze with his back to Lin Qinghe. Shiryu pulled Shinsu violently, and was about to block him, when a strong arm blocked his action. In that 0.1 second, Shinsu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He quickly turned his head to avoid the dagger chopped by Lin Qinghe, turned around and kicked the dagger away, and then accurately caught the falling dagger. The next action was to insert the dagger into Lin Qinghe's palm. A series of actions were fast, quick and fierce, and the whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Qinghe's right palm was pierced by the dagger, blood dripped down, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. He raised his hand and looked at his palm and smiled, commenting, your fighting style doesn't look like ordinary self-defense. I thought you learned the same as him. Oh, this. Shinsu protected Shiryu behind him and said, while moving his wrist joints, in fact, we have the same teacher, but he usually practices more in the training ground, while I practice more. So that's it. Lin Qinghe pulled out the dagger, and the blood hole in his palm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the palm was restored to its original state. Lin Qinghe attacked Shinsu again with the dagger, and the two talked while fighting. You can see that you are not a good student. Then you are wrong. I am a good student. My grades in junior high and high school are always ranked second in the grade. Why not first? Lin Qinghe asked. If Shiryu and Lin Qinghe can only tie, then Shinsu completely crushes Lin Qinghe. With a click, Lin Qinghe's entire arm was removed. Because he is the first. In stark contrast to the fierce action, Shinsu spoke in a lazy tone. Lin Qinghe took his arm back, and the two continued to fight. No one said nonsense at this time. The two were fierce, and were all going to kill each other. Although Shinsu had the upper hand during the period, he could not kill Lin Qinghe. The wounds he stabbed healed quickly. The broken arm could be connected. Even if the neck was cut by 1/3, he could not die. This kind of boss with powerful self-healing function is really disgusting. Stop fighting. Lin Fengbei suddenly shouted, go. Shinsu was too obsessed with fighting to notice that the atmosphere in the morgue was gradually becoming weird. He couldn't kill Lin Qinghe, who was constantly healing himself, and Lin Qinghe couldn't kill him alone. They fought like this for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear result. It was impossible for Lin Qinghe not to realize this. Lin Qinghe was deliberately stalling for time. Perhaps realizing something, Lin Qinghe entangled Shinsu more tightly, preferring to hurt the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times, and handing his arm to him to twist, rather than giving him a chance to be distracted. Shiryu swung the steel pipe to attack Lin Qinghe from behind, and took advantage of the gap when Lin Qinghe blocked and shouted to Shinsu, "Go!" Lin Fengbai had already run to the door of the morgue, and Shinsu was about to run out with Shiryu, but it was too late. There were hundreds of steel moored beds in the morgue, with hundreds of corpses on them. At this moment, all the corpses seemed to have heard some instructions, and sat up from the steel beds in unison. They all had faces exactly like Lin Fengbai's, but their eyes were cloudy and dull, and their fingers were not normal fingers, with dark red, sharp and long nails. Hundreds of lifeless eyes looked at Shiryu and Shinsu in unison. They rushed towards them a few seconds later. Corpses from all directions rushed toward Shiryu and Shinsu. Lin Qinghe stood there and watched leisurely. Lin Fengbai had already run to the door of the morgue and shouted to them, "This way. Come here." They were still 5 or 6 meters away from the door of the morgue, and the middle was full of corpses wearing hospital gowns, waving long nails and expressionless faces. Fortunately, these corpses had no brains, and were not as difficult as Lin Qinghe. They were just ordinary monsters. Shinsu grabbed a steel bed and threw it out, knocking down a row of corpses running in front. Shiryu found a steel pipe from somewhere, and handed it to Shinsu. Shinsu took it and cracked it. The corpses fell to the ground, and a path was cleared in front. "Go!" Shiryu ran out with his wrist held by Shinsu. The calluses on Shinsu's palm made his wrist skin itch slightly. At the moment of life and death escape, he shouldn't have thought so much. It was really that the temperature of the palm covering his wrist was too high. Lin Fengbai stood at the door of the morgue. After they ran out, he closed the door and locked hundreds of corpses and Lin Qinghe inside. Lin Fengbai blocked the door and said to them, "I can't hold it for long run. Let's go together." Shiryu reached out to pull Lin Fengbai, but was intercepted by another hand. Shinsu probably thought it was too much trouble, so he directly carried Lin Fengbai up, and his other hand was still holding Shiryu's wrist. Shinsu carried a person on his shoulder and pulled another person in his hand, running to the first floor along the safety passage. It was originally sunny outside, but in an instant, night fell, and it was almost a blink of an eye from dawn to dusk. Then, the medical staff walking on the road, the patients walking in the small garden, the cleaning staff cleaning the hall, the landscaping workers mowing the lawn, and the security guards at the gate all stopped their steps and movements, with dull expressions and slow movements, turning their heads in the same direction. Shinsu and the other 2 stepped out of the building. They were forced to stop at the same time by the scene in front of them. They stayed in the morgue for too long. It was already late at night, but it was different from the usual nights. The sky was as dark as spilled ink. There was no end to the night, and the hospital street light seemed weaker than the light of fireflies. The bluestone path ahead and the open space further away were crowded with people. The dense crowds of people gathered under the streetlights, and it was as lively as if a popular star was holding an open-air concert here. They were doctors and nurses, cleaners, security guards, and even patients who came to see a doctor. They wore white coats, work clothes, and hospital gowns. They all had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were dull, and they stared at Shiryu and Shinsu with a dull look. They were all controlled by Lin Qinghe. The cold air rose from the soles of their feet and spread, and the deathly breath enveloped the entire hospital. There were dense footsteps in the corridor behind them, and the corpses in the morgue were chasing them. There were dense ghost puppets in front of them, and hundreds of corpses chasing them from behind. Their road was blocked. Shiryu had hated Shinsu for more than 20 years. They had been mortal enemies for more than 20 years, and they had never liked each other. Shiryu had never thought that one day he would shake hands with Shinsu, so he had never thought that one day he would fight side by side with Shinsu. Shinsu probably thought so too. However, at this moment, they entrusted their backs to each other with confidence, fighting side by side with mortal enemies. This was really a novel experience, but fortunately the experience was not bad. These puppets and corpses running out of the morgue were all ordinary monsters, without brains, unable to think, and could only use nails for ordinary attacks. Even Lin Fengbai could beat them, and Shinsu killed one monster with one knife. But because there were too many of them, It was still a bit of a waste of energy for the three of them to fight. After fighting for a while, Shinsu got impatient and asked Lin Fengbai, "Can you control them? Aren't these corpses brought to you by Lin Qinghe? Try to see if your consciousness can take over their bodies and control them?" Lin Fengbai cried, "I tried, it didn't work, I can't control them." After a while, Shiryu asked Lin Fengbai, "Have you left the hospital?" His mission is to help Lin Fengbai gain freedom. So can the definition of this freedom be to take Lin Fengbai away from the hospital where he is trapped? Anyway, there are hundreds of ghosts and demons in the hospital now, and they can't do their mission quietly here, so they might as well leave the hospital and think of other ways. Lin Fengbai's answer poured a bucket of cold water on Shiryu, and Lin Fengbai shook his head. "No, I can't get out. I am confined in the hospital, and as long as I get close to the hospital gate, I will be blocked by an invisible wall." Shiryu was silent. After Shinsu dealt with the monsters in front of him, he asked Lin Fengbai again, "Were these doctors, nurses, and security guards created by Lin Qinghe?" "Yes, but not completely." Lin Fengbai nodded, then shook his head. "In fact, Xinqing Hospital also exists in the world I live in. This world was created by him based on Xinqing Hospital, and the doctors, nurses, and patients here are actually the people who died in Xinqing Hospital in that world. My soul was trapped here by him, and the souls of those who died were also collected by him and trapped here in different forms, some as patients, some as employees, and he made those employees sign labor contracts for hundreds of years." "Shinsu, does that mean they have consciousness?" Shiryu looked at Shinsu fiercely when he heard this. He seemed to have guessed why Shinsu asked this question. "Well, those in the morgue have lost their consciousness, but these ghosts here have identities. They have memories of when they were alive, and have their own consciousness." After a pause, Lin Fengbai added, "But not now. They are under control now." Shinsu nodded, and after clearing another wave of monsters, he put his arm on Lin Fengbai's shoulder, hugged Lin Fengbai like a good brother, and said, "I give you a glorious task." "Ah?" Lin Fengbai was so scared by the hug that he shrunk out from Shinsu's arms, and couldn't speak clearly. What task?" "Try to wake them up." Shinsu pointed at the aunts, uncles, sisters, and aunts in front of him who were waving their nails and were enthusiastic, and said, "Tell them to support you as the new director of Xinqing Hospital, and you will cancel their previous labor contracts and sign new contracts for them. The new contract strictly abides by the labor law, working from 9 to 5 with weekends off, taking holidays according to national statutory holidays, buying 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, organizing 2 trips every year, and the contract is renewed once a year. There is no need to pay liquidated damages when leaving the job, just go through the formal procedures. What are you standing there for? Speak up." Lin Fengbai was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Ah? Oh, okay. When Shinsu's eyes moved away from Lin Fengbai, they bumped into Shiryu's sight again. In that second of staring at each other, the two seemed to understand each other's thoughts, and then they protected Lin Fengbai in the middle, and entered the next round of monster clearing. There are only 2 ways for Lin Fengbai to get freedom, either leave the hospital or kill Lin Qinghe. It is impossible to expect Lin Qinghe to take the initiative to set Lin Fengbai free. Of these 2 ways, killing Lin Qinghe is too difficult, and letting Lin Fengbai leave the hospital is also impossible. Then change the way of thinking. What if the hospital director changes? What if Xinqing Hospital becomes Lin Fengbai's hospital? The mission does not clearly define the meaning of freedom. So can Lin Fengbai's stay in his own hospital be considered freedom in another sense? Although this method may not be successful. But it is not a bad idea to give it a try. After leaving the morgue, Lin Qinghe went back to the director's office first, took a shower in the bathroom in the compartment, changed into clean clothes, and estimated that it was about time before he went out slowly, and did not forget to take a coat of Lin Fengbai before leaving. Lin Qinghe went to the destination. The scene was very different from what he imagined. There were traces of fighting, but no one was fighting at this moment. All the puppets stood in place, looking up at the high platform not far away. The 2 people who were supposed to be dead stood on the platform and gave a vivid speech, and the puppets below listened attentively. The whole scene was like a super mobilization meeting. And judging from the content of their speeches, it was indeed the case. Lin Qinghe had tried to give orders, but he found that all the puppets did not listen to him. Shiryu and Shinsu stood on each side of the platform. Lin Fengbai stood beside Shiryu, and Shinsu held up a banner that read "Long live Dean Lin Qinghe," who stood in whose camp. It was clear at a glance. However, the fact was not so. Shiryu said, "Mr. Lin Fengbai promised that everyone will work no more than 8 hours a day, and no more than 44 hours a week." Shinsu said, "With improved performance, there is no need to worry about salary increases." Lao Wan only sleeps 3 hours a day, and his wife and daughter are sick, so he works overtime at the company. Now he has bought a car and a house. As long as everyone works hard, there will be no problem buying a car by the end of the year, and a house within 2 years, to achieve financial freedom in 5 years. Shiryu said, the contract is changed to a 1-year renewal, and resignation only requires normal procedures. Shinsu said, what is the purpose of signing a 500-year labor contract? Is it for Dean Lynching himself? Of course not. It is not for everyone to have a stable job. Why don't you understand Dean Lin's good intentions? Shiryu continued, after signing the new contract, in addition to basic employee benefits, employees' families can also receive corresponding benefits, such as free physical examinations once a year. Shinsu continued, what are those small favors? Follow our great Dean Lynching, and when the time comes, you will naturally get a promotion and salary increase, and everyone will have a bright future. Shiryu, overtime will only happen occasionally, so that everyone has enough time to go home and spend time with their families. Shinsu, what home to go home to? The company is everyone's home. Dean Lynching is everyone's family. The two of them seem to be working for different masters, canvassing for their respective employers, but in fact they are playing the good cop and the bad cop. Lynching's face turned green. The two talked for a while like a crosstalk. Seeing that the mobilization was almost done, Shiryu stepped forward and said, I think everyone has already understood the basic situation. Let's vote now. Those who support Mr. Lin Fengbai as the dean, please stand on our side, and those who still support Dean Lynching should stand on Shinsu's side. Shiryu continued, Mr. Lin Fengbai will not force everyone to support him. You can also continue to support Dean Lynching. Everyone has the right to choose freely. The people below cursed and stood in line. I still support him? Do I think the 500-year contract is not long enough? In order for the dean to live a good life, everyone should work hard. It's best to work for 24 hours a day without eating or drinking. Old Wang only sleeps 3 hours a day, and a 20-year-old man is like a 70-year-old man. As the morning light shone from the east, everyone also stood in line. There were a lot of people on Lin Fengbai's side, and Shinsu stood on Shinsu's side, and Lin Qinghe who came up later. The voices below were as loud as a tide. We support Mr. Lin Fengbai. Lin Qinghe, get off the stage. Please ask Mr. Lin Fengbai to be the new dean. Lin Qinghe, get off the stage. The system followed the public opinion, and a line of words appeared above Lin Fengbai's head, director of Xincheng Hospital. At the same time, a new message popped up on Shiryu's game panel. Congratulations to player Shiryu for winning the Plot Twins confrontation game. You received a thank you gift from the dungeon NPC Lin Fengbai, a wishing ticket. What Shinsu received was a completely opposite system message. It's a pity that player Shinsu failed in the Plot Twins confrontation game. You are about to face the death penalty. You have 3 minutes to leave a last word before the penalty is executed. The countdown begins. Shinsu glanced at the message and closed the game panel, as if these messages had nothing to do with him, as if the person who would be executed by the death penalty in 3 minutes was not him. He didn't have any last words to leave. He just looked through the crowd and stared at Shiryu in the crowd for a long time. And Shiryu and Lin Fengbai were answering the employees' questions and didn't pay attention to this side. When there were only 30 seconds left in the countdown, Shinsu sat down on the ground. He sat casually, his body relaxed, one hand on his knees, the back of his hand covering his eyebrows, and closed his eyes in the morning light. He counted 30 seconds silently in his heart. But the death penalty did not come. A new line of words appeared on the game panel. The wishing ticket takes effect, exempting the player Shinsu from the death penalty, and the player can leave the game on his own. Shinsu? ? Shinsu looked at Shiryu, who was still standing in the crowd, but his eyes were on him, and he didn't know how long he had been looking at him. Shiryu glanced at a place not far away. There appeared a portal with a faint blue light. It was a portal that could really leave here. Do you think you can leave like this? As Lin Qinghe's voice fell, the whole world turned upside down. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and countless meteorites fell from the cracks, like a huge hailstorm, but the lethality was tens of thousands of times that of hailstorms, and countless large pits were smashed on the ground. The high-rise building of the hospital collapsed in an instant, and broken stones and glass fell one after another. Doctors in white coats, employees in work clothes, and countless patients turned into powder in an instant, and the crowded open space was suddenly empty. The portal was also gradually closing in the distortion of the world. Go quickly. Lin Fengbai pushed Shiryu fiercely. It will be too late if you don't leave now. However, how could Lin Qinghe let them go? Lin Qinghe, who was in a furious state, had a force value 10 times that of usual. Shinsu was beaten back step by step, and he was injured in many places, and each of them was seriously injured. When the dagger stabbed Shinsu's eyes, Shiryu attacked from behind, and the dagger stabbed off. Lin Qinghe was enraged and grabbed Shiryu and threw him out. Shiryu's back hit the ground hard, and his entire chest seemed to be shattered. Thick blood rushed up from his throat, and he couldn't control his mouth and spit out blood. Shinsu's eyes were red, and he attacked Lin Qinghe desperately. He grabbed a steel bar nearby and pressed it against Lin Qinghe's face. However, before the steel bar could split Lin Qinghe's head, it disappeared out of thin air. Not only that, everything on the ground that could be used as a weapon disappeared out of thin air. They could only fight Lin Qinghe with bare hands. The sky cracked, but the sun was not affected. It still tirelessly emitted warm and brilliant light, following the principle of rising in the east and setting in the west. When the sun went to the west, Shiryu and Shinsu lay on the ground dying. Shiryu's internal organs were injured when he was thrown out by Lin Qinghe. Every time Lin Qinghe attacked him afterwards, he focused on his heart. He looked fine on the outside, but in fact his entire chest was broken. Shinsu was covered in blood, one arm was limp, 5 fingers were deformed to varying degrees, there was no visible skin, and there were countless wounds in the invisible places. Shinsu tried many times, but couldn't stand up again. Even if they could stand up, even if they defeated Lin Qinghe, they couldn't get out. The portal had already been completely closed. You are quite good at fighting, get up and continue. Lin Qinghe walked over and kicked Shinsu. Shinsu, who was already covered in blood, didn't know where more blood flowed from his body, dyeing the floor where he was lying red. Shinsu. Shiryu was lying on the ground next to him, looking at this side, and his bleeding lips moved. Don't fight anymore? Lin Qinghe squatted down, grabbed Shinsu's still moving left hand, and rotated his entire arm 180 degrees. Seeing that Shinsu was completely motionless, he shook the dagger in his hand, as if considering where to start. Then let me take you on your last journey. Shinsu! Shiryu shouted loudly, but the sound coming through the severely injured chest was very small, so small that it could be ignored. No. But Shinsu heard it. Shinsu tilted his head and looked at him, and his bloody face showed a smile to him. Perhaps he had no strength to speak. Shinsu mouthed to him, no green onions for the stewed noodles. Shiryu, Shiryu retracted his gaze. No one else would think about his meal when he was about to die, except Shinsu. You are still in the mood to flirt with each other when you are about to die? Lin Qinghe sneered in dissatisfaction, and then nodded. Speaking of which, you should also thank me for making you a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. Shiryu opened his mouth and closed it again. He and I are not a couple. He had said this too many times, and he was tired. Shiryu closed his eyes. Let him die. Shinsu was not afraid of death, so what was he afraid of? With Shinsu as his companion on the road to the underworld, he was not too lonely. However, death did not come. Lin Qinghe. The closed portal reopened at some point, and Lin Fengbai stood in front of the portal, about to step in with one foot. Lin Qinghe's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this scene, and he shouted, "Stop!" The portal was not an ordinary door, but a huge circular vortex. The wind inside was very strong. Lin Fengbai stood by the door, his bangs were blown by the wind, revealing an overly pale face. He looked at Lin Qinghe and said, "They thought of many ways to help me fulfill my wish. They thought about killing you, and also thought about taking me away from the hospital. Finally, they thought of supporting me as the new dean. They succeeded, but failed again. But there is actually another way." Lin Fengbai smiled when he said this, but Lin Qinghe seemed to realize something and took 2 steps forward, but Lin Fengbai stepped back. 1 foot had already stepped into the portal, and warned, "Don't come over." Lin Qinghe stopped, and his eyes were almost glued to Lin Fengbai. Lin Fengbai glanced at the portal behind him. This door leads to another space. I don't belong to that space. If I walk in, I will be turned into powder immediately. This can also be regarded as a way to gain my freedom. His voice was very light, but every word was firm. Lin Qinghe, let them go, otherwise I will walk in immediately. You threaten me? Lin Qinghe's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Fengbai smiled miserably. My threats to you have never worked. When have you ever been threatened by me? I can't resist you, nor can I change the status quo. Their arrival gave me a little hope. What I wanted was even about to come true. But now it's gone. All hope is shattered. Why do you do this? Lin Qinghe's hand hanging by his side was clenched into a fist, his nails pierced into his palm, blood oozed from his fingers, his eyes were red. Do you hate me so much? No. Lin Fengbai shook his head, without any emotion in his eyes. It's not because I hate you, but because I have made a deal with others, and I can't go back on my word. Lin Fengbai took a deep breath and continued, I don't ask for freedom now. Let them go, and I will stay quietly by your side in the future. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe's eyes were a little shaken, but a little doubtful, and asked, Are you serious? Really? Lin Fengbai said. I promise you. Lin Qinghe said almost without thinking. Lin Fengbai helped Yu and Shensu to the portal. Shensu's arms were twisted and deformed, and he couldn't use his strength. He couldn't sit steadily. Yu let Shensu lean his head on his shoulder, and said to Lin Fengbai with drooping eyelashes, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. You have helped me a lot. Lin Fengbai rolled his throat, and his voice was bitter. I should say sorry for getting you into trouble. Yu shook his head, no. Lin Fengbai smiled at Yu and seemed to be in a good mood. He said, Yu, I'm very happy to meet you. Thank you for telling me stories, drawing lotus for me, and giving me candy. Do you say thank you with your mouth? Shensu, who was half dead, suddenly spoke up, as if he was resurrecting from the dead. Lin Fengbai, ah? Shensu was half dead, but he was still talking nonsense seriously. In our place, we have to give gifts to thank others. What's the point of you saying it verbally? Ah? Oh. Lin Fengbai was a little worried, but I didn't prepare a gift. It doesn't have to be a particularly expensive gift. It's mainly about the thought. Lin Fengbai thought about it, and took out a palm-sized doll from his pocket. The doll had short black hair and wore a shirt and trousers. It was like a smaller version of Lin Fengbai. He handed the doll to Yu and said embarrassedly, This, I just sewed it for fun. If you don't mind, I give it to you. Yu took the doll, looked it up and down, and smiled. It's very beautiful, thank you. You guys go quickly. Lin Fengbai's face flushed slightly. He was about to help Yu to help Shensu up, but suddenly he staggered. He lowered his head, and found that the sole of his left foot began to disappear slowly. His mood was extremely calm. Lin Fengbai. Lin Qinghe rushed over like crazy and hugged him in his arms, but he couldn't stop his body from changing, just like those people who turned into dust, but he disappeared more slowly, so you can clearly see his body disappearing, starting from his feet, slowly moving up little by little. Yu and Shensu also stopped. What's going on? What's going on? Lin Qinghe's hand holding Lin Fengbai was shaking. His voice was full of panic. Don't, I won't let you leave me. That door. That door. Lin Qinghe turned his head to look at the portal that reappeared, and then he was like crazy. Don't think about leaving. They don't want to leave. No one wants to leave. I want them to die. All of them. Lin Fengbai grabbed Lin Qinghe's sleeve. He had very little strength at the moment, and he could break free with just a slight struggle, but Lin Qinghe stopped abruptly, squatted down and hugged him again. For the first time, Lin Fengbai did not resist physically and mentally, and stayed quietly and obediently in Lin Qinghe's arms. He said weakly, You once asked me a question. He said if I were given another chance to kill you, and it was guaranteed to be 100% successful, would I do it? Lin Qinghe tightened his grip on Lin Fengbai's fingers. Lin Fengbai was pinched and hurt, but he didn't say a word. He looked back at Lin Qinghe's eyes, shook his head gently, and his voice was like a sigh. My answer is, if there is another choice, I still hope you are fine. Lin Qinghe froze. Even his eyeballs wouldn't move. After a long time, Lin Fengbai smiled at him. The smile was very shallow, but it came from the heart. His words were also from the bottom of his heart. Because, when we were young, you were really a very good, the last brother. Could not be said. Lin Fengbai disappeared completely. Yu felt the doll in his palm was slightly hot. He supported Shensu into the portal, and looked back before leaving. Lin Qinghe seemed to have his soul taken away. He sat on the ground motionless, his arms still in the posture of hugging Lin Fengbai, but his arms were empty. The world began to collapse again. He was buried in the sunset along with the collapsing world. Chapter 28. Shensu was seriously injured. Almost the entire weight of his body was pressed on Yu, and there was only outgoing air in his nose, but no incoming air. The teasing of Lin Fengbai just now seemed to be a last gasp. Hold on a little longer. Yu was worried that Shensu would not wake up after falling asleep, so he reached out and patted Shensu's face, encouraging him, I'd be out soon. A few seconds later, Shensu's complaints came from above his head. His voice was weak, but the breath sprayed on his forehead while he spoke was warm, which made Yu feel a little relieved. I just touched your face before, and you want to pay it back? Why are you so vengeful? It sounded like Yu was abusing him. Yu, Forget it, don't bother with a half-dead person. The two of them spun around in the portal, and when they opened their eyes again, Shiryu found that they were back to the Lotus Lake, where he and Shinsu met before being pulled into the game. The blood on their bodies disappeared, the wounds disappeared, the hospital gowns became their own clothes, and there was a mobile phone in the pocket. Shiryu took it out to check the time. March 17, 2019, 17:25. The time in reality, and in the game, was obviously inconsistent. They spent 12 days in the game, and in reality, only 3 days had passed since he and Shinsu met. Shiryu touched his pocket again, and took out a black magnetic card. His finger habitually clicked the square protrusion in the middle, and the game panel popped up. Why did they leave the game, but the system was still there? Shiryu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. A large amount of game settlement information popped up on the panel. Congratulations to the anchor for completing the game copy, Xinqing Hospital. Congratulations to the anchor for completing the copy Hidden Branch Inverted Xinqing Hospital. Congratulations to the anchor for completing the plot Twins. You stayed in the game copy Xinqing Hospital for a total of 12 days, 7 hours, 25 minutes, and 43 seconds, and gained a total of 268,357 fans, breaking the highest record of the anchor's single copy, and the highest peak popularity of the live broadcast room was 1,587,569, breaking the highest peak popularity record of the anchor's live broadcast room. In summary, you have obtained a total of 3,356 game coins in the copy Xinqing Hospital, and the game coins can be exchanged for the currency of the player's world at 1:100. At the bottom, there was an additional line. Players cannot leak any game-related information in any form in the player's world. Shiryu's heart sank. They left the game instance, but the anchor identity still existed. The game was not really over. Shiryu clicked on the personal homepage in the lower right corner. Anchor name, Shiryu. Number of completed instances, 1. Anchor level, 5. Fans, 268,357. Medal, Glorious Beauty. Glorious Beauty medal description. The top-rated appearance in the server can get this medal, only 1. Shiryu, The My Live Room interface, that I couldn't enter all the time, can now be entered. A video named Xinqing Hospital appeared in it, and there was a playback button next to the video. Shiryu clicked playback, and then he saw the high-definition video shot with him as the protagonist. The video was edited, meaningless sleeping and dazed clips were skipped, and high-energy clips were slow motion and pulled into close-ups. It was better than the editing of movie post-production editors, very smart. Shiryu also noticed other functions. Just like online games, there are various rankings in the upper right corner of the panel, such as wealth rankings, popularity rankings, appearance rankings, annual, quarterly, and monthly rankings, etc. He clicked into the appearance ranking list with trembling hands. He found that he was ranked first. Shiryu, So this is the origin of the Great Beauty Medal. Then Shiryu noticed that the second place was Shinsu, and the third place was a host named Mujua. By the way, Shinsu was still leaning on Shiryu with a look of serious injury. Wake up! Shiryu did not move his hands, but called Shinsu. The other party did not respond, but his breathing frequency was obviously different from before. Shiryu pushed him away and said, "Don't pretend." Shinsu took 2 steps back and stood steadily. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, he showed 2 small tiger teeth to Shiryu. Finally, I came out. I can go to your house to eat stewed noodles. Why not today? Why don't you take a look first? Because the game cannot be leaked, Shiryu raised the black magnetic card in his hand, and Shinsu's face changed when his eyes touched the magnetic card. While Shinsu was looking at the game panel, Shiryu searched his pockets, and didn't find the rag doll that Lin Fengbai gave him. Things in the game can't be taken out? But didn't this black magnetic card come out? Is it because the magnetic card is equivalent to the game launcher, which is different from other props? Shiryu noticed that an icon that looks like a doll appeared in the prop column. Prop name, Lin Fengbai. Prop description, one of the boss from the Xinqing Hospital copy, can be carried as a spirit pet. Tell me how you captured him? Prop function, cute. Attack method, to be unlocked. Spirit pet? It's really the same as a large online game. Shiryu double-clicked the Lin Fengbai icon like playing an online game, and a warning popped up. The pet cannot be summoned in this scene. The real scene cannot be summoned. So do I have to enter the dungeon? At this time, several more messages popped up in the game panel. It turned out that the game settlement had not yet ended. Player Shiryu and player Shinsu are the first players in the entire server to complete the hidden branch of the game dungeon Xinqing Hospital Inverted Xinqing Hospital, and start the plot Twins, and finally unlock the hidden ending of the dungeon. The system will give special rewards to the 2 players. Rewards. Sizzle. The system sizzled for a long time as if it was poisoned, and finally jumped out a few indifferently. Due to the players, the dungeon world of Xinqing Hospital was irreversibly damaged, so the reward was cancelled, and players Shiryu and Shinsu were punished. Shiryu, Punishment method. Deprive the player of 1 halftime break. Players, please go to the game hall immediately to select the next game. The game will start in 1 hour. If no game is selected, the player will be randomly matched with a game. At the same time, a row of red words appeared in the upper left corner. 59 minutes and 59 seconds countdown to enter the game. Shiryu finished reading. Shinsu also finished reading. Shiryu asked, "Do you still want to go to my house to eat stewed noodles?" Shinsu waved his hand and said, "No, next time. Time is a bit tight. Game information cannot be leaked in the real world." Shinsu's time is a bit tight. Means that he has also been deprived of halftime break. Shiryu asked again, "How much time do you have?" Shinsu replied, "Less than an hour. How about you?" "Same," Shiryu said, and clicked on the game hall. There were hundreds of game copies on it, but many of them were not unlocked. The degree of unlocking game copies is linked to the anchor level. His current anchor level is level 5, and only 6 game copies have been unlocked. Shiryu scanned the 6 games and asked Shinsu, "Do you like amusement parks, supermarkets, cinemas, schools, or haunted houses?" He invited Shinsu to join a team. Shinsu readily agreed. Supermarkets? There are many snacks in supermarkets. So they both chose the game copy Boyu's supermarket. Before closing the game panel, Shiryu glanced at the lower right corner, and his closing action suddenly stopped. The number in his friend list became 5, and he saw Xiao Wanwan, Lu Yang, Lin Yering and Cheng Jianshu when he clicked in. After Xiao Wanwan and the others finished the game, these 4 people disappeared from his friend list. Now that he left the copy and returned to the real world, these 4 people appeared in his list again. Does it mean that friends are only displayed when everyone is in the same space? Shiryu scrolled down again, and the group they created Xinqing Hospital Exploration Team was still there, and the group chat function seemed to be available. Shiryu tried to send a period in the group. Xiao Wanwan replied immediately. "Xiao Wanwan, you came out? Xiao Wanwan, you finally came out. I knew you would definitely come out safely. Lu Yang, I saw the system message, unlocking the hidden ending. The 2 big guys are awesome. They can't reveal the existence of the game to people in the real world, but their game panel is invisible to people in the real world, so they can chat about game-related things in the friend chat function that comes with the system." Shiryu, system message? Lu Yang, yes, just a few minutes ago, the system issued a notice visible to the whole server when you cleared the level. Lu Yang, hey, I thought everything would be fine after clearing the level, but I didn't expect that the game panel is still there, and I have to enter the game again in a week. God, a week later? He and Shinsu were punished to deprive them of halftime breaks, so this week should be the rest time after clearing a dungeon. Lin Yering, I'm glad you're safe. You've worked hard. Have a good rest. Cheng Jianshu, go back and have a good sleep. Xiao Wanwan, why do you want to sleep? Let's go out for hot pot. Eat more while you can. Who knows if you be in the dungeon next time? We're at Hongxiang Old Hot Pot. Come on, come now, Shiryu, Shinsu, maybe next time. We're about to enter the game. Xiao Wanwan, question mark. Lu Yang, question mark. Lu Yang, no, don't you guys take a rest. Shinsu, we love games. Shinsu, can't wait to enter the next game. Shiryu, Lu Yang, After that, Shiryu and Shinsu called home and company respectively, explained their disappearance in the past 3 days, and made an arrangement for the work in the next few days. An hour passed quickly. The game panel automatically lit up, and the game was about to start. Game copy, Boyu's Supermarket, copy 3. Game time, 10 days. Game background introduction. Lu Boyu is a super rich second generation. He started a business at a young age and opened Boyu's Supermarket. It was originally a hobby, but the supermarket became bigger and bigger. This should have been a good thing, but last week Lu Boyu's father died of a cerebral infarction. It was said if Boyu's Supermarket goes bankrupt, my son Lu Boyu can inherit all my inheritance, which means that as long as the supermarket does not go bankrupt, he will not be able to inherit the inheritance, which is tens of billions of inheritance. Manager Lu said that he regretted it now, very much. He made a lot of efforts to go bankrupt, but it was useless. Please help Manager Lu go bankrupt. Clearance conditions. Make BUA supermarket bankrupt within 10 days. Note, if the supermarket goes bankrupt, the game is cleared, and it can be cleared in advance. If the supermarket does not go bankrupt within 10 days, the player will face punishment. Happy game! Sure you read all the game information. Finally, his eyes returned to the suffix of the game name on the first line. His eyelids twitched. The bad premonition in his heart came again. The scene in front of him began to blur. Before he was teleported into the dungeon, Shiryu asked, "I am Dungeon 3, how about you?" In the twisted darkness, Shinsu's voice floated down from the top of his head with a careless laziness. "Oh, I am one. Shiryu, Chapter 29. There are more than one copies of the same game. Shiryu and Shinsu formed a team, but it seemed that they were not formed at all, but neither of them was worried about it. The distorted darkness faded, and the scene in front of him became clear from blurry. Shiryu found himself standing in a supermarket with people coming and going. There was a shopping cart parked in front of him, and some stationery was placed in it. Shiryu looked down at his outfit. Light-colored sweatshirt, jeans, white sneakers, school bag, headphones and Walkman, just like a male college student. It was better than the patient identity in the previous game. Male college students were also more likely to let people down. Shiryu was very satisfied with this identity. There were many people in the supermarket, including a family of 3, a young couple, a middle-aged couple, a college student like him who was shopping alone in the supermarket with headphones, and old ladies who were grabbing discounted vegetables in the fresh food area. Everyone pushed the shopping cart forward in an orderly manner. These customers are most likely NPCs, and very smart NPCs. When they choose fruits, they will compare the quality, pick up 2 items and ask their companions which one is better, and ask supermarket staff if they can't find what they want to buy. They look no different from ordinary people in the real world. "Where is this?" A slightly impatient voice came from the side and back. "Why am I here?" Shiryu tilted his head to look. Several customers around also looked in the direction of the voice. There were 3 people standing on the shelf in the grain and oil area. The one who spoke was a man in his 40s, wearing black framed glasses. Seeing everyone looking at him, he waved his hand. "It's okay, it's okay." Customers turned back to continue selecting items. Shiryu also turned back and pretended to compare the canned foods on the shelf in front of him, paying attention to that side. The man lowered his voice and spoke again, but his voice was not too low. Shiryu had good hearing, and could just hear it clearly from here. "I can see that you are different from them. We should be from the same place. I am a Chinese teacher in number 12 middle school. My name is Yang Chiwen. Do you know where this is?" The man was impatient and couldn't stop talking. "I just went out to throw away the garbage, and came here in the blink of an eye. I still have to prepare for class tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will compete with number 6 middle school and number 7 middle school for an open class. The leaders of various schools will come to listen. The principal is very fond of me, and there can be no mistakes." The 2 people opposite Yang Chiwen, one is dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with a mature temperament and a decent appearance, carrying a briefcase, about 30 years old, like a workplace elite, and the other is wearing a bright red dress and fur shawl, with long brown curly hair to the waist, bright and flamboyant facial features, like a movie star. Neither of them wanted to pay attention to Yang Chiwen. This Yang Chiwen was a newcomer. The other 2 were obviously not entering the game for the first time. Perhaps he was tired of being pestered. The man in a suit gave Yang Chiwen a hint. "You should have an extra black magnetic card on you. Press the bulge in the middle of the magnetic card and study it yourself." The words were concise and clear, with a business-like attitude. Shiryu guessed that this person was either a company executive or a lawyer. Thank you. Yang Chiwen thanked him while extending his right hand. "My name is Yang Chiwen, Chi for startup, Wen for literature, and I am a Chinese teacher in the high school department of number 12 middle school. What's your name?" "Gu Hung, lawyer." The man in a suit and tie shook hands with Yang Chiwen briefly, hesitated for a moment, and introduced the beautiful woman next to him, Jiang Yan, a star. Yang Chiwen was surprised. "Do you 2 know each other?" "Just met." Without waiting for Gu Hong to answer, Jiang Yan spoke first. Different from her flamboyant, bright and aggressive beauty, her voice is a typical gentle and royal sister voice, and she doesn't look so cold. Maybe she just doesn't want to pay attention to others. Gu Hong lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Yan. His lips moved, then closed his mouth, and finally looked away. Yang Chiwen searched his pockets while chatting with the 2 people, and actually found a black magnetic card. He operated it according to Gu Heng's instructions, stared at the game panel that popped up in front of him, and murmured, Why is this a bit like the computer game my son plays? Because this is a game. We are in a game, Jiangyan said. I don't know how to play games. Yang Qiwen was a little panicked. Jiangyan, it doesn't matter if you don't die. Yang Qiwen, It seems that this big star also has a sharp tongue. After that, Yang Qiwen began to study the game panel, and the other two occasionally answered his questions that were not stupid. The three of them seemed to have reached a short-term alliance. Shiryu's fans rushed in when they saw Shiryu's live broadcast room open, and then asked the same question. Why did you enter the game again? It's only been an hour since the last game ended? Don't they know that there is a week of rest after completing a game? They shouldn't be unaware. The system will tell them. Are they punished? They played all the dungeon worlds in the last game, so it makes sense that they were punished. Shinsu next door also started a live broadcast. Are you guys scheduled to meet? Damn, I hit you again. Good news. Both of them entered Platinum Supermarket. Bad news. They entered Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 3. It doesn't matter. I can do two things at the same time. These two are really good at getting rich. I was planning to take a shower and have a good sleep so that I can continue to watch their live broadcasts in a week. Now, not only can I not sleep, but I have to open two accounts at the same time. Oh, who wouldn't be like that? Sure, you saw that there was no useful information here, and he didn't want to cooperate with strangers, so he just picked up a can and pushed the shopping cart past the three people. Pretend to be an emotionless NPC. Are all NPC models so beautiful these days? When Shiryu passed by the three people, the big star Jiangyan suddenly spoke, with a bit of surprise in her voice, and her words affirmed Shiryu's disguise. At the same time, the eyes of the other two fell on Shiryu. Shiryu pretended not to understand, and walked forward as if nothing had happened. The barrage first sent out a row of question marks, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha, Yu, what is he doing? He is pretending to be an NPC, ha ha ha. Why is he so cute? Shiryu wanted to find a place where no one was, and tried to release Lin Fengbai from the prop column. He wanted to see what this spiritual pet was. What was going on? The moment Lin Fengbai disappeared, the doll in his hand was heating up, and then the doll turned into an icon and remained in his prop column. Is there any connection between them? Is it possible that there is even a trace of Lin Fengbai's consciousness in the spiritual pet? Shiryu found the men's bathroom of the supermarket. After scanning and seeing that there was no one inside, he went in and locked the door, and double-clicked the Lin Fengbai icon. Then he witnessed the Great Transformation. The Great Transformation is literal. Lin Fengbai appeared in front of him out of thin air, just like summoning a pet in an online game. Lin Fengbai stood in front of Shiryu, rubbed his eyes first, and after seeing Shiryu clearly, he showed some confusion in his eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked the first question, "Am I not dead?" Then he looked up and looked around, and asked the second question, "Why am I in the bathroom?" Shiryu, Because there was no one in the bathroom. It seems that the spirit pet not only has Lin Fengbai's consciousness, but the spirit pet is even Lin Fengbai himself, with intact memory. Shiryu carefully chose his words and gave a more objective answer. I guess it was the doll that saved you. But of course, it is not ruled out that it was a system bug, or maybe it was because of a system bug that you didn't die. Lin Fengbai said, "Oh, then why was I in the bathroom?" Shiryu, because only the bathroom. Lin Fengbai answered quickly, "Can I be summoned out?" Shiryu, Just be happy. Lin Fengbai was unhappy, and his expression was a little distressed. He was very dissatisfied with the bathroom being the place where he was summoned out, but he was a little happy that he didn't die. It's not that he didn't love life, but there was really nothing worth loving in his previous life. He didn't have a big obsession with freedom. He just wanted to escape from the suffocating environment. He vaguely felt that his life would be completely new from today. No, not from today. It started from this moment. From the moment I saw Shiryu again, time was tight, and someone might come to the bathroom at any time. Shiryu told Lin Fengbai in a few words that they were currently in another game copy, and briefly repeated the background and rules of the game. After that, Lin Fengbai asked, "Why is Shinsu not with you?" Shiryu said, "We chose the game together, but were assigned to different copies. I was in copy 3, and he was in copy 1. Lin Fengbai nodded. It turns out that there are so many copies in one game. Yes. Before going out, Shiryu asked again, "Do you want to be outside? Or go inside?" He pointed to the prop bar on the game panel and added, "It will be safer inside." Due to the change in form, Lin Fengbai could also see Shiryu's game panel. He understood that the place where he stayed before coming out was that box. He said, "I will be forced to sleep after entering." I'd better stay outside so that I can take care of you. Okay. Sure, you respected Lin Fingbai's decision. The system stipulates that players are not allowed to broadcast live when changing clothes and going to the bathroom, so the audience can only see Shiryu when he goes to the bathroom alone and 2 people when he comes out. Who is this person behind my wife? Why does he look so much like my dead Bai Yueguang? What is my wife doing? Substitute literature? Goddamn substitute literature. Yu and Lin Fengbai are sisters. Not like he is Lin Fengbai. Did I miss something? Didn't Lin Fengbai die? He died in lynching his arms. I saw it with both my eyes. That world is gone. Lin Qinghe is probably dead too. Now I can't even select the Xincheng Hospital dungeon in the game. They said they are working hard to fix it. What's going on? Do you remember that Lin Fengbai gave Shiryu a miniature doll of himself before he died? There is an icon in Shiryu's props column that is exactly the same as the doll. Do you understand? At Programmer, come quickly. A shocking bug. A great transformation. Shiryu took Lin Fengbai out of the bathroom and was about to blend into the crowd of people shopping. A young man in a pink shirt and peach blossom eyes came straight towards him. Shiryu wanted to use the same trick to pretend to be an NPC and run away, but the man shouted to him across the crowd, "This way. Mr. Shi, this way. I am Lu Buiyue." The upturned corners of his mouth and the curved peach blossom eyes were enough to show his enthusiasm. Lu Buiyue is the manager of Buiyue's supermarket and the boss of this dungeon. I've seen people using cheat codes to help players find bosses, but I've never seen people using cheat codes to help bosses find players. It's outrageous. When he got closer, Shiryu found that there were 3 people following Lu Buiyue, namely Yang Qiwen, Gu Heng and Jiang Yin. The 3 of them looked at him with scrutiny. After a while, Jiang Yin whispered, "I was wondering how could such a pretty girl be an NPC? Shiryu, Do you think you were whispering?" Chapter 30. Mr. Shi, you are much better looking in person than in the photo. Lu Buiyue greeted Shiryu enthusiastically, shook hands, and then introduced the 3 people behind him, Gu Heng, Jiang Yin, Yang Qiwen. Then Lu Buiyue looked at Lin Fengbai behind Shiryu and asked, "Who is this?" "My assistant, Mr. Lin," Shiryu said. Lu Buiyue said "oh" twice, and didn't bother about the assistant. Just Jiang Yin and Gu Heng looked at Lin Fengbai for a second, with a thoughtful look. Shiryu felt for a moment that he shouldn't have summoned Lin Fengbai. Jiang Yin and Gu Heng were old players, and they might recognize Lin Fengbai as the boss of the Xincheng Hospital dungeon, but soon Shiryu felt that he was right to respect Lin Fengbai's idea. Lu Buiyue continued, "You 4 are bankruptcy experts that I carefully selected on the forum. I have full confidence in you 4 professionally." Shiryu, He didn't really want to be this expert. The other 3 people twitched their mouths when they heard the word expert. Jiang Yin said, "I don't dare to be an expert. Just call me Jiang Yin." Lu Buiyue laughed twice. Miss Jiang is too modest. Then he said, "It's not convenient to talk here. I take you 4 to my office to discuss it in detail." After that, he led the 5 people to the back door of the supermarket. At the same time, what was Shinsu doing? Shinsu met someone in the first copy. He didn't know that person, but the audience in the live broadcast room were too familiar with that face. Mu Zhuo, the top appearance of the whole server, has dominated the appearance list for 3 years, but this has to be preceded by in the past. 2 words. Because a few days ago, Mu Zhuo's ranking dropped to 3rd, and one of the 2 people who pushed him down was in this dungeon. Shinsu collided with Mu Zhuo. It wasn't a collision. I think Mu Zhuo did it on purpose. After all, these 2 people squeezed him out of the rankings as soon as they came. The other 2 people in this dungeon know Mu Zhuo, and the 3 of them cooperated directly. Mu Zhuo is an old player, and this dungeon is equivalent to a novice village for him. There is no need to cooperate at all. He can play it alone. It's called cooperation, but in fact it should be those 2 people who cling to Mu Zhuo's thighs. So Mu Zhuo really did it on purpose. I feel that Shinsu will be excluded. Shinsu danger. The audience in the live broadcast room all guessed that Shinsu would be excluded, but in the game, Mu Zhuo took the initiative to walk toward Shinsu and invited him. "Hello, I'm Mu Zhuo. Do you want to cooperate with us?" Shinsu lowered his eyes and looked at this boy who was shorter than him, looked non-hostile, looked good, but not as good-looking as Shiryu for a few seconds. "Okay." He smiled at the boy, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and gladly accepted the invitation. "Hello, I'm Shinsu." Lu Buiyue's office is large and impressive, with a conference room, a tea room, a small kitchen, and a locked door, which should be a bedroom. It is a simple modern style of gray, white and black, but the objects placed inside are all antiques, revealing the word rich everywhere. However, probably to avoid being tacky, a grand piano is placed in the corner next to the French window. Sure, you saw the piano at first sight when he came in, and asked, "Does Mr. Liu usually play the piano in the office?" Just practice, haha. Lu Buiyue didn't continue the piano topic after saying that. He led the 4 people to the tea room to sit down, poured them tea personally, and then said, "You discuss first, and then give me a plan. I have something to do here, so I leave first." Then he pointed to the 2 bodyguards at the door. "If you need anything, find them." The host left. The guests in front of the tea table stared at each other. Sure, you lowered his head, and tasted the tea quietly. The liquid in the high-quality Jingdezhen white porcelain teacup was brown-red in color, with a strong tea fragrance and a pure throat mellow taste. It was a good pu'er tea. Lin Fengbai sat next to Shi Yu, and peeled a fruit candy from the fruit plate, and put it in his mouth. Gu Heng and Jiang Yan were also drinking tea in silence, cursing the store manager in their hearts. He didn't give them the relevant information, nor did he tell them the key information. Negotiation? What the hell? He asked them to come up with a plan. Do you think the plan would work? After a while, Yang Chiwen couldn't hold it in and said, "I just read the instructions, and it said that we only have 10 days. Hey, if you give me half a year, I have a way. I think my cousin's company went bankrupt in this way. I've gone off topic. Anyway, 10 days is too short. You have experience in playing games. Do you have any ideas?" Gu Heng glanced ahead and said, "Even if his supermarket is in a bankruptcy crisis, any antique here can survive for a while. It's hard to go bankrupt within 10 days. Yang Chiwen stared at an antique vase in front of him for a while, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "I have a bold idea." "Gu Heng, there are bodyguards at the door." Yang Chiwen said embarrassedly, "Okay. He can choose to sell antiques or not, and he can choose to continue to invest his money or not." Shi Yu, who had been drinking tea quietly, suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Fengbai folded the candy paper in his hand into 1,000 paper cranes and looked up. Shi Yu met the confused or surprised eyes of the crowd and continued, "He can sell goods at low prices, make products unsaleable, and make the financial accounts chaotic. He can also invest in anything that loses money. He can even gamble, and use the supermarket as collateral. It is difficult to run a supermarket well, but there are 100 ways to go bankrupt. We can think of these ways, and I believe Lu Buiyue can think of them too. Why doesn't he do this?" Shi Yu took a sip of tea and continued to ask questions. Of course, maybe he tried it, but it didn't work. Why? There is an external force interfering and stopping him. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and she said, "Yes." Shi Yu put the teacup on the table. His eyes met Jiang Yan's, and he smiled lightly. "Miss Jiang is right. So now we need to figure out what this external force is?" Jiang Yan analyzed. Lu Buiyue's character setting is a super-rich second generation. These wealthy families are usually very complicated. After the head of the family dies, other relatives, brothers and sisters, and even illegitimate children in the family will want to share the inheritance. The condition for Lu Buiyue to inherit the inheritance is that Buiyue's supermarket goes bankrupt, or inherits all of his father's inheritance. The other Lu family members will definitely not be happy. Jiang Yan made the final decision. "We can start with Lu Buiyue's relatives." But then again, where did Manager Lu go? Where did Manager Lu go? Manager Lu is currently in copy 1. "Hello everyone. I'm Lu Buiyue." Lu Buiyue, wearing a pink shirt, smiled and greeted them. He shook hands with Mu Zhua, Shen Su, and the other 4 people in turn, and said in a brisk tone, "It seems that everyone already knows each other, so there's no need for me to introduce you one by one. It's too noisy here for talking. I take you to my office to discuss in detail." Lu Buiyue led the way and said, "You 4 are all bankruptcy experts that I carefully selected on the forum. I have 100 confidence in you 4 professionally." The audience laughed to death. Lu Buiyue said he had something to do. Is he going to the first copy to receive customers? Ha ha, the lines haven't changed much. Let's just say, do we have to say the 4 words bankruptcy expert? Didn't Manager Lu notice that everyone had very subtle expressions when they heard these 4 words? Manager Lu, will he go to copy 2 later? Copy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, haha. You're right. Manager Lu put people in the tea room and really went to copy 2. Shi Yu took a nap on the small sofa in the tea room with headphones in his ears. Jiang Yan leaned on another small sofa. Gu Heng took out a laptop from his briefcase and kept typing on the keyboard. Yang Chiwen continued to study the game panel. During this period, the bodyguard came in twice to give them afternoon tea, fruits and desserts, and also gave Lin Feng by a stack of colored paper specially made for folding paper cranes. At this time, the paper cranes folded by Lin Feng by had filled half of the coffee table. Lu Buiyue came back in the evening, still smiling. Good afternoon, everyone. How was your afternoon? Very good, thank you for the afternoon tea, Manager Lu. After being polite, Gu Heng got straight to the point. Manager Lu, we want to ask you for some information. We are new here and don't know anything about the supermarket. Under this circumstance, we can't make a detailed and feasible plan. Information? Ah, sure. Lu Buiyue's face was full of smiles. There's no rush for the plan. It's my negligence. I should have given you the information first. Gu Heng, then? Lu Buiyue glanced at the sky outside the window and greeted everyone carelessly. It's getting late. I take you to eat first. There's no rush for the information. It's important to fill your stomach. Lu Buiyue took everyone to a seafood restaurant. There were no other guests in the seafood restaurant except for them. It should be reserved. Lu Buiyue asked the manager to serve the dishes, and then said to them, you eat first. I have something to do, and will leave for a while. Copy 1. Manager Lu took Shinsu and his group to the seafood restaurant and said the same line. You eat first. I have something to do, so I leave for a while. Then, Manager Lu appeared in copy 2, copy 4, copy 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then he took everyone to the seafood restaurant. When Manager Lu returned to copy 3 seafood restaurant, the French blue lobster, king crab, Australian abalone, bluefin tuna, etc. on the table were all cleared away. Have you all finished eating? Manager Lu still had a bright smile on his face, but his eyes were tired. After you finish eating, I take you to rest. Gu Heng, what about the information? Lu Buiyue, it's so late, everyone go to the hotel, and have a good sleep, and talk about it tomorrow. The other 3 had no objection, only Shiryu asked, has Manager Lu eaten? Manager Lu was stunned for a moment, looked up at Shiryu for a second, and then nodded. I have eaten, thank you. Shiryu didn't ask any more questions. Manager Lu took the people to Lu's hotel, arranged a presidential suite for each person, and then rushed to the 2,456,789th copy. The audience stopped laughing at Manager Lu. They began to feel sorry for him. Is this game so poor? Can't they generate a few more Manager Lu? Can't you see how busy our Manager Lu is? Don't think that some people went to 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 seafood restaurants, but they didn't even eat a single bite. I felt so sorry that my chest was shaking and my shoulders were trembling, ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't help it. No, can't you arrange for a bodyguard to take people to eat and stay in a hotel? Must Manager Lu do it in person? Perhaps, to appear more sincere? No one else cared about Manager Lu. Among so many copies, only you found that Manager Lu didn't eat. Although I don't care whether Manager Lu ate or not, Yu's wife is so good. Chapter 31. Lu Buiyue arranged 5 rooms for them, and Lin Fengbai, Shiryu's assistant, also got a separate room. The VIP suite has more than 1 bedroom, so Lin Fengbai returned his room and lived in the same room with Shiryu, giving the reason that it was convenient for work. Lin Fengbai was Shiryu's assistant. Shiryu had no objection, and Lu Buiyue didn't say anything about it. Of course, it is more likely that Manager Lu was too busy. He hurriedly arranged the room for them, and then hurriedly left, and had no time to take care of these trivial matters. Shiryu's room number is 1506, and the 2 bedrooms inside have independent bathrooms. The first thing he and Lin Fengbai did when they moved in was to take a shower, and then Shiryu came out and sat on the sofa in the living room wearing the bathrobe provided by the hotel. He opened the game panel, and the friend list column was empty, which once again verified his idea. Friends will only be displayed if they are in the same space as the player. He and Shinsu were in different copies of the same game, and this time, he could not use the built-in chat function of the game, nor could he interact with Shinsu to exchange information. Shiryu knew the importance of teamwork, but he was better at independent thinking and quickly accepted the current situation. After a while, Lin Fengbai also came out of the shower, holding a paper box in his hand, which contained folded paper cranes and unfolded colored paper. He sat on the sofa and continued to fold paper cranes. Shiryu did not interrupt Lin Fengbai from folding paper cranes. He mentally refined the information he had obtained today. From Lu Buiyue's words, he could know that there were 4 players in this dungeon, including him. Yang Jiwen was a newcomer, while Jiang Yan and Gu Heng were old players. Yang Jiwen seemed to be a man of few words, and he said whatever he thought, while Gu Heng and Jiang Yan were more cautious. Regarding the information about the copy, we only know that due to some external force, Lu Buiyue cannot bankrupt the supermarket. For more information, we need to wait until tomorrow for Lu Buiyue to give them the information. After obtaining Lin Fengbai's consent, Shiryu turned on the hotel TV and chose a documentary channel to watch. The natural scenery such as tropical rainforests, glaciers, and lakes on it made people feel calm. After watching the natural scenery for a while, Shiryu found that Lin Fengbei fell asleep on the sofa. When he turned off the volume with the remote control, he accidentally woke him up. He suggested, "Why don't you go back to the room to sleep?" Shiryu had taken a nap at noon and was not sleepy at this time. He planned to watch TV for a while to pass the time. Lin Fengbei nodded. "I go in and sleep." After that, he disappeared on the spot, and then Shiryu found that the icon of the mini version of Lin Fengbei appeared in the prop column. Shiryu, That's right, sleeping in the prop column is safer than sleeping outside. Shiryu leaned on the sofa and continued to watch the documentary. He fell asleep while watching. Suddenly, a deafening sound rushed into the eardrum. Shiryu was awakened by the shock. Yes, he woke up with a shock, and his heart was still pounding after he woke up. The TV changed the channel by itself without knowing when. It was like a haunted place, jumping from the original documentary channel to the entertainment channel. The TV screen changed from natural scenery to colorful, and a group of young men wearing stage makeup and shiny suits sang and danced on the stage. But it didn't seem like a haunted place. The channel that the TV changed to was just an ordinary talent show, not scary, and there were no ghosts in it. Even the boys on the stage danced well. The theme of this copy should be rich family or business war, and there shouldn't be any supernatural elements. Shiryu ruled out the possibility of a haunted house. Then Shiryu found the remote control on the sofa. The case was solved. He fell asleep and accidentally pressed the remote control and changed the channel. Shiryu changed the channel back to the documentary channel. After watching for a few minutes, the TV automatically jumped back to the boy group audition. Shiryu, ? This time, he was sure that he didn't touch the remote control. Is it really haunted? The audience with a god's perspective knows the so-called haunted house. This ghost is Shinsu. It is Shinsu in room 1506 of copy 1. Shinsu in copy 1 also felt strange. The TV will turn on by itself? After turning on, it will switch to the documentary channel and stop moving? After he changed the channel for a few minutes, the TV automatically switched back to the documentary? Does this ghost like to watch documentaries? Well, but it is a tasteful ghost. There are more than a dozen rooms on each of the 32nd floor of the hotel, and they all chose 1506. What a small probability. Don't ask, it's God's choice. Why did Shinsu watch the boy band talent show? I admit that these guys dance well, and girls will like them, but Shinsu is a man. He watched boys dance. So Shinsu is really gay. No, shouldn't your focus at this moment be why their TV is shared? Is it a bug? Whether it's a bug or not, both of them think it's haunted. Shiryu stared at the haunted TV. He switched the channel back to the documentary again, and after a few seconds it jumped back to the boy band talent show. Shiryu switched again, and then jumped back again. The faster Shiryu switched, the faster he jumped back. Shiryu gradually realized that this was not something that could be done by a haunted person. Maybe it was a person? Maybe someone shared a TV with him. In fact, this could be explained. Since there were many copies of this game, the structure of each copy should be the same. This copy had Lu's hotel and room 1506, and other copies also had it. He stayed in room 1506, and other copies also had people staying in room 1506. Maybe it was a player from another copy who lived in this room who was fighting with him for the remote control. A player who liked to watch the boy band talent show. A girl. Shiryu was thinking, so he didn't move the remote control. Therefore, the TV stayed on the boy band talent show. A group of people changed on the stage. The boys were hanging from the sky with wires, and they performed difficult movements under the stage lights full of design, which was more exciting than the previous stage. That person should be watching too? Watching intently? Shiryu no longer hesitated and grabbed the remote control. He quickly changed the channel, switching from the boy band talent show to the natural scenery, and then back to the boy band talent show. There was a 1-second interval in between. After that, he paused for 3 seconds and repeated the operation again. The letter S in Morse code is represented by 3 dots. Signals. And the first letter of Shinsu's name is SS. Shiryu is trying a possibility. Although this possibility is very small, the conditions do not allow him to transmit Morse code that is not standardized. The other party may not understand it at all, and think it is an upgrade of haunting. Of course, the most likely possibility is that the other party is not Shinsu. About half a minute later, the other party responded. Shiryu stared at the TV that kept changing channels without blinking. 3 short signals were S, 1 long signal, 1 short signal, and 2 long signals were Y. The first letter of Shiryu's name was SY, and there was even a question mark at the end. It's Shinsu, and Shinsu also guessed it was him. Shiryu leaned on the back of the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's Shinsu. If a girl lived in this room, he would feel uncomfortable even if it was a different dungeon. Oh my god, what are you doing? Using the TV to transmit Morse code? Is there any operation like this? I've learned something new. Don't point the camera at the TV. I don't understand Morse code, but my eyes are almost blinded by it. Since Manager Lu can travel back and forth between several dungeons, and the TV here can allow 2 people in the same place in different dungeons to contact each other, I suddenly have a bold idea. Manager Lu is the dungeon boss with certain authority, so players shouldn't be able to do it, right? Has anyone finished this game? Can you spoil the subsequent development? Really not. Wuyua's supermarket has been in public beta for 2 months, and was officially launched at dawn today. My Mujra came to play just because it's a new game. There is no other meaning at all. Some fans should not imagine too much. What do you mean by overthinking? Is it really easy to overthink about this kind of coincidence? Stop arguing. Is there anyone who knows Morse code? Come and translate what they talked about. What did Shiryu and Shinsu talk about? It was actually quite tiring to chat in this way. His fingers were numb from pressing the remote control, so Shiryu didn't talk about irrelevant things. He shared with Shinsu some key information he learned in Copy 3, such as there are 4 players in Copy 3. The supermarket was prevented from going bankrupt naturally by some external force. Lu Buyua's relatives might be a breakthrough, etc. After Shiryu delivered the information, he asked, "What about you?" As a courtesy, Shinsu should also share some information about the Copy 1 with him. Who knew that Shinsu didn't understand the ways of the world at all, and the first question he asked was, "What did you eat tonight?" Shiryu, French blue lobster, king crab, Australian abalone, bluefin tuna, etc. Shiryu finally answered, and he didn't even know why he answered such a meaningless question. Shinsu, what a coincidence, we also eat these. Shinsu said, the one who received you was Manager Lu, right? Did Manager Lu take you to the tea room in his office and let you discuss a plan for him? Shiryu, well, this should be a set procedure, the same for each copy. I think so too. Shinsu continued, we also have 4 players here, one of whom is a big boss. The big boss said that he would lead us to win easily, so we ate, drank and slept all day today, and didn't get any useful information. Shiryu, you don't look like someone who would flatter others. Shinsu, you don't look like someone who would take the initiative to greet others. You guessed that the haunted person was me, so I am special? Shiryu was choked by this, so he threw a question to choke Shinsu. You watched the male group dance, so you like boys? Copy 1, room 1506. Shinsu changed 3 positions on the sofa in his bathrobe. The sound of the electric drill from the renovation in the next room made him very irritable. He deliberately picked a singing and dancing channel, and turned up the volume to the maximum to suppress the sound of the electric drill. If he hadn't just received Shiryu's Morse code message, he would have been ready to change rooms. Male group dance? If Shiryu hadn't said it, he wouldn't have noticed. The dancers on TV were boys? He thought they were a group of cool girls. As for, do you like boys? Shinsu hesitated for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. He asked back, do you really want to know? Forget it, I don't want to know. Shiryu replied quickly. Shinsu chuckled. The TV stayed on the documentary channel, which was still playing natural scenery. No one changed the channel, and the two temporarily cut off the conversation. It was late at night. Shiryu was going to bed. He was thinking about whether to say goodnight to Shinsu. After thinking for 3 seconds, he turned off the TV directly. On the other side, Shinsu was hesitating whether to say I'm going to bed to Shiryu, or to add 2 more words I'm going to bed, good night. The TV screen suddenly went black. Shinsu's face became even darker. Shiryu went to bed. No good night was said to him. So cruel. Chapter 32. Shiryu got up early the next day, and prepared to summon Lin Fengbai. Yesterday Lin Fengbai whispered to him that he could taste the food, so Shiryu prepared to take Lin Fengbai to have breakfast. Although it was okay for Lin Fengbai not to eat in his current form, since he could taste the food, of course, he had to taste more. Shiryu opened the game panel, and found that the prop bar was empty. Through the bedroom door, he vaguely heard a sound coming from the living room. Shiryu opened the bedroom door, and Lin Fengbai stood in the living room with a pale face, pointing at the TV with trembling hands, and said in a trembling voice, "The TV is haunted. It will automatically change channels." It's a bit embarrassing to say that although Lin Fengbai has been a ghost for a long time, he is actually afraid of ghosts. This fear of ghosts has been a fear since childhood, but he is afraid of ghosts. But he loves to watch horror movies. When he was a child, he often used the TV to play CDs to watch horror movies, which led to his stronger fear of TV than other electronic devices. Especially at this moment, the ghost was so real. Although Lin Fengbai didn't understand it either. Why is there a ghost in broad daylight? It's not a ghost. Shiryu gave this explanation that was not really an explanation, and then picked up the remote control. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Fengbai witnessed the barrier-free communication between Shiryu and the ghost in the room. He was shocked at first, then horrified, then numb, and finally gradually accepted it, followed by admiration. After Shiryu and the ghost communicated with each other in a special way for a while, the flickering screen stopped moving, and the TV stayed on a natural scenery channel, and a very harmonious atmosphere between people and ghosts returned. Lin Fengbai couldn't help asking, "What did you talk to it about?" He asked me if I was up yet. Did I want to have breakfast? He said there was a buffet breakfast in the cafeteria on the second floor of the hotel, and the dishes were very rich. Lin Fengbai, "Ah? I didn't expect this ghost to talk so casually. Shouldn't he ask what's the date? Help me get revenge." "It's not a ghost." Shiryu said again, "It's Shinsu." Ah. Lin Fengbai's reaction was even bigger than before. "What?" Shiryu explained. "Shinsu and I chose the same game, but he entered copy 1 and I entered copy 3. This shows that this game should have many copies, and they are being played at the same time. Coincidentally, Shinsu and I both live in room 1506. The TV in this room is shared by 2 copies. We discovered this last night. I wonder if the TVs in other rooms are the same." Lin Fengbai asked, "Last night?" Shiryu, "Well, you were asleep at that time." Lin Fengbai, "Oh." He felt a sense of loss that he was not being played. But on second thought, it was a good thing that he fell asleep, otherwise he would have been a light bulb. Shiryu and Lin Fengbai went to the hotel buffet restaurant. The other 3 had already arrived. They took some breakfast and put it on the table, and reserved seats for the 2 of them. "I don't know what you guys want to drink, so I didn't give you anything to drink." Jiang Yan changed into casual clothes, tied her long hair into a ponytail, and looked very fresh. She raised her hand and pointed to a place. "There are coffee, milk, and soy milk drinks over there." Shiryu nodded to Jiang Yan, turned around and got a cup of coffee, and a cup of hot milk from the self-service beverage machine, gave the milk to Lin Fengbai, and got some food. After sitting down, Yang Qiwen couldn't help asking, "Were your rooms haunted last night?" "My room is haunted." The TV flickered and switched channels by itself. Jiang Yan and Gu Heng said that they didn't watch TV last night, so there was no such haunted incident. Shiryu hesitated whether to tell him about his discovery last night, but once he said it, it would expose Shinsu's existence. It's better to have less trouble than more. Shiryu pretended that nothing happened last night, and said, "We didn't watch TV either. Fortunately, only my room should be haunted. You said that I turned off the TV, and it turned on again after a while, and it turned to the children's channel by itself? It's too weird. Fortunately, I live in this room. If a girl lives in it, she would be scared to death." Yang Qiwen kept talking, and the other 4 people ate breakfast quietly. Lin Fengbai's concealment of Shiryu was understandable. No one can be trusted in such a place. On the surface, everyone believed what the other party said, and the audience in the live broadcast room saw it all very clearly. Question: who among the 4 people here lied? A. Everyone lied except Yang Qiwen. Shiryu was worried about exposing Shinsu's existence, so why did Jiang Yan and Gu Heng also hide it? I don't understand. Because they all reached a short-term alliance with the players in the same room in another copy. If they tell it out, won't it make their already unstable plastic group even worse? Yang Qiwen, you bully me because I don't understand Morse code. Wait, Jiang Yan and Muj was seen to have the same room number? These 2 have also hyped up a couple. It is said that they really dated. Wow! The plot suddenly becomes exciting. After breakfast, Shiryu asked Jiang Yan, "Can I buy clothes here?" Shiryu is a bit of a clean freak. When he was in the hospital dungeon, the hospital provided clean hospital gowns every day, so he didn't have to worry about clothes. When he came to this dungeon, he realized that he didn't have any change of clothes when he was taking a shower last night. Fortunately, The clothes he sent to the hotel laundry room last night were dry this morning, but he couldn't wear the same set every day. Jiang Yan said, "You can buy it. There is a shopping mall downstairs, but we don't have the currency of this world." I asked manager Lu for help. "Who wants my help?" Lu Buiyue's voice came from afar. "I am very happy to help everyone." When Lu Buiyue approached, everyone talked about their needs. Lu Buiyue waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. Give me a size each, and I will ask someone to buy it today." The small matters of food, clothing, housing and transportation were solved, and the 6 people moved to manager Lu's office and began to discuss business. Lu Buiyue brought all the information they wanted, including the company's articles of association, the company's management structure, the main shareholders, the board members, etc., including some confidential documents. In order to help them understand the Lu family, Lu Buiyue even brought the Lu family's family tree, as well as relevant information about the Lu family's current collateral relatives, information about Mr. Lu's former lovers. All the information is available. It can be seen that manager Lu really wants to go bankrupt. Lu Buiyue gave them the information and left in a hurry, saying that he had something to do. From yesterday, manager Lu was indeed very busy, and now that everyone has obtained the information, they didn't keep him for long. There was too much information, and manager Lu's 2-meter-long desk was piled up, and everyone divided the work. Gu Heng and Yang Chiwen were responsible for looking through the information related to Buiyue's supermarket, starting with the supermarket itself, while Jiang Yan, Shi Yu and Lin Fengbai investigated the Lu family members who had the motive to do this. It is a big project to look through the materials and extract information. No one is a professional. We worked for a whole day and didn't finish looking through all the materials, but we got some information. The full name of Buiyue's supermarket is Buiyue Department Store Company Limited. The legal person of the company is Lu Buiyue. There are 2 shareholders of the company, Lu Buiyue and Lu Shang, with investment ratios of 51% and 49% respectively. Lu Shang is Lu Buiyue's cousin and the daughter of Lu Buiyue's 4th uncle. She is still in college and is the kind of person who only takes dividends and does not care about things. Lu Buiyue himself is not in charge. He hired a deputy store manager to manage the supermarket for him. Usually he only makes decisions and signs. The company's executives are recruited through formal channels, and the company's accounts are relatively clear. Although there are still some problems in some places, it is not a big problem that violates the law. Compared with the company with a clear structure, Lu Buiyue's family background is more complicated. The Lu family is a large family. The ancestors started doing business in the Republic of China, and until Lu Buiyue's father's generation, there were prosperous people. Lu Buiyue's father is Lu Siming. Lu Siming has 8 brothers and sisters, and Lu Siming is the 3rd oldest. Among the 9 people, Lu Siming is the most outstanding in all aspects and has the most powerful means. It is natural that he becomes the head of the Lu family. Lu Siming married the 4th daughter of the Chung family, who was also from the same family, and gave birth to Lu Buiyue. However, Mrs. Lu was in poor health and died when Lu Buiyue was 2 years old. After that, Lu Siming did not remarry. He only had Lu Buiyue as his only son. This is probably why Lu Siming wrote in his will, "If Buiyue's supermarket goes bankrupt, my son Lu Buiyue can inherit all my inheritance." Of course, on the surface, Lu Siming only has one son, Lu Buiyue, but privately no one knows. After Lu Siming's first wife died, he never remarried. He seems to be a passionate man, but in fact, the information about Lu Siming's lovers is thicker than the family tree. The types of lovers range from celebrities to celebrities and models, all over the world. It is worth mentioning that each of his lovers has more or less some shadow of his first wife. So, if you say he is fickle, everyone he finds is a substitute for his first wife. If you say he is affectionate, his lovers can walk around Buiyue's supermarket hand in hand. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that with so many lovers, it is hard to say that Lu Siming did not have some illegitimate children. Legally, illegitimate children also have inheritance rights. Although the information provided by Lu Buiyue is detailed, there is no information about illegitimate children. Of course, this does not mean that the collateral relatives of the Lu family can be excluded from suspicion. Of Lu Siming's 8 brothers and sisters, 6 are still alive. When the family was divided, each of them got some property. The old man treated everyone equally, and didn't favor anyone. Now, Lu Buiyue's uncles and aunts each have their own businesses. From the written materials alone, it is unclear who has the ambition to seize Lu Siming's inheritance. Everyone was tired after looking through the materials for a day, so they just sorted out the information they had obtained and went back to the hotel to rest. We will continue tomorrow. On this day, Mu Zhua and the other four in EP1 were also looking through the materials in Manager Lu's office. However, the materials were not obtained by them, but were provided by Manager Lu on his own initiative. With the materials, Mu Zhua's thinking gradually became the same as Shiryu's. Mu Zhua and the other two were looking through the materials seriously. Shinsu was eating melons. He also sighed from time to time. Lu Buyua's father is really awesome. Wow, he is still strong even at old age. The lovers are more beautiful than each other, but why do all of them look like Mrs. Lu? Does he collect stamps? Oh, although my lovers can circle the earth hand in hand, I know that I am a loving and good man who loves my wife. The result of this is that the three people who were reading the information were often amused by him. The work efficiency was greatly reduced. In the end, the three people drove Shinsu to the tea room next door. Shinsu lay down directly on the long sofa in the tea room. He took the matter of being led by the boss to the extreme. Chapter 33. At night, Shiryu and Shinsu communicated in Morse code in a hotel. Shiryu first told Shinsu the general information of the dungeon they had sorted out from the materials, and the current superficial investigation direction. Finally, he expressed his doubts. I am thinking about the setting of multiple dungeons in this game. Will there be dungeon overlaps and player confrontations in the future? After a pause, he said, of course, it may be simply to attract more players. After speaking his mind, he asked Shinsu, what about you? What did you do today? Shiryu is actually not a proactive person. At work, his subordinates will take the initiative to report to him, and in daily life, everyone knows that he will take the initiative to find topics. When he gets along with people around him, it is usually the people around him who play the active role. But this rule is invalid here with Shinsu. It's not that Shinsu doesn't talk much. Shinsu is actually very talkative. It's just that if he doesn't take the initiative to talk to Shinsu, then Shinsu's topic can go to outer space, and 90% of the content is extremely indecent. Lin Fengbai has a strong learning ability. After Shiryu explained to Lin Fengbai that he and Shinsu were communicating in non-standard Morse code, Lin Fengbai could quickly understand the content of his chat with Shinsu. In order to prevent Shinsu from saying something shocking, Shiryu took the initiative to bring the topic back to business. However, Shinsu was still able to divert the topic by himself. Me? Shinsu replied, I slept for a day. Shiryu, eh? Shinsu continued, after all, we have a big boss to lead us in the dungeon. As a newbie, we can just win without doing anything. Shiryu didn't know what to say. Should I say, we don't have a boss to lead us in the dungeon, I envy you? Or should I say, I wish you the best? You are awesome. He couldn't say such sarcastic words. Seeing that Shiryu didn't respond for a long time, Shinsu said again, in fact, compared to being led by a boss, I miss our last game more. At that time, we were chased by a group of ghosts all over the hospital. It was dark, and we were confused. We didn't know if we could pass the level. In a blink of an eye, we have passed the level. And now looking back, everything seems to be just yesterday. Because Buyua's Supermarket is a new game, the live broadcast room of the anchors in this game has more viewers than usual. After everyone learned that Shiryu and Shinsu, the new players, who squeezed out Mu Zhua to become the first and second on the appearance list as soon as they entered the game, and unlocked the hidden ending of the Xinqing Hospital game, were also in this game, more viewers flocked to Shiryu and Shinsu's live broadcast room. The new game's multi-dungeon setting is a bit interesting. I heard that two new guys were using Morse code to study, analyze, and discuss the plot, so I came to watch. What? What study, analyze, and discuss the plot? It's just a daily chat between a young couple. I brought my brains, and you show me this? But it's so cool to mindlessly pair up. Although Shinsu keeps talking, and although Shiryu didn't respond, he didn't turn off the TV. He's talking, and he's listening. Isn't this a kind of pampering? I've done it again. Shiryu ignored Shinsu, and Shinsu could find a topic on his own. From the review of the last game to the complaints about this game, he immediately started gossiping about the romantic history of Lu Buyua's father. Speaking of which, this dungeon is not boring. Although it's not scary or dangerous, you can eat melons. Lu Siming is also a great man, with a lot of lovers. You are embarrassed to say that he is unfaithful, because every mistress he finds is like his first wife. Don't ask, the answer is that he can't forget his first wife. What is this called? Substitute literature, right? And after his wife died, Lu Siming never remarried until his death. See, he has the beautiful quality of loyalty. But if you say he is affectionate, it doesn't seem to be that way. As they talked, the topic even extended to philosophy. Shinsu asked, Do you think it is possible for a person to only like one person in his life? In popular TV dramas, movies, and novels, the protagonist only likes one person in his life. Seems to be the norm, but in real life, Shiryu thinks it is unlikely to happen. A lifetime is too long, and no one can predict whether they will meet someone who is more compatible with their heart in the next moment. This answer is too pessimistic, and Shiryu doesn't want to say it. He wanted to avoid the question by turning off the TV. He hesitated for a few seconds with his finger on the remote control, and finally gave Shinsu an answer that was not an answer. I don't know. If it were me, I might not be able to answer this question until the moment of my death. Shinsu, who never lets a conversation go cold, did not reply for a long time this time. In the end, Shinsu turned off the TV. The chat ended. Shiryu did not think much about it. He continued to look through the stacks of information he brought back from Manager Lu's office. There was no information about Lu Siming's illegitimate child for the time being. He planned to sort out the extended information of Lu Siming's brothers and sisters to see if he could get some clues from them. Lin Fengbai folded paper cranes for 2 nights. He had folded all the colored paper bought by his bodyguard. He folded a full box of colorful paper cranes. At this moment, he was burying his head and stringing together the paper cranes one by one according to different colors with needle and thread. He was focused when he did this, just like a child immersed in a favorite toy. Compared with the lifeless boy who wrapped himself tightly in the previous copy, the Lin Fengbai in front of him was obviously more lively and energetic. When the system punished them, it said that because of them, Xinqiang Hospital was irreversibly damaged, and Lin Qinghe could not leave the copy, and even died with the copy. No one would hurt Lin Fengbai and restrict his freedom. Although under the rules of the system, Lin Fengbai may only exist as a prop forever, but here with Shiryu, Lin Fengbai can freely do what he likes. Shiryu sorted out the information, and Lin Fengbai connected the paper cranes. The two did their own things, and did not disturb each other. The atmosphere was quiet and harmonious. Even the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was harmonious. Is it true that no one supports Shiryu and Lin Fengbai? Doesn't anyone think that the picture of them sitting together is comfortable to watch? Redemption literature, master and spirit pet, isn't it easy to support? Shinsu arrives at the scene with a 30-meter long sword in 10 seconds, so you can run 29 meters first. Both of them have mild personalities. Although the picture together is harmonious, it is difficult to have a chemical reaction. There is a chemical reaction between Shiryu and Shinsu. Shiryu is the kind of person who is well-educated and relatively calm and rational. The only few times he got emotional were because he was angry by Shinsu. Although Shinsu is full of nonsense, he has never lied to Shiryu on serious matters. I firmly support the official pairing and don't support the cult. What? Someone next door is supporting the cult. The so-called next door is Shinsu's live broadcast room. Shinsu suddenly turned off the TV because Mu Zhua knocked on the door. Shinsu politely invited Mu Zhua in, and the two sat on the sofa and started a long conversation. This long conversation was mainly Mu Zhua talking and Shinsu listening. Shinsu was serious and perfunctory at the beginning. Boss, I'm just a newbie, I sleep all day, what can I know? But later he yawned and didn't even bother to perfunctorily. Those who understand the signs should have left quickly. It's not that Mu Zhua doesn't understand the signs, but he came here sincerely. And those who come here sincerely naturally bring chips. Seeing that the normal path is not feasible, the only thing he can do is to throw out the chips. The TV in your room was jumping channels all night. I have a hearing enhancement item that can hear any sound I want to hear within a radius of 500 meters. Mu Zhua is a typical boy with a girlish appearance, with fair skin and delicate features. Perhaps because of this, his outfit is more mature and simple, a light gray casual suit with leather shoes of the same color, and the only decoration on his body is a small ruby earring on his left ear. Of course, after all, he was the number one on the appearance list for 3 years. Anyone who sees him at first glance will pay attention to his face first, and the ruby earring does not steal the show. Mu Zhua continued, you can pass the hidden ending of Xinqiang Hospital and make the copy irreversibly damaged. I don't think you are an ordinary newbie, and you don't have to pretend to be a newbie anymore. You and your companions were randomly assigned to different copies. If I'm not mistaken, you are using the TV to communicate with your companions, right? When Mu Zhua said this, Shinsu stopped yawning and looked at him calmly. That look was definitely not kind. The temperature in the room was suitable, but Mu Zhua shuddered for no reason. He smiled and said, there are so many people watching in the live broadcast room. I won't cheat you. I said I would help you pass the level, and I will definitely do it. I just considered something that you may not have considered. He became serious, The multiple copies of this game are not a sudden inspiration of the developers. There must be some reasons. There may be hidden tasks, multiple copies may overlap, and even confrontation matches. You experienced confrontation tasks between players in the last copy. That was not pleasant, right? Therefore, early cooperation is beneficial to both you and me. Cooperation? Shinsu's eyes were curved, 2 small canine teeth were exposed, and his smile was like sunshine, as if the murderous intent just now was an illusion of Muzhua. Aren't we cooperating? Shinsu asked with a puzzled expression. The audience from Shiryu's live broadcast room entered Shinsu's live broadcast room with the mentality of eating melons. When they saw Muzhua in Shinsu's room, what is the cult CP? Everyone knew it instantly. However, when they saw the barrage, they all raised question marks. I thought you were supporting Shinsu x Muzhua, but it turns out you are supporting Muzhua x Shiryu. This is really a cult. It seems that they haven't met yet? Oh, the meeting on the ranking list. Doesn't count? It's because they have hit the same idea before they met, so it's easy to support. They actually guessed that the dungeons overlap. So will the dungeons really overlap later? Really? Really? I'm looking forward to it. What are Shinsu and Muzhua supporting? Shinsu doesn't even want to pay attention to Muzhua, okay? UCP fans are really weird. Are there any plot fans? I want to see and discuss the plot. If you want to see the plot, go to Gu Heng's live broadcast room. The lawyer is really pushing the plot. Ah, I don't understand what the lawyer sees at all, so I'd better come here to eat melons. Outside the live broadcast room, Muzhua's expression froze after hearing this, and he regained his expression after more than 10 seconds, saying, I don't mean this when I say cooperation, Mr. Shin. You should understand what I mean. Oh. Shinsu nodded in sudden realization. He looked at Muzhua. His expression was sincere. Do you want to follow me, like me and Shiryu? Muzhua was about to nod. The next second he froze again. But Shinsu half leaned forward. A sense of aggression came over him. He sighed and asked a meaningful question. Do you know what the relationship between me and Shiryu is? Chapter 34. At this point, even a fool should understand. Muzhua is not a fool. Not only did he understand, he also heard another meaning. It seems that the live broadcast room is not groundless. Shinsu and Shiryu may really have a special relationship. Shinsu said so. It would be impolite to ask further. Muzhua was ready to give up, and heard Shinsu say, in fact, he and I don't have any special relationship. Muzhua, ? Shinsu continued, just ordinary friends. Muzhua felt like he was being fooled, but Shinsu didn't seem to be fooling him. At least at this moment, Shinsu's expression was very serious, and his words were very serious. As a respect for friends, I need to ask his opinion on this matter. Shinsu is willing to let go, which means that this matter has a chance. Although the goal has been half achieved, it seems that he is not as happy as imagined. Of course. Muzhua smiled reluctantly. He originally thought that Shinsu looked good and should be easy to persuade, but he didn't expect that this person would smile in the last second, throw a bomb at you in the next second, push you into the quagmire with one foot, and then reach out to you as if nothing had happened. His temperament is fickle and completely unpredictable. Muzhua even began to doubt whether it was the right decision to bring Shinsu into the group, but if Shinsu was not won over, in the later stage of the player competition, it would be more terrible to be an opponent with such a person than a teammate, right? Thinking of this, Muzhua breathed a sigh of relief. His decision was right. Muzhua returned to the room and immediately contacted Jiang Yan, who was in the same room, but different copy with him, using Morse code. Sister Jiang, please do me a favor. Jiang Yan, speak. Muzhua, can you help me find out if Shiryu in your copy has a boyfriend? Jiang Yan, ? Jiang Yan, ? On the other side, Shiryu found a few A4 papers and listed the information of Lu Siming's 8 brothers and sisters. The eldest brother Lu Shanza, male, biologist, academician of the National Academy of Engineering, unfortunately died in a car accident at the age of 57. His wife, who had loved him for many years, could not accept Lu Shanza's death and had mental problems. Now she lives in a private nursing home abroad. His son and daughter also have their careers abroad and rarely return to China. The possibility of Lu Shanza's wife and children fighting for the inheritance can be ruled out. Shiryu drew an X next to Lu Shanza's name. The second brother Lu Jianchuan, male, 65 years old, a real estate boss. Lu Jianchuan's net worth is several times higher than Lu Siming. His wife is the daughter of an important official. It can be said that he is a strong combination of officials and businessmen. The couple has 3 sons, 2 of whom work in government departments, and the other is the vice president of his father's real estate group. Such a family must look down on Lu Ximing's inheritance. But, sure, you thought about it, and put a question mark here. The 3rd son is Lu Ximing, Lu Buiyue's father. The 4th son, Lu Zhiqing, is Lu Shang's father, and has passed away. Lu Shang, female, 23 years old, is a college student. Speaking of Lu Shang, Lu Buiyue's 4th cousin has a rough life. When Lu Shang was born, her mother died of dystocia, and her father died of a heart attack on the 2nd day of her 18th birthday. Lu Shang has no mother since she was a child, and her father is busy with work and has no time to accompany her, which has led to Lu Shang's withdrawn personality since she was a child. Among the Lu family, she only has a good relationship with Lu Buiyue. Lu Shang is also one of the shareholders of Buiyue's supermarket. Sure, you mark this place with ***. Focus on the investigation. The 5th child, Lu Wanting, female, 44 years old, is a dentist. Her husband is a Chinese-German mixed-race artist. They have a daughter, and the family of 3 immigrated abroad. It can be ruled out. The 6th child, Lu Xiaoyan, male, 36 years old, is a surgeon. She has a boyfriend who runs a coffee shop. The 2 have obtained a marriage certificate abroad. Both husband and wife are people who do not pursue material things too much and pursue spiritual inner qualities more. It can also be ruled out. The 7th child, Lu Chengjing, male, 32 years old, is the president of an entertainment company. Lu Chengjing's romanticism is comparable to Lu Ximing. The artists in his company basically have unclear relationships with him. The public's impression of him is also surrounded by beauties, drunk on the knees of beauties, playboy, and so on. But many people forget that his entertainment company is a listed company, ranked among the top 500 in the country, and he is only 32 years old this year. This is a person who is much more complicated than other Lu family members. Sure, you put a question mark next to Lu Chengjing's name. After thinking about it, he added in *. 8th brother Lu Chun and 9th brother Lu Yu. Although they are Lu Buiyue's uncles in terms of seniority, they are younger than Lu Buiyue. One is in college and the other is not yet an adult, and it doesn't look like they will come to compete for the inheritance. All can be ruled out. From this point of view, the most suspicious ones are the 4th brother's daughter Lu Shang and the 7th brother Lu Chengjing. The second is the 2nd brother Lu Jianchuan. Although all the information has been sorted out and ruled out, written information alone is not enough. He needs to meet these people. Tomorrow ask Lu Buiyue if they can arrange a meeting. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when you finished all these. Lin Fengbai went to sleep in the prop bar. On the coffee table was the needle and thread that Lin Fengbai used to string together the paper cranes, but none of the paper cranes in the paper box were there. And I don't know when 2 icons appeared in the prop bar in the game panel. One is a paper crane, and the other is a pile of small particles. Prop name, paper crane. Prop description, Lin Fengbai folded 666 paper cranes for you. Prop function, Schrodinger's luck +1. Attack method, none. Sure, Can you actually put things in the game copy into the prop bar? Can players also operate this, or only Lin Fengbai can operate it? Also, is the prop description written by Lin Fengbai or the system? Prop name, broken sugar grains. Prop description, a 3-no product with an unknown production date. Prop function, replenish 1 energy. Attack method, none. Sure, Sure, you recognize that this was the broken orange-flavored lollipop that Shinsu gave him, and then passed on to Lin Fengbai. Production date unknown? 3-no product? I have to ask Shinsu where he bought the candy when I have time. The next morning, the clothes that Lu Buiyue bought for everyone arrived. Lu Buiyue can be said to understand everyone's taste very well. The clothes purchased for sure you were light-colored shirts, sweatshirts, sweaters, sportswear and white sneakers, and also came with the newest backpack of a sports brand, which was in line with Shiryu's male college student. Image. The clothes bought for Lin Fengbai were all shirts and black pants, which also matched Lin Fengbai's identity as an assistant. There are more types of clothes purchased for Jiang Yan, including a bunch of long skirts, short skirts, and half-length skirts, a bunch of pants including cropped trousers, ripped trousers, and casual trousers, a bunch of shoes including high heels, flat shoes, and sneakers, plus 2 high-end evening gowns, several sets of casual clothes, a few handbags to match the clothes, a set of cosmetics, and a set of skincare products. Jiang Yan's stuff alone is 10 times more than that of everyone else combined. The clothes purchased for Gu Heng and Yang Qiwen were relatively simple. The former were all black suits, and the latter were all plaid shirts in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. With new clothes to wear, everyone's mood was refreshed. However, what they didn't know was that such things also happened in copies 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Shinsu's image in this copy was a cool rock boy, so he received a bunch of motorcycle leather jackets, sequin clothes, rivet boots, and even a shaman wig provided by Manager Lu. Manager Lu said excitedly, "Everyone has come from afar and worked hard all the way. Just on my own behalf, just a little gift, you don't have to thank me, you don't have to thank me." Shinsu, He didn't mean to say thank you. Shinsu suddenly thought, if Shiryu saw the clothes provided by Lu Boyue, he would definitely laugh to death, right? But he wouldn't laugh to death. Because Shiryu rarely laughed. Even if he laughed, it wouldn't be exaggerated, at most the corners of his mouth would raise a curved arc. But even so, Shiryu's smile is very beautiful. So beautiful that he wants to lock her up. No one is allowed to covet her. Not even one extra glance is allowed. Mujua and the other two are dressed normally, so the clothes provided by Manager Lu are all normal clothes. The other players in the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th copies all praised and thanked Manager Lu for the new clothes he provided. Manager Lu is really rich. Thank you, Manager Lu. Manager Lu is a good person. Good people will be rewarded. We will definitely help Manager Lu go bankrupt. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Just a few clothes. Compared to the help you all provided me, it's just a piece of cake. Lu Boyue stood in a crowd with a bright smile on his face, looking very relaxed. Only the audience in the live broadcast room knew how tired he was. Only the audience in the live broadcast room understood him. After buying new clothes for the players in the 3rd copy, he also bought new clothes for the players in other copies. Manager Lu is not partial to one over the other. Have you delivered the clothes to the 10th copy? You can take a break soon. Manager Lu, hold on a little longer. After delivering the clothes to the 10th copy, I will go to the 1st copy to have breakfast with everyone. Then, there will be another round, and another round after another round, endlessly. I feel tired just thinking about it. Manager Lu has a strong willpower. Manager Lu, I am so tired. I am so tired. I am so tired. I have to make this bowl of water even. Have you found that this game is a bit strange? It doesn't squeeze players, but NPCs? Can you manage the system? How can you squeeze our lively, cute and clever NPC manager like this? After breakfast, Shiryu and the other 5 moved to Lu Boyue's office to continue discussing yesterday's information. Shiryu took out the character data he sorted out last night and showed it to everyone. Gu Heng also did his homework last night. Gu Heng analyzed and sorted out some financial issues related to the company. The two exchanged views. Lin Fengbai sat beside Shiryu and read with Shiryu. Yang Jiwen also came over to read with Gu Heng, asking questions from time to time, and Gu Heng picked out questions to answer. Jiang Yen sat on another sofa, holding the data in her hand and yawning. You can see the dark circles under her eyes if you look closely. Copy 1. 3 people lying flat waiting for the boss to analyze the plot. The boss yawned. Mujua explained to Jiang Yen all night. He is not gay, he is really a straight man. He asked Jiang Yen to help find out if Shiryu has a boyfriend just to pass the level. Chapter 35. The eldest son, Lu Shanze, has passed away. His wife suffers from mental illness and is recuperating abroad. His children are all abroad, so they can be ruled out. The 5th son, Lu Wanting, and his family of 3 immigrated abroad, so they can also be ruled out. The 6th son, Lu Xiaoyan, does not have much desire for material things, so he can also be ruled out. The 8th and 9th sons, one is studying and the other is a minor, so they can also be ruled out. In Manager Lu's office, Shiryu explained his thoughts to everyone. The most suspicious people left are the 4 sons' daughter Lu Shang and the 7th son Lu Chengjing. Lu Shang is another shareholder of Boyue's supermarket and is very close to Lu Boyue. Lu Chengjing, who is young, took his entertainment company public and used the name of Playboy to cover himself up. He is a very complicated person. Both of them need to be focused on. As for the 2nd son, Lu Jinchuan. Shiryu drew a circle around Lu Jinchuan's name with the tip of his pen. You must find it strange. Lu Jinchuan is a real estate tycoon, and his net worth is several times that of Lu Siming. How could he care about Lu Siming's inheritance? That's true. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Shiryu raised his head and looked at everyone, and continued, the reason why I marked his name is because of Lu Jinchuan's wife. His wife has that background. It is easy for Lu Jinchuan to do something and achieve some goals. And I learned from some other gossip and rumors that among the brothers of the Lu family, Lu Jianchuan and Lu Siming had the best relationship. When Lu Boyue was young, Lu Jianchuan, the second uncle, loved him the most. So, sure you put down the pen, bent his fingers, and tapped his knuckles on the table. If we can get Lu Jianchuan's help, we can win this game easily. After hearing the word easy to win, Jiang Yan stopped yawning, and her sleepy eyes gradually became clear. That makes sense. Yang Qiwen slapped his thigh and began to mutter, "It's useless for us to ask Lu Jianchuan for help. He has no relationship with us. But Lu Boyue is different. Lu Jianchuan loves Lu Boyue so much. We can let Lu Boyue ask him for help, and Lu Jianchuan will definitely agree. What are we waiting for? Let's go find Manager Lu now." Yang Qiwen stood up and prepared to take action, but no one else reacted. Yang Qiwen looked at Shiryu inquiringly, and Shiryu shook his head gently. This is just Plan 1. Just in case, we still need Plan 2 and Plan 3. Yang Qiwen looked at Gu Heng again, but Gu Heng didn't even look at him, but looked in the direction of Jiang Yan. When Jiang Yan looked over, he looked away again. Gu Heng cleared his throat and said, "I have reviewed all the accounts of Platinum Supermarket since its establishment and found some problems. I have recorded the specific details, and you can look them up. Generally speaking, every company will have 2 account books, one for internal use and one for external use, but I suspect that Platinum Supermarket has a 3rd account book in the hands of the financial director Su Tu." When Gu Heng said this, the atmosphere in the office was silent for a moment. He circled Su Tu's name and put an asterisk. We also need to focus on investigating this Su Tu. When Gu Heng said the last sentence, he looked at Shiryu, as if to ask for Shiryu's opinion. Shiryu nodded to Gu Heng and said, "Well, now there is another suspect, Su Tu, the financial director of Platinum Supermarket." Shiryu continued, "We need to ask Lu Jianchuan for help, but this is only the first step of the plan. It does not mean that we will not investigate the other 3 people. Now there are 4 people who need us to investigate in depth: Lu Shang, Lu Chengjing, Lu Jianchuan, and Su Tu. The best way to understand a person, besides written information, is to meet in person. In order to save time, everyone will divide the work and cooperate, and each person will investigate one person." Shiryu added, "My assistant will follow me." "I have no objection." Jiang Yan readily agreed, and then quickly selected a person. "I will go. Let's contact Lu Shang. She's a young girl who's still in college. If you guys go, you scare her. I'm the most suitable person to go." "Shiryu, okay." "Gu Heng, I investigated Su Tu. I contact Su Tu." "No." Shiryu shook his head and rejected it. People in the financial industry are very sensitive to lawyers. If you contact him, it will only increase his vigilance, and you won't get anything out of him. "Mr. Gu, take Lu Boyue to see Lu Jianchuan. You just need to follow Lu Boyue as a lawyer, and convince Lu Jianchuan to let Lu Boyue do it." "Teacher Yang." Shiryu said to. Yang Qiwen said, "You go to meet Su Tuesday, don't be too deliberate when chatting. The more relaxed the better. Su Tu is about the same age as you, and there is always a lot to talk about children." Yang Qiwen nodded. "I understand." "Yeah." Shiryu finally said, "I know some people in the entertainment industry in real life, and I have a certain understanding of this circle. I will contact Lu Chengjing." The audience in the live broadcast room, who listened to Shiryu's brainstorming, were a little confused. Use NPC to deal with NPC? Let NPC help you pass the level? Shiryu is worthy of you. The 3 people in the first copy are hugging the big legs. People here are trying to cling to NPCs? Is it popular to win by doing nothing now? No, Manager Lu is already very tired after running back and forth for 10 dungeons. Why do you want others to help you work? Manager Lu, it's okay to be used as a donkey by the system, but you also have to work for players? Is there any justice? Fall? This is the first time I feel so sorry for an NPC. Ha ha ha. After hearing everyone's request, Lu Boyue hesitated. "It's okay if you want to meet my uncles, but I'm really busy these days, so I may not be able to accompany you to meet them one by one. Well, I give you their contact information and address, and then I call them to make an appointment. Can you go by yourself then?" "It doesn't matter. Manager Lu is busy, so we can go by ourselves." Shiryu said very considerately, and then said, "It's just that you have to go to see your second uncle Lu Jianchuan this time. Your second uncle may not see us even if we go. You have to go by yourself. This is also related to whether the supermarket can go bankrupt in the end." Lu Boyue frowned and thought for a long time, and finally nodded. "Okay, but I will only go this time. You can meet the others by yourselves. I'm really busy." Lu Buiyue added after saying that. Shiryu smiled and said, I understand. The Lu family members are all busy people, and it is impossible to make an appointment today. Lu Buiyue found out that his second uncle will go to play golf tomorrow, so he plans to take Gu Heng to the golf course to meet him tomorrow. Shiryu did not ask Lu Buiyue to help him make an appointment, but only asked Lu Buiyue to help him get Lu Qingjing's schedule for tomorrow. People like Lu Qingjing are complicated and suspicious, and they don't like to meet too deliberately. Shiryu will make his own arrangements tomorrow. As for Lu Shang, Jiang Yan did not ask Lu Buiyue to help her make an appointment, but asked for the girl's school address and schedule. Nowadays, girls are rebellious. The more you arrange for her, the more she resists. Jiang Yan has her own way. Su Tu can't make an appointment deliberately either. People in finance are sensitive. It happens that tomorrow is Saturday, when the company will have a team building, and employees can bring their families. Let Yang Qiwen pretend to be an employee's family member, and then naturally contact Su Tu. Everyone has a clear division of labor. Today, apart from doing homework for the NPC to meet tomorrow, there is nothing else to do. Time soon came to the evening. Shiryu continued to communicate with Shinsu in Morse code in the hotel room. Boss, have you made any progress today? Shiryu took the initiative to share information with Shinsu several times before, but today Shiryu didn't want to take the initiative, so he asked directly. It sounds like you have made progress. Shinsu asked back. Perhaps Shiryu was silent for too long, and Shinsu was worried that Shiryu would turn off the TV again if he disagreed with him. When he spoke again, he was not serious and shared the information honestly. Our boss has read all the information given by Manager Lu and listed several names that are suspected and need to be investigated. Shiryu asked, who are they? Lu Jianchuan, Lu Shang, Lu Qingjing, and another non-Lu family member, the financial director of Platinum Supermarket, Su Tu. Shinsu said again, it seems that you have also listed several names? Are there any overlaps? Facing Shinsu's sincerity, Shiryu also responded sincerely, all overlaps. Shin. Su, oh wow! Shiryu continued. Lu Jianchuan is the most powerful and influential member of the Lu family. Lu Jianchuan has a good relationship with Lu Buiyue's father. We plan to let Lu Buiyue persuade his second uncle to help. If successful, we can also win without doing anything. But there is also a 50% chance that it will not succeed, so we also need to investigate other suspects in depth. Shinsu asked, so the four of you will work together? Each of you will investigate one? Shiryu, yes. Shinsu asked again, who are you investigating? Lu Qingjing? Shiryu. Yeah. It has to be said that Shinsu's nerves are very sensitive. He guessed it right. Then the TV flickered. Shinsu hesitated and spoke nonsense. Lu Qingjing is a pervert. He has played with all the stars in his company. He not only plays with female stars, but also with handsome male stars. You look so. Sure, you understood what Shinsu meant. He said, if you have read his information, you should know that Lu Qingjing is likely to deliberately create this image for the outside world. Shinsu, what if it is not? Shiryu, that has been planned and cannot be changed. Shinsu, okay, you pay attention to safety. If there is danger. The word stopped here. There was silence for a long time. Shinsu did not say anything, but both of them knew what was coming next. Even if Shiryu was in danger, Shinsu could not go to Shiryu immediately, or even leave the room. They could not contact each other. After a while, Shiryu said, I will be fine, you should also pay attention to safety. Shinsu, yes. The atmosphere suddenly became a little sad. Shinsu changed the subject. You just said that Lu Buiyue should persuade his second uncle to help. Manager Lu is such a busy man. Does he have time to meet his second uncle? He agreed and made time to go. Shiryu thought for a while and asked, is Manager Lu in your copy also busy? Shinsu, yes. Basically he shows up in the morning and disappears, shows up at noon and disappears again, shows up in the evening and disappears again. But it is understandable, after all, his father is a time management master, like father, like son. Shiryu heard a derogatory meaning from the word time management master. However, what Lu Buiyue is busy with every day is his private business. Even if he is really busy dating many girls, they can't control it. By the way, Shinsu added, I, the dungeon boss, thought the same thing as you. He also speculated whether the multi-dungeon setting of this game would lead to dungeon overlap and player confrontation in the later stage. He wanted to form an alliance with us, probably to prepare for the later player confrontation, but it may not really happen. I want to ask your opinion, do you want to accept him? Shinsu was actually asking symbolically. Based on his understanding of Shiryu would definitely not like a stranger to join them rashly, and Shiryu would definitely refuse without thinking. Who knew that Shiryu said without thinking, okay. Shinsu? Question mark. Shinsu, why? Shiryu, I want to win without doing anything. Shinsu, Shinsu regretted that he should not have said to Shiryu every day that it's comfortable to be led by a boss. This concept is wrong, and will make people play games passively. Chapter 36. Afternoon Z University. Lu Shang came out of the classroom, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode to the library. Z University has a large campus. It takes 10 minutes to ride from her classroom to the library across half of the campus. The sun at noon in summer is very hot. There are camphor trees on both sides of the campus road. The dense branches and leaves block most of the sunlight, leaving only mottled shadows on the asphalt road and the sidewalk. On the sidewalk under the shade of the trees, there are classmates walking in groups of 3 or 2. Girls are whispering with their arms around each other, and couples are walking hand in hand on the road. The animal world tells us that all primates are social animals, but Lu Shang has been alone since she was a child, whether in elementary school, junior high school, or college. She goes to school alone, eats alone, goes to the library alone, watches movies alone, and even goes to the hospital alone. She may not like being alone that much. But over the years, Lu Shang has long been used to it. The shared bike drove out of the tree-lined path. The strong sunlight above her head made her vision dark for a while. At the same time, the bike was shaking violently. The front of the bike seemed to hit something. She squeezed the brakes hard. When her vision returned to clear, Lu Shang saw a young lady in an apricot skirt fell on the front wheel of her bike. The young lady's knees were broken, and her palms and arms were scratched to varying degrees. She just hit someone. I'm sorry. Lu Shang hurriedly dropped the bike and ran over to help the person. I'm sorry. Sister, are you okay? After helping the person up, Lu Shang found that the young lady was very beautiful, with bright and elegant features, delicate skin, long and curly eyelashes, beautiful like a star, and fragrant. The young lady didn't blame her at all, and smiled at her, with a gentle smile and a pleasant voice. It's okay, just a minor skin injury. I was a little distracted thinking about something just now, and didn't pay attention to the car. Didn't I scare you? Lu Shang looked at this smile for 2 seconds, and then shook his head. No, I accidentally bumped into you, sister. You have a broken skin. I will take you to the school clinic to apply some medicine. Lu Shang pointed to the front, not far away, right there. Jiang Yan didn't refuse, and smiled at Lu Shang again, and then reached out to pick up the book that fell when she fell just now. Lu Shang quickly helped her pick it up, and his eyes lit up when he saw the name of the book, Borges Poetry Collection. Sister, do you like Borges too? This poetry collection looks a bit old, it should be read frequently. Jiang Yan nodded. Well, I like his song best. What can I do to keep you? I like this song the most too. Lu Shang was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet a young lady who shared the same hobbies with her after a small car accident. She quickly helped the shared bicycle up. Sister, let's talk while walking. Jiang Yan held the poetry collection and smiled at her. Okay. Lu Buiyue asked the driver to drive him, and Gu Heng to a suburban golf course. His second uncle Lu Jianchuan was indeed there, but Lu Jianchuan also brought a guest, who was also the boss of a certain big company. A golf cart can only carry 5 people, Lu Jianchuan, Lu Buiyue, the driver, a caddy, and Lu Jianchuan's guest, which was just full, so Gu Heng could only take another golf cart. There were 2 caddies on this golf cart, one for playing with, and the other for chatting with. At first, it was just a small talk, but the topic gradually deepened. Which golf course does Mr. Gu like to play? I don't think I've seen it before. Mr. Gu plays golf so well, he should often play with Mr. Lu? Oh, Mr. Gu and Mr. Lu haven't been together for long. Mr. Gu is very well spoken and handsome. I wonder where Mr. Gu worked before. It was too much of a test. Gu Heng realized that the 2 caddies were Lu Jianchuan's people, or Lu Jianchuan had asked them to test him. Why did they test him? Gu Heng didn't know, but this showed that the relationship between Lu Jianchuan and Lu Buiyue was not as good as shown in the information. Lu Buiyue must not get any benefits from Lu Jianchuan. Sure enough, the golf cart carrying Lu Jianchuan and others turned back an hour later. Lu Jianchuan didn't even say hello to outsiders. He got off the golf cart with his guest, and got on the business car and left. Gu Heng asked Lu Buiyue. Lu Buiyue shook his head, and he looked very depressed. He said that everyone was having a good time. After he told the story, his uncle didn't express his opinion, but he obviously lost interest in playing. Then his uncle received a phone call and asked the caddy to go back. On the other side, Yang Chi-wen pretended to be the husband of a middle-aged woman and followed the company's team building. The team building location was in a park, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Everyone brought tools and ingredients, set up tents, camped, and barbecued. In the leisurely environment, everyone's nerves relaxed involuntarily. Financial Director Su Tu showed everyone his superb barbecue skills in front of the grill. Yang Chi-wen was the one who cooked at home. He was also a person who was very knowledgeable about food. He took the topic of barbecue to talk to Su Tu smoothly. Then the two talked about their children at home, and they couldn't stop talking. They sat together during the meal. In the middle, Su Tu received a call. Yang Chi-wen sat next to him and heard something vaguely. At the same time, in the coffee shop, Lu Chungjing came out of the private room on the second floor with his female companion, walked along the corridor decorated with flowers, glanced down casually, and suddenly stopped. On the first booth on the left side of the revolving door of the coffee shop, there was a boy wearing a simple light-colored sportswear. He was dressed like an ordinary male college student, and would not attract any attention when walking on the street. Unlike other white-collar workers who were studying and working in the coffee shop, he was wearing Bluetooth headphones in his ears and playing games, and his behavior was not worthy of attention. However, this boy had a face that made people unable to look away. There is no shortage of beauties in the entertainment industry. Lu Chungjing is the president of a listed entertainment company. What kind of beauties has he not seen? Few people's beauty can stun him at first sight, let alone make him unable to look away. The girl in his arms debuted as the face of a girl group, and later became known as the national first bare-faced goddess, but she suddenly became boring in front of that person. Lu Chungjing pushed the girl in his arms away and told his subordinates, "You go down first. If I don't come in 10 minutes, you don't have to wait." After that, he turned around and walked down the spiral staircase step by step instead of taking the private elevator. "Hello." Lu Chungjing stopped in front of the seat opposite Shiryu with a glass of iced American coffee and asked politely, "Excuse me, can I sit here?" It was also at this time that Lu Chungjing realized that the boy did not order coffee. There was a half-drunk glass of water on the table, and the boy's sportswear was a little old. It looks like life is not good. Shiryu kept his eyes on the computer screen, his fingers kept tapping on the keyboard and mouse, and after a few seconds he took the time to lift his eyelids and glance at the person coming. "Whatever." He said these two words lightly, and continued to play games. Life is hard, and you still have the mood to play games instead of struggling? Interesting. Lu Chungjing sat down opposite Shiryu, quietly drinking coffee and looking at him, patiently waiting for him to finish a game, and then said, "Are you a student of Z University?" "Shiryu, I used to be, but not now." "Oh." Lu Chungjing did not hide the curiosity in his eyes. "Why do you say that?" Shiryu said without raising his head, "Dropping out of school." "Dropping out of school? Why did you drop out?" Lu Chungjing's tone sounded very concerned. "There are many reasons, the most important of which is that I don't want to study." After saying that, Shiryu said to the person on the other side of the headset, "Boss, do you want another game? Today's discount, buy 3 games and get 1 free." "Discount? Buy 3 games and get 1 free. Are you playing games with others?" "Yeah." "Lack of money?" "Almost." The boy's attitude was perfunctory. While chatting with Lu Chungjing, he was also chatting with the boss in his headset and typing on the keyboard. He should be chatting with many people at the same time. But this did not affect Lu Chungjing's growing interest in him. It turned out that he was not playing games, but playing with others to make money. It was a beautiful but poor little cat, who was struggling to make a living, and was very suitable to be picked up and raised. Kittens don't need to work so hard. Lu Chungjing's eyes were more interested. "Do you want to be a star?" Lu Chungjing handed over his business card, which was his personal business card. It only had his name and number written on it in cursive script. He added, "Being a star makes more money." "Are you a scout?" Shiryu finally stopped typing and chatting with many people, and looked up. Lu Chungjing was almost stunned by this look. "Scout?" Lu Chungjing suppressed the heat and anger in his body and chuckled, "I guess so. Can I make money immediately if I go to your company? You said you want me to be a star, but being a star is not that easy. I have no identity and no background. You won't ask me to pay for training? I have no money." Shiryu looked very alert, like a stray cat that was about to get angry when facing a stranger approaching. "There is an idol drama in our company. The second male lead was replaced due to a scandal. The crew will start filming tomorrow, but they haven't found a suitable candidate yet. I saw you upstairs just now, and I think you are very suitable. Lu Chungjing stood up and came to Shiryu's side, leaning over, and said in an ambiguous voice, "If you come with me today, I will let you join the crew tomorrow. How about it?" "Where should I go with you?" Shiryu's back was a little stiff, and he quietly dodged forward while talking, pulling the distance between the two of them. He asked, "Company?" Lu Chungjing chased him a little bit, and his voice almost stuck to his ear. "To the hotel." "To the hotel? What to do?" Shiryu sat stiffly, with his head down. His voice was very low, and his dark eyelashes trembled anxiously. The boy looked a little scared at this moment. Lu Chungjing sat back in his seat in a good mood, took a sip of coffee, and said with a somewhat amused expression, "What do you think we can do in the hotel?" Shiryu stopped pretending to be stupid, lowered his head and hesitated for a long time, raised his head and said, "Can you really let me join the group if I go with you? You, a scout, have such great ability? How can I trust you?" Lu Chungjing threw his business card directly over, "Because I am the boss of the company." Shiryu stared at the business card for a few seconds, put away his laptop and stood up, as if he had made up his mind. "I go with you." Lu Chungjing felt more and more wrong in the business card. How could it be such a coincidence? How could someone who was so suitable for him appear under his nose? And just when he finished talking about business? Although it seemed that he took the initiative, the other party sitting there was clearly like a huge trap with the aroma of cake to lure him in. He went in obediently. The more Lu Chungjing thought about it, the worse his mood became. Hotel. "Boss Lu, I'm here with you then." Shiryu followed Lu Chungjing into the presidential suite, and before he could finish his words, he was pushed against the door by a strong force, and his neck was strangled. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Chapter 37. Shiryu was shocked. Discovered? Lu Chungjing is really not easy to fool. Shiryu quickly calmed down. His mind was spinning rapidly. It was superfluous for him to explain anything now. Lu Chungjing would not believe it, and it was useless to pretend to be stupid. Lu Chungjing was not a fool. The seeds of suspicion had been planted, and he could only follow Lu Chungjing's suspicious thoughts. Even if Lu Chungjing really wanted to do something, Lin Fengbai was outside. This copy was different from the previous copy. There was no boss covering the sky with one hand. This was a normal operating world. If he didn't go out in half an hour, Lin Fengbai would call the police. "No one sent me here. I came here by myself." Shiryu was still calm when he said this. Lu Chungjing squinted and looked at him, as if thinking about the accuracy of this sentence. Shiryu took advantage of Lu Chungjing's thinking, and suddenly broke free and punched Lu Chungjing in the face. "You are a scumbag who plays with feelings." Shiryu cursed with red eyes. Lu Chungjing didn't expect this direction, so he forgot to dodge, and was hit on the cheekbone. The seemingly weak and boneless kitten was quite strong. Lu Chungjing was stunned. Except for being beaten by his father when he was a child, everyone around him was submissive to him when he grew up. Who dared to hit him? Interesting. Very interesting. Not only was Lu Chungjing stunned, but the audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned by Shiryu's operation. "I thought my wife was a cold and beautiful woman, but I didn't expect that my wife was also a fishing beauty. Woohoo, my wife is so good at fishing. My wife is not only good at fishing, but also at acting. I was stunned by my wife's acting skills. Please don't close up the camera anymore. I know my wife is beautiful, but my wife used that beautiful face to say to the camera, 'You are a scumbag who plays with feelings,' which made me feel like I was that scumbag. Thank you. If you are scolded, my wife will scold you a few more times. My wife is so beautiful when she scolds people." He looked at me with red eyes, and instantly felt like an even worse scumbag. Don't get too into the role, but I'm different. I just want to get into the screen, and kneel in front of my wife, and say I was wrong. Awesome, this big brother is awesome. Lu Chungjing's first reaction, after being beaten, was to fight back. However, when he raised his hand, and saw the pretty face in front of him, he stopped moving again. The pretty face of the kitten must not be hurt. Red marks should be left on other invisible places, which will make it more sexy and charming. When Shiryu threw the second punch, Lu Chungjing, who had been prepared, held his fist. Lu Chungjing asked puzzledly, "Who are you? I don't think I have seen you before." The subtext is, I haven't seen you, let alone playing with your feelings. You haven't seen me, and you don't need to know who I am. Shiryu said, pulling back his hand. I just want justice for the girls you deceived. Girls? Lu Chungjing caught the key words. Are you seeking justice for your girlfriend? Shiryu didn't say anything. Lu Chungjing looked at Shiryu from head to toe and said affirmatively, No, you don't have a girlfriend. So are you seeking justice for your sister or your elder sister? Lu Qingjing's eyes fell on Shiryu's face for a long time. He looked at Shiryu's eyebrows, nose, lips inch by inch. If it was a sister or younger sister, she should look similar to him in appearance, but Lu Qingjing tried to recall it. He didn't remember seeing a girl who looked like Shiryu. Shiryu didn't answer. Lu Qingjing didn't force him. He could understand Shiryu's desire to protect the other party. It was clear that he was the prey, but he came to seek justice. Didn't he really worry that he would be eaten together? But Lu Qingjing didn't like to force. Compared with conquering the body, conquering the other party's heart is more challenging. He liked the other party to be willing to follow him. Lu Qingjing took a few steps back and sat on the sofa. He lit a cigar and spoke in the smoke. I think you may have misunderstood. I admit that I have had many partners, but I have never treated them poorly in terms of material things, and I will also give them a generous compensation when the time comes. You are a scumbag. As if to make this statement more valid, Shiryu added, I have investigated you, and everyone in your circle says so. If I were really a scumbag, I would have stripped you naked and tied you to the bed. Lu Qingjing took out his mobile phone and clicked a few times. A photo of a female star appeared on the screen. He put the phone on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Shiryu. Do you know her? The actress who won the Best Actress last year. She has been with me the longest, for 5 years, and the reason she has been with me for so long is that she is very sensible and never asks me for affection. We each get what we need. Lu Qingjing put out the cigar in the ashtray. Of course, not everyone who has been with me can distinguish the two clearly, so I am often a little confused. Do you understand what I mean? Shiryu did not answer. But there was already a wavering look in his expression. I don't like to force others in this regard, and of course, I don't need to. Many people in the circle don't understand the truth. They only see the surface. If you only look at the surface, I really look like a scumbag. But today I told you the truth. If you still put a hat on me, then I am really more wrong than Dou-yi. At the end, Lu Qingjing laughed at himself. When Shiryu looked at Lu Qingjing again, his expression was different. There was a little more guilt and annoyance in his eyes. He lowered his head. I may be impulsive. She didn't tell me the details. I just saw that she was too sad, so I made a random guess. I'm sorry. Lu Qingjing was pleased by this attitude of showing weakness. The punch on his face didn't hurt anymore, and his voice was very soft. Since she is sad, you should ask her why she is sad? What happened? Start with the matter itself, instead of exploring the surrounding insignificant things. Shiryu didn't respond and turned to the door. I'm leaving. Wait. Lu Qingjing stopped him. Can you leave me a contact number? No cell phone. Shiryu just left. The door opened and closed again, and Lu Qingjing called the secretary. Help me find someone. Yes, the one who walked out of my room. In the evening, everyone returned to Lu Buyua's office one after another, and began to exchange information. Jiang Yin was the first to speak. I have been in contact with Lu Shan for an afternoon. This girl is a very contradictory person. She looks lonely and independent, as if she can do anything by herself. In fact, she still longs for warmth in her heart and longs for a friend who resonates with her soul. She is also a very passive person. Even if she wants to make friends with others, she will not take the initiative to speak. From this point of view, it is easy to understand that she has a good relationship with Lu Buyua. After all, Lu Buyua is a very active and proactive person. When she is with Lu Buyua will naturally find topics to liven up the atmosphere. Lu Shang inherited a large sum of money after her parents passed away, but she actually lives a very frugal life. As a member of the Lu family, she is not as extravagant as Lu Buyua. She is also a person who pays attention to the spiritual world and does not pursue material things too much. As for her investment in Buyua's supermarket, maybe it is idle money that is left there, or maybe it is simply to support her cousin's career. Jiang Yin finally concluded, I think Lu Shan can be ruled out of suspicion. Gu Heng said, I also agree to rule out Lu Shan as a suspect. Others had no objection. Lu Buyua was a busy man, so he left after meeting his second uncle, saying he had something to do. Therefore, there were still only 4 players and Lin Fengbai, Shiryu's assistant, discussing the matter here. Gu Heng spoke up second. We went to the golf course today and met Lu Jianchuan. The relationship between Lu Jianchuan and Lu Buyua is not as good as we imagined. From Lu Buyua's words and the atmosphere afterwards, we can know that Lu Jianchuan will not help Lu Buyua, and people like Lu Jianchuan also look down on this inheritance. Lu Jianchuan can also be ruled out. Lawyer Gu's words are weighty. No one objected. 2 people were ruled out at once, and the next one was Yang Qiwen. Su is very good at barbecue. I talked a lot with him about cooking. Su is a good cook. He also cooks at home. He loves his wife and daughter very much. He talked to me a lot about his daughter, such as awards and embarrassing stories from childhood to adulthood. It can be seen that he is a daughter slave. When we were having dinner, he also called his wife for half an hour. He is not only a daughter slave, but also a henpecked husband. Yang Chiwen said again, of course, people who are good to their wives and daughters may not have professional ethics at work. I think Su is still a suspect. Everyone agreed with Yang Chiwen's statement. Finally, it was Yu. You considered the words before speaking. Compared to money and wealth, Lu Chungjing is more interested in beauty. Everyone, ? Yu continued, the information in the file is correct. Lu Chungjing is indeed a scumbag, but if you say he is a scumbag, his moral bottom line is slightly higher than other scumbags. He is a scumbag with more professional ethics. Everyone, ? Yu finally said, Lu Chungjing can be ruled out of suspicion of competing for the inheritance, but the problem of him himself cannot be ruled out. Everyone, ? I understand every word you said, but why can't I understand it when you put it together? According to this idea, after excluding these people, the only suspect is Su, so is it really Su who is behind it? In fact, no one is sure. Which link went wrong? Is there a problem with whose investigation? Or is their investigation direction wrong from the beginning? You suddenly thought of what Lu Chungjing said, start with the matter itself, instead of exploring the surrounding irrelevant things. The thing itself? Buyua's supermarket? Yes, the name of this dungeon is Buyua's supermarket, but they focused on the business war, Lu family, and other peripheral factors, thus ignoring the supermarket itself. Even since they entered the dungeon, they have been focusing on written materials, and fixed the location between Lu Buyua's office and the hotel, without observing the Buyua's supermarket itself. That night, Yu went back to the hotel with everyone, and then he asked Lin Fengbai to stay in the hotel. If Shinsu came to chat with him, he could tell Shinsu what happened today. He went to the supermarket alone in the dark. Chapter 38. The streets at night are no different from those in the real world. Under the deep blue night sky dotted with stars, cars are speeding on the wide asphalt road, traffic lights at the intersections are tirelessly performing their duties, the shops on the roadside are brightly lit, and pedestrians are walking in groups on the sidewalks under the streetlights. Yu does not have the currency of this world and cannot take a taxi, so he walks there. Fortunately, the distance from the Lu's hotel where they are staying to the Platinum supermarket is not far. There are two reasons why he did not tell everyone to investigate alone. First, he was not sure whether this investigation direction was correct. Second, after entering the game, everyone's investigation direction has always been towards business war, rich family, Lu family and other factors, and they have made a lot of efforts for this. Now it is a bit difficult to accept for them to give up the original investigation direction. Unless he has evidence to prove that his new investigation direction is correct. The Platinum supermarket is open 24 hours a day. Yu entered the supermarket without much effort. Yu was quiet along the way, but the live broadcast room was noisy. My wife left the hotel. Where is she going? My wife, you are so beautiful, it is dangerous to go out in the middle of the night. There is a big bad wolf outside. Come back soon. My wife went to the supermarket. Why did she go to the supermarket in the middle of the night? Is my wife hungry? I just happened to have a midnight snack, spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, and seafood noodles. Ha ha ha, don't discuss midnight snacks, you guys go to Shinsu's live broadcast room, I am laughing to death. He mistook Lin Fengbai for Yu. What? Who mistook his wife? Oh, mistook his wife? There is such a ridiculous thing in the world, I must go and see. At the same time, room 1506 of the hotel. Lin Fengbai followed Yu's words, took a shower and sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the black screen TV, quietly waiting for Shinsu to come to Yu, and then he told Shinsu what happened today on behalf of Yu. There was a notebook beside his legs, on which was the Morse code comparison table written by Yu for him. He had seen Yu and Shinsu use TV to transmit Morse code these days, and he also knew it, but he didn't remember the Morse code so well, so it took a little longer to crack and reply. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, the TV turned on automatically. Lin Fengbai didn't move the remote control, so it was Shinsu who was in another space in the same room who turned it on. Lin Fengbai grabbed the notebook, opened the Morse code comparison table, and stared at the TV intently. Shinsu quickly passed the first sentence over. I'm so tired today. Lin Fengbai, ? How should I answer this? Lin Fengbai hesitated, and the other party, who was getting impatient, asked again, why don't you talk? Are you there? Lin Fengbai replied, yes. Lin Fengbai thought about it, and decided to politely express his concern for Shinsu's tiredness. Thank you for your hard work. The other party was silent for dozens of seconds. You suddenly care about me so much? Do you miss me? Lin Fengbai realized that this was definitely not said to him, so he quickly clarified, I'm not sure you. Shinsu on the other side completely understood this as Shiryu was too proud to care about him, and accidentally said that he cared about him, so he said that he was not himself. Shinsu understood very well. Oh okay, you are not Shiryu. The barrage laughed to death. To be honest, Shinsu is like the stupid son of a landlord. To be honest, Shinsu is not like this in front of others. He is only like this in front of Shiryu. Ah, so this outrageous thing of mistaking his wife for someone else really happened to Shinsu. Guess how long it took Shinsu to realize that his wife was not his wife. It didn't take Shinsu too long. After about 10 minutes, he realized that Lin Fengbai was not Shiryu. Because Lin Fengbai's speaking style is completely different from Shiryu's, mainly because his reply speed is too slow, like he is looking up a dictionary temporarily. You are not Shiryu, who are you? Lin Fengbai has used these 10 minutes to tell Shinsu what happened in the third copy today, and also told Shinsu that Shiryu was not in the hotel and went to the Platinum supermarket. Then Lin Fengbai looked at Shinsu's question and was a little puzzled. Didn't he tell Shinsu that he was not Shiryu at the beginning? As for who he is, Shinsu probably doesn't know about his existence yet, and he is not sure whether Shiryu wants to expose his existence. So in the end, he gave a more conservative answer, I am Shiryu's assistant. Shinsu asked again, are you in his room? Lin Fengbai, yes. Shinsu, do you sleep in the same room? Lin Fengbai thought about it, and they did live in the same room. Although the VIP suite has 2 bedrooms, it is indeed the same hotel room, and Shinsu is right to say so. He replied, yes. Lin Fengbai waited for a while, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. The reason for no response. Because Shinsu left room 1506 after getting this answer. At the elevator door, Shinsu ran into Mu Shua and 2 others who were coming back from supper. Seeing him in a hurry, Mu Shua asked, where are you going so late? To have supper, Shinsu said casually. A gust of wind blew by, and the people entered the elevator, and then the elevator door closed. A boy behind Mu Shua whispered, he is so hungry. Another boy said, aren't you hungry too? To be honest, it's easy to get hungry when you have a big guy to lead you without having to use your brain. It's not like the last dungeon, where I was so nervous every day that I couldn't even eat. It was 10:30 at night when Shiryu arrived at the Platinum supermarket. The scale of Platinum supermarket is similar to that of a certain Carrefour or Elma supermarket in reality, and the types of products sold are not much different from those of ordinary supermarkets. There are still many people shopping in the supermarket at this time, but most of them are young people. After all, middle-aged and elderly people are almost asleep at this time, and young people have to go to work during the day. Shiryu pushed the shopping cart and walked around the supermarket roughly. The last time he observed the supermarket was when he was just teleported in. After that, their attention was focused on Shang Zhan and the Lu family. It was not until today that Shiryu carefully observed the supermarket for the second time. Shiryu noticed that there were no salespersons or cashiers in the supermarket. There was a row of self-service cashier robots at the cash register. This is an unmanned supermarket. Shiryu casually took a bottle of soda water from the shelf, and the empty position was quickly filled by the soda water pushed up from the back. He tried to take other things, and the shelf was also automatically replenished. Not only did the self-service cashier robot collect money, but the self-service replenishment machine was also used for replenishment. The plot of the dungeon was peaceful, and the comments were also peaceful. Since everyone has seen this, I won't hide it. Yes, my job is to sit in the supermarket shelves to restock. 2 people sit in one shelf, and 3 people sit in a long shelf. When we are bored, we will eat melon seeds or something. So I can't hide my job of counting money in the bank self-service ATM machine? What's that? Have you seen the job of installing sesame seeds on strawberries? I am. I don't believe you. Wait. Are the dungeons going to overlap? I think I saw Shinsu in Shiryu's live broadcast room. I just saw Shiryu in Shinsu's live broadcast room. I thought I was dazzled. Walking out of the wine and beverage area, Shiryu pushed the shopping cart and followed the crowd forward. There are more people in the supermarket now, especially in the snack and beverage area, where there are mostly families with children. People squeeze together, and those pushing shopping carts could only move forward at a snail's pace. It felt like everyone was shopping for New Year's goods before the new year. In the sea of people, Shiryu vaguely saw a familiar figure. How could Shinsu be here? This was Shiryu's first reaction. The second reaction was that Shinsu couldn't be here. Shinsu loves all kinds of long and slim windbreakers, and his dressing style tends to be simple, expensive, and elegant. In layman's terms, he wants clothes that can show off, but he can't show off too much. If he shows off too much, he's stupid. For example, the person he just saw, although his body shape is very similar to Shinsu, that person is wearing a cool rock punk style outfit, and the collar of his motorcycle leather jacket is decorated with rivets. It's not Shinsu's style. When Shiryu looked in that direction again, he couldn't see the figure anymore. Or he was dazzled. Even if he wasn't dazzled, that person wouldn't be Shinsu. There were too many people in the supermarket, and Shiryu couldn't go shopping along the route he wanted. He was squeezed into the frozen and refrigerated area by the crowd, and then squeezed to the yogurt shelf. It seemed difficult to move forward, and standing was no good, so Shiryu carefully selected the yogurt in front of him, and finally settled on a tray of 6 bottles of plain yogurt. When he reached out to take it, another hand got there first. What a coincidence. Lu Chungjing smiled and leaned on the shelf to look at him, and put the box of yogurt into his shopping cart. Shiryu's eyes followed the yogurt, followed the hand to the shopping cart, and then returned to Lu Chungjing's face. He showed a moment of surprise in his eyes, and then nodded. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. How do you eat this? Lu Chungjing grabbed the bread in his shopping cart and frowned in dissatisfaction. This is not nutritious. I take you out to eat. No need. Shiryu did not forget his poor but strong male college student persona. Don't bother, Mr. Lu. I just eat this. No trouble. Lu Chungjing crossed his arms and said calmly, I have been in a meeting for 4 hours today and haven't had dinner yet. I'm so hungry now. Can you have a midnight snack with me? It has to be said that scumbags are good at it, and it's hard to refuse what they say. But Shiryu didn't plan to refuse. Lu Chungjing has nothing to do with the main task. Shiryu didn't want to spend time investigating Lu Chungjing, but since the other party took the initiative to deliver it to the door, he didn't mind asking for more things. Shiryu pretended to hesitate for a while before reluctantly saying, well, okay. Lu Chungjing's mood instantly jumped up, and the crowd around him began to loosen up. Lu Chungjing took over Shiryu's shopping cart and helped him push it. He walked beside Shiryu and asked as he walked, what else do you want to buy? I go with you. You want that? I get it for you. One is enough. Why not take one of each? This brand of this thing is not good. Take this, it's imported. Lu Chungjing acted as if he was the one paying. He forgot that I, am a poor male college student now. How can I have so much money to buy so many snacks and only choose the expensive ones? It's not that Yu doesn't have so much money, he just doesn't have any money on him. And how could Lu Chungjing let him pay? Ah, so Yu knew that Lu Chungjing wouldn't let him pay? He took the NPC as a sucker? What do you know? He's so happy to be a sucker. What you said makes sense, and I can't refute it. Shinsu walked in the crowded supermarket, wondering why there were so many people in the supermarket at this late hour. Could it be that the huge daily turnover is one of the reasons why the supermarket didn't go bankrupt? Shinsu pushed the shopping cart forward with the crowd, looking around. Shiryu and Mujua both wondered if the multi-copy setting would cause copy overlap. The TV shared by the 2 copies in room 1506 of the hotel showed that there was some connection between the different copies of this game. So when he heard that Shiryu came to the supermarket, he also wanted to try his luck in the supermarket. Shinsu's luck has always been good. He actually saw Shiryu in the crowd. But Shiryu was not the only one. There was a man next to Shiryu, who was a few centimeters taller than Shiryu and looked a bit like Lu Buiyue, helping Shiryu push the shopping cart. The two walked side by side, talking as they walked, and looked very happy. Click. The plastic handrail of the shopping cart was not of good quality, and broke with a slight pinch. Shinsu dropped the shopping cart and strode forward. The crowd suddenly became crowded again. There were more than a dozen shopping carts in front of them. Shinsu squeezed to the other side with difficulty. Shiryu and the man were gone. There was no trace of them around. The supermarket was so crowded that they could not leave in such a short time, and people could not suddenly disappear. There was only one possibility. The copies did overlap just now, perhaps at the moment when the crowd broke out, but the overlap was very short. Chapter 39. What happened to her? Move aside. Someone fainted. Move aside. Call 120. There was a commotion behind him, and Shiryu looked back. The crowded crowd spread to both sides, and a little girl in a goose yellow dress and long hair fainted on the snow-white floor in the middle. It was not a normal fainting. The little girl's head hit the ground, and she had lost consciousness. Dark red blood was still pouring out of her mouth and nose. I'm afraid she injured her cerebellum. The customers around didn't dare to step forward. Someone in the crowd had already called 120. About 10 minutes later, 120 arrived, and the nurse came with a stretcher to carry the person away. Where the little girl lay, a pool of dark red blood accumulated on the snow-white floor, and a pearl earring was left next to it. The little episode did not affect the customers' interest in shopping in the supermarket, but everyone passed by here carefully to avoid the blood and the earring on the ground. Sure, you stared at the earring without moving. Lu Chungjing asked him, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of blood?" "No." Sure, you shook his head and looked around while speaking. "This is my first time in this supermarket. It seems to be an unmanned supermarket. I don't see any staff inside, so I wonder if there will be anyone here to deal with it." "Oh, don't worry about that," Lu Chungjing said with a sigh of relief. "This is the supermarket opened by my nephew. In order to save labor costs, a lot of robots were indeed used, but there are also people watching in the monitoring room. They will come to deal with it. Don't worry about it. Let's go." "Yeah." Sure, you nodded. Lu Chungjing helped him push the shopping cart. The two walked towards the cashier together. After a few steps, Sure you asked again, "By the way, Mr. Lu, you said this is the supermarket opened by your nephew?" Speaking of this, Lu Chungjing began to talk non-stop. "Yes, my nephew is called Lu Boyue, and the supermarket is called Boyue Supermarket. It's not very creative, right? My nephew is a typical person with strong limbs and no business acumen. Although he is the store manager on the surface, in fact, all the affairs of the entire supermarket from top to bottom, and from inside to outside are managed by a professional team. The supermarket can be so prosperous, which shows that the people hired by manager Lu are very powerful." "Sure, you praise sincerely. What's powerful?" Lu Chungjing sneered. "It's just that the address is well chosen. Anyone who opens a supermarket here will have a prosperous business. It's really powerful to turn the tide in adversity and under bad conditions. Come to my company some other day, and I will take you around. Our team is the real elite." Lu Chungjing's words are full of contempt for Lu Boyue and confidence in himself. It seems that the relationship between the two will not be very good. And a person who has enough confidence in his career will not covet other people's inheritance. So far, Lu Chungjing can be completely ruled out as a suspect in the fight for the inheritance. "Let's talk about it later when we have time." Sure Yu perfunctorily replied. After all, he had no money on him, and he needed this scapegoat to pay for him. Lu Chungjing, the scapegoat, really paid for Sure Yu consciously, and the shopping cart was filled with 4 shopping bags. Sure Yu was embarrassed to ask Lu Chungjing to help him carry things, so he carried 2 bags in one hand. When leaving, Sure Yu noticed a girl coming in from the supermarket entrance. The girl was wearing a goose yellow long skirt and had long hair. When he approached, Sure Yu saw the pearl earrings on her earlobes. Exactly the same as the pearl earrings that had just fallen beside the bloodstain. Wasn't this girl taken away by the ambulance? How did she appear here again? And this girl looked radiant and looked fine. What's wrong? Lu Chungjing raised his hand and waved it in front of him, wondering, what are you looking at? Is there anything there? This girl was coming straight towards this side, and Lu Chungjing couldn't see her. Sure Yu glanced at Lu Chungjing and looked forward again, and the girl was gone. In a few seconds, the girl seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. If the settings of each copy are the same, then the NPCs that exist as customers in the supermarket should also have the same configuration, that is, the girl wearing a goose yellow dress and pearl earrings also exists in other copies. Sure Yu was sure that he was not dazzled, nor was it an illusion. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that the copy overlapped at that moment. According to this statement, the figure that looked like Shinsu that he saw in the supermarket just now might be Shinsu himself. Calculating the time, Shinsu should have returned to the hotel long ago, and Lin Fengbai had already told Shinsu what happened today and his current whereabouts according to his instructions. With Shinsu's personality, if he knew he was in the supermarket, he would definitely follow him to the supermarket to find out what was going on. "Mr. Lu, I remembered that there are still a few things I haven't bought. You can go first and don't wait for me. I will treat you to dinner another day." Sure Yu turned around and walked back. If there is a brief dungeon overlap here. If Shinsu is still here, then they may meet here. Sure Yu didn't know that the moment he turned around, he passed by Shinsu in another dungeon. One went in, the other went out. Both were in a hurry. The audience in both live broadcast rooms saw this scene clearly. If this wasn't a live broadcast, I would have suspected that there was a script, or it was the kind of common plot where the protagonists pass by each other. Although the plot is cliché, I love watching it. To be honest, this kind of undesigned cliché is not cliché at all. Is this really a horror game? Isn't it an idle drama? It's really a horror game. Other copies have already started killing people. Point to copy 2 and copy 9. I went to see it. God, it's so scary. Why are NPCs killing each other? It's easy to understand. The dungeons are designed the same way, the number of NPCs is the same, and when the dungeons overlap, another you is created. If you are told that there can only be one, will you want to kill the other you? It's okay, it's just NPCs killing each other. You're too early, the two dungeons merged into one, which can only accommodate NPCs from one dungeon. Do you think it can accommodate players from two dungeons? The big brother in front guessed it right, players also started killing each other. Dungeons 4 and 7 also overlap. This time the system directly ordered players to kill each other. Awesome. Have you noticed that the system is smarter than in previous years? It seems that it no longer exists for simply issuing tasks, but more like using its power for fun? It seems to have evolved human emotions. Yes. And it's no longer fair and just. It's become bloodthirsty. Brutal. No relatives. Even NPCs are killed. The one in front, you're so bold. Don't you know that the system is everywhere? Be careful that it will target you next time you enter the game. Stop talking. It's so scary. Sure, you looked around the supermarket but couldn't find Shinsu. He turned back just now because he was hot-headed. After he sobered up, he realized how outrageous his behavior was. If he wanted to communicate with Shinsu about what he had just discovered, he could just go back to the hotel and communicate with Shinsu using Morse code. Why did he have to go to see Shinsu in person? The most important thing is that he didn't even see Shinsu after turning around. Sure, you walked out of the supermarket and found that Lu Chungjing had not left and was still waiting for him. It's so late. Let's have a midnight snack and I take you back. Lu Chungjing came over and said, perhaps worried that he would not agree. Lu Chungjing added, I have ordered a meal at a nearby restaurant. Don't waste food. Don't waste food. This sentence can be said to have a firm grasp of the psychology of the poor male college student. Sure, you could only agree. When Shiryu and Lu Chungjing were having a midnight snack, the three people in copy 1 were called up by Shinsu in the middle of the night. It was said that a meeting was held, but in fact Shinsu only said 3 sentences in total. Su Tu, Lu Jianchuan, Lu Shang, Lu Chungjing. We are going to meet these 4 people tomorrow, right? The idea of the investigation in copy 1 and copy 3 is the same, but the progress of copy 1, Mu Zhua and his team is 1 step slower than Shiryu and his team. Although they have listed the suspects, they have not actually contacted them yet. The plan is to contact them one by one tomorrow. You go for the other 3. Shinsu scratched his finger on the draft paper, and his fingertips stopped at the last name, Lu Chungjing. I go meet him. Everyone was called up for a meeting in the middle of the night, and they were half asleep and half awake at this moment. But when they touched Shinsu's eyes, they suddenly woke up. How can you be so angry after going out for a midnight snack? The audience in the live broadcast room didn't think so. Huh? Can I understand Shinsu's behavior as jealousy? No need to understand. This is jealousy and looking for a love rival to settle accounts. Lu Chungjing and copy 1. Please don't bring your resentment towards me and other copies, thank you. Ha ha ha, that's true. Shinsu, your love rival is Lu Chungjing in copy 3. What does it have to do with Lu Chungjing in copy 1? My CP is unparalleled in the world. Lu Chungjing is a shitty love rival. How can he not be a love rival? He has confessed to me. Copy 3 restaurant. Maybe you don't believe in love at first sight, but it did happen. The second floor corridor of the coffee shop, I stood there and saw you from above. From the moment I looked down, I admit that my heart was moved. I said I wouldn't force you. I just want to tell you my feelings. So, can you give me a chance to pursue you? Private restaurant, candlelight dinner, roses, violin music. Lu Chungjing looked at Shiryu with affection and said these words. It's not wrong to say that it was a confession. Shiryu sipped the tea in small sips. After about a minute, he said, Mr. Lu, I actually have a partner. Shiryu saw Lu Chungjing's thoughts at a glance, but Lu Chungjing broke the window paper so quickly that Shiryu didn't expect Lu Chungjing to break the window paper so quickly. No matter whether Lu Chungjing was sincere or fake, he would not accept it. He only had 6 days left in the game copy. He didn't want to be harassed in the remaining days. The best way was to make the other party completely give up, and the way to make the other party completely give up was to tell the other party that he had a partner, and he had no chance. You have a girlfriend? Lu Chungjing was very surprised, and even shocked by this answer. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but say, "You have a girlfriend? How can you have a girlfriend? Really? Are you lying to me and rejecting me in this way?" Sure, Yuchen said earnestly. "I don't need to lie about this kind of thing, Mr. Lu." Lu Chungjing scratched his hair, looking a little anxious, and said a lot of things in a crackling manner. "You are a poor student. You don't have any money yourself. What can you give your girlfriend? Not to mention a car and a house. Do you have money to buy her a gift on Valentine's Day? Can you give her a surprise on her birthday? Can you take her to travel around? I know you young people are throwing yourself into the sea of love without caring about anything, but you also have to consider the reality. Although pure love should not care about material things, how long can love stay fresh without material support? Although we don't have money now." Sure, you clenched his fists, his eyes firm, "but we can work hard together, and we will have cars and houses in the future." Work hard. Lu Chungjing seemed to have heard a joke. You think of working hard too simply. Without a business background, a solid family background, and useful interpersonal relationships, isn't working hard just suffering? Endless suffering, and we don't know if the so-called future will exist. Let alone other things. Just suffering. Lu Chungjing calmed down and asked a question that hit the depths of his soul. "Is she willing to suffer with you?" Sure, you was still thinking about how to answer. A voice came from the door of the restaurant and gave the answer for him. "He is willing." Shinsu looked like he was ready to sleep. He was wearing a loose light gray robe and a long windbreaker on his shoulders. His hair was wet and hung down to cover his forehead. The tips of his hair were still dripping. He walked towards this side yawning. Sure, you found through the French window of the restaurant that the restaurant was diagonally opposite to the Lu's hotel where they were staying. Lu Chungjing, who had just lost his composure when he heard that Sure Yu had a boyfriend, calmed down when he really saw Sure Yu's boyfriend. He looked back and forth between Sure Yu and Shinsu, and said meaningfully, "Oh, it turns out that she is not a girlfriend, but a boyfriend. I am willing to fight with him." Shinsu sat down beside Sure Yu, with one arm on the back of Sure Yu's chair. From the back, it seemed that he was holding Sure Yu in his arms. When he spoke again, Shinsu's sleepiness was swept away, and his eyes were clear. "But I won't let him suffer. I would rather work 3 jobs myself." Lu Chungjing sneered. "I understand you. After all, everyone has a time when they are young and frivolous." "That's right." Shinsu interrupted. "Everyone has been young, but not everyone has a beautiful and loyal partner who can fight together when they are young." Lu Chungjing, Sure Yu sat quietly beside Shinsu without saying a word. For some reason, he should feel relieved when he saw Shinsu appear. But at this moment, he had a bad premonition in his heart. His premonitions are always accurate, especially the bad ones. It was obviously late at night, and there seemed to be more people on the road outside the restaurant. Looking closely, they didn't walk over normally, but more like they appeared out of thin air. And Shinsu, who should have been in another copy, has not disappeared, and he and Lu Chungjing are talking and mocking each other. Just now, the 2 copies only overlapped briefly. Could it be that they are completely overlapping now? Sure, you didn't think that overlapping copies would be a good thing at all. Sure enough, the game panel popped up, with task information scrolling on it. Not only him, all players in the 10 copies of Platinum Supermarket received the same system message: "Copy merge completed." The copy merge is as follows: Copy 2 and Copy 9 merged into Copy A, Copy 4 and Copy 7 merged into Copy B, Copy 5 and Copy 6 merged into Copy C, Copy 8 and Copy 10 merged into Copy D, Copy 1 and Copy 3 merged into Copy E. A single copy can only accommodate 4 players. The copy merge caused the players to be full. Players have 6 hours to act. If the number of players in a single copy still exceeds 4 after 6 hours, the system will randomly assign players to die until there are only 4 players in a single copy. The next copy merge will be in 24 hours. Players have fun. Chapter 40. The restaurant was quiet for a moment. Sure Yu and Shinsu received the system message at the same time. They turned their heads to look at each other, and stared at each other in the quiet air for a few seconds. Lu Chungjing seemed to have heard something at that moment. His face suddenly became heavy. He had no time to pay attention to the situation of Shinsu and Sure Yu. Without waiting for Sure Yu to speak, he stood up and said goodbye. "I remembered that I have something else to do. I'm leaving first." Sure Yu nodded without saying much. The restaurant was reserved by Lu Chungjing. After Lu Chungjing left, only Sure Yu and Shinsu were left in the entire dining area. The melodious melody of the violin floated in the restaurant, and the roses in the room exuded a faint fragrance. Shinsu still had one arm on the back of Shiryu's chair. He poured himself a glass of champagne with his other hand. The liquid in the goblet was bright light orange under the candlelight. The copies overlapped. Shinsu lowered his head and tasted a sip of champagne, saying, "Shiryu, yeah." Shiryu's eyes followed Shinsu's movements and fell on the base of the goblet, then the wall of the goblet, and then the mouth of the goblet. Shiryu looked away. Shinsu used his goblet. There were only 2 goblets on the table. One was his, and the other was Lu Qingjing's. Shinsu couldn't use Lu Qingjing's cup, so Shinsu's behavior was reasonable. It was not the first time that he and Shinsu shared a cup to drink water, but he still had an indescribable feeling in his heart. But that feeling was definitely not disgust. The copies will overlap again in 24 hours. Shinsu put the goblet back on the table, and he was relaxed while talking, as if they were not in a horror game, and they were not facing danger at the moment, but were simply dating. No, just having a meal. What was he thinking? He must have been misled by Lu Qingjing's confession and the atmosphere of the restaurant. Shinsu is not gay. Even if Shinsu is gay, they are mortal enemies. Why would mortal enemies meet? Shiryu shook his head and leaned back on his chair. His back bumped into someone's arm. He glanced at the end of his eyes. The arm was originally on the outside of his chair, but it had moved to the inside of the chair at some point. The wrist was slightly bent, and the broad palm was hanging on his shoulder blade. Shiryu was originally thin, and this comparison made his shoulder blades look even thinner, as if they would break if they were gently squeezed by that big palm. Shinsu is not only taller than Shiryu, but his entire body skeleton is a circle larger than Shiryu, even his palms. Although Shiryu has never seen Shinsu naked, judging from the muscle lines on Shinsu's arms, Shinsu must have a lot of muscles. He and Shinsu have been fighting for more than 10 years. The verbal struggle has always been that you win once today, and I will win back tomorrow. No one can always take advantage, and no one can always suffer. But if he and Shinsu use force, Shiryu thought, he should not be able to take advantage once. But now is not the time to think about such things. Shiryu retracted his gaze and responded, "Yeah." The restaurant fell into silence again, but the live broadcast room could not be quiet. What is the 6-hour action time? To put it bluntly, isn't it just letting players kill each other? And the dungeon is full with 8 players? Why can't I see where the dungeon is full? Oh, the power is in it, and it has the final say on right and wrong. Is the dungeon merged random by the system? There seems to be no pattern. The system is random, but it is not random by the system. It's arbitrary. After all, the overlap of copy 1 and copy 3 can achieve the greatest dramatic effect. If the copies are merged all the time, only 4 people will survive in the end. There are anchors I like in several copies, and I don't want them to die. Let's put aside the issue of life and death for now. Let's not think about the future. Let's go back to the present. Candlelight dinner, roses, champagne, music. Don't you find that they look like they are on a date? Why does Shinsu sit with his body tilted? Why does he put his arm on the back of Shiryu's chair? Is he dividing the territory and marking the territory? Are all you straight men like this? We straight men are not like this, tut. This quiet and strong possessiveness, tut. No, you forgot who booked the restaurant? Who asked for the candlelight dinner, roses, and champagne? As the saying goes, one should remember the well digger when drinking water. How can you forget the contribution made by Mr. Lu Qingjing and not express anything? Thank you, Mr. Lu Qingjing, for providing the environment and props. Thank you, Mr. Lu Qingjing, for providing the environment and props. Thank you, Mr. Lu Qingjing, for providing the environment and props. The live broadcast room is in sharp contrast to the quietness of the restaurant. Shinsu seems to be in a bad mood. Shiryu came to this conclusion in his heart. Because Shinsu always talks endlessly, even if he says less, there will be no dull moments between them. But today Shinsu only said these 2 sentences and didn't speak again. But it is also possible that the merger of the copies made Shinsu in a bad mood and didn't want to speak. A sound suddenly came from the quiet restaurant. First, at the front desk, 2 girls who looked and dressed exactly the same were staring at each other at the bar. And then, there was a noise upstairs. And then, there was a fight in the back kitchen of the restaurant. The noise became louder and louder, and the fighting sound came from all directions of the restaurant. Then a body was thrown down from upstairs, hit the crystal chandelier in the hall, and fell heavily on the floor. The bloody man twitched a few times, and then, there was no movement. The man leaning against the fence on the 3rd floor clapped his hands, and wiped the blood off his face. He was wearing the same lobby manager clothes as the body on the floor in the middle of the hall. With a clang, the back kitchen door was smashed open, and a group of workers carrying kitchen knives, chopping knives and iron bars rushed out. Everyone was bleeding, but they seemed to feel no pain, and chopped at each other with weapons, and every chop was fatal. Their targets of attack were all copies of themselves. It seems that not only players need to fight for survival qualifications, but NPCs also need to fight. Shinsu said this. Shiryu moved his lips, and was about to say something, but his wrist was grabbed by Shinsu's rough and warm palm. Shinsu's voice fell on his head. Go quickly. The two rushed out of the restaurant to avoid the NPCs attacking each other. The restaurant became a mess in the fight, and the situation outside was not optimistic. The entire street traffic was paralyzed, and cars were lying in the middle of the road. Some of the fronts of the cars were still smoking. Passers-by NPCs were fighting each other everywhere, beside the cars, on the road, on the sidewalks. Most of them had no fighting skills, and waved their fists randomly, until the other one died. The Luz Hotel where they stayed was just across the restaurant. The building soared into the sky, and was the tallest building in this area. Therefore, the people who jumped from the building were still screaming in the air, and in the blink of an eye, there was not even a complete corpse. The violent impact caused the human body's bones and internal organs to break on the spot, and blood splattered. Shinsu was quick to block Shiryu, and pulled open his windbreaker to wrap Shiryu completely. Blood splattered all over Shinsu, and Shiryu, who was in his arms, only had a few drops of blood splashed on his trouser legs. Shiryu was a little stunned. He was not scared by the dead, but by Shinsu's behavior. Someone suddenly fell from the building, and the brain had no time to think at that moment. It was a completely subconscious reaction. Why did Shinsu make such a subconscious reaction? Shiryu had no time to ask, and this was not the time to ask. Shinsu took off his bloody windbreaker, and covered the inhuman brother on the ground. He held Shiryu's wrist, and continued to walk forward, walking in the opposite direction of the hotel. We received the system message, and other players naturally received the message as well. Now everyone is sleeping in the hotel, and we can't go back to the hotel, Shinsu said, as he took Shiryu's wrist and strode forward. It's not hard to guess the system's intention of issuing this task. 2 copies are merged into 1 copy, for players become 8 players, and there are only 4 survivors. After 6 hours, if the number of players exceeds 4, the system will start to randomly assign death to players. The system now has only 2 options for players. The first is to wait for 6 hours to expire, and the system will decide who lives and who dies. The second is for players to kill each other, and compete for one of the 4 survivors. What kind of person will the system choose to assign death? No one knows. It's okay if someone else dies, but what if that person is you? Should we leave life and death to fate, or should we take life and death into our own hands? Most people would choose the latter. It was early morning now. At this point, all the players from the 2 dungeons gathered in the hotel. The streets and alleys were the battlefields of the NPCs, and the hotel was the battlefield of the players. Shiryu didn't want to kill anyone, but he didn't want to be killed either. Of course, he couldn't go back to the hotel. Now he could only find a place to hide first, and then act according to the situation. Shiryu nodded and followed Shinsu to a less crowded place. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and grabbed Shinsu's hand holding his, and pulled him to stand. Wait a minute, there's another person in the hotel. He was going to say it wasn't a person. It was a spirit pet. Speaking of which, he didn't seem to have told Shinsu about the fact that Lin Fengbai didn't die and became a spirit pet. Shiryu was distracted for a few seconds, and didn't notice that Shinsu's fingers stiffened for a moment. Your assistant? Yeah. Shiryu nodded. As he was talking, he opened the game panel, wanting to see if there was a remote summoning function to directly summon Lin Fengbai back. Unexpectedly, Lin Fengbai had already returned and was lying in the props column. Well, he really didn't have to worry about it at all. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, let's go. He let go of Shinsu's hand, and walked forward a few steps. No one followed him, so Shiryu turned back with puzzled eyes. Aren't you going to save your assistant? Shinsu asked. I don't know if Shiryu heard it wrong, but I feel that Shinsu's tone is not very good. Shiryu said, he's back. Shinsu looked around and frowned. Back? Where? There is a share button on the game panel. Shiryu pressed it so that Shinsu could see his game panel. He pointed to the miniature version of Lin Fengbai's icon in the prop bar, and explained, it's probably because the doll Lin Fengbai gave me in the last copy worked. Lin Fengbai didn't die and came out with us, but because of the different form, he can only stay in the prop bar. You can't summon him in reality, but you can in the copy. The summon Lin Fengbai is no different from a normal person and has memories. Shinsu's eyebrows slowly relaxed. So your assistant is Lin Fengbai? Shinsu. Shiryu found the look of wanting to laugh, but not laughing a little funny. Sure, you asked back? What else? Who do you think it is? Shinsu didn't say anything else. His eyes fell on Shiryu's game panel. He roughly browsed it, and then pointed his finger at the paper crane icon next to Lin Fengbai's icon and asked, "What is this?" Lin Fengbei folded the paper crane in this dungeon, using the paper in the dungeon. I don't know how he put it into the prop column. I tried it myself, but it didn't work. Maybe only Lin Fengbei has this ability. As he spoke, the prop introduction popped up. Prop name, paper cranes. Prop description, 666 paper cranes folded by Lin Fengbei for you. Prop function, Schrodinger's luck +1. Attack method, none. Did he give it to you? Shinsu's eyes fell on the prop description, and his tone was a little strange. Chapter 41. Shiryu quickly realized why Shinsu asked this. I guess so. Shiryu nodded, and then said, the item description should be randomly generated by the system. I haven't used the item, so I don't know what its function means. Shinsu didn't reply, and clicked another icon. Item name, Broken Sugar Granules. Item description, a 3-no product with an unknown production date. Item function, Replenish 1 energy. Attack method, none. What is this? Shinsu frowned and asked. You don't remember it? Shiryu raised his head slightly, and looked into Shinsu's eyes, with a slightly surprised look. He said, the candy you gave me in the last copy? Shinsu, oh. It turns out that the candy he gave out was so carefully preserved. Although Shinsu didn't say it, his mood calmed down a little. Then he heard Shiryu's last sentence, and felt his blood pressure soar again. Shiryu, I gave it to Lin Fengbei. Shinsu, In the last instance, Lin Fengbei had no taste for other things, but only that candy tasted good, so I gave it to him. Shiryu continued, it might be inconvenient to carry it in this instance, so he temporarily stored the candy in my item column. Shinsu didn't say anything. Shiryu followed Shinsu's gaze, and glanced at the game panel, and immediately understood. He comforted, the item description is written by the system, you don't have to worry about it, I believe your candy is not a 3-no product. Shinsu still didn't say anything. Shiryu, ? What's wrong with Shinsu today? You looked at my game panel, shouldn't you let me look at yours as well? Shiryu closed his own game panel, and took the initiative to find a topic. In fact, he didn't really want to look at Shinsu's game panel, but it wasn't a big deal that Shinsu didn't talk all the time. Shinsu generously opened the game panel to show him, and said, my props bar is very clean, I won't put any messy things in it. Shiryu, ? Why is this a sarcastic remark? Be careful. The two big brothers behind were fighting each other, and almost hit Shinsu with their swinging axes. At the critical moment, Shiryu pulled Shinsu, and the two big brothers fought each other, and went to the other side, as if they didn't hear anything about this situation. Shinsu didn't care about the fact that he was almost hit by an axe at all. He cared about something else. He tilted his head toward Shiryu and asked, are you so worried about me? Shiryu wanted to reply you are so narcissistic, but then thought it was not appropriate to joke at this time. You just saved me too. Shiryu looked at Shinsu seriously, his eyes were like the lake under the moonlight, dark, calm, without a ripple, and his tone was also very serious, it's even. Throwing objects from high places is very dangerous, and the consequences of throwing people from high places hitting people are even more unimaginable. So it's really even. Shinsu said, oh. Let's leave here first and find a safe place. Shiryu didn't understand why Shinsu was unhappy, so he just ignored it. He reached out to pull Shinsu, but the other party dodged sideways. After a moment of stunned, Shinsu had already passed him and walked forward. Shiryu, ? Why is Shinsu so weird today? However, considering that the other party was 1 month younger than him, and was considered his younger brother, he did not bother with Shinsu. The urban area was densely populated, and the streets were full of NPCs fighting each other. Fortunately, these NPCs only killed themselves and did not kill innocent players, so it was safe for the two of them to walk on the main road. However, in order to avoid being found by other players, they could not stay on the road for a long time. The road traffic was paralyzed, and the cars could no longer drive. They found a motorcycle abandoned on the side of the road. Can you ride a motorcycle? Seeing Shinsu's long legs straddling the motorcycle, looking very skilled, Shiryu was a little surprised, because he had never seen Shinsu riding a motorcycle before. Shinsu started the engine and covered Shiryu's head with the only helmet, telling Shiryu whether he could ride or not. Get on! Shiryu sat on the back seat of the motorcycle without much hesitation. This was a modified motorcycle with a short and upturned tail, and it was difficult to hold it with hands. Shiryu had to grab the clothes on Shinsu's waist. This time Shinsu did not hide, but he could not hide. The warm palms covered Shiryu's hands and pulled them forward. Shiryu wanted to retract his hands, as if he had received an electric shock. Shinsu said, "I'm wearing a nightgown. If you pull it like this, it will fall apart." Shiryu, Oh, I forgot to find some clothes for Shinsu first. It doesn't look good to run away in a nightgown. The motorcycle rushed out in a flash. Shiryu's arms were around Shinsu's waist, and he could vaguely feel the hard abdominal muscles under his hands. The car was moving very fast, and the wind was whistling by his ears. The night scene on both sides of the road flashed by. Shiryu was a little afraid of speed, and he had never ridden in such a flesh wrapped in iron. He closed his eyes, and buried his face in Shinsu's back, and subconsciously exerted force on his arms. The contour of his abdominal muscles under his hands became more obvious, rising and falling with his breathing, very lively and powerful. He would actually sit on the back seat of Shinsu's motorcycle one day. It was a novel experience. It's even. In the whistling wind, Shinsu's voice drifted coldly from the front row through the helmet. "I'm riding a motorcycle to carry you now, and you owe me another favor." "Shiryu?" ? Shiryu opened his eyes slightly, and the motorcycle's excessive speed made the surrounding night seem blurry. He closed his eyes again, and buried his face in Shinsu's back again. He couldn't help but said, "Can you drive slower?" Shinsu's chest shook, and he seemed to chuckle. "Aren't we running for our lives?" "Yes, they are running for their lives. Isn't it right to help each other while escaping? What does I took you on a motorcycle, so you owe me a favor mean? What kind of perverse logic is this?" Shiryu didn't say anything else, but tightened his arm around Shinsu's waist. He closed his eyes all the way, and didn't notice that the car slowed down. The motorcycle kept a relatively safe speed, and drove steadily throughout the rest of the journey. They left the city, and found an abandoned factory, in a sparsely populated suburb to temporarily stay. The factory used to be a garment factory. There were discarded clothes and scraps everywhere, several rusty machines, spider silk on the windows and doors, and the water and electricity were cut off. Fortunately, there was an emergency light in the fire cabinet in addition to the fire extinguisher. The two of them walked around the entire factory with the emergency light. The factory was not large, but the wall was quite high. It was relatively safe to pull the iron door closed. There was a front door and a back door, which made it convenient to escape in an emergency. Finally, they settled in the factory boss's office, where there was a table, a boss chair, a long sofa, and a simple wardrobe. Inside was a gray suit, complete with a shirt, vest, jacket, and trousers. There was also a dust cover outside the suit, which was just right for Shinsu to change into. Shinsu put on the suit, moved his arms, and said, "It's a little small." It was mainly a little tight at the shoulders, and it would be inconvenient to move in an emergency. Shinsu took off his coat again, and finally only wore a white shirt and gray trousers. Shinsu also loved to wear pure white shirts when he was in college. With his smiling eyes and small tiger teeth, he looked very pure and easy to deceive. If he hadn't known since childhood that this person was a sesame-filled person, Shiryu would have been confused by his appearance. "Is it strange?" Shinsu noticed Shiryu's gaze. He turned around in front of Shiryu and said to himself, "After all, it's someone else's clothes. I feel strange wearing it." "Forget it. It's a special period. Just make do with it." Shiryu didn't answer. He opened the game panel and checked the time. 0:45 a.m. The system will release the copy merge information at 12 a.m., and the players will be given 6 hours to act, which means they need to wait here until 6 a.m. to be safe. The factory has been abandoned for too long, and even the boss's office is covered with dust. Shinsu found 2 rags and wiped the long sofa several times until there was no dust at all. He sat down and said to Shiryu, "Come on, take a break." Shiryu walked over and sat down beside Shinsu. It's called a long sofa, but in fact it's only big enough for 2 adults to sit on. 2 people with long legs sitting together will inevitably have their legs touching. Shinsu's body temperature is high, and the temperature of his body can be transmitted continuously through the cloth. Shiryu can't help but think of the touch of Shinsu's abdominal muscles and his solid back. Shiryu didn't want to sit with Shinsu, but there was only the boss chair in the room, which had not been cleaned and was covered with dust. He couldn't drive Shinsu away from the sofa, because it was Shinsu who cleaned the sofa. "Sleep for a while. I keep watch for the first half of the night." Shinsu patted his shoulder. "I don't mind you sleeping on me." Shinsu didn't mind. Shiryu minded, but he declined. Shiryu was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, but he gradually felt sleepy, and his sleeping position was out of his control. When he woke up, he found that his head was still on Shinsu's shoulder, and he was covered with a suit jacket that Shinsu felt was too small. "Are you not drooling?" Shinsu's words made sure you lose all sleepiness. "I don't mind if you sleep on my shoulder, but if you drool on my shoulder, then—" "No!" Shiryu interrupted. He held up the emergency light and carefully checked Shinsu's white shirt. There was no water stain on it. This man was talking nonsense again. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, just in time for the shift change. Shiryu stood up and said, "I'd be on duty for the second half of the night. You could also sleep for a while." Shinsu was not polite at all. He folded his arms and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he opened them again and asked Shiryu seriously, "Can I sleep on your thighs?" Shiryu didn't understand at first. When he reacted, "Eh." After 3 full minutes, Shiryu finally spoke, his voice a little stiff. "You can sleep on my shoulder. But I'm taller than you, it will be uncomfortable, and it's easy to get a stiff neck." Shinsu talked to himself for a while, and then gave up and said, "Forget it, I just take a nap like this." Shiryu's fingers on his side tightened into a fist, then loosened, tightened again, and loosened again. He leaned on Shinsu's shoulders and back, and touched Shinsu's abdominal muscles. In a word, he still took advantage. Finally, Shiryu made up his mind, and let out a long sigh. Okay. Chapter 42. In the end, Shinsu's plan did not work out. Because the sofa was too narrow, and Shinsu was tall and had long legs, it was impossible for him to rest his head on someone else's legs on the small sofa. Shinsu didn't feel sleepy, so he decided not to sleep. He found a candle from somewhere and lit it. He discussed the plot with Shiryu by candlelight. "Lin Fengbai has conveyed all your thoughts to me. You said you suspected that we were investigating in the wrong direction from the beginning. Did you find anything when you went to the supermarket? It's not a major discovery." Shiryu was probably a little cold. He pulled up the coat covering his body and put his hands back. He said, "The supermarket is unmanned. The shelves are self-restocked. There are almost no salespersons. These are not strange, but there is a little abnormality. The flow of people in the supermarket is very large. There are a lot of people at 10 o'clock in the evening. It's almost catching up with the New Year's festival of a certain Carrefour supermarket in reality." Shinsu supported his chin with one hand and turned to look at Shiryu's face under the candlelight. He may not have heard much of what he said, but Shiryu looked very seriously. "Boyua's supermarket is doing a booming business. This may be one of the reasons why it is difficult for it to go bankrupt," Shiryu concluded. Shinsu nodded, agreeing. "There are indeed too many people in the supermarket, too many to be normal. Do you think the people behind the scenes are paying people to go to the supermarket every day to buy things to increase the supermarket sales? You went to the supermarket tonight, right?" Shiryu asked. This is probably the first time Shiryu has strayed from the main point during a conversation. Shinsu, shock. He seemed to have accidentally revealed something. But there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Shinsu said him and asked, "Did you see me?" Shiryu said, "There should have been a brief overlap before the supermarkets were officially merged. I did see a figure that looked very similar to you. I thought I was dazzled at first. It turned out that Shiryu also saw him. Shiryu saw him, but did not come to find him, and went shopping happily with Lu Chungjing in the supermarket. Actually, I saw you too," Shinsu said coldly. "Shiryu? ? I also saw the bastard next to you." "Shiryu? ? Why did you start cursing when we were talking? What bastard? You even drank Lu Qingjing champagne, okay?" Shiryu was puzzled by Shinsu's behavior, and the live broadcast room was crazy. "Do you smell the sour smell? So sour, so sour. Isn't this an abandoned garment factory? Why is the vinegar smell so strong? You just said that you saved me once and I saved you once to make it even, and Shinsu asked you to owe him a favor right after that. TSK, don't you want to make it even?" Seeing Lin Feng giving Shiryu a 666 for free. Shinsu's expression when he saw the 1,000 paper cranes was very good. When he found out that Shiryu gave the candy he gave to someone else, Shinsu's expression changed in an instant. This was also very good. I seriously suspect that Shinsu chose this modified motorcycle on purpose, just to make his wife have no place to hold the handrails, so she could only hold his waist. He also deliberately drove very fast, so that his wife could hold him tightly. This little trick is okay, you are worthy of it. My wife Yu has a very good sleeping posture. He pressed Yu's head on his shoulder, and said that she was drooling. Don't be a bitch. Having a wife is enough. Why do you need to have a face? People who have a face don't have a wife. Dog man. The topic obviously couldn't go on, so sure you brought it back to the copy merging. It stands to reason that the purpose of the system in the game is to serve the tasks and players, and the system should be a symbol of fairness and justice. In the last game, the system gave lynching a great power, but it also restricted him. But in this game, the system gives me the feeling. Sure you pause for a moment, carefully choosing his words. It seems to be playing tricks? Playing pranks. Every game should have its own concept and meaning. Is the setting of multiple copies in this game just to let NPCs kill each other after the copies are merged? Let players kill each other. Sure you shook his head gently. This makes me feel that the system is no longer a yardstick of fairness and justice, but like a bad and naughty child. Shinsu let out a short and light laugh. What are you laughing at? Sure you tilted his head to look at him. He was probably a little angry. There was a flame in his black eyes, making his usually calm face come alive. Shinsu was stunned for a moment when he touched Shiryu's eyes, and came back to his senses after a few seconds, saying, "What you said makes sense. The game system in reality is indeed a tool-like existence, but this is not the real world, and this is not an ordinary game. We can't think with normal thinking. Since it is a game that takes real people to adventure, maybe it is just for killing people for fun. Not to mention the live broadcast function." Shinsu bit these words slowly, suddenly leaned over, and said in a low and pleasant voice, "Do you know what some people in the live broadcast room like to watch the most? Handsome men and beautiful women? Wonderful story plots? No, those are not exciting enough. What can make people's blood boil and adrenaline surge? Racing is more thrilling and more crazy than gambling. They are even willing to spend a lot of money on it." The warm breath caressed Shiryu's neck and earlobe, and Shinsu whispered two words in his ear: murder. Shiryu's body trembled. He looked at Shinsu fiercely. Shinsu had already pulled away from the two of them, and leaned back on the sofa, looking at the half-burned candle on the desk, and said indifferently, "The system can issue this task, which means that this task is legal here, so let's follow its rules and talk about the current situation. In addition to you and me, there are 6 players in the hotel killing each other. The best case is that only 1 or 2 are left, then everyone is happy. I am afraid that they are not killing thoroughly enough, and the number of people alive in this copy exceeds 4, which will be difficult to deal with." Shinsu's light eyes reflected the candlelight. When he said not killing thoroughly enough, it seemed as natural as saying I want to eat a bowl of noodles tonight. Many years ago, sure you met a pair of eyes that did not belong to an 8-year-old boy in the Shin family's attic. Just now there was such a moment. Sure you felt that he had touched the dark and unknown other side of Shinsu again. "I'm wondering if it's really right for us to hide away." Shinsu asked this question, tilted his head and thought for a while, then answered himself, "We can hide here for a while, but when the 6 hours are up and the number of people surviving in the dungeon exceeds 4, one of us will still be killed by the system. That person could be someone else who survived, or it could be you or me. We are not participating in the competition for survival quotas among players at this moment, and at that time we can only rely on the random chance of the system for life and death, handing the power of life and death to someone else." Shinsu disapproved and tooted twice. "This is not my style. Maybe we shouldn't sit and wait for death." Shiryu was silent for a long time. "Are you going to kill someone? Is it not possible?" Shinsu asked back. Shiryu's heart skipped a beat when he met Shinsu's gaze. He looked away and said, "The system is deliberately forcing players to kill each other. I don't care about others, but you also want it to be willing? Do you have to wait for the system to judge?" Shinsu used sharp words to force Shiryu to look at him. "The so-called granting of death to players is just an excuse for the system to kill people at will." Shiryu swallowed his saliva. "It is wrong for the system to judge the life and death of players, but is it right for you to judge the life and death of others? Does right or wrong matter?" Shinsu said calmly, "If I don't kill them, they will also attack us. Mujua in my copy is an old player with rich experience and many props. He will be fine, and the other 2 who are lying flat like me are now. They are most likely cannon fodder." Shinsu continued, "Mujua, including the 3 people in your copy, there are exactly 4 places. Maybe they have reached a temporary alliance and are on their way to besiege us. Do you believe it? For V2, which side has a higher chance of winning? If they get rid of the 2 of us, they can be temporarily safe for a few hours." At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with exclamation marks. Shinsu's intuition is quite accurate. Yes, they are indeed on their way to besiege you. His speculation is also accurate. The 4 people have indeed reached a temporary alliance. So what are we doing now? My favorite anchor is going to hunt down my favorite CP? I have a swear word I want to say now. A few dozen minutes ago, hotel. The dungeons were merged, and the players from the two dungeons inevitably met. After the meeting, some were trembling, some were at a loss, some were vigilant, and some were on guard. Mujwa took the initiative to propose cooperation to the people from the other dungeon. But how can we cooperate? Jiangyan glanced around. There are 6 of us, and there are only 4 survivors under the rules of the game. Mujwa took out a pistol from somewhere, raised his hand, and with 2 bangs, the 2 people behind him fell to the ground. Mujwa didn't even raise his head to pick up the pistol and said, "Isn't it okay now?" So Mujwa, Jiangyan, Gu Heng, and Yang Qiwen reached a temporary cooperation. This cooperation was more forced than voluntary, or it was a solution out of nowhere. Shiryu was silent for a long time before speaking. Maybe it's too hypocritical to say that judging other people's life and death is wrong in a place like this, but Shiryu's fair face was coated with a layer of soft light by the candle. He looked at Shinsu with a gentle and calm gaze, as if he had spread a soft heart in front of him. He said, "I don't want you to do this." After saying this, Shiryu smiled bitterly in his heart. Even he knew that his words were not very convincing. How could he expect to convince Shinsu? Shinsu stared at Shiryu for a few seconds. "Okay, let's think of other ways." The live broadcast room was still brushing. Shinsu's thoughts are very dangerous. Not a positive and optimistic five-good youth at all. But it's understandable. Everyone wants to live, and no one wants to die. Desperate situations can always force out the evil in human nature. The next second, the barrage on the screen changed to question mark. Chapter 43. Shinsu, what are you doing? Are you a man if you have no ambition? Do what you say. Do you love your wife so much? My 30-meter-long sword. I take it back, and cut a watermelon for the one in front. Shinsu, I want to kill someone. I don't want you to do that. Shinsu, okay. Yes, Shinsu loves his wife so much. Ah, I really thought Shinsu was going to become bad. But you pulled him back with just one sentence? It's not that easy to persuade villains in books. Spread the word that Shinsu is a henpecked man. Spread the word that Shinsu is a henpecked man. The streets were quiet and deserted at 3 in the morning, but there were dead bodies everywhere, and the air of the whole street was filled with the smell of blood that could not be dissipated for a long time. The battle between NPCs ended, and the battle between players had just begun. Mujwa used the 1,000-mile tracking prop to accurately locate Shinsu and Shiryu at an abandoned garment factory 15 kilometers away. Before the action, Mujwa said, "Shinsu and Shiryu's early escape from the city proves that they have guessed what will happen in the hotel after the copy is merged. They stay away from the main battlefield and wait for us to lose both, and then reap the benefits. I have to say that this is a smart move." But? Mujwa smiled at the 3 people. They probably didn't expect that we would happily reach a cooperation. The 3 looked at each other. This cooperation is not pleasant at all. They were forced. Mujwa continued, "We know their exact location, but we can't rush over. In their eyes, we are already dead, but we appear unscathed and find their location accurately. I don't know Shiryu, but Shinsu looks easy to get along with, but he is actually very vigilant. If we make him suspicious, it will be difficult for us to take action." So, Mujwa's eyes swept over the 3 people one by one, stayed on Jiangyan for a few seconds, then moved away and looked into the distance and said, "We need a bait. This bait needs to act out a scene of being chased all the way to the garment factory, and just happen to run into Shinsu and Shiryu, and then win their sympathy, gain their trust, and lead them out to the designated location. I will find a commanding height outside the garment factory to snipe. My shooting skills are not bad, so you don't have to worry about this." "Don't worry. Mujwa's shooting skills are good. Didn't the 2 boys who were shot by him prove it? He didn't even turn his head during the whole process. But this behavior is also frightening. Everyone is afraid of guns and bullets, so they have to temporarily submit to him. Of course, there are certain risks in going deep into the enemy's interior. Once you are found to be behaving improperly, your fate may be worse than those 2 boys." Mujwa added, "After all, they died quickly and without much pain. But for the sake of the overall situation, someone has to take the risk. Who do you think is more suitable to be the bait?" Mujwa shifted his question to an internal issue with one sentence. The 3 of them looked at each other. Gu Heng had no emotion on his face. Most of the time, the barrister was cold and inhuman. Yang Qiwen was so scared that he took 2 steps back and dodged his eyes. Jiangyan tied her hair with a rubber band and said to Mujwa, "I go. I'm good at acting, and I'm a woman, so I can make people relax more easily." Gu Heng looked at Jiangyan fiercely. His eyes showed disapproval, and he seemed to want to stop her, but Mujwa spoke first. It is true that female players are more likely to make people relax their vigilance, but today's situation is special. Mujwa's eyes fell on Jiang Yan. With a bit of seriousness, Sister Jiang, in the eyes of Shinsu and others, we are killing each other, and you, a weak woman, can escape intact? This itself will make people suspicious. And doing this requires a certain psychological quality. Mr. Yang is a new player, and cannot do it. Mujwa's eyes finally fell on Gu Heng. Lawyer Gu goes, is it okay? Gu Heng glanced at Mujwa, and withdrew his eyes coldly. No problem. Road traffic was paralyzed, and cars could no longer drive. Mujwa wanted to find 2 motorcycles to travel, but then he thought that the noise of motorcycles was too loud, so he finally pried open 2 public electric donkeys on the roadside, ready to ride one with Gu Heng, each carrying 1 person. Sister Jiang, I give you a ride. Mujwa took off his coat, carefully placed it on the back seat of the electric bike, and invited Jiang Yan. No thank you. Jiang Yan took off her coat, sat sideways on the back seat of Gu Heng's electric donkey, held Gu Heng's clothes on his waist, and covered her legs with her coat. Then trouble this little brother. Yang Chiwen was about to go over to sit on Mujwa's donkey, but the donkey ran away before his tail even touched it, so Yang Chiwen had to find another one himself. As the top of the appearance list, Mujwa has millions of fans. Most of the fans who squat in his live broadcast room are his fans of appearance, so the barrage is relatively normal. But since he fell off the appearance list, some fans from other groups have flocked to his live broadcast room, and the barrage has become strange. When Mujwa shot and killed 2 people, the comments were like this, see. Everyone has seen the consequences of lying flat, right? Let's see who dares to lie flat in the future. It depends on the person. Didn't Shinsu lie flat? But he not only survived, but also got a beautiful wife. It turns out that clinging to the thighs of big men is risky, and some people are destined to have a wife. Some people are destined to have a wife. If you can talk, just say more. I'd love to hear it. Going to someone else's live broadcast room to support your CP is a big mistake. Please turn left when you leave. No thanks. In addition, I will give you some general knowledge. My Mujwa is not only the former number 1 in the appearance list, and the current number 3 in the appearance list, but also one of the top 10 players in the technical list. He is good at long-range attacks, and has first-class marksmanship. It is worth investing in him. Technical list. If I remember correctly, the second-ranked God Imorugi is also in this dungeon, right? God Imorugi is the real technical flow. It's just that his appearance is relatively ordinary. Mujwa's face is eye-catching. Compared with God Imorugi, his technology is child's play. The battle for survival quotas has become more intense. When Mujwa designated Gu Heng as bait, the barrage was like this. It seems that Mujwa is hostile to Gu Heng? Why? It seems that Gu Heng doesn't like Mujwa very much either. Why? Aren't they friends? Mujwa, Gu Heng and Jiang Yan are from the same world. Gu Heng and Jiang Yan can chat well, and Mujwa and Jiang Yan can also chat well. But the atmosphere feels weird when the 3 of them are together. Why? They are all friends of Jiang Yan, but they should not be friends with each other. When Jiang Yan chose to ride Gu Heng's electric donkey instead of Mujwa's, the comments were like this. Didn't Jiang Yan and Mujwa have a relationship? Why does it seem like Jiang Yan trusts Gu Heng more? Is it because the lawyer profession gives people a sense of reliability? Why do you think the profession is reliable rather than the person? I don't know if the 2 have ever dated, but Jiang Yan and Gu Heng have been friends for many years, which Jiang Yan has publicly admitted. Compared to the rumored object, old friends are indeed more reliable. If I were in his place, I would also choose Lawyer Gu. At 4 a.m., 2 electric donkeys stopped quietly 500 meters outside the abandoned clothing factory. The 4 people on the electric donkeys got off and sneaked into the woods next to the clothing factory. 10 minutes later, Gu Heng staggered into the abandoned garment factory with his wounded body. At the same time, in the woods outside the abandoned garment factory. Just pretend. Why did you hit him so hard? Jiang Yan's tone was very dissatisfied. She always kept a distance of 1 meter from Mujwa. When Mujwa moved forward, she moved backward. What they were talking about was the wounds that Mujwa had caused on Gu Heng before he went in. If the wounds are not real, how can they believe it? Mujwa's expression was a little hurt. Because Jiang Yan kept moving backward, he did not move forward. He stopped where he was and said helplessly, Jiang Yan, no one can see inside the clothes. Why did you kick him in the stomach? What if you kicked his internal organs? Mujwa, that one was really not heavy. Jiang Yan, why were the other ones so heavy? Mujwa, Yang Chiwen could not persuade him, nor did he not persuade him. In the end, he chose to keep watch on the side. In Mujua's live broadcast room, Mujua's fans were posting, "Jiang Yin is like a girlfriend who is throwing a tantrum and saying, 'I don't want to listen to you. I don't believe you if you say they didn't date.'" Other fans were posting, "But Jiang Yin is speaking for Gu Heng in every word. Taste it carefully." Passers-by, what to taste? So friendship is more important than love. Fans of various groups. Mujua and Jiang Yin didn't come to a conclusion. In the end, Jiang Yin hid in a small house nearby, and Mujua climbed up a tree and found a sniper rifle from the props column. Yang Chiwen couldn't hide in the small house with Jiang Yin. After all, there is a difference between men and women, and he couldn't climb up a tree with Mujua, so in the end, he chose to continue to keep watch at a place not far from the two of them. The factory director's office. So the third way is to make Platinum Supermarket go bankrupt. If the supermarket goes bankrupt, players can clear the game in advance, and we can avoid making a choice. But now there are less than 2 hours left before the 6 hours, so to speak. Shiryu was talking to Shinsu about the feasibility of the third method, and Shinsu suddenly gestured to him to be silent. "There are people outside," Shinsu whispered. Shiryu blew out the candle, and the office fell into darkness, and the interlaced breathing sounds were clearly audible. "Stay and don't come out, I go and see." Shiryu was the only one breathing in the office. Shiryu sat on the sofa and listened attentively to the movement outside. Objectively speaking, Shinsu's skills are good, and the enemy is in the dark while they are in the light. He shouldn't be worried, but his 2 fast heartbeats still betrayed him. He is worried about Shinsu. Even he himself doesn't understand why. There was a faint sound of fighting outside, and Shiryu picked up a flashlight and walked out. 2 tall figures wrestled in the dark. When the emergency flashlight shone, the wounded man was temporarily blinded and knocked down by Shinsu's punch. Because of the flashlight, Shiryu could see the man's face clearly. "Shinsu, stop." Shiryu hurriedly stopped him. "It's someone I know." Shinsu retracted his fist, moved his joints, turned his head and saw Shiryu put the flashlight aside, walk past him, and help the strange man up, his knuckles cracking. "This is Lawyer Gu Heng, I told you." Shiryu handed Gu Heng a tissue, introduced Gu Heng, and then Shinsu, "Shinsu, my friend. So it's someone I know." Shinsu walked between Shiryu and Gu Heng, separated them calmly, and extended his hand to Gu Heng, showing an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I hit you a little hard, are you okay?" Gu Heng stretched out his hand and shook Shinsu's hand, swallowing the blood that surged up in his throat. "It's okay." Shinsu's attack was not a little heavy, it was a punch to the flesh, and every move was fatal. If it were someone with a weaker physique or who didn't know how to defend himself, he might have died on the spot. In comparison, Mujua's punches were like tickling. This man had a smile on his face, and his body was in a casual and relaxed state, but he could make people feel his danger. Gu Heng realized that even if he did nothing, or if he did something or said something, no matter how reasonable it was, this person would not trust him. It can be said that Mujua's plan failed. Chapter 44. My presence here is not accidental. Mujua arranged me as bait to lure you out. After the greetings, Gu Heng's words startled everyone. Even Shinsu was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but look at Gu Heng with a new perspective. Gu Heng didn't mind how others looked at him, and continued to speak plainly. Mujua killed his 2 companions in the hotel and reached a cooperation with the 3 of us. He used props to locate your position, and asked me to pretend to be chased and escape here to meet you by chance, gain your trust, and lead you to the designated location. Mujua is in the woods 500 meters outside the garment factory. He has a sniper rifle in his hand, and his shooting skills are very accurate. You must be curious why I told you this? There are 2 reasons. First, we don't really want to cooperate with Mujua. I don't agree with his practice of taking human lives in the game, but I am afraid that he has a gun in his hand, so I have to agree to his cooperation request. Second, I don't trust Mujua's character, both in and out of the game. Gu Heng looked at Shiryu and threw out a heavy sentence, "But I believe in Shiryu." Shiryu looked surprised. Shinsu's gaze towards Gu Heng had changed from scrutiny to a stare mixed with deep dissatisfaction. As a lawyer, I have come into contact with all kinds of people. I can usually tell who is two-faced, and who has ulterior motives at a glance. I am a rather dull person. I don't care about my relatives at work, and I don't have many friends. Gu Heng still had no expression on his face, but one could hear the sincerity in his words. Although we have only known each other for a few days, you are the kind of person I want to make friends with. As if finally noticing Shinsu's dissatisfied look, Gu Heng looked away and stopped looking at Shiryu. His tone was more serious than before. Of course, you have the right to question the truth of my words. But I still want to make a final effort. Gu Heng took off his shirt to reveal the wound underneath. He said to Shinsu, "You have learned fighting, so you should also know how to identify injuries. The injuries on my body are all new injuries within half an hour. They were made by Mujua to make my acting more realistic. The time was before I entered the garment factory, and the location was in the woods next to it. You can also come to identify the mud under my shoes. These are enough to prove that more than half of what I said just now is true. Besides, my surrender to you is not unconditional." Gu Heng said the last sentence while looking at Shinsu, his calm eyes in. A cold light flashed in that moment. "I have only one condition, don't touch Jiang Yen." He repeated, "No matter what happens later, don't hurt Jiang Yen. If you find that I have deceived you in any way, you can kill me at any time, but don't hurt Jiang Yen." Gu Heng looked into the void, and the look in his eyes was hard to describe. As if he was missing her, and as if he was sad. "She is my only and best friend." "I believe you." Shiryu interrupted. He stepped forward and patted Gu Heng's shoulder, his eyes affirmed. "I believe in Lawyer Gu, and Lawyer Gu is also a friend I want to make." Gu Heng finally showed a very shallow smile at the corner of his lips. "Thank you." Shiryu smiled back. When he turned around, he met Shinsu's resentful eyes. Shiryu paused, and also reached out and patted Shinsu's shoulder. What he thought in his heart was that he couldn't favor one over the other. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't think so. Yu patted Gu Heng's shoulder to comfort him, and patting Shinsu's shoulder was like a boss saying to an employee, "Work hard, and I give you a raise at the end of the year." "Ha ha, that's right. You understand the boss. The way Yu's wife tries to balance a bowl of water is so cute." Gu Heng really cares about Jiang Yen. Although they are friends, they are also good friends. "No, why did you sit down? Why did you start chatting? Mujua is still feeding mosquitoes on the tree. Don't you have any conscience?" "Gu Heng, I have betrayed you, and you ask me about my conscience?" To be honest, Lawyer Gu is worthy of being a lawyer. He is really good at speaking. I suspect that if he really wants to be an accomplice to the evil, he can probably do it. But Lawyer Gu didn't do that. He is so upright in his bones. Suddenly, he has become a fan. What kind of fairy friendship do Gu Heng and Jiang Yen have? Mujua fed mosquitoes on the tree for nearly 2 hours, and there was no movement in the garment factory. Gu Heng either betrayed or was killed. Of course, the former is less likely, because Jiang Yen is still here, so Gu Heng is most likely killed. However, death is also good, so as not to occupy a spot and be an eyesore. It was almost 6 in the morning. The death judgment would come in 6 hours, and the total number of surviving players in their copy was obviously more than 4. Mujua calmly used the resurrection armor that could withstand a fatal injury. The resurrection armor was a rare item in the game, and was extremely difficult to obtain. He only had 2, and each piece could only be used once. He was going to give the other one to Jiang Yen. Mujua put away his sniper rifle, jumped down from the tree, and pushed open the door of the small house where Jiang Yen was hiding. It was empty inside. Jiang Yen was gone. Jiang Yen was in the factory director's office treating Gu Heng's injuries. An hour ago, she received a message from Gu Heng in the game, and sneaked in to meet up with Gu Heng. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere inside, except for a few more wounds on Gu Heng's body, she roughly guessed what happened. Jiang Yen was not surprised that Gu Heng turned against Shiryu and the others, and even agreed. To be honest, she took the initiative to offer to be the bait for this reason. Let's not talk about other things, just the appearance. Although they are all young brothers, Shiryu is much more pleasing to the eye than Mujua. During this time, the 4 of them also discussed the possibility of clearing the bankruptcy of Platinum Supermarket in advance. The method is feasible, but this time the time is obviously not enough. It will be 6 o'clock soon. They can't escape the first system trial. Instances 1 and 3 merged into Instance E. The surviving players in Instance E are Mujua, Gu Heng, Jiang Yen, Shiryu Shinsu, and Yang Chiwen. 6 people, who lives and who dies depends on fate. Jiang Yen said, Mujua has an item similar to a resurrection armor, which can resist a fatal injury after use. This fatal injury includes the system's death. Death in the game is real death. This time Mujua should use the resurrection armor. This kind of item is very rare. Gu Heng, and I don't have it. Do you have any props? Jiang Yen asked and then said, I'm sorry, I forgot that you are still new players. You must not have any props. You can only leave it to fate. Shiryu has 3 items Lin phone by. 1,000 paper cranes. Broken sugar grains. Because the dungeon is very dangerous now, he did not release Lin Feng Bai. He did not know what the function of the item 1000 paper cranes Schrodinger's luck plus 1 meant. As for broken sugar grains, it was completely useless. Jiang Yan was right. They could only leave it to fate. No, it should be said that it depends on the mood of the system. Who does the system want to die? It was exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. The game panel of all surviving players popped up. The total number of players in Dungeon E is equal to 6, which is more than 4. 2 players will be randomly assigned death in 1 minute. Please be prepared. What? You have to be prepared for death. This minute passed infinitely long, but also very quickly. Yang Chiwen, who was sleeping soundly against a tree trunk in the grove, was enveloped by a beam of black light. He fell asleep forever in his sleep. Another beam of black light stopped above Jiang Yan's head. Death is coming in the blink of an eye. Gu Heng pushed Jiang Yan away in this blink of an eye. The beam fell. Gu Heng did not die. The death beam fell straight down and hit Gu Heng, but suddenly turned and missed. At the same time, the 4 people here received the same system message. 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's luck plus 1 effective from Gu Heng. Death grant execution failed, re-execute after 1 minute. At the same time, there is another one, death grant execution successful, player Yang Chiwen died. Lin Feng Bai folded 666,000 paper cranes. So 1000 paper cranes has been used 666 times. At the critical moment, Shiryu gave Jiang Yan and Gu Heng 1000 paper crane state each. Unexpectedly Schrodinger's luck. There is also this function. Gu Heng realized that it was Shiryu who saved him with the props, and he nodded to Shiryu. Thank you. You're welcome. Shiryu nodded, and then added the 1000 paper crane state to the 4 people, and a 1000 paper crane icon with a red glow appeared above each person's head. 1 minute later, the beam appeared above Shinsu's head. Shiryu noticed that the 1000 paper crane icon above Shinsu's head turned gray, while the other 2 were red, but Shinsu's turned gray. As if he realized something, he suddenly pounced on Shinsu. Prop 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's luck plus 1 takes effect from Shiryu. Prop 1000 paper crane Schrodinger's luck minus 1 takes effect from Shinsu. Shiryu threw himself on Shinsu, and the death beam avoided Shiryu and hit the ground on the side. Shinsu's left arm, which was not blocked by his body, suffered some skin injuries, but fortunately he survived. At this time, Shiryu discovered that the luck of paper cranes was not 100% effective. It was called Schrodinger's luck because it could add 1 to luck or subtract 1 from luck. Death grant execution failed, re-execute after 1 minute. Death grant execution failed, re-execute after 1 minute. Death grant execution failed, re-execute after 1 minute. Give the player the paper crane status. The paper crane icon on the head turns red, which means luck plus 1, and turns gray, which means luck minus 1. Therefore, before each beam falls, if the paper crane of the person under the beam turns gray, the person with the red paper crane will rush over to help block death once. They use this method to dodge 5 times. Until the 6th time, the paper cranes on the heads of the 4 people all turned gray. This time the black beam stopped above Gu Heng's head. Jiang Yan rushed over without thinking, but Shiryu grabbed her arm tightly, and could only watch the death beam fall. Death grant execution was successful, and the player Gu Heng died. The death granting of copy has been completed, and the current number of players alive is equal to 4. There are 17 hours and 52 minutes left before the next copy merge. Chapter 45. The first 2 messages Muzhua received in the woods were, death granting was executed successfully, player Yang Chiwen died. Death granting failed, re-execute in 1 minute. The first one was expected. It seems that not only he doesn't like trash, but the system doesn't like it either. The second one made him a little confused. How could it fail? Could it be that others have items similar to the resurrection armor like him? Then, death granting failed, re-execute in 1 minute. Death granting failed, re-execute in 1 minute. Death granting failed, re-execute in 1 minute. 5 messages were posted in 5 minutes. Muzhua gradually made a black question mark emoji. However, although the system kept posting re-executions of death, no death beam fell on him, so the resurrection armor was saved. There has always been a rumor in the game that the system will favor good-looking players. The rumor is true. Muzhua has a deep understanding of this. Before Shiryu and Shinsu entered the game, Muzhua had always been officially recognized as the top in appearance by the system. He survived many times in the game not by skills or experience, but by luck. This luck. Actually, it was more or less mixed with some cheats given to him by the system. His shooting skills were first class because he had an automatic auxiliary aiming device, which was given to him by the system, the only one in the whole server. With this prop, even a person who doesn't know guns can hit the target every time. Although he has been squeezed to the third place in the appearance list, it seems that the system still favors him. He is still special. The next system message he received confirmed this point even more. The death grant was executed successfully, and the player Gu Hung died. The death grant of copy has been fully executed, and the number of players alive is currently equal to 4. There are 17 hours and 52 minutes left before the next copy merge. The system really understands him. Knowing that he hates Gu Hung, it lets Gu Hung die. The sky in the east is turning pale, and it is almost dawn. Mu Shue is in a good mood and closes the game panel. He hums a little tune and leaves the woods and walks straight to the abandoned clothing factory. The moment the death beam descended, Gu Hung disappeared. Not to mention a complete corpse. Not even a handful of ashes exists. Jiang Yan stared at the floor where Gu Hung had stayed for a long time, and looked up as if she didn't understand and asked Shiryu, "Where is Gu Hung? He was here just now. How come he disappeared?" Jiang Yan glanced at Shiryu, then lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Did he go out? It's not even dawn yet. Why did he go out?" Shiryu hesitated to speak, and finally said, "Gu Hung, he's dead." After getting the answer, Jiang Yan was stunned again, and after a few minutes, Jiang Yan's emotions completely collapsed. She knelt on the ground, and gently touched the floor where Gu Hung had stayed with her hands, as if she was touching Gu Hung, and then she laid down as if she was lying in Gu Hang's arms. Jiang Yan closed her eyes, but tears were flowing silently, and she couldn't stop it. She didn't say a word, just cried. She cried quietly. Jiang Yan was crying, and the live broadcast room was crying too. How did Gu Hung die? How did Gu Hung die? I just became a fan of him. System, you are a fucking bastard. Wow, Jiang Yan, baby, stop crying. I hug you. I don't want Gu Hung to die either, damn system. Jiang Yan and Gu Hung were good friends, who had known each other for many years in real life. It is indeed hard to accept the death of a good friend. It is understandable that Jiang Yan cried like this. Maybe Jiang Yan thinks of Gu Hung as a good friend, but Gu Hung may not. Friends may stick their necks out for each other, but only those who really like someone will be willing to die for her. Now, no one will object to me saying that Attorney Gu has a crush on Jiang Yan, right? I object. Attorney Gu is not secretly in love with Jiang Yan. He has always been secretly in love with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was once involved in a scandal, and it was Gu Hung who stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights to help her organize evidence and sue the other party in court. Where was Mu Shue at that time? It's outrageous to support Jiang Yan and Mu Shue. Jiang Yan has been in a CP with many people and has had several relationships. Gu Hung has always stood quietly behind her, accompanied her, waited for her, and watched her go. He couldn't help looking at her even though he knew there was no possibility. Gu Hang's love is silent, but you can't say it doesn't exist. Why did I realize how good they are only after Gu Hung died? Can the system also die? Does Jiang Yan know that Gu Hung likes her? Maybe she doesn't know. Gu Hang's love is so hidden that even we can't see it. Gu Hung would of course not let Jiang Yan know. He liked Jiang Yan so much. How could he bear to see her sad? He had always been by her side as a good friend, but she didn't know he liked her until she died. Woohoo, what did I do wrong? Why did you hurt me like this? Shinsu and Shiryu left the room silently and closed the door. People need to vent their emotions, and now Jiang Yan needs a separate space with Gu Hung. The two stood in silence in the courtyard for a while, and the red sun rose slowly in silence. After the day was completely bright, Mu Shue came to the door, and the first sentence he said was, "Where is Jiang Yan?" Mu Shue came empty-handed, without carrying any weapons, and did not show any hostility. The first trial of the system has ended, and there are still more than 10 hours before the next copy merge. In these 10 hours, they are temporarily safe. There are only 3 of them in Mu Shue, a total of 4 players alive in this copy. Mu Shue is not here to kill people, but to seek cooperation. Sure, you heard Shinsu mention Mu Shue, but he had never seen Mu Shue, but the moment he saw Mu Shue's face, he recognized his name. Mu Shue is indeed good-looking, and girls are ashamed of themselves in front of him. He deserves to be the first on the former appearance list. Miss Jiangxi. Shinsu leaned on the railing, holding his chin with his hand, thinking about how to answer more appropriately. Jiang Yan doesn't want to be disturbed now. Sure, you interrupted. He explained the facts calmly. Mu Shue did not force his way in. He nodded in understanding. Okay, I go find her later. I just happen to have something to tell you now. The two had already guessed what Muzhua was going to say. Sure enough, Muzhua said, Gu Heng may have said something to you, or not, but it's all in the past, and Gu Heng is dead. Let's put the past aside and think about the present. Everyone has seen the system message. After 17 hours, the copies will be merged again. At that time, we will face the competition for survival quota again. We don't know the situation in the other copy? Who will our opponents be? Will they have cooperated? So now the four of us will have a better chance of winning if we cooperate against the players in the other copy. What do you think? Although he was asking for their opinions, Muzhua's expression showed that he was full of confidence. He continued, to be honest, Jiangyan and I are friends, not only here, but also in real life. I also had a pleasant cooperation with Mr. Shen before. As for Mr. Shi, I actually wanted to cooperate with you and Mr. Shen before the copy was merged. I also asked Mr. Shen to ask for your opinion. I wonder if you have any impression. Sure, you thought of Gu Heng. Thinking of what Gu Heng said, Muzhua killed his two companions in the hotel with 2 shots without hesitation. It was difficult for him to have a good impression of Muzhua. We don't want to kill people. What you mean by cooperation is that we should kill all the players in the other copy, right? Sure, you said coldly, different concepts, so forget it. Isn't that the rule of the game? Muzhua was puzzled. Sure, you didn't speak, looked away, and seemed to not want to pay attention to him. Muzhua cast his eyes on Shensu. Shensu received his gaze, and tilted his head to look at Shiryu. He looked at her for a long time. When he looked at Muzhua again, the corners of his lips were raised. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Muzhua secretly felt relieved. Just when Muzhua thought that Shensu was going to help him persuade Shiryu, Shensu said, Sorry, we have different ideas, so let's forget about cooperation. Muzhua, ? You are smiling so happily if you don't want to cooperate? As for Jiangyan, you can ask her later. Shensu said again. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with me? Muzhua's tone was a little colder. Then I won't be polite to you next time we meet. Of course. Shensu smiled and responded, We won't be polite to you either. At this time, the door of the factory director's office was opened from the inside, and Jiangyan walked out. Her face was pale, her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She was in a very bad state, and her steps were weak, and she walked towards them slowly. Sister Jiang, let's go. Muzhua strode forward to help Jiangyan, but Jiangyan dodged sideways. The dodge was a bit large, Jiangyan staggered, and her heel stepped on a stone and almost fell. Shiryu quickly helped her up, and found that Jiangyan's steps were not only weak, but she had no strength at all, so Shiryu didn't dare to let go. When Jiangyan saw that it was Shiryu, she didn't refuse his help. Muzhua stared at Shiryu's hand supporting Jiangyan with an unfriendly look. Just when he was thinking about whether to disable or chop off that hand, his sight was blocked by a body. Shensu was half a head taller than Muzhua. He stood in front of Muzhua like a wall, and asked with a curious expression, Didn't you say that you knew Miss Jiang? But Miss Jiang doesn't look like she wants to go with you. Muzhua, Miss Jiang, do you know this person? Shensu turned around and asked. Jiangyan's pale lips moved, and her voice was hoarse. No. Muzhua, Did you hear that? Shensu raised his chin towards Muzhua. Miss Jiang said, She didn't know you, so we can't hand Miss Jiang over to a stranger. Shensu's body blocked Jiangyan, so that he could only see a corner of Jiangyan's clothes. Muzhua took 2 steps back, and Jiangyan's whole person came into his sight again. Muzhua stared at Jiangyan for a while, then glanced at Shiryu and Shensu, and turned away. These 2 people would die anyway. He was not in a hurry at this moment. He would come down from the sky when Jiangyan lost her protection and fell into danger. At that time, Jiangyan would know who was the person she could really rely on and trust. And he would be the final survivor and winner of this game. Chapter 46. We are going to go back to Platinum Supermarket to check the situation. Do you want to come with us? After Muzhua left, Shiryu asked Jiangyan. No. Jiangyan shook her head, thanked Shiryu, and let go of Shiryu's hand. You go. I want to calm down. Don't worry about me. After that, she turned around and went back to the room behind her and closed the door. Shensu asked, Let's go now. The only condition for Gu Heng to come to them was that they should not hurt Jiangyan, but he did not ask them to protect Jiangyan. Shiryu had just asked Jiangyan if she was willing to go with them. If Jiangyan agreed, they would not mind protecting Jiangyan, but Jiangyan chose to be alone. They have done their best, and what will happen to Jiangyan in the future has nothing to do with them. Shiryu did not move. His eyes still stayed on the door that Jiangyan closed. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "She just experienced extreme sadness. I am worried about her. I want to wait for her." After hesitating for a while, Sure you looked at Shinsu. "How about you go first?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shinsu's face was full of disapproval. "How could I leave you alone? Of course I will wait with you. Even if we die, we will die together." "Sure you, This person always speaks nonsense. You can't be too picky about the words, otherwise you will be angry to death." Worried about affecting Jiangyan, the two of them were a little further away, but not too far, and they could see the office door from a distance. The two found a smooth stone, and sat shoulder to shoulder, looking up just in time to see the red sun slowly emerging from the woods in front. The fog was thick in the early morning, and the clouds were a bit thick, blocking the strong light of the sun, leaving only a huge red disk hanging in the air, which was quite beautiful. Shiryu was fascinated by the red sun. Speaking of which, it seemed that this was the first time they sat together to appreciate the sunrise like this. Shinsu wanted to know what Shiryu felt at this time, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shiryu said, "I'm thinking about Lu Buiyue." Shinsu? Tell me again who you are thinking about. It turned out that it was Shinsu who misunderstood. "I'm recalling the first day I entered the game." Shiryu was immersed in his own thoughts, speaking slowly and clearly. "I first met Jiang Yin and the other two in the supermarket, and Lu Buiyue showed up soon after. Not only did he show up, he also brought the four of us together in a very short time, which shows that he knows every player's information well. Of course, this can also be said to be the authority given by the system to the dungeon boss. But generally speaking, players need to find the boss in the dungeon when playing games. This is a game experience, and one of the difficulties given to players by the game. There is absolutely no dungeon boss that will actively send us to the dungeon from the beginning. I had never paid attention to the principle of door-to-door visits before, but now I think it's very strange." Shinsu held his chin with his hand, nodded after listening, and said, "The copy I was in was almost the same. The place where I was teleported was also Buiyue's supermarket. Not long after I entered the supermarket, Lu Buiyue found the four of us players and took us to his office." "Yes, to the office." Sure you caught the key words and continued along this line of thought. "When Lu Buiyue picked up the four of us, he also took us directly to his office. We were in the supermarket at the time, but he didn't intend to take us around the supermarket. This can also be understood as Lu Buiyue being hospitable. We came from afar, and he wanted to entertain us first and let us rest. But every day after that, we read materials, discussed, held meetings, and tried to come up with plans for him in his office during the day, and went back to the hotel he arranged for us to sleep at night. Lu Buiyue only appeared once every time, told us something, arranged a task, and disappeared. Without his guidance, we couldn't just wander around. Our schedule in the past few days was almost fixed between the office and the hotel. It is true that we asked Lu Buiyue for information about the supermarket and the Lu family, but Lu Buiyue's various actions from the beginning seemed to be trying to achieve this result." Shinsu interrupted, "The information you mentioned?" Shinsu frowned and continued, "We didn't ask Lu Buiyue for any information. Lu Buiyue took the initiative to give us the information, saying that we might need it. And the information was very, very detailed, including reports and account books, and information involving commercial secrets. He even gave us the genealogy of the Lu family. After that, we were treated to delicious food and drinks, and we were so immersed in the information that we didn't think about going to see the supermarket itself." Shinsu thought about it, and came to a conclusion. Lu Buiyue seemed to be very happy to see us investigate his family, which can also be understood, as he was very satisfied with the direction of our investigation. "That's right." Sure you nodded. "He is inducing us to conduct a deeper investigation in this area, and when we listed all the suspects and contacted these people one by one, we found that it seemed that everyone could be cleared of suspicion. In other words, the fundamental reason why Buiyue's supermarket could not go bankrupt was not the company's top management or the Lu family." "Why did Lu Buiyue do this?" After Shiryu raised this question, he continued to analyze. If Lu Buiyue is Lu Buiyue from the Lu family in the dungeon, he must hope that the supermarket will go bankrupt as soon as possible so that he can inherit his father's legacy as soon as possible, instead of trying to induce us to investigate in the wrong direction. So I wonder if it is possible. Shiryu tilted his head to look at Shinsu and said calmly, "Lu Buiyue is not Lu Buiyue, but a player?" As soon as this sentence came out, both of them were silent. Through these analyses, this matter is no longer possible, but very likely. The live broadcast room was silent for several minutes before someone started to brush the barrage. Then the comments got more and more out of control. After their analysis, Does Lu Boyue seem to have some problems? Other Lu family members have one in each dungeon, but Lu Boyue serves 10 dungeons by himself. This doesn't seem like the system is squeezing NPCs, but more like the system is punishing players? If Lu Boyue is a player, then his punishment must be more than just serving players in 10 dungeons. Maybe there are additional tasks, such as not letting the supermarket go bankrupt? So he tried to divert everyone's investigation? Everyone go and take a look. Is there any great anchor who can directly? The broadcast room is blocked? Chin Ke, a top player on the wealth list, has been online for 103 hours. But his broadcast room cannot be entered, and the broadcast time of the anchors in the Platinum Supermarket copy is also 103 hours. I don't believe this is a coincidence. I remember that Chin Ke seemed to have violated the system's taboo in the last game. It seems reasonable to be thrown in for punishment. Lu Boyue is a fool with a lot of money. How well he matches our top player Chin Ke on the wealth list. Decoded. Lu Boyue is Chin Ke. At 9:15, Jiang Yan came out of the room. Her eyes were red and swollen, but the tears on her face had been wiped away, and she had temporarily come out of her sadness. The sun had risen high from the woods, and the dazzling light made it difficult for her to open her eyes. She closed her eyes, and then opened them again after adapting to the light. The sun made her want to cry, but she seemed to have no tears to shed. The sun rose, and today was a new day. It was just that every day from this moment on, the man who was always silent, restrained and affectionate would never appear by her side again. Jiang Yan took a step and walked along the road. She seemed to know what she was going to do, but she didn't seem to know. She just walked aimlessly until she saw Yu and Shensu, who were still staying in the garment factory. You haven't left yet? Jiang Yan was a little surprised, but she was not narcissistic enough to think that the other party was waiting for her deliberately. In reality, there may be occasional stranger's kindness, but in the game, she has never trusted anyone except Gu Heng, and she doesn't think pure friendship will happen between players. Just about to leave. Yu spoke before Shensu and asked Jiang Yan, "Let's go together?" Jiang Yan actually had no idea. But her current state is indeed not suitable for acting alone. She said, "Okay." At the same time, in a safe house with a warm layout that is independent of the 10 copies of Boyue's supermarket in space and synchronized with the game copy time, Lu Boyue is playing mobile games while eating potato chips and drinking Fat House happy water in the air conditioner. No, it should be Chin Ke. Chin Ke, the player who ranked first on the wealth list, and was thrown in by the system for punishment. Chin Ke's true appearance is different from Lu Boyue's. Lu Boyue is a top-notch handsome guy, but Chin Ke's appearance is more handsome than Lu Boyue's. This man has a face that cannot tell his age, cold white skin, auspicious phoenix eyes, narrow and upturned eye ends, and a small red mole under his eyes that outlines his appearance a bit charming, but overall no one would mistake him for a woman. He was wearing a light golden silk nightgown, with a loose neckline that revealed his collarbone and a piece of snow-white skin. His waist-length silver hair fell to one side on his chest, and his hair was still a little wet, probably just out of the shower. It was clear that the whole person was written with words such as evil and sexy from head to toe. However, he was playing games, but this behavior did not spoil the mood, but made people feel that he was still childish. Logically speaking, Chin Ke's appearance is more stunning than Mu Zhuo's, and the reason why Chin Ke did not surpass Mu Zhuo to become the top of the former appearance list is because the system clearly stipulates that players cannot occupy the top of multiple lists. This room is the safe house that Chin Ke bought with a lot of money. No one knows how much he spent, but it must be expensive. The function of the safe house is that even if the game copy is destroyed, the players staying in the safe house will be safe. Chin Ke played the game for a while, turned on the hang-up function, and then used the authority of the copy boss Lu Boyue to start watching the live broadcasts of the players in the 10 copies. The copies merged, and the players competed for the survival quota. At this time, the players would not think about whether the supermarket would go bankrupt. Then he only needed to lie down and wait until the copies merged into one to decide the final winner. Ensure that the Boyue supermarket would not go bankrupt during this period, and his punishment would be over. Suddenly Chin Ke paused drinking the Fat House happy water. Why did 3 people go to the Boyue supermarket? Chapter 47. Yu and his 3 companions returned to the city at 10:30 in the morning. The dungeon world has restored order, the paralyzed roads have resumed traffic, all the corpses and bloodstains on the streets have disappeared, and the surviving NPCs are living their lives as if nothing happened, as if the bloodshed last night was a dream. However, The number of players left in the dungeon shows that this is not a dream. The development of this world is not as fast as the real world. There are newsstands on the roadside. Sure, you picked up a newspaper today and read it. It reported that Zhang San's cat was stolen. Li Si's child got his head stuck in the fence because of mischief. Wang Matzi and his wife went to handle the divorce procedures for the 30th time, and the couple hugged and cried and returned home after mediation by the staff. But there was no report on the murders in the streets last night. This shows that the dungeon NPCs have no memory of last night. They went to the supermarket and went to Lu Buiyue's office in the backstage before entering the store. They did not see Lu Buiyue or Lu Buiyue's bodyguard. Lu Buiyue is gone. This further proves the fact that Lu Buiyue might be a player. Are you looking for Lu's family? Jiang Yan asked, and then said, I know the school where Lu Shan is studying. Maybe I can go find her. No. Sure, you waved his hand. I'm just confirming. We will mainly observe the supermarket today. Jiang Yan nodded and said nothing more. The supermarket was still bustling during the day. Customers pushed shopping carts and shuttled between the shelves in an orderly manner. There was no more crowding incident last night, and the supermarket seemed to have no problems on the surface. The three of them were mixed in the crowd, with Shinsu pushing a shopping cart, and Shiryu and Jiang Yan walking behind him. Others were selecting items, while they were observing people. After shopping for a while, Shiryu asked, Did you find anything? Shiryu asked this question to the two people, but Shinsu answered it first. Others are either young couples who come to the supermarket, or come with their besties, or a family of three. Our configuration of 2 men and 1 woman seems a bit strange. Shiryu raised his elbow, and was about to support Shinsu to ask him to be careful when he spoke, in case Jiang Yan was sad to hear this. But Shinsu's next words did make some sense. But these NPCs didn't even give us a glance. Shinsu continued, they were immersively shopping in the supermarket, entering the door, pushing the shopping cart, selecting goods, filling the shopping cart, checking out, and leaving. Everyone followed this process. Yes, I noticed it too. Jiang Yan really didn't care about the meaning of Shinsu's words. Details. Agreeing with Shinsu's analysis, I also noticed that every customer's shopping cart is almost full when they check out. They buy things in a very irregular and random way, just to fill the shopping cart. This makes people feel that they are here with a mission? And the mission is to buy like crazy, and never let the supermarket go bankrupt. So who is behind it? Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. We have ruled out all the suspected Lu family members and financial managers. Who else could it be? It may not be the NPC in the game that is controlling it. Shiryu said. What do you mean? Jiang Yan looked at Shiryu uncertainly. Player? Before Shiryu could speak, Jiang Yan shook her head and denied. The player's mission in the game is to bankrupt Buiyue's supermarket. If the player is controlling the NPC to go on a shopping spree, isn't that contradictory? Besides, the player should not have this authority. Ordinary players do not have this authority. Shinsu put one arm on the shopping cart armrest, turned sideways, and slowly interrupted. I'm not talking about ordinary players like us. This person's identity on the surface may not be a player. In the past few days since entering the game, have you noticed anyone's behavior is very strange? The identity on the surface is not a player. Behavior is strange. Jiang Yan bit these words, lowered her eyes, and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and said a name, Lu Buiyue. Once the train of thought was opened, some details that had been ignored before became clear. We ruled out all the suspects from the Lu family, but we didn't think of Lu Buiyue. Just because Lu Buiyue is our employer, we naturally ignored him. Jiang Yan's thoughts were clear, and her speech was fast. Now think about it. Since we entered the game, Lu Buiyue has not stayed in a certain place for a long time. He appears and disappears every time. His behavior is indeed suspicious. The information he gave us is very detailed and private. He even took out his family tree. It seems that he hopes we can come up with a plan quickly, but it also seems that he is deliberately guiding us to investigate the Lu family. And this direction is wrong. So Lu Buiyue may be a player. Jiang Yan finally came to this conclusion. She was not sure whether this conclusion was correct. But when Shiryu and Shinsu exchanged a look that only they could understand, and Shiryu, who was always cold, raised his lips slightly after looking at them, Jiang Yan was sure. She also realized that the two had already reached this conclusion, and were just testing her. But Jiang Yan didn't feel angry. She really should keep herself busy physically and mentally, so that she wouldn't have time to think about random things. Let's divide the work and cooperate. I go to the second floor. Jiang Yan turned around and left after saying this. The live broadcast room at this moment. Ha ha ha, the young couple is so sticky, Even Miss Jiangyan can't stand it. Jiangyan's inner thoughts. I can't bear to watch it, I have to act alone. That look was really eye to eye. As a man, I felt that the air around me was emitting pink bubbles, and Jiangyan, a little girl, would definitely not be able to stand it. Ah, my wife, that guy who laughed at me just disappeared. I'm new here, I don't understand. I just want to ask if these two guys are real lovers or just hype. Leave the couple alone. Leave the couple alone. Leave the couple alone. Lin Fengbai has been staying in the item bar since the dungeon merged last night. Sure, you thought that Lin Fengbai might be sleeping, so he didn't take the initiative to summon him out. But if we talk about sleeping, this sleeping time is too long, it's lunch time. Speaking of lunch, Lu Buiyue provided them with 3 meals a day before, but now Lu Buiyue's meal ticket is gone, and they don't have the currency of this world. How to solve the lunch problem? By the way, where is Lin Fengbai? Shinsu somehow thought of Lin Fengbai with him, and Shinsu said to Shiryu, summon Lin Fengbai, I have something to ask him. Shiryu didn't ask Shinsu what he wanted to do with Lin Fengbai. He thought that no matter how sleepy Lin Fengbai was, he should have had enough sleep, so he found a corner blocked by the shelves and summoned him out. Lin Fengbai, wearing a shirt and trousers, appeared in front of the two of them. He looked energetic, his eyes were wide open, and he looked at Shiryu and then at Shinsu. He didn't look like he was woken up from his sleep. Shiryu was no longer worried about waking up Lin Fengbai. He was very curious about what Shinsu wanted to talk to Lin Fengbai about. It is said that you can put items from this world into the props column. This sounded like human words, but the next sentence. Can you get some coins from this world and put them in the props column? Sure you, Shinsu said, we are hungry and want to go out for a meal. You should be hungry too, right? Shinsu continued, there is a good restaurant nearby, but it is a bit expensive, so we can get as much as we can. Sure you, Lin Fengbai was speechless for a while before saying, other gadgets are okay, but I can't get money. This is against the rules. But you could exchange them with game coins. You should have settled the game coins in the last round of the game, right? Indeed, they have settled them. Sure you and Shinsu got 125 and 117 game coins respectively in the last game. They can be exchanged for real-world currency at a ratio of 1 to 100, which is enough for several meals. However, in this dungeon world, the exchange rate between game coins and dungeon currency is 1:1, so the two people's total assets are less than 300 yuan. They are not short of money in the real world, but they are too poor to go to a restaurant here. Recently, the four of them ate a bowl of rice each at a fast food restaurant. Dinner was also eaten at a fast food restaurant. In order to save them money, Lin Fengbai didn't order dinner. He didn't need to eat because he was in a spirit pet state. After dinner, the four of them gathered together. Probably because of the addition of Lin Fengbai, Jiang Yan didn't ask to go to the second floor alone, so the four of them acted together. Jiang Yan didn't ask much about why Lin Fengbai suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. There are more customers in the supermarket after nightfall than during the day. In fact, the design of customer NPCs is quite reasonable on the basis of unreasonableness. There are more middle-aged and elderly people during the day, and more young people at night. As more and more customers poured in, the supermarket was still crowded, and the four were squeezed to the shelf of the snack area. This supermarket is really an unmanned supermarket. The customers in the supermarket are so crowded that no supermarket staff or security came to evacuate them. Aren't they afraid of a stampede? Of course, the stampede did not happen, but there was a little accident. The crowded crowd in front suddenly dispersed to both sides, and some curious customers couldn't help but lean over to see. Some people around were screaming, some were sighing, and some were making phone calls. What happened? What happened to her? I don't know, she fainted suddenly. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. Call 120. Call 120. The four of them also squeezed over to see what was happening in front of them. Shiryu was stunned. A little girl fainted on the snow-white floor. The little girl was wearing a goose-yellow long skirt and had long hair. When she fell, her head landed on the ground. She had lost consciousness, and dark red blood was still pouring out of her mouth and nose. About 10 minutes later, 120 arrived, and the nurse came with a stretcher to carry the person away. Where the little girl lay, a pool of dark red blood accumulated on the snow-white floor, and a pearl earring was left next to it. The fainted little girl, the time when 120 came, the pearl earring left on the ground. Everything was exactly the same as what happened last night. Shiryu looked at the NPCs around him again, and found that some of them were familiar to him. These people came to the supermarket to shop last night, and even the big brother who called 120 was the big brother who called 120 last night. I've seen this little girl. Shinsu spoke first. His expression was a little more serious than usual. Last night, at about this time, in this place, she fainted once, and was carried away by 120. Jiang Yin and Lin Fengbai looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, there was joy, because they were one step closer to the truth. So, sure, you murmured, it's not that people are manipulating customers shopping, but that the supermarket is cycling a certain day, and its turnover always remains at a certain number, so the supermarket will never go bankrupt. Shinsu continued his words. In other words, if the cycle is broken, the supermarket will go bankrupt. At this moment, Qin Ke, who was in the safe house with air conditioning, eating potato chips, drinking happy water, and watching a small TV, froze. The potato chips in his hand suddenly didn't smell good. Chapter 48. Break the cycle, the supermarket will go bankrupt, and they can clear the level in advance. So the question is how to break the cycle. Sure, you and the other four have not thought of a way to break the cycle, and Shinko on the other side can no longer sit still. The time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Lu Buyu appeared in the supermarket. No, it should be said that Shinko, who was disguised as Lu Buyu, appeared in the supermarket and found Shiryu and the other four. The Lu Buyu in front of him was wearing a pink shirt and black trousers, with his hair styled up, and looked like a human being. In appearance, he was still the same Lu Buyu, but his eyes were different from the previous Lu Buyu. They could guess that Lu Buyu was a player, so Lu Buyu probably knew their guess. The four of them became alert. As a result, the first sentence that Lu Buyu said when he came over was, "I am not Lu Buyu." Four people, ? Lu Buyu said again, "Actually, I am a player just like you." Four people, ? Everyone was not surprised by this fact. After all, they had already guessed it. What surprised them was Lu Buyu's straightforward attitude. My real name is Qin Ku, which means Ku in terms of duty. You can see my name at a glance on the wealth list. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. I can guarantee that my name is real, and I am also real. Qin Ku's speaking style is not much different from that of Lu Buyu before. But perhaps Lu Buyu, this NPC has never existed, and the person under the skin has always been Qin Ku. After hearing this, Shiryu, Shinsu, and Jiang Yin actually opened the game panel and looked at it. Although they could not see each other's game panel, they could see this action, which was uniform and unconcealed. Qin Ku, the first on the wealth list. After reading it, it was everyone's turn to be silent. Okay, it's awesome. Qin Ku said with an expression of now you believe it, right? The reason why I was thrown into this dungeon by the system is that I was punished, so my role and mission are different from yours. I won't tell you the reason for the punishment. He added seriously, after all, I have to save face. Lin Fengbai made a puff sound. Shiryu's mouth twitched, Shinsu tilted his head to look at Shiryu, and the corners of his lips also rose a little. Jiang Yin looked at Shiryu expressionlessly, then at Shinsu, and finally at Lin Fengbai. Lin Fengbai is still more pleasing to the eye. Lin Fengbai found that Jiang Yin was looking at him. He politely blinked at Jiang Yin, and then blinked again. Finally, he found that Jiang Yin seemed to be staring at her in a daze. I don't like to beat around the bush. I came to you to make a deal with you. After Lu Buyu got straight to the point, he asked, do you know the safe house? Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't know, it should be a good thing from the name. The safe house, as the name suggests, is an absolutely safe place in the game. Qin Ku explained to everyone, for the system, the safe house is a prop, and for the player, the safe house is a refuge. Players can avoid all harm in the safe house, including... Qin Ku spoke the last sentence very slowly, and his eyes slowly swept over everyone while speaking, as if he meant something, the damage caused by the system. Sure, you thought to himself, as expected. Lu Buyu, no, Qin Ku can see the situation of other players, and perhaps also know their tasks. This may be the authority from NPC Lu Buyu. Of course, such a good item is extremely rare. Qin Ku's tone became cheerful again, with a bit of complacency. It can be said that there are only 2 safe houses in the whole game, and I am very lucky, one of the safe houses is here. Qin Ku did not hide it, and said directly, I know the content of your mission. Yes, it was me a few days ago. I deliberately led you to investigate in the wrong direction. You should have guessed the reason. Our tasks are contradictory. In fact, you can't blame me. There are 40 players in your 10 copies, and I am only one person. It is really not easy for me to deal with 40 of you alone. I know you have figured out the truth, and I also know what you want to do, so let's make a deal. Can we not do it? Chinka had a flattering smile on his face, but the smile was retracted in less than 3 seconds, and Chinka said with a straight face, of course, there is no room for negotiation. So I'm going to make a deal with you. Chinka said a lot of nonsense, and finally got to the point. Don't continue investigating, don't let the supermarket go bankrupt. In exchange, I will let you enter my safe house and provide you with shelter until the end of this game. How about it? This direction was unexpected by everyone. As a normal person with a healthy mind and body from the new society, sure you didn't want to kill people in the game, nor did he want to be killed. They turned back to investigate the supermarket, and wanted to complete the task ahead of time for this reason. Chinka's safe house can provide them with shelter, so that they can avoid fighting with other players. Actually, this deal is not bad. Chinka has already told him so much, and Shinsu also told Chinku a little bit, actually. We haven't figured out a solution yet, Mr. Chin is too impatient. Chinku, you will figure out a solution sooner or later. Shinsu, This statement cannot be refuted. Chinka continued, but I really can't let the supermarket go bankrupt. Then my punishment cannot be completed, and I will be miserable. Really, understand me. You enter my safe house without taking risks, and your life will not be in danger. When the 10 copies are merged into one and the final winner is determined, you can leave safely, and at most the reward will be a little less when the game is settled. But the reward is game coins, because the probability of getting props is too low, and I have a lot of game coins. When the game is over, I will give you 10,000 game coins each. Chinka's attitude can be said to be very sincere. He also looks very honest. And there's money. They fought hard in the last copy, but only got a little over 100 game coins at the end of the settlement. Chinka said without blinking that he would give them 10,000 game coins each. That's 10,000 game coins. Words are not enough. Sure, you said, how can we believe the authenticity and validity of this transaction? Chinka said, we can let the system draft an agreement. If you don't plan to attack the supermarket, I will provide you with a safe house until the end of the game. Those who violate the contract will hand over their lives to the other party. Sure, I'm fine. Shinsu, I'm okay too. Jianyan, draft an agreement. Chinka summoned the system elf and said, you heard our conversation just now, right? Do you understand what we mean? A queen voice answered, yes, master. Sure, you could often feel the human side of the system. He guessed that this system elf was just an artificial intelligence created by the system, not a real system, but it was enough to draft an agreement. In less than 3 minutes, several paper agreements fell down. Everyone signed the agreement after reading it, and then Chinka took them to the safe house. The safe house is a very warm house. Whether it is the room decoration or the furniture arrangement, even a tablecloth or a pillow in the room, they are all warm colors, giving people a very comfortable feeling like returning home. The coffee table is full of various snacks, there is a small refrigerator against the wall, and a game console on the sofa. It feels more like home. But the safe house is just a single room plus a bathroom. It is enough for Chinka to live alone. With so many people coming in at once, the room becomes small. And Chinka, who entered the safe house, changed from Lu Buiyue back to his original appearance. Ruefin eyes, cold white complexion, red mole under the eye, long silver hair, light golden silk nightgown. The gap between her and Lu Buiyue is more than just a little bit. That is the distance that Lu Buiyue can't catch up with even if he carries a rocket. But as soon as Chinka opened his mouth, Lu Buiyue's feeling came back. Everyone sit down for a while, take whatever you want to eat, there are drinks in the refrigerator, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. Sure, you looked at the place where there was nowhere to sit. The lazy sofa was naturally reserved for the only lady here. The only other place to sit was on the floor. But the floor was covered with carpet, so it was not impossible to sit. Lin Fengbai had already sat on the carpet and started studying the snacks on the coffee table, and even took a piece of chocolate to Jianyan. But Jianyan didn't answer. She didn't even move. She looked at Chinka's face for a long time and said, I think I've seen you before. In the game? Chinka was very surprised, and then he laughed, that shouldn't be the case? I always disguise myself in the game. Only here is my real appearance, and the live broadcast room can't see the situation in the safe house, so even if you have watched my live broadcast, you should not have seen me. At this moment, the live broadcast rooms of the 4 people were all black, but they could send barrages, and the audience was cursing, safe house. It turns out that Chinka is hiding in the safe house, so we can't see him. Why is the screen black when entering the safe house? What content can't we noble VIP users see? Let you use wife out for me. I don't want to see Mujwa's idiot. Chiinka seems to look different every time he enters the game. If I didn't squat in his live broadcast room, I wouldn't know which one is him. By the way, has anyone seen Chiinka's real appearance? No. Never seen Adwan. In the safe house, Jiangyan shook her head and said, "It's not a game, it's in reality." Chiinka's hand holding the happy water shook. When he calmed down and looked at Jiangyan again, Jiangyan had already left the topic and squatted on the ground to talk quietly with Lin Fengbai. She also took the chocolate that Lin Fengbai handed to her. Shiryu and Shinsu stood by the wall and witnessed all this. Shiryu thought that Jiangyan was a star in real life, so it was not strange that Chiinka knew Jiangyan. Chiinka looked like this, so it was not strange that Jiangyan remembered him after seeing him once. And Jiangyan had seen Chiinka, which meant that the two of them might have some kind of origin in real life. Maybe Chiinka took the initiative to find them for this reason. Shiryu didn't think that the person who sat firmly on the top of the wealth list would be a good man. What do you want to eat? Shinsu bumped Shiryu's shoulder. I get it for you. Obviously, what Shinsu saw just now was that Lin Fengbai handed chocolate to Jiangyan and tried to imitate it. Shiryu moved to the side and said, "No." Shinsu said again, "I want to drink water. You are closer to the refrigerator. Can you help me get a bottle?" Shiryu looked at himself. After he moved over, he could indeed reach the refrigerator with his hand. Shiryu took a bottle of orange-flavored sparkling water from the refrigerator. Shinsu took it and exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know I like orange-flavored drinks? Aren't all your lollipops this flavor?" Shiryu glanced at Shinsu. Shinsu smiled and said, "Why are you so concerned about me?" Shiryu, you think too much. Chiinka has already started to command the system elf to expand the safe house. Although he said he was commanding, Chiinka actually only gave one order. The house is too small. Do you understand what I mean? Elf, got it, master. The house was expanded very quickly. In a blink of an eye, several rooms appeared out of thin air, and furniture was automatically added, all in warm colors. In less than half an hour, the one-bedroom and one-bathroom house was expanded into a large house with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. Elf, master, the expansion has been completed, please inspect it. Chiinka went to inspect it. He didn't look very good after the inspection. Chiinka called out the elf. Do you want to see what you are expanding? How many people are there? Can't you count? Or do you not treat Mr. Lin as a human? Lin Fengbai whispered. I don't actually need a room. He is a spirit pet, not a human, and he can sleep in the prop column. Elf, no master. Elf, I thought Mr. Shin and Mr. Shur slept in the same room. Chiinka, so you also prepared a big bedroom for them? Should I praise you for being smart? Elf, Xiaoling also thinks he is very smart. Chiinka, Chapter 49. There are 5 of them in total. After the system elf expanded the house, there are only 4 bedrooms. You can't let anyone sleep in the living room? This is not the way to entertain guests. And Chiinka himself doesn't want to sleep in the living room. Sorry, Xiaoling is sometimes a little mentally retarded. I asked it to expand another bedroom. Wait a minute. Chiinka said apologetically. No need. No need to bother. Shiryu and Shinsu spoke almost at the same time. Chiinka, no need? Shiryu was about to say that he and his assistant could live in the same room, but Shinsu spoke before him. That's good. Shinsu put an arm on Shiryu's shoulder and raised his eyebrows at Shiryu while speaking. It's just right that we can communicate in the evening, right? Shiryu met Shinsu's eyes. He understood in his heart. Chiinka said that the live broadcast room could not see the situation in the safe house, so it was safer to talk here. Shinsu probably had something to tell him. Shiryu nodded slightly. It was an affirmation of Shinsu's words. When Shiryu came to his senses, he found that the room had fallen into a strange silence. Everyone looked at him, looked at Shinsu, looked at him again, and then looked at Shinsu again. Then, they looked away together, as if nothing had happened, and each did their own thing. Chiinka said to the system elf, It turns out that when you are not mentally retarded, you are still quite smart, huh? Shiryu? ? The bedroom allocation was decided. Shiryu and Shinsu went to live in the big bedroom, and the others had a bedroom each. But no one was sleepy, because it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. The next copy merge is about to begin. Whether the safe house is absolutely safe as Chiinka said depends on the situation after this copy merge. At 12 o'clock in the morning, all players receive system information, copy merge completed. The copy merge situation is as follows. Copy B and copy C are merged into copy F. Copy D and copy E are merged into copy G. Copy O will not be merged this time. A single copy can only accommodate 4 players. The copy merge has caused the players to be full. Players have 6 hours to act. If the number of players in a single copy still exceeds 4 after 6 hours, the system will randomly assign players to die until there are only 4 players in a single copy. The time for the next copy merge is to be determined. Players have fun playing. The system notification for this copy merge is slightly different from the last time. The first copy merge was 10 copies merged into 5 copies in pairs. This time there are only 5 copies. It is reasonable not to merge the extra copy for the time being. But this time, the system did not say the specific time for the next copy merge. This is not a good thing for players. But it didn't matter to the people in the safe house. They just had to lie down and wait for the game to end. Do you want to see the situation of other players? Chinka asked. The warm light of the chandelier shone on the fabric sofa in the middle of the living room. There were several pots of green plants on the wall, and a TV was right in front. Chinka led everyone to sit on the sofa, and then turned on the TV. The TV was not an ordinary TV, but a 9-grid monitor. Each window monitored a player, and it could be adjusted to a 12-grid, or a single window could be enlarged. Do you think Lubuyu seems to be busy every day? He appears and disappears every time, just like his father, a master of time management. Chinka said while turning down the TV, actually, he doesn't want to do it either, he is forced to do it. Because I have to serve not only you, but also the players of the other 9 copies. Because we have to treat everyone equally, we can't be partial to one and not to the other. I have to not only prevent you from taking the right path, but also try to lead you astray. You can imagine how hard I have been these days. Everyone, But it's not without any benefits. Chinka sighed. I inherited Lu Buyua's busyness, but also gained his authority. Everyone, I found that Chinka is also a humorous comedian. Chinka accurately found Mujua's monitoring window, and enlarged it to occupy the entire TV screen, and then brought drinks, melon seeds and peanuts. Thanks to NPC Lu Buyua. Let them watch the live broadcast in the live broadcast. Before the second copy merge, the copy that Shiryu and the other 3 were in was copy E, and Mujua was also in copy E. At this moment, 3 of the 4 players who survived copy E were in the safe house, and only Mujua was in the danger zone. Therefore, after the 2 copies were merged, it was equivalent to Mujua alone against the 4 people in copy D. 1v4, very exciting. Well, Chinka knows how to choose movies. Mujua put on a resurrection armor, took out a sniper rifle, ambushed on the top floor of a building in the downtown area, and watched coldly as the 2 copy NPCs under the building fought each other until blood flowed, and his eyes were fixed on the Luz Hotel across the street through the scope. His 2 resurrection armors were not consumed last time, which means he still has 2 lives. It can be said that there is no problem in clearing this dungeon. And he wants more than just clearing it. He is an old player in the game. Players and NPCs are easy to distinguish. The behavior trajectory of NPCs has a specific program, and occasionally there will be bugs, while all the behaviors of players are random. At this time, a person walked out of the lobby on the first floor of Luz Hotel. With the light in the lobby, it can be seen that this is a thin man wearing a plaid shirt, with messy hair and wrinkled clothes. It seems that he just woke up from a dream. He looked around nervously, hesitated for a moment, and was about to run to the left, which seemed safer. A bullet hit him in the forehead. He fell straight to the ground, his eyes were still wide open, as if he didn't understand what happened. At this time, an icon in the prop column of Mujua's game panel flashed. Sniper Accuracy +1. This gun has a function. Every time you kill someone with it, the sniper accuracy will increase a little bit. It is a bit like the killing book in a real game, but the difference is that the sniper accuracy can be infinitely stacked and will not decrease. In other words, the more people he kills, the better his shooting skills will be. Now the sniper accuracy of this gun has been stacked to 657. When it is stacked to 999, he doesn't even need to shoot manually, he can kill people directly with his mind. The system stipulates that players cannot occupy the top of multiple rankings. He has now dropped from the first place in the appearance list, which means he can compete for the first place in the technical list. Mujua's blood is boiling. Thinking of this, Mujua fired again, and sniped a player who appeared in the scope. It was a strong man who got off the motorcycle and ran towards the corpse just now. The 2 should know each other. He kindly sent this man on his way to the underworld. 2 of the 4 players in copy D have died, and now there are 2 left. It may not work to continue to wait. Mujwa put away the sniper rifle and prepared to walk on the street to lure the people out. In the safe house, Chink opened another monitoring window. Compared with the fighting and killing in other small TVs, this small TV is very quiet. In the suburban woods, a tall man in camouflage clothes and covered in blood sat in front of the fire. This man was in copy A, which had not been merged at the moment, but he looked very tired. The firelight reflected a face with strong features, but ordinary, and his expression was deeply tired. The firelight at night can easily attract enemies. But he didn't seem to care. There are only two possibilities. One is that the other party is a novice, who doesn't know how to survive in the wild, and the other is that the other party is very powerful. This person is obviously the second one. He is Emorugi. Chink introduced to everyone, Emorugi, the second-ranked master on the technical list, is good at close combat and often uses a saber as a weapon. Chink continued, he just lost a brother. He was a brother he met in real life when he entered the game. He was killed by someone. The man might not be his brother's opponent in a single fight, but the man used a trick. That man was also killed by Emorugi. His brother died a bit tragically. He might have lost control and got covered in blood. In fact, he was not injured much. The blood was all from the other party. Sounds like a man of great courage. Shinsu sighed. While talking, he tapped his fingers on the back of Shiryu's sofa. When Shiryu turned around, his fingers almost touched his cheek. Shiryu sat on the single sofa, and Shinsu sat sideways on the armrest of his sofa, with one hand on the back of his sofa. Shiryu didn't understand. He couldn't understand it. There were so many empty seats. Why did Shinsu have to squeeze in with him? From time to time, he would play with the ends of his hair with his fingertips, making his neck itchy. He warned him many times with his eyes. Shinsu admitted his mistakes quickly, but he would dare to do it again next time. Yes, Emorugi is indeed very loyal. Chink continued, to describe it in one word, it is righteousness. For Emorugi, sticking his neck out for his brothers is not an adjective, he really does it. And he is also very upright. If he hates someone, he will fight him openly. Emorugi hates people who shoot him in the back the most. Chink said softly, Mujwa is exactly the type he hates. No one likes Mujwa. No one commented on the live broadcast of Mujwa killing people just now. From Chink's brisk tone, it can be heard that Chink doesn't seem to like Mujwa very much. Very good. Everyone's battle line is unified. At this moment, Mujwa is hiding behind a bunker with his chest covered. System prompt, Resurrection armor has been broken. Resurrection armor has been used. 0 He encountered a sniper. The opponent was hiding in a high-rise building just like him, and he was a good shooter, hitting him right in the heart with one shot. Fortunately, he was wearing a resurrection armor, otherwise he would have died instantly. But his resurrection armor was also useless. Although the resurrection armor saved his life, the wound was real. Mujwa used special medicine on himself and hid behind the bunker and waited quietly for the wound to heal. The wound was too deep, and it would take about 10 minutes to fully recover. Time passed by. When the wound was half recovered, Mujwa heard footsteps, not just one person's footsteps, but two voices whispering. Hit right in the heart, he must be dead. I'm worried, let's go and confirm it. You stay. I go and confirm it. Dead? Just by them? Mujwa sneered in his heart. He held his breath and listened to the footsteps approaching. Suddenly, he stood up, raised his gun, loaded it, and fired. A series of actions in one go. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more bodies in the alley. Mujwa's chest wound was completely healed. So far, all 4 people in Copy D have been killed. The 3 people in Copy E, except him, are probably in Platinum Supermarket at this moment. I wonder if they have thought of a way to pass the level? Mujwa packed up his things and prepared to go to Platinum Supermarket. At this time, the system popped up a notification again. Due to the excessive performance of a player, the copy will be merged again in 1 minute. Copy merge completed. The copy merge situation this time is as follows. Copy G and Copy A are merged into Copy H. Currently only copies are left, Copy F and Copy H. A single copy can only accommodate 4 players. The copy merger has caused the players to be full. If the number of players in a single copy still exceeds 4 at 6 o'clock in the morning, the system will randomly assign death to the players, until there are only 4 players in a single copy. The next copy merger time will be the next 0 o'clock. Players have fun playing. Everyone in the safe house also received the system message that the copy was merged again. The copy was merged again, but the next copy merger time and the death trial time remain unchanged. It is now 4 o'clock in the morning, less than 2 hours away from 6 o'clock, and there is not much time left for the players. But this has nothing to do with Shiryu and others who have become spectators in the safe house. Shinka chewed a watermelon and said, Mujua is facing Imorugi. It's exciting. Mujua's eyelids twitched when he saw the system information. He was a little puzzled. What is the system doing? But he soon figured out that the system was giving him a head. But when Mujua saw Imorugi through the scope, his eyelids twitched again. This time it was more intense than the last time. Chapter 50. As an old player, Mujua naturally knew Imorugi. Imorugi, who ranked second on the technical list, was a tough guy. No one would get any good results if they confronted Imorugi head-on, but he couldn't kill Imorugi either. Imorugi was a man of loyalty and righteousness, and he had a lot of brothers. If he killed Imorugi, those people would not let him go. However, he didn't necessarily have to make enemies with Imorugi. Compared to Shiryu and Shinsu, who had little game experience and only good looks but better luck, Imorugi was a better target for use. For safety reasons, Mujua still put on a resurrection armor for himself. His other resurrection armor had been destroyed by the sniper. This was the only resurrection armor he had left. At 4:30 in the morning, the fight between NPCs had ended. Corpses were lying all over the street, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Almost at the moment when Mujua walked out, a tall figure wearing camouflage uniform and a crew cut stopped not far away. Who? Mujua walked out with a smile on his face, and his attitude could be said to be very good. Mr. M.O., hello, I am Mujua. Mr. M.O. should have heard of me. What's the matter? Imorugi had no expression on his face, and did not say whether he knew Mujua. Mujua did not beat around the bush, and said directly, Mr. M.O. is alone? I wonder if Mr. M.O. is interested in finding a temporary partner. I think I am a good candidate. Imorugi, I only cooperate with trustworthy people. Mujua's face suddenly became ugly, and he spoke for a long time. Mr. M.O. means? To be my enemy? Whatever. Imorugi ignored Mujua and turned away. The audience in the live broadcast room could not see Shiryu, Shinsu, or Jiangyan, so they could only come to see Mujua reluctantly. Therefore, Mujua's live broadcast room gathered fans from all walks of life, and the comments were also very mixed. Where does Mujua get his confidence from? Does he need to see who he is talking to? He is not qualified to be a partner or an enemy, okay? Ha ha ha, I like Imorugi's attitude. Great job, great job. I feel good to see Mujua get humiliated. Daily question, when will Mujua die? An hourly question, when will Yu's wife be released? It means that I really don't want to see Mujua. Think about it in a positive way. Although I don't want to see Mujua, he may be able to help us find Shiryu. Think too much. Instead of pinning my hopes on him, I might as well trust the system. I have a hunch that the system will not let them lie flat until the end of the game. Without cooperating with Imorugi, Mujua can also play alone. He went to the Platinum Supermarket first, but didn't see Jiang Yen and the others. Then he didn't wait like before, but wandered around the city with a gun. He met a lone player on the road, and he killed him with one shot. Then Mujua met two more players, two little girls. The one with short hair looked like a college student, and the one with long hair looked older. When they saw him, fear flashed in their eyes, and they stepped back uncontrollably, but they didn't dare to run away. Mujua was not a man who sympathized with women, and he didn't often do heroic things to save the beautiful. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed it at the two little girls. At this moment, the little girl with short hair suddenly shouted in one direction, Mr. M.O. Save us! Mujua stopped and turned around. Imorugi was standing at the corner of the street. He paused for a moment after hearing what he said, and then walked towards him with big strides, looking like he was ready to take care of this trivial matter. Mr. M.O. would rather cooperate with these two powerless girls than with me? Mujua watched Imorugi approach, then walked past him, and finally stood in front of the two girls. He didn't look away during the whole process. Mujua slowly pointed the muzzle of his gun at Imorugi. Mr. M.O. should know that my shooting skills are always accurate. Let's have a competition. Imorugi drew the saber from his waist, and his resolute and calm eyes fell on Mujua. If I win, you let them go. If I lose, you do whatever you want. It's actually a bit funny to mention competition in the game. Because in the game competition, there is no winning or losing, only you die and I live. Mujua really doesn't want to fight with Imorugi. He is not good at close combat, and Imorugi is a close combat expert. Mujua shook the gun in his hand and said, I am a hot weapon, you are a cold weapon, this is unfair to you. Imorugi, it doesn't matter. It seems that this competition is inevitable. The two of them pulled away, and Mujwa took the lead in firing the first shot at Imorugi. Imorugi's arm was horizontal, and the movement was as fast as lightning. The bullet hit the saber with a clang, and then the bullet changed direction and shot into the wall next to it. There was a bullet hole on the wall, and Imorugi's saber was intact. Mujwa opened his eyes in disbelief, and Imorugi was close to him in a second of distraction. Imorugi is a real person. He said a competition is a competition. Although the moves are fierce, they are not life-threatening. His gun has killed more than 600 people. The long-haired girl suddenly spoke in a loud and orderly voice. When he has accumulated 999 lives, he can kill people directly with his mind. Mr. Mo, if you show mercy to him today, more players will die under his gun in the future. The short-haired girl said, my boyfriend was shot dead by him. Xiao Chung is usually not competitive and has a quiet personality. He will never take the initiative to provoke others. He killed Xiao Chung for no reason. The short-haired girl sobbed as she spoke. The long-haired girl hugged her in her arms and comforted her. Don't cry, dear, don't cry. Chung Yuan doesn't want to see you cry in heaven. Chung Yuan? Imorugi paused for a moment and asked, Chung in the equation, Yuan in the wilderness, born in 1994? The short-haired girl opened her eyes wide. How do you know? Imorugi's face darkened, and when he looked at Mujwa again, there was a bit more murderous intent in his eyes. Chung Yuan is also my brother. I always thought he died in the game. Not at all. The short-haired girl wiped her tears, and every word was sobbing. There is actually not much danger in that game. Xiao Chung didn't need to die. It was Mujwa. He was the one who shot with a gun. He not only killed Xiao Chung, but nearly half of the players in that copy died under his gun. He also used props to change the content of the live broadcast, so everyone still doesn't know the truth. Killing someone means paying with your life, which is only natural. Imorugi's voice was very deep. You like to judge others' life and death so much, you should have thought that one day it would be your turn. Let me judge you today. Imorugi held the knife again, and this time he was no longer polite. Mujwa was unable to resist, and was beaten back step by step. He didn't even have time to use the escape props. In the end, he sacrificed an arm to finally make the teleportation props work. Mujwa teleported to the suburbs 20 kilometers away. Perhaps because of the serious injuries on his body, the system prompted, Resurrection armor has been broken. Resurrection armor has been used. 0. The only remaining resurrection armor is also invalid. Mujwa leaned against a big tree and injected himself with 3 bottles of medicine in one breath. He didn't have the strength to fight with others now. It was almost 6 o'clock, so let the system randomly assign death to players. The system favored him. Anyway, this random would not happen to him. 6 o'clock. The system information popped up. The total number of players in copy H is equal to 4, and the player death will not be assigned this time. There are 17 hours and 59 minutes left before the next copy merge. Mujwa was stunned. There are only 4 people left alive in this copy? Imorugi will definitely not die. So the 2 women who followed Imorugi died? But even if that's the case, he, Imorugi, plus Jiang Yin, and the other 3, there should be 5 people alive in total? He didn't see Shiryu, Shinsu, and Jiang Yin along the way. Could it be that the 2 women didn't die, and Jiang Yin and the other 3 had cleared the level? The 3 of them didn't clear the level, but they were almost there. According to Qin Ke, when the dungeons are merged again at 12 a.m. tonight, the final winner will be chosen, and they can leave the game. Are you all sleepy? Qin Ke yawned. His long silver hair was a little messy because he had been lying on the sofa for several hours. He pulled his hair twice, making it even messier. He said, there are still more than 10 hours before the next merge. Go take a shower and sleep for a while. You can watch the replay later. Several people watched the small TV all night and were really sleepy, so they went back to their own rooms to sleep. Everyone had a single room, so there was no trouble. But Shiryu and Shinsu, who lived in a double bedroom, were different. The 2 walked into the room one after the other. The double bed was placed in the middle. In addition, there was only a single sofa and 2 bedside tables in the room. The number of rooms was expanded a lot, but the area of the room was not very good. The remaining floor was not even enough for a bed. In other words, they had only one choice, that is, both of them slept in the bed. Shiryu had never shared the same bed with others since he was a child. Although he and Shinsu had lived in the same room before, they had never slept in the same bed. Shiryu felt a little regretful. Why did he agree to sleep in the same room with Shinsu? Compared with Shiryu's discomfort, Shinsu was quite comfortable. He sat on the bed directly after entering the room, just like returning to his own home. I don't know if it was unintentional or deliberate. Shinsu chose the position near the bathroom and left the window position for Shiryu. Shiryu didn't think much about it. He also sat down beside the bed and asked with a puzzled look, "What do you want to tell me?" Shinsu paused while taking off his clothes. He turned his head to look at Shiryu, staring at Shiryu for a few seconds with an expression more puzzled than Shiryu, and asked back, "Did I say what I wanted to tell you?" "Shiryu, eh?" Shinsu tilted his head and thought for a while. He really couldn't remember it. He said apologetically, Maybe it's because I'm sleepy. When I'm sleepy, my mind is not clear. When my mind is not clear, my memory becomes worse. Did I tell you what I wanted to say just now?" The two of them were silent for a moment, facing each other. Shiryu looked away first. "I guess I misunderstood. Although the bedroom is small, it has an independent bathroom." Shiryu got up and walked to the bathroom. After 2 steps, he stopped and asked, "Do you want to take a shower first?" Shinsu waved his hand. "You go first." When Shiryu came out of the shower, it was already completely bright. The morning sunlight shone through the glass window and fell on the bed. Although this was a double bedroom, fortunately the sheets and quilts were pure colors without strange patterns. Shinsu also took a shower and came out quickly. Shiryu lay on the bed, not asleep yet. First, the sunlight was too dazzling, and the sleepiness that was brewing suddenly disappeared. Second, Shiryu looked to the side, mainly because he was not used to sleeping in the same bed with others. Especially this person was Shinsu. Shiryu didn't know if he would be so upset if it was someone else. Shiryu stared at the sunlight outside the window in a daze, and didn't notice Shinsu coming out until a swish sound was heard, and the curtains were drawn. The curtains have a good light blocking effect. After they are drawn, the room is basically the same as the night. Soon the bedside lamp was turned on, and the dark room was instantly illuminated by warm light. Shiryu is not afraid of the dark, but he usually leaves a small light on when he sleeps at home. He doesn't think Shinsu turned on the light for this reason. Shinsu doesn't know about his habit, so he asked Shinsu, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Shinsu didn't deny it, curled the corners of his lips and smiled. "Yes, I am afraid of the dark." After that, the mattress sank, and Shinsu lay down on his bed. The bed was big enough, because after the two of them laid down, there was still enough space for another person to lie down in the middle. "How do you sleep?" Shiryu suddenly asked. "Sleeping." Shinsu pondered for a few seconds. "I'm not sure. After all, I haven't slept with anyone else." "Shiryu, eh?" Both of them were lying flat, and Shiryu couldn't see Shinsu's expression. He didn't know if he was serious or joking. But no matter whether it was a joke or not, the topic couldn't be further explored. Otherwise, this person would be indecent again. After a while, there was no movement next to him, and Shiryu tilted his head to look over. Shinsu's sleeping posture was pretty good, lying flat, with his head on the pillow, the quilt covering above the waist, one hand under the back of his head, and the other hand outside the quilt casually resting. He fell asleep quite quickly, and fell asleep in a short while. Shiryu looked at Shinsu for a while, and gradually felt sleepy. He moved to the side, turned over with his back to Shinsu, and let himself fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up, Shiryu found himself against a warm body. When he realized what it was, he suddenly opened his eyes, and was about to accuse Shinsu, but then he found that Shinsu did sleep very well. Shinsu still maintained the supine position when he fell asleep, one hand resting outside the quilt, and the other hand was supported by him, and he didn't know when he fell asleep and fell into someone else's arms, with his hand on someone else's chest. But Shinsu didn't touch him at all. Shiryu, eh? It took Shiryu several minutes to accept this fact. Fortunately, Shinsu was still asleep, so he just destroyed the evidence before Shinsu woke up. He slowly moved to the side little by little, and halfway through, Shinsu woke up. Shiryu looked at Shinsu, and Shinsu looked at Shiryu. The two stared at each other. Shinsu was probably a little confused about this situation. It took a while for him to come back to his senses and look down. Shiryu also looked down. Oh, half of his body was still in Shinsu's arms. "You?" Shiryu touched his nose. "There was a mosquito here just now." Shinsu looked at him. "Is that so?" Shiryu stood up quickly. As a result, he was tripped by the quilt again because he moved too fast. He fell down on the bed and fell into Shinsu's arms. This time Shinsu did not remain indifferent. He stretched out an arm and hugged Shiryu's waist. "Be careful, I don't blame you." Shinsu's voice floated from the top of his head, with a tone of 3 parts of blame and 7 parts of worry. "I don't know if it was intentional or not, really. Didn't you just fall asleep and accidentally get into my arms, and sleep in my arms with my arms? What's the big deal? Am I the kind of petty and fussy person? I'm not. Don't say it. Shiryu couldn't listen anymore, and directly covered Shinsu's mouth with his hand. The word stopped abruptly, and Shiryu's palm touched Shinsu's lips. Soft, slightly cool, the breath is hot. But it is not the touch of the palm at this moment, but the touch of lips in the hospital rehabilitation room not long ago. As if being electrocuted, Shiryu suddenly retracted his hand and wanted to get up again, but the hand on his waist suddenly tightened his grip. Don't move. Shinsu's eyes darkened for a moment. Shiryu also clearly felt some changes under the thin quilt. After getting up, dressing, washing, leaving the bedroom, the two did not communicate at all. Not long after Shiryu and Shinsu got up, Jiang Yin and Lin Fengbai also got up. Qinke sat on the sofa in the living room with a serious expression. There is bad news. He looked up at everyone. The system said that due to excessive load, the safe house will fail in 8 hours.